The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 1. To Mr. Henry Davis, bookseller, in London. Abergavenny, August 4th. Respected Sir, I have received your esteemed favour of the 13th ultimo, whereby it appeareth that you have perused those same letters, the which were delivered unto you by my friend, the Reverend Mr. Hugo Ben, and I am pleased to find you think they may be printed with a good prospect of success. Inasmuch as the objections you mention, I humbly conceive, are such that may be reargued, if not entirely removed. And first, in the first place, as touching what prosecutions may arise from printing the private correspondence of persons still living, give me leave, with all due submission, to observe, that the letters in question were not written and sent under the seal of secrecy, that they have no tendency to the mala fama, or prejudice of any person whatsoever, but rather to the information and edification of mankind, so that it becometh a sort of duty to promulgate them in usum publicum. Besides, I have consulted Mr. Davy Higgins, an eminent attorney of this place, who, after due inspection and consideration, declareth, that he doth not think the said letters contain any matter which will be held actionable in the eye of the law. Finally, if you and I should come to a right understanding, I do declare, in verbo sacerdotis, that, in case of any prosecution, I will take the whole upon my own shoulders, even quod fine and imprisonment, though I must confess I should not care to undergo flagellation. Tam ad turpitudinem, quam ad aminatudinem poeno spectans. Secondly, concerning the personal resentment of Mr. Justice Lismahago, I may say non flasci facio. I would not willingly vilipend any Christian, if, peradventure, he deserveth that epithet. Albeit, I am much surprised that more care is not taken to exclude from the commission all such vagrant foreigners as may be justly suspected of disaffection to our happy constitution in church and state. God forbid that I should be so uncharitable as to affirm positively that the said Lismahago is no better than a Jesuit in disguise. But this I will assert and maintain, totus veribus, that from the day he qualified he has never once seen intra templi paritas, that is to say, within the parish church. Thirdly, with respect to what passed at Mr. Kendall's table, when the said Lismahago was so brutal in his reprehensions, I must inform you, my good sir, that I was obliged to retire, not by fear arising from his minatory reproaches, which, as I said above, I value not of a rush, but from the sudden effect produced by a barbarous roe which I had eaten at dinner, not knowing that the said roe is in certain seasons violently cathartic, as Galen observeth in his chapter Peri Ichthos. Fourthly and lastly, with reference to the matter in which I got possession of these letters, it is a circumstance that concerns my own conscience only. Sufficeth it to say, I have fully satisfied the parties in whose custody they were, and by this time I hope I have also satisfied you in such ways, that the last hand may be put to our agreement, and the work proceed with all convenient expedition, in which I hope I rest. Respectfully yours, your very humble servant, Jonathan Dustwich. P.S. I propose, Deo volente, to have the pleasure of seeing you in the great city toward All Hallowtide, when I shall be glad to treat with you concerning a parcel of MS. sermons of a certain clergyman deceased, a cake of the right leaven, for the present taste of the public. Verbum sapiente, N.C. J.D. End of section 1.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 2. To the Reverend Mr. Jonathan Dustwich. Sir, I received yours in course of post, and shall be glad to treat with you for the MS. which I have delivered to your friend Mr. Ben, but can by no means comply with the terms proposed. Those things are so uncertain. Writing is all a lottery. I have been a loser by the works of the greatest men of the age. I could mention particulars and name names, but don't choose it. The taste of the town is so changeable. Then there have been so many letters upon travels lately published, what between Smollett's, Sharp's, Derrick's, Thicknesses, Baltimore's, and Baretti's, together with Shandy's Sentimental Travels. The public seems to be cloyed with that kind of entertainment. Nevertheless, I will, if you please, run the risk of printing and publishing, and you shall have half the profits of the impression. You need not take the trouble to bring up your sermons on my account. Nobody reads sermons but Methodists and dissenters. Besides, for my own part, I am quite a stranger to that sort of reading, and the two persons whose judgment I depended upon in those matters are out of the way. One is gone abroad, carpenter of a man of war, and the other has been silly enough to abscond in order to avoid a prosecution for blasphemy. I'm a great loser by his going off. He has left a manual of devotion half finished in my hands, after having received money for the whole copy. He was the soundest divine, and had the most orthodox pen of all my people, and I never knew his judgment fail but in flying from his bread and butter on this occasion. By owning you was not put in bodily fear by Lismahago, you preclude yourself from the benefit of a good plea, over and above the advantage of binding him over. In the late war I inserted in my evening paper a paragraph that came by the post, reflecting upon the behaviour of a certain regiment in battle. An officer of said regiment came to my shop, and in the presence of my wife and journeyman threatened to cut off my ears. As I exhibited marks of bodily fear more ways than one, to the conviction of the bystanders, I bound him over. My action lay, and I recovered. As for flagellation, you have nothing to fear and nothing to hope on that head. There has been but one printer flogged at the cart's tail these 30 years. That was Charles Watson, and he assured me it was no more than a flea bite. C.S. has been threatened several times by the House of Lords, but it came to nothing. If an information should be moved for and granted against you as the editor of those letters, I hope you will have honesty and wit enough to appear and take your trial. If you should be sentenced to the pillory, your fortune is made. As times go, that's a sure step to honour and preferment. I shall think myself happy if I can lend you a lift, and am very sincerely yours, Henry Davis, London, August 10th. Please my kind service to your neighbour, my cousin Maddock. I have sent an almanac and court calendar, directed for him at Mr. Sutton's bookseller in Gloucester, carriage paid, which he will please to accept as a small token of my regard. My wife, who is very fond of toasted cheese, presents her compliments to him, and begs to know if there's any of that kind which he was so good as to send us last Christmas to be sold in London. H.D. End of section 2.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 3. To Dr. Lewis. Doctor, the pills are good for nothing. I might as well swallow snowballs to cool my reins. I have told you over and over how hard I am to move, and at this time of day I ought to know something of my own constitution. Why will you be so positive? Prithee, send me another prescription. I am as lame and as much tortured in all my limbs as if I was broke upon the wheel. Indeed, I am equally distressed in mind and body. As if I had not plagues enough of my own, those children of my sister are left me for a perpetual source of vexation. What business have people to get children to plague their neighbours? A ridiculous incident that happened yesterday to my niece Liddy has disordered me in such a manner that I expect to be laid up with another fit of the gout. Perhaps I may explain myself in my next. I shall set out tomorrow morning for the hot well at Bristol, where I am afraid I shall stay longer than I could wish. On the receipt of this, send Williams thither with my saddle horse and the demi-pique. Tell Barnes to thresh out the 2 old ricks, and send the corn to market, and sell it off to the poor at a shilling a bushel under market price. I have received a snivelling letter from Griffin, offering to make a public submission and pay costs. I want none of his submissions. Neither will I pocket any of his money. The fellow is a bad neighbour, and I desire to have nothing to do with him. But as he is purse proud, he shall pay for his insolence. Let him give £5 to the poor of the parish, and I will withdraw my action. And in the meantime you may tell Prigg to stop proceedings. Let Morgan's widow have the Alderney cow, and 40 shillings to clothe her children. But don't say a syllable of the matter to any living soul. I'll make her pay when she is able. I desire you will lock up all my drawers, and keep the keys till meeting. And be sure you take the iron chest with my papers into your own custody. Forgive all this trouble from, Dear Lewis, your affectionate M. Bramble, Gloucester, April 2nd. End of section 3.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 4.
To Mrs. Gwyllim, housekeeper at Brambleton Hall. Mrs. Gwyllim, when this comes to hand, be sure to pack up in the trunk mail that stands in my closet, to be sent me in the Bristol waggon, without loss of time, the following articles, viz. My rose-collared negligee with green robins, my yellow damask, and my black velvets with the short hoop, my blue quilted petticoat, my green mantle, my laced apron, my French commode, Macklin head and lappets, and the little box with my jewels. Williams may bring over my bum-daffy, and the vial with the easings of Dr. Hill's dock-water, and Chowder's laxative. The poor creature has been terribly stuprated ever since we left home. Pray take particular care of the house while the family is absent. Let there be a fire constantly kept in my brother's chamber and mine. The maids, having nothing to do, may be sat a-spinning. I desire you'll clap a padlock on the wine cellar, and let none of the men have access to the strong beer. Don't forget to have the gate shut every evening be dark. The gardener and the hind may lie below in the laundry to partake the house with the blunderbuss and the great dog. And hope you'll have a watchful eye over the maids. I know that hussy Mary Jones loves to be a-rumping with the men. Let me know Alderney's calf be sold yet, and what he fought. If the old goose be sitting, and if the cobbler has cut Dicky, and how poor animal bore the operation. No more at present, but rests yours, Tabitha Bramble, Gloucester, April 2nd.
End of section 4.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 5. To Mrs. Mary Jones at Brambleton Hall. Dear Molly, heaving this importunity, I send, my love to you and Saul, being in good health, and hoping to hear the same from you. and that you and Saw will take my poor kitten to bed with you this cold weather. We have been all in, a sad taking here at Gloucester. Miss Liddy had like to have run away with a player man, and young master and he would ha' done themselves a mischief. But the squire applied to the mayor, and they were bound over. Mistress bid me not speak a word of the matter to any Christian soul. No more I shall, for we servants should see all and say nothing. But what was worse than all this, Chowder has had the misfortune to be worried by a butcher's dog, and came home in a terrible pickle. Mistress was taken with the asterisks, but they soon went off. The doctor was sent for to Chowder, and he subscribed a repository which did him a great service. Thank God he's now in a fair way to do well. Pray take care of my box and the pillibur and put them under your own bed, for I do suppose Madame Gwyllim will be a-prying into my secrets, now my back is turned. John Thomas is in good health, but sulky. The squire gave away an old coat to a poor man, and John says as how 'tis robbing him of his perquisites. I told him by his agreement he was to receive no vails, but he says as how there's a difference betwixt vails and perquisites, and so there is for sartain. We are all going to the Hot Well, where I shall drink your health in a glass of water, being, dear Molly, your humble servant to command, W. Jenkins, Gloucester, April 2nd. End of Section 5. Recording by Trisha G.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 6. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Phillips, as I have nothing more at heart than to convince you that I am incapable of forgetting or neglecting the friendship I made at college, now begin that correspondence by letters which you and I agreed at parting to cultivate. I begin it sooner than I intended, that you may have it in your power to refute any idle reports which may be circulated to my prejudice at Oxford, touching a foolish quarrel in which I have been involved on account of my sister, who had been some time settled here in a boarding school. When I came hither with my uncle and aunt, who are our guardians, to fetch her away, I found a fine tall girl of 17, with an agreeable person, but remarkably simple and quite ignorant of the world. This disposition and want of experience had exposed her to the addresses of a person, I know not what to call him, who had seen her at a play, and with a confidence and dexterity peculiar to himself found means to be recommended to her acquaintance. It was by the greatest accident I intercepted one of his letters. As it was my duty to stifle this correspondence in its birth, I made it my business to find him out, and tell him very freely my sentiments of the matter. The spark did not like the style I used, and behaved with abundance of mettle. Though his rank in life, which, by the by, I am ashamed to declare, did not entitle him to much deference, yet as his behaviour was remarkably spirited, I admitted him to the privilege of a gentleman, and something might have happened had not we been prevented. In short, the business took air, I know not how, and made abundance of noise. Recourse was had to justice. I was obliged to give my word and honour, etc., and tomorrow morning we set out for Bristol Wells, where I expect to hear from you by the return of the post. I have got into a family of originals, whom I may one day attempt to describe for your amusement. My aunt, Mrs. Tabitha Bramble, is a maiden of 45, exceedingly starched, vain, and ridiculous. My uncle is an odd kind of humourist, always on the fret, and so unpleasant in his manner, that rather than be obliged to keep him company, I'd resign all claim to the inheritance of his estate. Indeed, his being tortured by the gout may have soured his temper, and perhaps I may like him better on further acquaintance. Certain it is, all his servants and neighbours in the country are fond of him, even to a degree of enthusiasm, the reason of which I cannot as yet comprehend. Remember me to Griffy Price, Gwyn, Mansell, Bassett, and all the rest of my old Cambrian companions. Salute the bedmaker in my name. Give my service to the cook, and pray take care of poor Ponto, for the sake of his old master, who is, and ever will be, dear Phillips, your affectionate friend and humble servant, Jerry Melford, Gloucester, April 2nd. End of section 6.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 7. To Mrs. Jermyn, at her house in Gloucester. Dear Madam, having no mother of my own, I hope you will give me leave to disburden my poor heart to you, who have always acted the part of a kind parent to me, ever since I was put under your care. Indeed, and indeed, my worthy governess may believe me, when I assure her, that I never harboured a thought that was otherwise than virtuous; and, if God will give me grace, I shall never behave so as to cast a reflection on the care you have taken in my education. I confess I have given just cause of offence by my want of prudence and experience. I ought not to have listened to what the young man had said, and it was my duty to have told you all that passed, but I was ashamed to mention it. And then he behaved so modest and respectful, and seemed to be so melancholy and timorous, that I could not find in my heart to do anything that should make him miserable and desperate. As for familiarities, I do declare I never once allowed him the favour of a salute, and as to the few letters that passed between us, they are all in my uncle's hands, and I hope they contain nothing contrary to innocence and honour. I am still persuaded that he is not what he appears to be, but time will discover. Meanwhile, I will endeavour to forget a connection which is so displeasing to my family. I have cried without ceasing, and have not tasted anything but tea, since I was hurried away from you. Nor did I once close my eyes for 3 nights running. My aunt continues to chide me severely when we are by ourselves, but I hope to soften her in time by humility and submission. My uncle, who was so dreadfully passionate in the beginning, has been moved by my tears and distress, and is now all tenderness and compassion. And my brother is reconciled to me on my promise to break off all correspondence with that unfortunate youth. But, notwithstanding all their indulgence, I shall have no peace of mind till I know my dear and ever honoured governess has forgiven her poor, disconsolate, forlorn, affectionate humble servant, till death, Lydia Melford. Clifton, April 6th. End of section 7. The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 8. To Miss Laetitia Willis, at Gloucester. My dearest Letty, I am in such a fright, lest this should not come safe to hand by the conveyance of Jarvis the carrier, that I beg you will write me, on the receipt of it, directing to me, under cover, to Mrs. Winifred Jenkins, my aunt's maid, who is a good girl, and has been so kind to me in my affliction, that I have made her my confidant. As for Jarvis, he was very shy of taking charge of my letter and the little parcel, because his sister Sally had like to have lost her place on my account. Indeed, I cannot blame the man for his caution, but I have made it worth his while. My dear companion and bedfellow, it is a grievous addition to my other misfortunes that I am deprived of your agreeable company and conversation, at a time when I need so much the comfort of your good humour and good sense. But, I hope, the friendship we contracted at boarding school will last for life. I doubt not but on my side it will daily increase and improve, as I gain experience, and learn to know the value of a good friend. Oh, my dear Letty, what shall I say about poor Mr. Wilson? I have promised to break off all correspondence, and, if possible, to forget him. But, alas! I begin to perceive that will not be in my power. As it is by no means proper that the picture should remain in my hands, lest it should be the occasion for more mischief, I have sent it to you by this opportunity, begging you will either keep it safe till better times, or return it to Mr. Wilson himself, who, I suppose, will make it his business to see you at the usual place. If he should be low-spirited at my sending back his picture, you may tell him I have no occasion for a picture, while the original continues engraved on my... But no, I would not have you tell him that neither, because there must be an end to our correspondence. I wish he may forget me, for the sake of his own peace, and yet if he should, he must be a barbarous... But it is impossible. Poor Wilson cannot be false and inconstant. I beseech him not to write to me, nor attempt to see me for some time, for, considering the resentment and passionate temper of my brother Jerry, such an attempt might be attended with consequences which would make us all miserable for life. Let us trust to time and the chapter of accidents, or rather to that Providence which will not fail, sooner or later, to reward those that walk in the paths of honour and virtue. I would offer my love to the young ladies, but it is not fit that any of them should know you have received this letter. If we go to Bath, I shall send you my simple remarks upon that famous centre of polite amusement, and every other place we may chance to visit; and I flatter myself that my dear Miss Willis will be punctual in answering the letters of her affectionate Lydia Melford. Clifton, April 6th. End of section 8.
Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 9. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Lewis, I have followed your directions with some success, and might have been upon my legs by this time had the weather permitted me to use my saddle horse. I rode out upon the downs last Tuesday in the forenoon, when the sky, as far as the visible horizon, was without a cloud. But before I had gone a full mile, I was overtaken instantaneously by a storm of rain that wet me to the skin in 3 minutes. Whence it came, the devil knows; but it has laid me up, I suppose, for 1 fortnight. It makes me sick to hear people talk of the fine air upon Clifton Downs. How can the air be either agreeable or salutary where the demon of vapours descends in a perpetual drizzle? My confinement is the more intolerable, as I am surrounded with domestic vexations. My niece has had a dangerous fit of illness, occasioned by that cursed incident at Gloucester, which I mentioned in my last. She is a poor good-natured simpleton, as soft as butter and as easily melted. Not that she's a fool. The girl's parts are not despicable, and her education has not been neglected. That is to say, she can write and spell and speak French and play upon the harpsichord. Then she dances finely, has a good figure, and is very well inclined, but she's deficient in spirit, and so susceptible, and so tender, forsooth. Truly, she's got a languishing eye, and reads romances. Then there's her brother, Squire Jerry, a pert jackanapes, full of college petulance and self-conceit, proud as a German count, and as hot and hasty as a Welsh mountaineer. As for that fantastical animal, my sister Tabby, you are no stranger to her qualifications. I vow to God she is sometimes so intolerable that I almost think she's the devil incarnate come to torment me for my sins. And yet I am conscious of no sins that ought to entail such family plagues upon me. Why the devil should not I shake off these torments at once? I ain't married to Tabby, thank heaven, nor did I beget the other two. Let them choose another guardian. For my part, I ain't in a condition to take care of myself, much less to superintend the conduct of giddy-headed boys and girls. You earnestly desire to know the particulars of our adventure at Gloucester, which are briefly these, and I hope they will go no further. Liddy had been so long copped up in a boarding school, which, next to a nunnery, is the worst kind of seminary that ever was contrived for young women, that she became as inflammable as touchwood; and going to a play in holiday time, 'sdeath, I'm ashamed to tell you, she fell in love with one of the actors, a handsome young fellow that goes by the name of Wilson. The rascal soon perceived the impression he had made, and managed matters so as to see her at a house where she went to drink tea with her governess. This was the beginning of a correspondence, which they kept up by means of a jade of a milliner, who made and dressed caps for the girls at the boarding school. When we arrived at Gloucester, Liddy came to stay at lodgings with her aunt, and Wilson bribed the maid to deliver a letter into her own hands. But it seems Jerry had already acquired so much credit with the maid, by what means he best knows, that she carried the letter to him, and so the whole plot was discovered. The rash boy, without saying a word of the matter to me, went immediately in search of Wilson, and, I suppose, treated him with insolence enough. The theatrical hero was too far gone in romance to brook such usage. He replied in blank verse, and a formal challenge ensued. They agreed to meet early next morning and decide the dispute with sword and pistol. I heard nothing at all of the affair till Mr. Morley came to my bedside in the morning and told me he was afraid my nephew was going to fight, as he had been overheard talking very loud and vehement with Wilson at the young man's lodgings the night before, and afterwards went and bought powder and ball at a shop in the neighbourhood. I got up immediately, and upon inquiry found that he was just going out. I begged Morley to knock up the mayor, that he might interpose as a magistrate, and in the meantime I hobbled after the squire, whom I saw at a distance, walking at a great pace towards the city gate. In spite of all my efforts, I could not come up till our two combatants had taken their ground, afraid of my fowling piece than of my game. When you can spare 2 or 3 brace of partridges, send them over by the stage-coach, and tell Gwilym that she forgot to pack up my flannel and wide shoes in the trunk mail. I shall trouble you as usual from time to time, till at last I suppose you will be tired of corresponding with your assured friend, M. Bramble, Clifton, April 17th. End of section 9.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 10. To Miss Lydia Melford. Miss Willis has pronounced my doom. You are going away, dear Miss Melford. You are going to be removed, I know not whither. What shall I do? Which way shall I turn for consolation? I know not what I say. All night long have I been tossed in a sea of doubts and fears, uncertainty and distraction, without being able to connect my thoughts, much less to form any consistent plan of conduct. I was even tempted to wish that I had never seen you, or that you had been less amiable or less compassionate to your poor Wilson. And yet it would be detestable ingratitude in me to form such a wish, considering how much I am indebted to your goodness, and the ineffable pleasure I have derived from your indulgence and approbation. Good God! I never heard your name mentioned without emotion. The most distant prospect of being admitted to your company filled my whole soul with a kind of pleasing alarm. As the time approached, my heart beat with redoubled force, and every nerve thrilled with a transport of expectation. But when I found myself actually in your presence, when I heard you speak, when I saw you smile, when I beheld your charming eyes turned favourably upon me, my breast was filled with such tumults of delight as wholly deprived me of the power of utterance, and wrapped me in a delirium of joy. Encouraged by your sweetness of temper and affability, I ventured to describe the feelings of my heart. Even then you did not check my presumption. You pitied my sufferings, and gave me leave to hope you put a favourable, perhaps too favourable, a construction on my appearance. Certain it is, I am no player in love. I speak the language of my own heart. I have no prompter but nature. Yet there is something in this heart which I have not yet disclosed. I flattered myself, but I will not, I must not proceed. Dear Miss Liddy, for heaven's sake, contrive, if possible, some means of letting me speak to you before you leave Gloucester. Otherwise, I know not what will. But I begin to rave again. I will endeavour to bear this trial with fortitude. While I am capable of reflecting upon your tenderness and truth, I surely have no cause to despair. A cloud hangs over me, and there is a dreadful weight upon my spirits. While you stay in this place, I shall continually hover about your lodgings, as the parted soul is said to linger about the grave, where its mortal comfort lies. I know, if it is in your power, you will task your humanity, your compassion, shall I add, your affection, in order to assuage the almost intolerable disquiet that torments the heart of your afflicted. Wilson, Gloucester, March 21st. End of section 10.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 11. To Sir Watkin Phillips of Jesus College, Oxford. Hot Well, April 18th. Dear Phillips, I give Mansell credit for his invention in propagating the report that I had a quarrel with a mountebank's Merry Andrew at Gloucester, but I have too much respect for every appendage of wit to quarrel with even the lowest buffoonery, and therefore I hope Mansell and I shall always be good friends. I cannot, however, approve of his drowning my poor dog Ponto, on purpose to convert Ovid's pleonasm into a punning epitaph, Deerant quoque litura Ponto, for that he threw him into the Isis, when it was so high and impetuous, with no other view than to kill the fleas, is an excuse that will not hold water. But I leave poor Ponto to his fate, and hope Providence will take care to accommodate Mansell with a drier death. As there is nothing that can be called company at the Well, I am here in a state of absolute rustication. This, however, gives me the leisure to observe the singularities in my uncle's character, which seems to have interested your curiosity. The truth is, his disposition and mine, which, like oil and vinegar, repelled one another at first, have now begun to mix by dint of being beat up together. I was once apt to believe him a complete cynic, and that nothing but the necessity of his occasions could compel him to get within the pale of society. I am now of another opinion. I think his peevishness arises partly from bodily pain, and partly from a natural excess of mental sensibility; for I suppose the mind as well as the body is in some cases endued with a morbid excess of sensation. I was t'other day much diverted with a conversation that passed in the pump room betwixt him and the famous Dr. L., who is come to ply at the Well for patients. My uncle was complaining of the stink occasioned by the vast quantity of mud and slime which the river leaves at low ebb under the windows of the pump room. He observed that the exhalations arising from such a nuisance could not but be prejudicial to the weak lungs of many consumptive patients who came to drink the water. The doctor, overhearing this remark, made up to him, and assured him he was mistaken. He said people in general were so misled by vulgar prejudices, that philosophy was hardly sufficient to undeceive them. Then, humming thrice, he assumed a most ridiculous solemnity of aspect, and entered into a learned investigation of the nature of stink. He observed that stink or stench meant no more than a strong impression on the olfactory nerves, and might be applied to substances of the most opposite qualities; that in the Dutch language stinken signifies the most agreeable perfume as well as the most fetid odour, as appears in Van Flaudel's translation of Horace, in that beautiful ode Quis multa gracilis, etc. The words liquidis perfusus odoribus he translates fancivet and maschata gestinken. That individuals differed toto coelo in their opinion of smells, which indeed was altogether as arbitrary as the opinion of beauty; that the French were pleased with the putrid effluvia of animal food, and so were the Hottentots in Africa, and the savages in Greenland; and that the negroes on the coast of Senegal would not touch fish till it was rotten; strong presumptions in favour of what is generally called stink, as those nations are in a state of nature, undebauched by luxury, unseduced by whim and caprice; that he had reason to believe the stercoraceous flavour, condemned by prejudice as a stink, was in fact most agreeable to the organs of smelling; for that every person who pretended to nauseate the smell of another's excretions snuffed up his own with particular complacency; for the truth of which he appealed to all the ladies and gentlemen then present. He said, the inhabitants of Madrid and Edinburgh found particular satisfaction in breathing their own atmosphere, which was always impregnated with stercoraceous effluvia; that the learned Dr. B, in his treatise on the 4 digestions, explains in what manner the volatile effluvia from the intestines stimulate and promote the operations of the animal economy. He affirmed the last Grand Duke of Tuscany, of the Medicis family, who refined upon sensuality with the spirit of a philosopher, was so delighted with that odour, that he caused the essence of ordure to be extracted, and used it as the most delicious perfume; that he himself, the doctor, when he happened to be low spirited or fatigued with business, found immediate relief and uncommon satisfaction from hanging over the stale contents of a close stool, while his servant stirred it about under his nose. Nor was this effect to be wondered at, when we consider that this substance abounds with the self-same volatile salts that are so greedily smelled to by the most delicate invalids after they have been extracted and sublimed by the chemists. By this time the company began to hold their noses, but the doctor, without taking the least notice of this signal, proceeded to show that many fetid substances were not only agreeable but salutary, such as asafoetida and other medicinal gums, resins, roots and vegetables, over and above burnt feathers, tan pits, candle snuffs, etc. In short, he used many learned arguments to persuade his audience out of their senses, and from stench made a transition to filth, which he affirmed was also a mistaken idea, inasmuch as objects so called were no other than certain modifications of matter, consisting of the same principles that enter into the composition of all created essences, whatever they may be; that in the filthiest production of nature a philosopher considered nothing but the earth, water, salt, and air of which it was compounded; that for his own part he had no more objections to drinking the dirtiest ditch water than he had to a glass of water from the hot well, provided he was assured there was nothing poisonous in the concrete. Then, addressing himself to my uncle, "Sir," said he, "you seem to be of a dropsical habit. and probably will soon have a confirmed ascites. If I should be present when you are tapped, I will give you a convincing proof of what I assert, by drinking, without hesitation, the water that comes out of your abdomen." The ladies made wry faces at this declaration, and my uncle, changing colour, told him he did not desire any such proof of his philosophy. "But I should be glad to know," said he, "what makes you think I am of a dropsical habit?" "Sir, I beg pardon," replied the doctor. "I perceive your ankles are swelled, and you seem to have the facies leucophlegmatica. Perhaps, indeed, your disorder may be oedematous or gouty, or it may be the lues venerea. If you have any reason to flatter yourself it is this last, sir, I will undertake to cure you with 3 small pills, even if the disease should have attained its utmost inveteracy. Sir, it is an arcanum which I have discovered and prepared with infinite labour. Sir, I have lately cured a woman in Bristol, a common prostitute, sir, who had got all the worst symptoms of the disorder, such as nodi, tophi and gummata, verruca, Christo Galli, and a serpiginous eruption, or rather a pocky itch all over her body. By the time she had taken the 2nd pill, sir, by heaven, she was as smooth as my hand, and the 3rd made her sound and as fresh as a new-born infant. Sir, I have no reason to flatter myself that my disorder comes within the efficacy of your nostrum, but this patient you talk of may not be so sound at bottom as you imagine." "I can't possibly be mistaken," rejoined the philosopher, "for I have had communication with her 3 times. I always ascertain my cures in that manner." At this remark all the ladies retired to another corner of the room, and some of them began to spit. As to my uncle, though he was ruffled at first by the doctor's saying he was dropsical, he could not help smiling at this ridiculous confession, and I suppose, with a view to punish this original, told him there was a wart upon his nose that looked a little suspicious. "I don't pretend to be a judge of those matters," said he, "but I understand that warts are often produced by the distemper, and that one upon your nose seems to have taken possession of the very keystone of the bridge, which I hope is in no danger of falling." L. seemed a little confounded at this remark, and assured him it was nothing but a common excrescence of the cuticula, but that the bones were all sound below. For the truth of this assertion he appealed to the touch, desiring he would feel the part. My uncle said it was a matter of such delicacy to meddle with a gentleman's nose, that he declined the office, upon which the doctor, turning to me, entreated me to do him that favour. I complied with his request, and handled it so roughly that he sneezed, and the tears ran down his cheeks, to the no small entertainment of the company, and particularly of my uncle, who burst out a-laughing for the first time since I have been with him, and took notice that the part seemed to be very tender. "Sir," cried the doctor, "it is naturally a tender part, but to remove all possibility of doubt, I will take off the wart this very night." So saying, he bowed with great solemnity all round, and retired to his own lodgings, where he applied a caustic to the wart; but it spread in such a manner as to produce a considerable inflammation, attended with an enormous swelling, so that when he next appeared, his whole face was overshadowed by this tremendous nozzle, and the rueful eagerness with which he explained this unlucky accident was ludicrous beyond all description. I was much pleased with meeting the original of a character which you and I have often laughed at in description, and what surprises me very much, I find the features in the picture which has been drawn for him rather softened than overcharged. As I have something else to say, and this letter has run to an unconscionable length, I shall now give you a little respite, and trouble you again by the very first post. I wish you would take it in your head to retaliate these double strokes upon yours always, J. Melford. End of section 11. The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 12. To Sir Watkin Phillips, of Jesus College, Oxford. Hot Well, April 20th. Dear Knight, I now sit down to execute the threat in the tale of my last. The truth is, I am big with the secret, and long to be delivered. It relates to my guardian, who you know is at present our principal object in view. T'other day I thought I had detected him in such a state of frailty as would but ill become his years and character. There is a decent sort of woman, not disagreeable in her person, that comes to the Well, with a poor emaciated child, far gone in a consumption. I had caught my uncle's eyes several times directed to this person, with a very suspicious expression in them, and every time he saw himself observed, he hastily withdrew them, with evident marks of confusion. I resolved to watch him more narrowly, and saw him speaking to her privately in a corner of the walk. At length, going down to the Well one day, I met her half-way up the hill to Clifton, and could not help suspecting she was going to our lodgings by appointment, as it was about 1 o'clock, the hour when my sister and I are generally at the pump-room. This notion exciting my curiosity, I returned by a back way, and got unperceived into my own chamber, which is contiguous to my uncle's apartment. Sure enough, the woman was introduced, but not into his bedchamber. He gave her audience in a parlour, so that I was obliged to shift my station to another room, where, however, there was a small chink in the partition, through which I could perceive what passed. My uncle, though a little lame, rose up when she came in, and, setting a chair for her, desired she would sit down. Then he asked if she would take a dish of chocolate, which she declined with much acknowledgment. After a short pause, he said in a croaking tone of voice which confounded me not a little, "Madam, I am truly concerned for your misfortunes, and if this trifle can be of any service to you, I beg you will accept it without ceremony." So saying, he put a bit of paper into her hand, which she, opening with great trepidation, exclaimed in an ecstasy, £20! Oh, sir! and sinking down upon a settee, fainted away. Frightened at this fit, and I suppose afraid of calling for assistance, lest her situation should give rise to unfavourable conjectures, he ran about the room in distraction, making frightful grimaces, and at length had recollection enough to throw a little water in her face, by which application she was brought to herself. But then her feeling took another turn. She shed a flood of tears, and cried aloud, "I know not who you are, but sure, worthy sir, generous sir, the distress of me and my poor dying child! Oh, if the widow's prayers, if the orphan's tears of gratitude can aught avail, Gracious Providence! Blessings! Shower down eternal blessings!" Here she was interrupted by my uncle, who muttered in a voice still more and more discordant, "For heaven's sake be quiet, madam. Consider the people of the house. 'Sdeath, can't you?" All this time she was struggling to throw herself on her knees, while he, seizing her by the wrists, endeavoured to seat her upon the settee, saying, "Prithee, good now, hold your tongue." At that instant, who should burst into the room but our Aunt Tabby, of all antiquated maidens the most diabolically capricious. Ever prying into other people's affairs, she had seen the woman enter, and followed her to the door, where she stood listening, but probably could hear nothing distinctly except my uncle's last exclamation, at which she bounded into the parlour in a violent rage that dyed the tip of her nose of a purple hue. "Fie upon you, Met!" cried she. "What doings are these, to disgrace your own character and disparage your family?" Then, snatching the banknote out of the stranger's hand, she went on, "How now, £20! Here is temptation with a witness. Good woman, go about your business. Brother, I know not which most to admire, your concupiscence or your extravagance." "Good God!" exclaimed the poor woman, "shall a worthy gentleman's character suffer for an action that does honour to humanity?" By this time uncle's indignation was effectually roused. His face grew pale, his teeth chattered, and his eyes flashed. "Sister," cried he in a voice like thunder, "I vow to God your impertinence is exceedingly provoking." With these words he took her by the hand, and opening the door of communication, thrust her into the chamber where I stood, so affected by the scene that the tears ran down my cheeks. Observing these marks of emotion, "I don't wonder," said she, "to see you concerned at the backslidings of so near a relation, a man of his years and infirmities. These are fine doings, truly. This is a rare example set by a guardian for the benefit of his pupils. Monstrous, incongruous, sophistical." I thought it was but an act of justice to set her to rights, and therefore explained the mystery. But she would not be undeceived. "What!" said she, "would you go for to argufy me out of my senses? Didn't I hear him whispering to her to hold her tongue? Didn't I see her in tears? Didn't I see him struggling to throw her upon the couch? Oh, filthy, hideous, abominable! Child, talk not to me of charity. Who gives £20 in charity? But you are a stripling, you know nothing of the world. Besides, charity begins at home. £20 would buy me a complete suit of flowered silk, trimmings and all." In short, I quitted the room, my contempt for her and my respect for her brother being increased in the same proportion. I have since been informed that the person whom my uncle so generously relieved is the widow of an ensign, who has nothing to depend upon but the pension of £15 a year. The people of the Well House give her an excellent character. She lodges in a garret, and works very hard at plain work to support her daughter, who is dying of a consumption. I must own, to my shame, I feel a strong inclination to follow my uncle's example in relieving this poor widow, but betwixt friends I am afraid of being detected in a weakness that might entail the ridicule of the company upon dear Phillips, Yours always, J. Melford. Direct your next to me at Bath, and remember me to all our fellow Jesuits. End of section 12.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett, Section 13. To Dr. Lewis, Hotwell, April 20. I understand your hint. There are mysteries in physic as well as in religion, which we of the profane have no right to investigate. A man must not presume to use his reason unless he has studied the categories and can chop logic by mode and figure. Between friends, I think every man of tolerable parts ought, at my time of day, to be both physician and lawyer as far as his own constitution and property are concerned. For my own part, I have had in hospital these 14 years within myself, and studied my own case with the most painful attention, consequently may be supposed to know something of the matter, although I have not taken regular courses of physiology, etc., etc. In short, I have for some time been of opinion, no offence, dear doctor, that the sum of all your medical discoveries amounts to this, that the more you study, the less you know. I have read all that has been written on the hot wells, and what I can collect from the whole is, that the water contains nothing but a little salt and calcareous earth mixed in such inconsiderable proportion as can have very little, if any, effect on the animal economy. This being the case, I think the man deserves to be fitted with a cap and bells, who, for such a paltry advantage as this spring affords, sacrifices his precious time, which might be employed in taking more effectual remedies, and exposes himself to the dirt, the stench, the chilling blasts, and perpetual rains, that render this place to me intolerable. If these waters, from a small degree of astringency, are of some service in the diabetes, diarrhea, and night sweats, when the secretions are too much increased, must not they do harm in the same proportion where the humours are obstructed, as in the asthma, scurvy, gout, and dropsy? Now we talk of the dropsy. Here is a strange fantastical oddity. One of your brethren, who harangues every day in the pump room, as if he was hired to give lectures on all subjects whatsoever. I know not what to make of him. Sometimes he makes shrewd remarks. At other times he talks like the greatest simpleton in nature. He has read a great deal, but without method or judgment, and digested nothing. He believes everything he has read, especially if it has any thing of the marvellous in it, and his conversation is a surprising hotchpotch of erudition and extravagance. He told me t'other day with great confidence that my case was dropsical, or, as he called it, leucophlegmatic, a sure sign that his want of experience is equal to his presumption. For, you know, there is nothing analogous to the dropsy in my disorder. I wish those impertinent fellows with their rickety understandings would keep their advice for those that ask it. Dropsy, indeed! Sure, I have not lived to the age of 55, and had such experience of my own disorder, and consulted you and other eminent physicians so often and so long, to be undeceived by such a... But without all doubt the man is mad, and therefore what he says is of no consequence. I had yesterday a visit from Higgins, who came hither under the terror of your threats, and brought me in a present a brace of hares, which he owned he took in my ground, and I could not persuade the fellow that he did wrong, or that I would ever prosecute him for poaching. I must desire you will wink hard at the practices of this rascallion, otherwise I shall be plagued with his presents, which cost me more than they are worth. If I could wonder at any thing Fitzowen does, I should be surprised at his assurance in desiring you to solicit my vote for him at the next election for the county. For him, who opposed me on the like occasion with the most illiberal competition. You may tell him civilly that I beg to be excused. Direct your next for me at Bath, whither I propose to remove to-morrow, not only on my own account, but for the sake of my niece Liddy, who is like to relapse. The poor creature fell into a fit yesterday, while I was cheapening a pair of spectacles with a Jew pedlar. I'm afraid there is something still lurking in that little heart of hers, which I hope a change of objects will remove. Let me know what you think of this half-witted doctor's impertinent, ridiculous, and absurd notion of my disorder. So far from being dropsical, I am as lank in the belly as a greyhound, and by measuring my ankle with a pack-thread, I find the swelling subsides every day. From such doctors, good Lord deliver us. I have not yet taken any lodgings in Bath, because there we can be accommodated at a minute's warning, and I shall choose for myself. I need not say your directions for drinking and bathing will be agreeable to, dear Lewis, yours ever, Mat Bramble. P.S. I forgot to tell you that my right ankle pits, a symptom, as I take it, of its being edematous, not leucophlegmatic. End of section 13.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 14. To Miss Letty Willis, at Gloucester. Hotwell, April 21st. My dear Letty, I did not intend to trouble you again till we should be settled at Bath, but having the occasion of Jarvis, I could not let it slip, especially as I have something extraordinary to communicate. Oh, my dear companion, what shall I tell you? For several days past there was a Jew-looking man that plied at the wells with a box of spectacles, and he always eyed me so earnestly that I began to be very uneasy. At last he came to our lodgings at Clifton, and lingered about the door, as if he wanted to speak to somebody. I was seized with an odd kind of fluttering, and begged Win to throw herself in his way. But the poor girl has weak nerves, and was afraid of his beard. My uncle, having occasion for new glasses, called him upstairs, and was trying a pair of spectacles, when the man, advancing to me, said in a whisper, "Oh, gracious, what do you think?" he said. "I'm Wilson." His features struck me at that very moment. It was Wilson, sure enough, but so disguised that it would have been impossible to know him, if my heart had not assisted in the discovery. I was so surprised and so frightened that I fainted away, but soon recovered, and found myself supported by him on the chair, while my uncle was running about the room with the spectacles on his nose, calling for help. I had no opportunity to speak to him, but looks were sufficiently expressive. He was paid for his glasses, and went away. Then I told Win who he was, and sent her after him to the pump room, where she spoke to him, and begged him in my name to withdraw from the place, that he might not incur the suspicion of my uncle or my brother if he did not want to see me die of terror and vexation. The poor youth declared, with tears in his eyes, that he had something extraordinary to communicate, and asked if she would deliver a letter to me, but this she absolutely refused, by my order. Finding her obstinate in her refusal, he desired she would tell me that he was no longer a player, but a gentleman, in which character he would very soon avow his passion for me, without fear of censure or reproach. Nay, he even discovered his name and family, which, to my great grief, the simple girl forgot, in the confusion occasioned by her being seen talking to him by my brother, who stopped her on the road, and asked what business he had with that rascally Jew. She pretended she was cheapening a stay-hook, but was thrown into such a quandary that she forgot the most material part of the information, and when she came home went into an hysteric fit of laughing. This transaction happened 3 days ago, during which he has not appeared, so that I suppose he has gone. Dear Letty, you see how fortune takes pleasure in persecuting your poor friend. If you should see him at Gloucester, or if you have seen him, and know his real name and family, pray keep me no longer in suspense. And yet, if he is under no obligation to keep himself longer concealed, and has a real affection for me, I should hope he will, in a little time, declare himself to my relations. Sure, if there is nothing unsuitable in the match, they won't be so cruel as to thwart my inclinations. Oh, what happiness would then be my portion! I can't help indulging the thought, and pleasing my fancy with such agreeable ideas, which, after all, perhaps, will never be realized. But why should I despair? Who knows what will happen? We set out for Bath to-morrow, and I am almost sorry for it, as I begin to be in love with solitude, and this is a charming romantic place. The air is so pure, the downs are so agreeable, the firs in full blossom, the ground enamelled with daisies, and primroses, and cowslips, all the trees bursting into leaves, and the hedges already clothed with their vernal livery. the mountains covered with flocks of sheep, and tender bleating wanton lambkins playing, frisking, and skipping from side to side. The gloughs resound with the notes of blackbird, thrush, and linnet. All day long sweet Philomel pours forth her ravishingly delightful song. Then, for variety, we go down to the nymph of Bristol Spring, where the company is assembled before dinner. So good-natured, so free, so easy, and there we drink the water so clear, so pure, so mild, so charmingly mawkish. There the fun is so cheerful and reviving, the weather so soft, the walk so agreeable, the prospect so amusing, and the ships and boats going up and down the river, close under the windows of the pump-room, afford such an enchanting variety of moving pictures, as require a much abler pen than mine to describe. To make this place a perfect paradise to me, nothing is wanting but an agreeable companion and sincere friend, such as my dear Miss Willis hath been, and I hope still will be, to her ever faithful Lydia Melford. Direct for me, still under cover, to win, and Jarvis will take care to convey it safe. Adieu. End of section 14.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 15. To Sir Watkin Phillips of Jesus College, Oxford. Bath, April 24th. Dear Phillips, you have indeed reason to be surprised that I should have concealed my correspondence with Miss Blackerby from you, to whom I disclosed all my other connections of that nature. But the truth is, I never dreamed of any such commerce, till your last informed me that it had produced something which could not be much longer concealed. It is a lucky circumstance, however, that her reputation will not suffer any detriment, but rather derive advantage from the discovery, which will prove at least that it is not quite so rotten as most people imagined. For my own part, I declare to you, in all the sincerity of friendship, that far from having any amorous intercourse with the object in question, I never had the least acquaintance with her person. But if she is really in the condition you describe, I suspect Mansell to be at the bottom of the whole. His visits to that shrine were no secret, and this attachment, added to some good offices which you know he has done me since I left Alma Mater, give me a right to believe him capable of saddling me with this scandal when my back was turned. Nevertheless, if my name can be of any service to him, he is welcome to make use of it. And if the woman should be abandoned enough to swear his bantling to me, I must beg the favour of you to compound with the parish. I shall pay the penalty without repining, and you will be so good as to draw upon me immediately for the sum required. On this occasion I act by the advice of my uncle, who says I shall have good luck if I pass through life without being obliged to make many more compositions of the same kind. The old gentleman told me last night, with great good humour, that betwixt the age of 20 and 40 he had been obliged to provide for 9 bastards, sworn to him by women whom he never saw. Mr. Bramble's character, which seems to interest you greatly, opens and improves upon me every day. His singularities afford a rich mine of entertainment. His understanding, so far as I can judge, is well cultivated. His observations on life are equally just, pertinent, and uncommon. He affects misanthropy in order to conceal the sensibility of a heart which is tender, even to a degree of weakness. This delicacy of feeling, or soreness of the mind, makes him timorous and fearful, but then he is afraid of nothing so much as of dishonour, and although he is exceedingly cautious of giving offence, he will fire at the least hint of insolence or ill-breeding. Respectable as he is upon the whole, I can't help being sometimes diverted by his little distresses, which provoke him to let fly the shafts of his satire, keen and penetrating as the arrows of Teucer. Our aunt Tabitha acts upon him as a perpetual grindstone. She is in all respects a striking contrast to her brother. But I reserve her portrait for another occasion. 3 days ago we came hither from the Hot Well, and took possession of the first floor of a lodging-house on the South Parade, a situation which my uncle chose for its being near the Bath, and remote from the noise of carriages. He was scarce warm in the lodgings when he called for his nightcap, his wide shoes and flannel, and declared himself invested with the gout in his right foot, though I believe it had as yet reached no farther than his imagination. It was not long before he had reason to repent his premature declaration, for our aunt Tabitha found means to make such a clamour and confusion before the flannels could be produced from the trunk, that one would have imagined the house was on fire. All this time uncle sat boiling with impatience, biting his fingers, throwing up his eyes, and muttering ejaculations. At length he burst into a kind of convulsive laugh, after which he hummed a song, and when the hurricane was over, exclaimed, "Blessed be God for all things!" This, however, was but the beginning of his troubles. Mistress Tabitha's favourite dog, Chowder, having paid his compliments to a female turnspit of his own species in the kitchen, involved himself in a quarrel with no fewer than 5 rivals, who set upon him at once, and drove him upstairs to the dining-room door with hideous noise. There our aunt and her woman, taking arms in his defence, joined the concert, which became truly diabolical. This fray being with difficulty suppressed by the intervention of our own footman and the cook-maid of the house, the squire had just opened his mouth to expostulate with Tabby, when the town waits in the passage below struck up their music, if music it may be called, with such a sudden burst of sound as made him start and stare, with marks of indignation and disquiet. He had recollection enough to send his servant with some money to silence those noisy intruders, and they were immediately dismissed, though not without some opposition on the part of Tabitha, who thought it but reasonable that he should have more music for his money. Scarce had he settled this knotty point, when a strange kind of thumping and bouncing was heard right overhead in the second story, so loud and violent as to shake the whole building. I own I was exceedingly provoked at this new alarm, and before my uncle had time to express himself on the subject, I ran upstairs to see what was the matter. Finding the room door open, I entered without ceremony, and perceived an object which I cannot now recollect without laughing to excess. It was a dancing master, with his scholar, in the act of teaching. The master was blind of one eye, and lame of one foot, and led about the room his pupil, who seemed to be about the age of 80, stooped mortally, was tall, raw-boned, hard-favoured, with a woollen nightcap on his head, and he had stripped off his coat that he might be more nimble in his motions. Finding himself intruded upon by a person he did not know, he forthwith girded himself with a long iron sword, and advancing to me with a peremptory air, pronounced in a true Hibernian accent, "Mr. Watchicallum, by my soul and conscience, I am very glad to see you. If you are after coming in the way of friendship, and indeed now, I believe you are my friend sure enough, though I never had the honour to see your face before, my dear, for because you come like a friend, without any ceremony at all. I told him the nature of my visit would not admit of ceremony, that I was come to desire he would make less noise, as there was a sick gentleman below, whom he had no right to disturb with such preposterous doings. "Why, look ye now, young gentleman," replied this original, "perhaps upon another occasion I might civilly request you to explain the meaning of that hard word, preposterous. But there's a time for all things, honey." So saying, he passed me with great agility, and running downstairs, found our footman at the dining-room door, of whom he demanded admittance to pay his respect to the stranger. As the fellow did not think proper to refuse the request of such a formidable figure, he was immediately introduced, and addressed himself to my uncle in these words: "Your humble servant, good sir. I'm not so preposterous, as your son calls it, but I know the rules of civility. I'm a poor knight of Ireland. My name is Sir Ulick Macillicut, of the county of Galway. Being your fellow lodger, I'm come to pay my respects, and to welcome you to the South Parade, and to offer my best services to you, and your good lady, and your pretty daughter, and even to the young gentleman your son, though he thinks me a preposterous fellow. You must know I am to have the honour to open a ball next door to-morrow with Lady Macmanus, and being rusted in my dancing, I was refreshing my memory with a little exercise. But if I had known there was a sick person below, by Christ, I would have sooner danced a hornpipe upon my own head than walk the softest minuet over yours." My uncle, who was not a little startled at his first appearance, received his compliment with great complacency, insisted upon his being seated, thanked him for the honour of his visit, and reprimanded me for my abrupt expostulation with a gentleman of his rank and character. Thus tutored, I asked pardon of the knight, who forthwith starting up, embraced me so close that I could hardly breathe, and assured me he loved me as his own soul. At length, recollecting his nightcap, he pulled it off in some confusion, and with his bald pate uncovered, made 1,000 apologies to the ladies as he retired. At that instant the abbey bells began to ring so loud that we could not hear one another speak, and this peal, as we afterwards learned, was for the honour of Mr. Bullock, an eminent cow-keeper of Tottenham, who had just arrived at Bath to drink the waters for indigestion. Mr. Bramble had not time to make his remarks upon the agreeable nature of this serenade before his ears were saluted with another concert that interested him more nearly. 2 negroes belonging to a Creole gentleman, who lodged in the same house, taking their station at a window in the staircase, about 10 feet from our dining-room door, began to practise upon the French horn, and being in the very first rudiments of execution, produced such discordant sounds as might have discomposed the organs of an ass. You may guess what effect they had upon the irritable nerves of uncle, who, with the most admirable expression of splenetic surprise in his countenance, sent his man to silence these dreadful blasts, and desire the musicians to practise in some other place, as they had no right to stand there and disturb all the lodgers in the house. Those sable performers, far from taking the hint and withdrawing, treated the messenger with great insolence, bidding him carry his compliments to their master, Colonel Rigworm, who would give him a proper answer, and a good drubbing into the bargain. In the meantime they continued their noise, and even endeavoured to make it more disagreeable, laughing between whiles at the thoughts of being able to torment their betters with impunity. Our squire, incensed at the additional insult, immediately dispatched the servant with his compliments to Colonel Rigworm, requesting that he would order his blacks to be quiet.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 16. To Dr. Lewis, Bath, April 23rd. Dear Doctor, if I did not know that the exercise of your profession has habituated you to the hearing of complaints, I should make a conscience of troubling you with my correspondence, which may be truly called the Lamentations of Matthew Bramble. Yet I cannot help thinking I have some right to discharge the overflowings of my spleen upon you, whose province it is to remove those disorders that occasioned it. And let me tell you, it is no small alleviation of my grievances that I have a sensible friend to whom I can communicate my crusty humours, which by retention would grow intolerably acrimonious. You must know I find nothing but disappointment at Bath, which is so altered that I can scarce believe it is the same place that I frequented about 30 years ago. Methinks I hear you say, altered it is without all doubt, but then it is altered for the better, a truth which perhaps you would own without hesitation if you yourself was not altered for the worse. The reflection may, for aught I know, be just. The inconveniences which I overlooked in the high day of health will naturally strike with exaggerated impression on the irritable nerves of an invalid, surprised by premature old age, and shattered with long suffering. But I believe you will not deny that this place, which nature and providence seem to have intended as a resource from distemper and disquiet, is become the very centre of racket and dissipation. Instead of that peace, tranquillity, and ease so necessary to those who labour under bad health, weak nerves, and irregular spirits, here we have nothing but noise, tumult, and hurry, with the fatigue and slavery of maintaining a ceremonial more stiff, formal, and oppressive than the etiquette of a German elector. A national hospital it may be, but one would imagine that none but lunatics are admitted, and truly I will give you leave to call me so if I stay much longer at Bath. But I shall take another opportunity to explain my sentiments at greater length on this subject. I was impatient to see the boasted improvements in architecture, for which the upper parts of the town have been so much celebrated, and t'other day I made a circuit of all the new buildings. The square, though irregular, is, on the whole, pretty well laid out, spacious, open, and airy, and, in my opinion, by far the most wholesome and agreeable situation in Bath, especially the upper side of it. But the avenues to it are mean, dirty, dangerous, and indirect. Its communication with the baths is through the yard of an inn, where the poor trembling valetudinarian is carried in a chair betwixt the heels of a double row of horses, wincing under the currycombs of grooms and postilions, over and above the hazard of being obstructed or overturned by the carriages which are continually making their exit or their entrance. I suppose after some chairmen shall have been maimed, and a few lives lost by those accidents, the corporation will think in earnest about providing a more safe and commodious passage. The circus is a pretty bauble, contrived for shew, and looks like Vespasian's amphitheatre turned outside in. If we consider it in point of magnificence, the great number of small doors belonging to the separate houses, the inconsiderable height of the different orders, the affected ornaments of the architrave, which are both childish and misplaced, and the areas projecting into the street, surrounded with iron rails, destroy a good part of its effect upon the eye. And perhaps we shall find it still more defective, if we view it in the light of convenience. The figure of each separate dwelling-house, being the segment of a circle, must spoil the symmetry of the rooms by contracting them towards the street windows, and leaving a larger sweep in the space behind. If, instead of the areas and iron rails, which seem to be of very little use, there had been a corridor with arcades all round, as in Covent Garden, the appearance of the whole would have been more magnificent and striking. Those arcades would have afforded an agreeable covered walk, and sheltered the poor chairmen and their carriages from the rain, which is here almost perpetual. At present the chairs stand soaking in the open street from morning to night, till they become so many boxes of wet leather, for the benefit of the gouty and rheumatic, who are transported in them from place to place. Indeed, this is a shocking inconvenience that extends over the whole city, and, I am persuaded, it produces infinite mischief to the delicate and infirm. Even the closed chairs, contrived for the sick, by standing in the open air, have their frieze linings impregnated like so many sponges with the moisture of the atmosphere, and those cases of cold vapour must give a charming check to the perspiration of a patient piping hot from the bath with all his pores wide open. But, to return to the circus, it is inconvenient from its situation at so great a distance from all the markets, baths, and places of public entertainment. The only entrance to it, through Gay Street, is so difficult, steep, and slippery, that in wet weather it must be exceedingly dangerous, both for those that ride in carriages and those that walk afoot. And when the street is covered with snow, as it was for 15 days successively this very winter, I don't see how any individual could go either up or down without the most imminent hazard of broken bones. In blowing weather, I am told, most of the houses in this hill are smothered with smoke, forced down the chimneys by the gusts of wind reverberated from the hill behind, which, I apprehend likewise, must render the atmosphere here more humid and unwholesome than it is in the square below. For the clouds, formed by the constant evaporation from the baths and rivers in the bottom, will, in their ascent this way, be first attracted and detained by the hill that rises close behind the circus, and load the air with a perpetual succession of vapours. This point, however, may be easily ascertained by means of an hygrometer, or a paper of salt of tartar exposed to the action of the atmosphere. The same artist who planned the circus has likewise projected a crescent. When that is finished, we shall probably have a star, and those who are living 30 years hence may perhaps see all the signs of the zodiac exhibited in architecture at Bath. These, however fantastical, are still designs that denote some ingenuity and knowledge in the architect; but the rage of building has laid hold on such a number of adventurers, that one sees new houses starting up in every outlet and every corner of Bath, contrived without judgment, executed without solidity, and stuck together with so little regard to plan and propriety, that the different lines of the new rows and buildings interfere with and intersect one another in every different angle of conjunction. They look like the wreck of streets and squares disjointed by an earthquake, which hath broken the ground into a variety of holes and hillocks; or as if some Gothic devil had stuffed them all together in a bag, and left them to stand higgledy-piggledy, just as chance directed. What sort of a monster Bath will become in a few years, with those growing excrescences, may be easily conceived; but the want of beauty and proportion is not the worst effect of these new mansions. They are built so slight, with the soft crumbling stone found in this neighbourhood, that I shall never sleep quietly in one of them when it blowed, as the sailors say, a capful of wind; and I am persuaded that my hind, Roger Williams, or any man of equal strength, would be able to push his foot through the strongest part of their walls, without any great exertion of his muscles. All these absurdities arise from the general tide of luxury, which hath overspread the nation, and swept away all, even the very dregs of the people. Every upstart of fortune, harnessed in the trappings of the mode, presents himself at Bath as in the very focus of observation. Clerks and factors from the East Indies, loaded with the spoil of plundered provinces, planters, negro drivers, and hucksters from our American plantations, enriched they know not how, agents, commissaries, and contractors, who have fattened in 2 successive wars on the blood of the nation, usurers, brokers, and jobbers of every kind, men of low birth and no breeding, have found themselves suddenly translated into a state of affluence unknown to former ages; and no wonder that their brains should be intoxicated with pride, vanity, and presumption. Knowing no other criterion of greatness but the ostentation of wealth, they discharge their affluence without taste or conduct, through every channel of the most absurd extravagance; and all of them hurry to Bath, because here, without any further qualification, they can mingle with the princes and nobles of the land. Even the wives and daughters of low tradesmen, who, like shovel-nosed sharks, prey upon the blubber of those uncouth whales of fortune, are infected with the same rage of displaying their importance, and the slightest indisposition serves them for a pretext to insist upon being conveyed to Bath, where they may hobble country dances and cotillions among lordlings, squires, counsellors, and clergy. These delicate creatures from Bedfordbury, Butcher Row, Crutched Friars, and Botolph Lane, cannot breathe in the gross air of the lower town, or conform to the vulgar rules of a common lodging house. The husband, therefore, must provide an entire house, or elegant apartments in the new buildings. Such is the composition of what is called the fashionable company at Bath, where a very inconsiderable proportion of genteel people are lost in a mob of impudent plebeians, who have neither understanding nor judgment, nor the least idea of propriety and decorum, and seem to enjoy nothing so much as an opportunity of insulting their betters. Thus the number of people and the number of houses continue to increase, and this will ever be the case, till the streams that swell this irresistible torrent of folly and extravagance shall either be exhausted or turned into other channels by incidents and events which I do not pretend to foresee. This, I own, is a subject on which I cannot write with any degree of patience; for the mob is a monster I never could abide, either in its head, tail, midriff, or members. I detest the whole of it as a mass of ignorance, presumption, malice, and brutality; and in this term of reprobation I include, without respect of rank, station, or quality, all those of both sexes who affect its manners and court its society. But I have written till my fingers are cramped, and my nausea begins to return. By your advice I sent to London
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 17. To Miss Willis at Gloucester. Bath, April 26th. My dearest companion, the pleasure I received from yours, which came to hand yesterday, is not to be expressed. Love and friendship are, without doubt, charming passions, which absence serves only to heighten and improve. Your kind present of the garnet bracelets I shall keep as carefully as I preserve my own life, and I beg you will accept, in return, my heart housewife, with the tortoise shell memorandum book, as a trifling pledge of my unalterable affection. Bath is, to me, a new world. All is gaiety, good humour, and diversion. The eye is continually entertained with the splendour of dress and equipage, and the ear with the sound of coaches, chairs, and other carriages. The merry bells ring round, from morn till night. Then we are welcomed by the city waits in our own lodgings. We have music in the pump room every morning, cotillons every afternoon in the rooms, balls twice a week, and concerts every other night, besides private assemblies and parties without number. As soon as we were settled in lodgings, we were visited by the master of the ceremonies, a pretty little gentleman, so sweet, so fine, so civil and polite, that in our country he might pass for the Prince of Wales. Then he talks so charmingly, both in verse and prose, that you would be delighted to hear him discourse; for you must know he is a great writer, and has got 5 tragedies ready for the stage. He did us the favour to dine with us, by my uncle's invitation, and next day squired my aunt and me to every part of Bath, which, to be sure, is an earthly paradise. The square, the circus, and the parades put you in mind of the sumptuous palaces represented in prints and pictures, and the new buildings, such as Prince's Row, Harlequin's Row, Blackguard's Row, and 20 other rows, look like so many enchanted castles raised on hanging terraces. At 8 in the morning we go in dishabille to the pump room, which is crowded like a Welsh fair, and there you see the highest quality and the lowest tradesfolks jostling each other without ceremony. Hail fellow, well met. The noise of the music playing in the gallery, the heat and flavour of such a crowd, and the hum and buzz of their conversation gave me the headache and vertigo the first day, but afterwards all these things became familiar and even agreeable. Right under the pump room windows is the King's Bath, a huge cistern, where you see the patients up to their necks in hot water. The ladies wear jackets and petticoats of brown linen with chip hats, in which they fix their handkerchiefs to wipe the sweat from their faces. But, truly, whether it is owing to the steam that surrounds them, or the heat of the water, or the nature of the dress, or to all these causes together, they look so flushed and so frightful that I always turn my eyes another way. My aunt, who says every person of fashion should make her appearance in the bath as well as in the Abbey church, contrived a cap with cherry-coloured ribbons to suit my complexion, and obliged Win to attend her yesterday morning in the water. But, really, her eyes were so red that they made mine water as I viewed her from the pump room. And as for poor Win, she wore a hat trimmed with blue. What betwixt her wan complexion and her fear, she looked like the ghost of some pale maiden who had drowned herself for love. When she came out of the bath, she took asafoetida drops, and was fluttered all the way, so that we could hardly keep her from going into hysterics. But her mistress says it will do her good, and poor Win curtsies with the tears in her eyes. For my part, I content myself with drinking about half a pint of the water every morning. The pumper, with his wife and servant, attend within a bar, and the glasses, of different sizes, stand ranged in order before them, so you have nothing to do but to point at that which you choose, and it is filled immediately, hot and sparkling from the pump. It is the only hot water I could ever drink without being sick. Far from having that effect, it is rather agreeable to the taste, grateful to the stomach, and reviving to the spirits. You cannot imagine what colourful cures it performs. My uncle began with it the other day, but he made wry faces in drinking, and I am afraid he will leave it off. The first day we came to Bath, he fell into a violent passion, beat 2 blackamoors, and I was afraid he would have fought with their master, but the stranger proved a peaceable man. To be sure, the gout had got into his head, as my aunt observed, but, I believe, his passion drove it away, for he has been remarkably well ever since. It is 1,000 pities he should ever be troubled with that ugly distemper, for when he is free from pain he is the best tempered man upon earth, so gentle, so generous, so charitable, that everybody loves him, and so good to me, in particular, that I shall never be able to shew the deep sense I have of his tenderness and affection. Hard by the pump room is a coffee house for the ladies, but my aunt says young girls are not admitted, in so much as the conversation turns upon politics, scandal, philosophy, and other subjects above our capacity, but we are allowed to accompany them to the booksellers' shops, which are charming places of resort, where we read novels, plays, pamphlets, and newspapers, for so small a subscription as a crown a quarter. And in these offices of intelligence, as my brother calls them, all the reports of the day and all the private transactions of the Bath are first entered and discussed. From the bookseller's shop we make a tour through the milliners and toymen, and commonly stop at Mr. Gill's, the pastry cook, to take a jelly, a tart, or a small basin of vermicelli. There is, moreover, another place of entertainment on the other side of the water, opposite to the grove, to which the company cross over in a boat. It is called Spring Garden, a sweet retreat, laid out in walks and ponds and parterres of flowers, and there is a long room for breakfasting and dancing. As the situation is low and damp, and the season has been remarkably wet, my uncle won't suffer me to go thither, lest I should catch cold. But my aunt says it is all a vulgar prejudice. And, to be sure, a great many gentlemen and ladies of Ireland frequent the place, without seeming to be the worse for it. They say, dancing at spring gardens, when the air is moist, is recommended to them as an excellent cure for the rheumatism. I have been twice at the play, where, notwithstanding the excellence of the performers, the gaiety of the company, and the decorations of the theatre, which are very fine, I could not help reflecting, with a sigh, upon our poor homely representations at Gloucester. But this, in confidence to my dear Willis, you know my heart, and will excuse its weakness. After all, the great scenes of entertainment at Bath are the 2 public rooms, where the company meet alternately every evening. They are spacious, lofty, and, when lighted up, appear very striking. They are generally crowded with well-dressed people, who drink tea in separate parties, play at cards, walk or sit and chat together, just as they are disposed. Twice a week there is a ball, the expense of which is defrayed by a voluntary subscription among the gentlemen, and every subscriber has 3 tickets. I was there Friday last with my aunt, under the care of my brother, who is a subscriber, and Sir Ulic Mackilligut recommended his nephew, Captain O'Donegan, to me as a partner. But Jerry excused himself by saying I had got the headache, and, indeed, it was really so, though I can't imagine how he knew it. The place was so hot, and the smell so different from what we are used to in the country, that I was quite feverish when we came away. Aunt says it is the effect of a vulgar constitution, reared among woods and mountains, and that as I become accustomed to genteel company, it will wear off. Sir Relic was very complaisant, made her a great many high-flown compliments, and when we retired, handed her with great ceremony to her chair. The captain, I believe, would have done me the same favour, but my brother, seeing him advance, took me under his arm, and wished him good night. The captain is a pretty man, to be sure, tall and straight and well made, with light grey eyes and a Roman nose, but there is a certain boldness in his look and manner that puts one out of countenance. But I am afraid I have put you out of all patience with this long unconnected scrawl, which I shall therefore conclude with assuring you that neither Bath nor London, nor all the diversions of life, shall ever be able to efface the idea of my dear Letty from the heart of her ever affectionate Lydia Melford. End of section 17.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 18. To Mrs. Mary Jones at Brambleton Hall. Dear Molly Jones, heaving got a frank, I now return your fever, which I received by Mr. Higgins at the Hot Well, together with the stockings, which his wife footed for me; but now they are of no service. Nobody wears such things in this place. O Molly, you that live in the country have no deception of our doings at Bath. Here is such dressing, and fiddling, and dancing, and gadding, and courting, and plotting. O gracious! If God had not given me a good stock of discretion, what a power of things might I not reveal, concerning old mistress and young mistress, Jews with beards that were no Jews, but handsome Christians, without a hair upon their sin, strolling with spectacles, to get speech of Miss Liddy; but she's a dear sweet soul, as innocent as a child unborn. She has told me all her inward thoughts, and disclosed her passion for Mr. Wilson, and that's not his name neither, and though he acted among the player men, he is meet for their masters, and she has given me her yallow trollopea, which Mrs. Drab, the manty maker, says will look very well when it is scoured and smoked with sulphur. You knows as how yallow fits my physiognomy. God knows what havoc I shall make among the male sex, when I make my first appearance in this killing collar, with a full suit of gauze as good as new, that I bought last Friday of Madame Frippeneau, the French mulliner. Dear girl, I have seen all the fine shoes of Bath; the Prades, the Squires, and the Circlus, the Cratchit, the Hotigan, and Bloody Buildings, and Harry King's Row, and I have been twice in the bath with mistress, and nar a smoke upon our backs, hussy. The first time I was mortally afraid, and flustered all day, and afterwards made believe that I got the headache; but mistress said if I didn't go I should take a dose of bum taffy, and so remembering how it worked Mrs. Gwyllim a pennorth, I chose rather to go again with her into the bath, and then I met with an accident. I dropped my petticoat, and could not get it up from the bottom. But what did that signify? They mought laugh, but they could see nothing; for I was up to the sin in water. To be sure it threw me into such a gumbustion, that I know not what I said, nor what I did, nor how they got me out, and wrapped me in a blanket. Mrs. Tabitha scolded a little, when we got home; but she knows as I know what's what. Ah, Laud help you! There is Mr. Eury McLiggett, of Ballinaclinch, in the county of Callaway. I took down the name from his gentleman, Mr. O'Frizzle, and he has got an estate of 1500 a year. I am sure he is both rich and generous. But you knows, Molly, I was always famous for keeping secrets, and so he is very safe in trusting me with his phlegm for mistress, which, to be sure, is very honourable; for Mr. O'Frizzle assures me, he values not her portion a brass farthing. And, indeed, what's poor 10,000 pounds to a barren knight of his fortune? And truly, I told Mr. O'Frizzle, that it was all she had trust to. As for John Thomas, he's a morass fellor. I vow, I thought he would have fit with Mr. O'Frizzle, because he axed me to dance with him at Spring Garden. But God he knows I have no thoughts either of one or t'other. As for house news, the worst is, Chowder has fallen off greatly from his stomach. He eats nothing but white meats, and not much of that; and wheezes, and seems to be much bloated. The doctors think he is threatened with a dropsy. Parson Marrowfat, who has got the same disorder, finds great benefit from the waters; but Chowder seems to like them no better than the squire; and mistress says, if his case don't take a favourable turn, she will sartinly carry him to Aberagny to drink goat's whey. To be sure, the poor dear Honymeal is lost for want of exercise; for which reason she intends to give him an airing once a day upon the downs in a post chaise. I have already made very creditable connections in this here place, where to be sure we have the very squintessence of satiety. Mrs. Patcher, my Lady Kimmacolloch's woman, and I are sworn sisters. She has shown me all her secrets, and learned me to wash gauze, and refresh rusty silks and bumble seams by boiling them with vinegar, chamberlye, and stale beer. My short sack and apron look as good as new from the shop, and my Pompadour as fresh as a rose, by the help of turtle water. But this is all Greek and Latin to you, Molly. If we should come to Abergany, you'll be within a day's ride of us, and then we shall see one another, please God. If not, remember me in your prayers, as I shall do by you in mine, and take care of my kitten, and give my kind sarvice to Saul. And this is all at present, from your beloved friend and sarvant, W. Jenkins, Bath, April 26. End of Section 18. Recording by Trisha G.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 19.
To Mrs. Gwyllim, housekeeper at Brambleton Hall. I am astonished that Dr. Lewis should take upon him to give away Alderney without my privity and concurrence. What signifies my brother's order? My brother is little better than Noncompush. He would give away the shirt off his back, and the teeth out of his head. Nay, as for that matter, he would have ruinated the family with his ridiculous charities, if it had not been for my 4 quarters. What between his wilfulness and his waste, his trumps and his frenzy, I lead the life of an indented slave. Alderney gave 4 gallons a day ever since the calf was sent to market. There is so much milk out of my dairy, and the press must stand still. But I won't lose a cheese paring, and the milk shall be made good if the servants should go without butter. If they must needs have butter, let them make it of sheep's milk. But then my wool will suffer for want of grace, so that I must be a loser on all sides. Well, patience is like a stout Welsh pony, it bears a great deal and trots a great way, but it will tire at the long run. Before it's long, perhaps I may show Mat that I was not born to be the household drudge to my dying day. Gwyn writes from Crickhowell that the price of flannel is fallen 3 farthings an ell, and that's another good penny out of my pocket. When I go to market to sell, my commodity stinks. But when I want to buy the commonest thing, the owner pricks it up under my nose, and it can't be had for love nor money. I think everything runs cross at Brambleton Hall. You say the gander has broke the eggs, which is a phenomenon I don't understand. For when the fox carried off the old goose last year, he took her place and hatched the eggs, and protected the goslings like a tender parent. Then you tell me the thunder has soured 2 barrels of beer in the cellar. But how the thunder should get there when the cellar was double locked, I can't comprehend. Howsomever, I won't have the beer thrown out till I see it with my own eyes. Perhaps it will recover. At least it will serve for vinegar to the servants. You may leave off the fires in my brother's chamber and mine, as it is unsartain when we return. I hope, Gwyllim, you'll take care there is no waste, and have an eye to the maids, and keep them to their...
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 20. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Dick, I have done with the waters. Therefore your advice comes a day too late. I grant that physic is no mystery of your making. I know it is a mystery in its own nature, and, like other mysteries, requires a strong gulp of faith to make it go down. 2 days ago I went into the King's Bath, by the advice of our French, in order to clear the strainer of the skin, for the benefit of a free perspiration, and the first object that saluted my eye was a child full of scrofulous ulcers, carried in the arms of one of the guides, under the very noses of the bathers. I was so shocked at the sight that I retired immediately with indignation and disgust. Suppose the matter of those ulcers, floating on the water, comes in contact with my skin, when the pores are all open, I would ask you what must be the consequence. Good heaven, the very thought makes my blood run cold. We know not what sores may be running into the water while we are bathing, and what sort of matter we may thus imbibe. The king's evil, the scurvy, the cancer, and the pox, and no doubt the heat will render the virus more volatile and penetrating. To purify myself from all such contamination, I went to the Duke of Kingston's private bath, and there I was almost suffocated for want of free air, the place was so small, and the steam so stifling. After all, if the intention is no more than to wash the skin, I am convinced that simple element is more effectual than any water impregnated with salt and iron, which, being astringent, will certainly contract the pores, and leave a kind of crust upon the surface of the body. But I am now as much afraid of drinking as of bathing, for after a long conversation with the doctor about the construction of the pump and the cistern, it is very far from being clear with me that the patients in the pump room don't swallow the scourings of the bathers. I can't help suspecting that there is, or may be, some regurgitation from the bath into the cistern of the pump. In that case, what a delicate beverage is every day quaffed by the drinkers, medicated with the sweat and dirt and dandruff, and the abominable discharges of various kinds from 20 different diseased bodies parboiling in the kettle below. In order to avoid this filthy composition, I had recourse to the spring that supplies the private baths on the Abbey Green; but I at once perceived something extraordinary in the taste and smell, and upon inquiry I find that the Roman baths in this quarter were found covered by an old burying ground belonging to the Abbey, through which, in all probability, the water drains in its passage; so that as we drink the decoction of living bodies at the pump room, we swallow the strainings of rotten bones and carcasses at the private bath. I vow to God the very idea turns my stomach. Determined as I am against any farther use of the Bath waters, this consideration would give me little disturbance, if I could find anything more pure or less pernicious to quench my thirst. But although the natural springs of excellent water are seen gushing spontaneous on every side, from the hills that surround us, the inhabitants in general make use of well water, so impregnated with nitre, or alum, or some other villainous mineral, that it is equally ungrateful to the taste and mischievous to the constitution. It must be owned, indeed, that here, in Milsham Street, we have a precarious and scanty supply from the hill, which is collected in an open basin in the Circus, liable to be defiled with dead dogs, cats, rats, and every species of nastiness, which the rascally populace may throw into it, from mere wantonness and brutality. Well, there is no nation that drinks so hoggishly as the English. What passes for wine among us is not the juice of the grape. It is an adulterous mixture, brewed up of nauseous ingredients by dunces, who are bunglers in the art of poison making; and yet we and our forefathers are and have been poisoned by this cursed drench, without taste or flavour. The only genuine and wholesome beverage in England is London porter and Dorchester table beer; but as for your ale and your gin, your cider and your perry, and all the trashy family of made wines, I detest them as infernal compositions, contrived for the destruction of the human species. But what have I to do with the human species? Except a very few friends, I care not if the whole was blank. Hark ye, Lewis, my misanthropy increases every day. The longer I live, I find the folly and the fraud of mankind grow more and more intolerable. I wish I had not come from Brambleton Hall. After having lived in solitude so long, I cannot bear the hurry and impertinence of the multitude. Besides, everything is sophisticated in these crowded places. Snares are laid for our lives in everything we eat or drink. The very air we breathe is loaded with contagion. We cannot even sleep without risk of infection. I say infection. This place is the rendezvous of the diseased. You won't deny that many diseases are infectious. Even the consumption itself is highly infectious. When a person dies of it in Italy, the bed and bedding are destroyed. The other furniture is exposed to the weather, and the apartment whitewashed before it is occupied by any other living soul. You'll allow that nothing receives infection sooner, or retains it longer, than blankets, feather beds, and mattresses. 'Sdeath! How do I know what miserable objects have been stewing in the bed where I now lie? I wonder, Dick, you did not put me in mind of sending for my own mattresses. But if I had not been an ass, I should not have needed a remembrancer. There is always some plaguy reflection that rises up in judgment against me, and ruffles my spirits. Therefore let us change the subject. I have other reasons for abridging my stay at Bath. You know sister Tabby's complexion. If Mrs. Tabitha Bramble had been of any other race, I should certainly have considered her as the most blank. But the truth is, she has found means to interest my affection, or rather she is beholden to the force of prejudice, commonly called the ties of blood. Well, this amiable maiden has actually commenced a flirting correspondence with an Irish baronet of 65. His name is Sir Ulic Macgillicuddy. He is said to be much out at elbows, and, I believe, has received false intelligence with respect to her fortune. Be that as it may, the connection is exceedingly ridiculous, and begins already to excite whispers. For my part, I have no intention to dispute her free agency, though I shall fall upon some expedient to undeceive her paramour as to the point which he has principally in view. But I don't think her conduct is a proper example for Liddy, who has also attracted the notice of some coxcombs in the rooms, and Jerry tells me he suspects a strapping fellow, the knight's nephew, of some design upon the girl's heart. I shall, therefore, keep a strict eye over her aunt and her, and even shift the scene if I find the matter grow more serious. You perceive what an agreeable task it must be to a man of my kidney to have the cure of such souls as these. But hold, you shall not have another peevish word till the next occasion. From yours, Matt Bramble, Bath, April 28. End of section 20.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 21. To Sir Watkin Phillips, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Knight, I think those people are unreasonable who complain that Bath is a contracted circle, in which the same dull scenes perpetually revolve without variation. I am, on the contrary, amazed to find so small a place so crowded with entertainment and variety. London itself can hardly exhibit one species of diversion to which we have not something analogous at Bath, over and above those singular advantages that are peculiar to the place. Here, for example, a man has daily opportunities of seeing the most remarkable characters of the community. He sees them in their natural attitudes and true colours, descended from their pedestals, and divested of their formal draperies, undisguised by art and affectation. Here we have ministers of state, judges, generals, bishops, projectors, philosophers, wits, poets, players, chemists, fiddlers, and buffoons. If he makes any considerable stay in the place, he is sure of meeting with some particular friend whom he did not expect to see, and to me there is nothing more agreeable than such casual rencounters. Another entertainment peculiar to Bath arises from the general mixture of all degrees assembled in our public rooms, without distinction of rank or fortune. This is what my uncle reprobates as a monstrous jumble of heterogeneous principles, a vile mob of noise and impertinence, without decency or subordination. But this chaos is to me a source of infinite amusement. I was extremely diverted last ball night to see the master of the ceremonies leading with great solemnity to the upper end of the room an antiquated Abigail dressed in her lady's cast clothes, whom he, I suppose, mistook for some countess just arrived at the Bath. The ball was opened by a Scotch lord with a mulatto heiress from St. Christopher's, and the gay Colonel Tinsel danced all the evening with the daughter of an eminent tinman from the borough of Southwark. Yesterday morning, at the pump room, I saw a broken-winded whopping landlady squeeze through a circle of peers to salute her brandy merchant, who stood by the window propped upon crutches; and a paralytic attorney of Shoe Lane, in shuffling up to the bar, kicked the shins of the Chancellor of England, while his lordship, in a cut bob, drank a glass of water at the pump. I cannot account for my being pleased with these incidents any other way than by saying they are truly ridiculous in their own nature, and serve to heighten the humour in the farce of life, which I am determined to enjoy as long as I can. These follies that move my uncle's spleen excite my laughter. He is as tender as a man without a skin, who cannot bear the slightest touch without flinching. What tickles another would give him torment. Yet he has what we may call lucid intervals, when he is remarkably facetious. Indeed, I never knew a hypochondriac so apt to be infected with good humour. He is the most risible misanthrope I ever met with. A lucky joke, or any ludicrous incident, will set him a-laughing immoderately, even in one of his most gloomy paroxysms; and when the laugh is over, he will curse his own imbecility. In conversing with strangers, he betrays no marks of disquiet. He is splenetic with his familiars only, and not even with them while they keep his attention employed; but when his spirits are not exerted externally, they seem to recoil and prey upon himself. He has renounced the waters with execration, but he begins to find a more efficacious and certainly a much more palatable remedy in the pleasures of society. He has discovered some old friends among the invalids of Bath, and in particular renewed his acquaintance with the celebrated James Quin, who certainly did not come here to drink water. You cannot doubt but that I had the strongest curiosity to know this original, and it was gratified by Mr. Bramble, who has had him twice at our house to dinner. So far as I am able to judge, Quin's character is rather more respectable than it has been generally represented. His bon mot is current cash. His counsellor has engaged him to give a general tea-drinking to-morrow at Wiltshire's room. In order to give it the more éclat, every table is to be furnished with sweetmeats and nosegays, which, however, are not to be touched till notice is given by the ringing of a bell, and then the ladies may help themselves without restriction. This will be no bad way of trying the company's breeding. I will abide by that experiment, cried my uncle, and if I could find a place to stand secure, without the vortex of the tumult, which I know will ensue, I would certainly go thither and enjoy the scene. Quin proposed that we should take our station in the music gallery, and we took his advice. Holder had got thither before us, with his horns perdue, but we were admitted. The tea-drinking passed as usual. End of section 21.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett, Section 22. To Dr. Lewis, 501 in the Bank of Bath, and shall take their bills for it in London when I leave this place, where the season draws to an end. You must know that now, being afoot, I am resolved to give Liddy a glimpse of London. She is one of the best-hearted creatures I ever knew, and gains upon my affection every day. As for Tabby, I have dropped such hints to the Irish baronet concerning her fortune as, I make no doubt, will cool the ardour of his addresses. Then her pride will take the alarm, and the rancour of stale maidenhood being chafed, we shall hear nothing but slander and abuse of Sir Ulic Mackilligut. This rupture, I foresee, will facilitate our departure from Bath, where at present Tabby seems to enjoy herself with peculiar satisfaction. For my part, I detest it so much that I should not have been able to stay so long in the place if I had not discovered some old friends whose conversation alleviates my disgust. Going to the coffee-house one forenoon, I could not help contemplating the company with equal surprise and compassion. We consisted of 13 individuals, 7 lamed by the gout, rheumatism, or palsy, 3 maimed by accident, and the rest either deaf or blind. One hobbled, another hopped, a third dragged his legs after him like a wounded snake, a fourth straddled betwixt a pair of long crutches like the mummy of a felon hanging in chains, a fifth was bent into a horizontal position, like a mounted telescope shoved in by a couple of chairmen, and a sixth was the bust of a man set upright in a wheel machine, which the waiter moved from place to place. Being struck with some of their faces, I consulted the subscription book, and perceiving the names of several old friends, began to consider the group with more attention. At length I discovered Rear Admiral Baldrick, the companion of my youth, whom I had not seen since he was appointed lieutenant of the Severn. He was metamorphosed into an old man, with a wooden leg and a weather-beaten face, which appeared the more ancient from his grey locks that were truly venerable. Sitting down at the table, where he was reading a newspaper, I gazed at him for some minutes with a mixture of pleasure and regret, which made my heart gush with tenderness. Then, taking him by the hand, "Ah, Sam," said I, 40 years ago I little thought—" I was too much moved to proceed. "An old friend, sure enough," cried he, squeezing my hand, and surveying me eagerly through his glasses. "I know the looming of the vessel, though she has been hard strained since we parted, but I can't heave up the name." The moment I told him who I was, he exclaimed, "Ha! Matt, my old fellow cruiser, still afloat!" and starting up, hugged me in his arms. His transport, however, boded me no good, for in saluting me, he thrust the spring of his spectacles into my eye, and at the same time set his wooden stump upon my gouty toe, an attack that made me shed tears in sad earnest. After the hurry of our recognition was over, he pointed out 2 of our common friends in the room. The bust was what remained of Colonel Cockrell, who had lost the use of his limbs in making an American campaign, and the telescope proved to be my college chum, Sir Reginald Bentley, who, with his new title and unexpected inheritance, commenced fox hunter without having served his apprenticeship to the mystery, and in consequence of following the hounds through a river, was seized with an inflammation of his bowels, which has contracted him into his present attitude. Our former correspondence was forthwith renewed, with the most hearty expressions of mutual goodwill, and as we had met so unexpectedly, we agreed to dine together that very day at the tavern. My friend Quin, being luckily unengaged, obliged us with his company, and truly this the most happy day I have passed these 20 years. You and I, Lewis, having been always together, never tasted friendship in this high gout, contracted from long absence. I cannot express the half of what I felt at this casual meeting of 3 or 4 companions who had been so long separated, and so roughly treated by the storms of life. It was a renovation of youth, a kind of resuscitation of the dead, that realized those interesting dreams in which we sometimes retrieve our ancient friends from the grave. Perhaps my enjoyment was not the less pleasing for being mixed with a strain of melancholy, produced by the remembrance of past scenes, that conjured up the ideas of some endearing connections which the hand of death has actually dissolved. The spirits and good humour of the company seemed to triumph over the wreck of their constitutions. They had even philosophy enough to joke upon their own calamities. Such is the power of friendship, the sovereign cordial of life. I afterwards found, however, that they were not without their moments, and even hours of disquiet. Each of them apart, in succeeding conferences, expatiated upon his own particular grievances, and they were all malcontents at bottom. Over and above their personal disasters, they thought themselves unfortunate in the lottery of life. Baldrick complained that all the recompense he had received for his long and hard service was the half pay of a rear admiral. The colonel was mortified to see himself overtopped by upstart generals, some of whom he had once commanded, and being a man of a liberal turn, could ill put up with a moderate annuity, for which he had sold his commission. As for the baronet, having run himself considerably in debt on a contested election, he has been obliged to relinquish his seat in Parliament, and his seat in the country at the same time, and put his estate to nurse. But his chagrin, which is the effect of his own misconduct, does not affect me half so much as that of the other two, who have acted honourable and distinguished parts on the great theatre, and are now reduced to lead a weary life in this stewpan of idleness and insignificance. They have long left off using the waters, after having experienced their inefficacy. The diversions of the place they are not in a condition to enjoy. How then do they make shift to pass their time? In the forenoon they crawl out to the rooms or the coffee house, where they take a hand at whist, or descant upon the general advertiser, and their evenings they murder in private parties among peevish invalids and insipid old women. This is the case with a good number of individuals, whom nature seems to have intended for better purposes. About a dozen years ago, many decent families, restricted to small fortunes, besides those that came hither on the score of health, were tempted to settle at Bath, where they could then live comfortably, and even make a genteel appearance at a small expense. But the madness of the times has made the place too hot for them, and they are now obliged to think of other migrations. Some have already fled to the mountains of Wales, and others have retired to Exeter. Thither, no doubt, they will be followed by the flood of luxury and extravagance, which will drive them from place to place to the very land's end. And there, I suppose, they will be obliged to ship themselves to some other country. Bath has become a mere sink of profligacy and extortion. Every article of housekeeping is raised to an enormous price, a circumstance no longer to be wondered at, when we know that every petty retainer of fortune piques himself upon keeping a table, and thinks it is for the honour of his character to wink at the knavery of his servants, who are in a confederacy with the market people, and of consequence pay whatever they demand. Here is now a mushroom of opulence, who pays a cook 70 guineas a week for furnishing him with one meal a day. This portentous frenzy is become so contagious, that the very rabble and refuse of mankind are infected. I have known a negro driver from Jamaica pay overnight to the master of one of the rooms 65 guineas for tea and coffee to the company, and leave Bath next morning in such obscurity, that not one of his guests had the slightest idea of his person, or even made the least inquiry about his name. Incidents of this kind are frequent, and every day teems with fresh absurdities, which are too gross to make a thinking man merry. But I feel the spleen creeping on me apace, and therefore will indulge you with a cessation, that you may have no unnecessary cause to curse your correspondence with, dear Dick, yours ever, Matt Bramble, Bath, May 5. End of Section 22.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 23. To Miss Laetitia Willis, at Gloucester. My dear Letty, I wrote you at great length by the post, the 26th of last month, to which I refer you for an account of our proceedings at Bath; and I expect your answer with impatience. But, having this opportunity of a private hand, I send you 24 of Bath rings, which, however, it would be ungenerous to harbour without further inquiry. My uncle, who has made me a present of a very fine set of garnets, talks of treating us with a jaunt to London, which, you may imagine, will be highly agreeable. But I like Bath so well that I hope you won't think of leaving it till the season is quite over. And yet, betwixt friends, something has happened to my aunt, which will probably shorten our stay in this place. Yesterday, in the forenoon, she went by herself to a breakfasting in one of the rooms, and, in half an hour, returned in great agitation, having Chowder along with her in the chair. I believe some accident must have happened to that unlucky animal, which is the great source of all her troubles. Dear Letty, what a pity it is that a woman of her years and discretion should place her affection upon such an ugly, ill-conditioned cur that snarls and snaps at everybody. I asked John Thomas, the footman who attended her, what was the matter, and he did nothing but grin. A famous dog doctor was sent for, and undertook to cure the patient, provided he might carry him home to his own house. But his mistress would not part with him out of her own sight. She ordered the cook to warm cloths, which she applied to his bowels with her own hand. She gave up all thoughts of going to the ball in the evening, and when Sir Ulic came to drink tea, refused to be seen, so that he went away to look for another partner. My brother Jerry whistles and dances. My uncle sometimes shrugs up his shoulders, and sometimes bursts out a-laughing. My aunt sobs and scolds by turns, and her woman, Win Jenkins, stares and wonders with a foolish face of curiosity, and, for my part, I am as curious as she, but ashamed to ask questions. Perhaps time will discover the mystery, for if it was anything that happened in the rooms, it cannot be long concealed. All I know is, that last night at supper Miss Bramble spoke very disdainfully of Sir Ulic Mackilligut, and asked her brother if he intended to keep us sweltering all the summer at Bath. "No, Sister Tabitha," said he, with an arch smile, "we shall retreat before the dog days begin, though I make no doubt that with a little temperance and discretion our constitutions might be kept cool enough all the year, even at Bath." As I don't know the meaning of this insinuation, I won't pretend to make any remarks upon it at present. Hereafter, perhaps, I may be able to explain it more to your satisfaction. In the meantime, I beg you will be punctual in your correspondence, and continue to love your ever faithful Lydia Melford. Bath, May 6th. End of section 23.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 24. To Sir Watkin Phillips, of Jesus College, Oxford. So then Mistress Blackerby's affair has proved a false alarm, and I have saved my money. I wish, however, her declaration had not been so premature, for though my being thought capable of making her a mother might have given me some credit, the reputation of an intrigue with such a cracked pitcher does me no honour at all. In my last I told you I had hopes of seeing Quin in his hours of elevation at the tavern, which is the temple of mirth and good fellowship, where he, as priest of Comus, utters the inspirations of wit and humour. I have had that satisfaction. I have dined with his club at the Three Tuns, and had the honour to sit him out. At 8:30 in the evening he was carried home with 6 good bottles of claret under his belt, and it being then Friday, he gave orders that he should not be disturbed till Sunday at noon. You must not imagine that this dose had any other effect upon his conversation but that of making it more extravagantly entertaining. He had lost the use of his limbs, indeed, several hours before we parted, but he retained all his other faculties in perfection; and as he gave vent to every whimsical idea as it rose, I was really astonished at the brilliancy of his thoughts and the force of his expression. Quin is a real voluptuary in the articles of eating and drinking, and so confirmed an epicure in the common acceptation of the term, that he cannot put up with ordinary fare. This is a point of such importance with him, that he always takes upon himself the charge of catering, and a man admitted to his mess is always assured of eating delicate victuals and drinking excellent wine. He owns himself addicted to the delights of the stomach, and often jokes upon his own sensuality, but there is nothing selfish in this appetite. He finds that good cheer unites good company, exhilarates the spirits, opens the heart, banishes all restraint from conversation, and promotes the happiest purposes of social life. But Mr. James Quin is not a subject to be discussed in the compass of one letter. I shall therefore at present leave him to his repose, and call another of a very different complexion. You desire to have further acquaintance with the person of our aunt, and promise yourself much entertainment from her connection with Sir Ulic Mackilligut. But in this hope you are balked already. That connection is dissolved. The Irish baronet is an old hound that, finding her carrion, has quitted the scent. I have already told you that Mistress Tabitha Bramble is a maiden of 45. In her person she is tall, raw-boned, awkward, flat-chested, and stooping. Her complexion is sallow and freckled. Her eyes are not grey, but greenish, like those of a cat, and generally inflamed. Her hair is of a sandy, or rather dusty hue, her forehead low, her nose long, sharp, and towards the extremity always red in cool weather, her lips skinny, her mouth extensive, her teeth straggling and loose, of various colours and conformation, and her long neck shrivelled into 1,000 wrinkles. In her temper she is proud, stiff, vain, imperious, prying, malicious, greedy, and uncharitable. In all likelihood, her natural austerity has been soured by disappointment in love, for her long celibacy is by no means owing to her dislike of matrimony. On the contrary, she has left no stone unturned to avoid the reproachful epithet of old maid. Before I was born, she had gone such lengths in the way of flirting with a recruiting officer that her reputation was a little singed. She afterwards made advances to the curate of the parish, who dropped some distant hints about the next presentation to the living, which was in her brother's gift; but finding that was already promised to another, he flew off at a tangent, and Mistress Tabby, in revenge, found means to deprive him of his cure. Her next lover was a lieutenant of a man of war, a relation of the family, who did not understand the refinements of the passion, and expressed no aversion to grapple with cousin Tabby in the way of marriage; but before matters could be properly adjusted, he went out on a cruise, and was killed in an engagement with a French frigate. Our aunt, though baffled so often, did not yet despair. She laid all her snares for Dr. Lewis, who is the fidus Achates of my uncle. She even fell sick upon the occasion, and prevailed with Matt to interpose in her behalf with his friend; but the doctor, being a shy cock, would not be caught with chaff, and flatly rejected the proposal, so that Mistress Tabitha was content to exert her patience once more, after having endeavoured in vain to effect a rupture betwixt the two friends, and now she thinks proper to be very civil to Lewis, who is become necessary to her in the way of his profession. These, however, are not the only efforts she has made towards a nearer conjunction with our sex. Her fortune was originally no more than £1,000, but she gained an accession of 500 by the death of a sister, and the lieutenant left her 300 in his will. These sums she has more than doubled by living free of all expense in her brother's house, and dealing in cheese and Welsh flannel, the produce of his flocks and dairy. At present her capital is increased to about £4,000, and her avarice seems to grow every day more and more rapacious. But even this is not so intolerable as the perverseness of her nature, which keeps the whole family in disquiet and uproar. She is one of those geniuses who find some diabolical enjoyment in being dreaded and detested by their fellow creatures. I once told my uncle I was surprised that a man of his disposition could bear such a domestic plague, when it could be so easily removed. The remark made him sore, because it seemed to tax him with want of resolution. Wrinkling up his nose and drawing down his eyebrows, "A young fellow," said he, "when he first thrusts his snout into the world, is apt to be surprised at many things which a man of experience knows to be ordinary and unavoidable. This precious aunt of yours is become insensibly a part of my constitution. Damn her, she's a noli me tangere in my flesh, which I cannot bear to be touched or tampered with." I made no reply, but shifted the conversation. He really has an affection for this original, which maintains its ground in defiance of common sense, and in despite of that contempt which he must certainly feel for her character and understanding. Nay, I am convinced that she has likewise a most virulent attachment to his person, though her love never shows itself but in the shape of discontent, and she persists in tormenting him out of pure tenderness. The only object within doors upon which she bestows any marks of affection in the usual style is her dog Chowder, a filthy cur from Newfoundland, which she had in a present from the wife of a skipper in Swansea. One would imagine she had distinguished this beast with her favour on account of his ugliness and ill nature, if it was not indeed an instinctive sympathy between his disposition and her own. Certain it is, she caresses him without ceasing, and even harasses the family in the service of this cursed animal, which indeed has proved the proximate cause of her breach with Sir Ulic Mackilligut. You must know she yesterday wanted to steal a march of poor Liddy, and went to breakfast in the room without any other companion than her dog, in expectation of meeting with the baronet, who had agreed to dance with her in the evening. Chowder no sooner made his appearance in the room than the master of the ceremonies, incensed at his presumption, ran up to drive him away, and threatened him with his foot. But the other seemed to despise his authority, and displaying a formidable case of long, white, sharp teeth, kept the puny monarch at bay. While he stood under some trepidation, fronting his antagonist, and bawling to the waiter, Sir Ulic Mackilligut came to his assistance, and seeming ignorant of the connection between this intruder and his mistress, gave the former such a kick in the jaws as sent him howling to the door. Mistress Tabitha, incensed at this outrage, ran after him, squalling in a tone equally disagreeable, while the baronet followed her on one side, making apologies for his mistake, and Derrick on the other, making remonstrances upon the rules and regulations of the place. Far from being satisfied with the knight's excuses, she said she was sure he was no gentleman, and when the master of the ceremonies offered to hand her into the chair, she rapped him over the knuckles with her fan. My uncle's footman being still at the door, she and Chowder got into the same vehicle, and were carried off amidst the jokes of the chairman and other populace. I had been riding out on Clerkendown, and happened to enter just as the fracas was over. The baronet, coming up to me with an affected air of chagrin, recounted the adventure, at which I laughed heartily, and then his countenance cleared up. "My dear soul," said he, "when I saw a sort of wild beast snarling with open mouth at the master of the ceremonies, like the red cow going to devour Tom Thumb, I could do no less than to go to the assistance of the little man, but I never dreamt the beast was one of Mistress Bramble's attendants. Oh, if I had, he might have made his breakfast upon Derrick and welcome. But you know, my dear friend, how natural it is for us Irishmen to blunder, and to take the wrong sow by the ear. However, I will confess judgment and cry her mercy, and it is to be hoped a penitent sinner may be forgiven." I told him that as the offence was not voluntary of his side, it was to be hoped he would not find her implacable. But in truth all this concern was dissembled. In his approaches of gallantry to Mistress Tabitha, he had been misled by a mistake of at least £6,000 in the calculation of her fortune, and in this particular he was just undeceived. He therefore seized the first opportunity of incurring her displeasure decently, in such a manner as would certainly annihilate the correspondence, and he could not have taken a more effectual method than that of beating her dog. When he presented himself at our door to pay his respects to the offended fair, he was refused admittance, and given to understand that he should never find her at home for the future. She was not so inaccessible to Derrick, who came to demand satisfaction for the insult she had offered to him, even in the verge of his own court. She knew it was convenient to be well with the master of the ceremonies, while she continued to frequent the rooms, and having heard he was a poet, began to be afraid of making her appearance in a ballad or lampoon. She therefore made excuses for what she had done, imputing it to the flutter of her spirits, and subscribed handsomely for his poems, so that he was perfectly appeased, and overwhelmed her with a profusion of compliment. He even solicited a reconciliation with Chowder, which, however, the latter declined, and he declared that if he could find a precedent in the annals of the Bath, which he would carefully examine for that purpose, her favourite should be admitted to the next public breakfasting. But I believe she will not expose herself or him to the risk of a second disgrace. Who will supply the place of Macilligut in her affections, I cannot foresee, but nothing in the shape of man can come amiss. Though she is a violent churchwoman of the most intolerant zeal, I believe in my conscience she would have no objection at present to treat on the score of matrimony with an Anabaptist, Quaker, or Jew, and even ratify the treaty at the expense of her own conversion. But perhaps I think too hardly of this kinswoman, who I must own is very little beholden to the good opinion of yours, J. Melford. Bath, May 6th. End of section 24.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 25. To Dr. Lewis. You ask me why I don't take the air a horseback during this fine weather. In which of the avenues of this paradise would you have me take that exercise? Shall I commit myself to the high roads of London or Bristol, to be stifled with dust, or pressed to death in the midst of post-chaises, flying machines, waggons, and coal-horses? Besides the troops of fine gentlemen that take to the highway to shew their horsemanship, and the coaches of fine ladies who go thither to shew their equipages, shall I attempt the downs, and fatigue myself to death in climbing up an eternal ascent, without any hopes of reaching the summit? No, then, I have made divers desperate leaps at those upper regions, but always fell backward into this vapour pit, exhausted and dispirited by those ineffectual efforts. And here we poor valetudinarians pant and struggle, like so many Chinese gudgeons, gasping in the bottom of a punch-bowl. By heaven, it is a kind of enchantment. If I do not speedily break the spell and escape, I may chance to give up the ghost in this nauseous stew of corruption. It was but 2 nights ago that I had like to have made my public exit at a minute's warning. One of my greatest weaknesses is that of suffering myself to be overruled by the opinion of people whose judgment I despise. I own, with shame and confusion of face, that importunity of any kind I cannot resist. This want of courage and constancy is an original flaw in my nature, which you must have often observed with compassion, if not with contempt. I am afraid some of our boasted virtues may be traced up to this defect. Without further preamble, I was persuaded to go to a ball, on purpose to see Liddy dance a minuet with a young petulant jackanapes, the only son of a wealthy undertaker from London, whose mother lodges in our neighbourhood, and has contracted an acquaintance with Tabby. I sat a couple of long hours, half stifled, in the midst of a noisome crowd, and could not help wondering that so many hundreds of those that rank as rational creatures could find entertainment in seeing a succession of insipid animals describing the same dull figure for a whole evening, on an area not much bigger than a tailor's shop board. If there had been any beauty, grace, activity, magnificent dress, or variety of any kind, howsoever absurd, to engage the attention and amuse the fancy, I should not have been surprised. But there was no such object. It was a tiresome repetition of the same languid, frivolous scene, performed by actors that seemed to sleep in all their motions. The continual swimming of these phantoms before my eyes gave me a swimming of the head, which was also affected by the fouled air circulating through such a number of rotten human bellows. I therefore retreated towards the door, and stood in the passage to the next room, talking to my friend Quin. When an end being put to the minuets, the benches were removed to make way for the country dances, and the multitude rising at once, the whole atmosphere was put in commotion. Then all of a sudden came rushing upon me an Egyptian gale, so impregnated with pestilential vapours that my nerves were overpowered, and I dropped senseless upon the floor. You may easily conceive what a clamour and confusion this accident must have produced in such an assembly. I soon recovered, however, and found myself in an easy-chair, supported by my own people. Sister Tabby, in her great tenderness, had put me to the torture, squeezing my hand under her arm, and stuffing my nose with spirit of hartshorn, till the whole inside was excoriated. I no sooner got home than I sent for Dr. Ch, who assured me I needed not be alarmed, for my swooning was entirely occasioned by an accidental impression of fetid effluvia upon nerves of uncommon sensibility. I know not how other people's nerves are constructed, but one would imagine they must be made of very coarse materials, to stand the shock of such a torrid assault. It was, indeed, a compound of villainous smells, in which the most violent stinks and the most powerful perfumes contended for the mastery. Imagine to yourself a high exalted essence of mingled odours, arising from putrid gums, imposthumated lungs, sour flatulencies, rank armpits, sweating feet, running sores and issues, plasters, ointments, and embrocations, Hungary water, spirit of lavender, asafoetida drops, musk, hartshorn, and sal volatile. besides 1,000 frowsy steams which I could not analyse. Such, O Dick, is the fragrant ether we breathe in the polite assemblies of Bath. Such is the atmosphere I have exchanged for the pure, elastic, animating air of the Welsh mountains. Orus quando te absiciam. I wonder what the devil possessed me. But few words are best. I have taken my resolution. You may well suppose I don't intend to entertain the company with a second exhibition. I have promised in an evil hour to proceed to London, and that promise shall be performed, but my stay in the metropolis shall be brief. I have, for the benefit of my health, projected an expedition to the north, which, I hope, will afford some agreeable pastime. I have never travelled farther that way than Scarborough, and I think it is a reproach upon me, as a British freeholder, to have lived so long without making an excursion to the other side of the Tweed. Besides, I have some relations settled in Yorkshire, to whom it may not be improper to introduce my nephew and his sister. At present I have nothing to add, but that Tabby is happily disentangled from the Irish baronet, and that I will not fail to make you acquainted from time to time with the sequel of our adventures, a mark of consideration which perhaps you would willingly dispense with in your humble servant, M. Bramble, Bath, May 8. End of Section 25.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Phillips, a few days ago we were terribly alarmed by my uncle's fainting at the ball. He has been ever since cursing his own folly for going thither at the request of an impertinent woman. He declares he will sooner visit a house infected with the plague than trust himself in such a nauseous spittle for the future, for he swears the accident was occasioned by the stench of the crowd, and that he would never desire a stronger proof of our being made of very gross materials than our having withstood the annoyance by which he was so much discomposed. For my part, I am very thankful for the coarseness of my organs, being in no danger of ever falling a sacrifice to the delicacy of my nose. Mr. Bramble is extravagantly delicate in all his sensations, both of soul and body. I was informed by Dr. Lewis that he once fought a duel with an officer of the Horse Guards for turning aside to the park wall on a necessary occasion, when he was passing with a lady under his protection. His blood rises at every instance of insolence and cruelty, even where he himself is no way concerned, and ingratitude makes his teeth chatter. On the other hand, the recital of a generous, humane, or grateful action never fails to draw from him tears of approbation, which he is often greatly distressed to conceal. Yesterday one Paunceford gave tea on particular invitation. This man, after having been long buffeted by adversity, went abroad, and Fortune, resolved to make him amends for her former coyness, set him all at once up to the very ears in affluence. He has now emerged from obscurity, and blazes out in all the tinsel of the times. I don't find that he is charged with any practices that the law deems dishonest, or that his wealth has made him arrogant and inaccessible. On the contrary, he takes great pains to appear affable and gracious. But they say he is remarkable for shrinking from his former friendships, which were generally too plain and homespun to appear amidst his present brilliant connections, and that he seems uneasy at sight of some old benefactors, whom a man of honour would take pleasure to acknowledge. Be that as it may, he had so effectually engaged the company at Bath, that when I went with my uncle to the coffee-house in the evening, there was not a soul in the room but one person, seemingly in years, who sat by the fire reading one of the papers. Mr. Bramble, taking his station close by him, "There is such a crowd and confusion of chairs in the passage to Simpson's," said he, "that we could hardly get along. I wish those minions of fortune would fall upon more laudable ways of spending their money. I suppose, sir, you like this kind of entertainment as little as I do." "I cannot say I have any great relish for such entertainments," answered the other, without taking his eyes off the paper. "Mr. Serle," resumed my uncle, "I beg pardon for interrupting you, but I can't resist the curiosity I have to know if you received a card on this occasion." The man seemed surprised at this address, and made some pause, as doubtful what answer he should make. "I know my curiosity is impertinent," added my uncle, "but I have a particular reason for asking the favour." "If that be the case," replied Mr. Serle, "I shall gratify you without hesitation, by owning that I have had no card. But give me leave, sir, to ask in my turn, what reason you think I have to expect such an invitation from the gentleman who gives tea?" "I have my own reasons," cried Mr. Bramble with some emotion, "and am convinced more than ever that this Paunceford is a contemptible fellow." "Sir," said the other, laying down the paper, "I have not the honour to know you, but your discourse is a little mysterious, and seems to require some explanation. The person you are pleased to treat so cavalierly is a gentleman of some consequence in the community, and for aught you know, I may also have my particular reasons for defending his character." "If I was not convinced of the contrary," observed the other, "I should not have gone so far." "Let me tell you, sir," said the stranger, raising his voice, "you have gone too far in hazarding such reflections." Here he was interrupted by my uncle, who asked peevishly if he was not Don Quixote enough at this time of day to throw down his gauntlet as champion for a man who had treated him with such ungrateful neglect. "For my part," added he, "I shall never quarrel with you again on this subject, and what I have said now has been suggested as much by my regard for you as by my contempt of him." Mr. Serle, then pulling off his spectacles, eyed uncle very earnestly, saying in a mitigated tone, "Surely I am much obliged. Ah, Mr. Bramble, I now recollect your features, though I have not seen you these many years." "We might have been less strangers to one another," answered the squire, "if our correspondence had not been interrupted in consequence of a misunderstanding occasioned by this but no matter. Mr. Serle, I esteem your character, and my friendship, such as it is, you may freely command." "The offer is too agreeable to be declined," said he. "I embrace it very cordially, and as the first fruits of it, request that you will change this subject, which with me is a matter of peculiar delicacy." My uncle owned he was in the right, and the discourse took a more general turn. Mr. Serle passed the evening with us at our lodgings, and appeared to be intelligent and even entertaining, but his disposition was rather of a melancholy hue. My uncle says he is a man of uncommon parts and unquestioned probity; that his fortune, which was originally small, has been greatly hurt by a romantic spirit of generosity, which he has often displayed, even at the expense of his discretion, in favour of worthless individuals; that he had rescued Paunceford from the lowest distress, when he was bankrupt both in means and reputation, that he had espoused his interests with a degree of enthusiasm, broke with several friends, and even drawn his sword against my uncle, who had particular reasons for questioning the moral character of the said Paunceford; that without Serle's countenance and assistance the other never could have embraced the opportunity which has raised him to this pinnacle of wealth; that Paunceford, in the first transports of his success, had written from abroad letters to different correspondents, owning his obligations to Mr. Serle in the warmest terms of acknowledgment, and declared he considered himself only as a factor for the occasions of his best friend, that without doubt he had made declarations of the same nature to his benefactor himself, though this last was always silent and reserved on the subject. But for some years those tropes and figures of rhetoric had been disused, that upon his return to England he had been lavish in his caresses to Mr. Serle, invited him to his house, and pressed him to make it his own, that he had overwhelmed him with generous professions, and affected to express the warmest regard for him in company of their common acquaintance, so that everybody believed his gratitude was liberal as his fortune, and some went so far as to congratulate Mr. Serle on both. All this time Paunceford carefully and artfully avoided particular discussions with his old patron, who had too much spirit to drop the most distant hint of balancing the account of obligation, that nevertheless a man of his feelings could not but resent this shocking return for all his kindness, and therefore he withdrew himself from the connection, without coming to the least explanation or speaking a syllable on the subject to any living soul, so that now their correspondence is reduced to a slight salute with the hat when they chance to meet in any public place, an accident that rarely happens, for their walks lie different ways. Mr. Paunceford lives in a palace, feeds upon dainties, is arrayed in sumptuous apparel, appears in all the pomp of equipage, and passes his time among the nobles of the land. Serle lodges in Stall Street, up 2 pair of stairs backwards, walks afoot in a Bath rug, eats for 12 shillings a week, and drinks water as preservative against the gout and gravel. Mark the vicissitude. Paunceford once resided in a garret, where he subsisted upon sheep's trotters and cow heel, from which commons he was translated to the table of Serle, that ever abounded with good cheer, until want of economy and retention reduced him to a slender annuity in his decline of years, that scarce affords the bare necessaries of life. Paunceford, however, does him the honour to speak of him still with uncommon regard, and to declare what pleasure it would give him to contribute in any shape to his convenience. But, you know, he never fails to add, he's a shy kind of a man, and then such a perfect philosopher, that he looks upon all superfluities with the most sovereign contempt. Having given you this sketch of Squire Paunceford, I need not make any comment on his character, but leave it at the mercy of your own reflection, from which I dare say it will meet with as little quarter as it has found with yours always, J. Melford. Bath, May 10th. End of section 26.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 27. To Mrs. Mary Jones, at Brambleton Hall. Dear Molly, we are all upon the ving. Hey for London, girl! Fex, we have been long enough here, for we're all turned topsy-turvy. Mistress has excarded Sir Ulic for kicking of Chowder, and I have sent O'Frizzle away with a flea in his ear. I've shown him how little I minded his tinsey and his long tail. A fellor who would think for to go, for to offer, to take up with a dirty trollop under my nose, I catched him in the very feet, coming out of the housemaid's garret. But I have gi'n the dirty slut a cicerary. Oh, Molly, the sarvants at Bath are devils in garnet. They light the candle at both ends. Here's nothing but jinketing and wasting and thieving and tricking and trigging, and then they are never content. They won't suffer the squire and mistress to stay any longer, because they have been already above 3 weeks in the house. And they look for a couple of guineas apiece at our going away or waters, and so I did with a vitness. For then it was I found Bet consarned with O'Frizzle. And as the cuck had thrown her slush at me, because I had taken part with Chowder when he fit, with the turnspit, I resolved to make a clear kitchen, and throw some of her fat into the fire. I catched the charwoman coming out with her load in the morning, before she thought I was up, and brought her to mistress with her whole cargo. Mary, what dost think she got in the name of God? Her buckets were foaming full of our best beer, and her lap was stuffed with a cold tongue, part of a buttock of beef, half a turkey, and a swinging lump of butter, and the matter of 10 mould candles, that had scarce ever been lit. The cuck brazened it out, and said it was her right to rummage the pantry, and she was ready for to go before the mayor, that he had been her potticary many years, and would never think of hurting a poor sarvant, for giving away the scraps of the kitchen. I went another way to work with Madam Betty, because she had been saucy, and called me scandalous names, and said O'Frizzle couldn't abide me, and 20 other odorous falsehoods. I got a warrant from the mayor, and her box being sarched by the constable, my things came out sure enough, besides a full pound of wax candles, and a nightcap of mistress, that I could swear to on my cooperel oath. Oh, then Madam Mopstick came upon her merry bones, and as the squire wouldn't hear of a persecution, she scaped a skewering, but the longest day she has to live. She'll remember your humble servant, W. Jenkins, Bath, May 15. If the hind should come again before we are gone, pray send me the shift and apron, with the vite gallow manky shoes, which you'll find in my pillow bear. Sarvice to Saul. End of Section 27. Recording by Trisha G.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 28. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. You are in the right, dear Phillips. I don't expect regular answers to every letter. I know a college life is too circumscribed to afford materials for such quick returns of communication. For my part, I am continually shifting the scene, and surrounded with new objects, some of which are striking enough. I shall therefore conclude my journal for your amusement, and though in all appearance it will not treat of very important or interesting particulars, it may prove, perhaps, not altogether uninstructive and unentertaining. The music and entertainments of Bath are over for this season, and all our gay birds of passage have taken their flight to Bristol Well, Tunbridge, Brighthelmston, Scarborough, Harrogate, etc. Not a soul is seen in this place but a few broken-winded parsons, waddling like so many crows along the North Parade. There is always a great show of the clergy at Bath. None of your thin, puny, yellow, hectic figures, exhausted with abstinence and hardy study, labouring under the morbi eruditorum, but great overgrown dignitaries and rectors with rubicund noses and gouty ankles, or broad bloated faces dragging along great swag bellies, the emblems of sloth and indigestion. Now we are on the subject of parsons, I must tell you a ludicrous adventure which was achieved the other day by Tom Eastgate, whom you may remember on the foundation of Queen's. He had been very assiduous to pin himself upon George Prankley, who was a gentleman commoner of Christchurch, knowing the said Prankley was heir to a considerable estate, and would have the advowson of a good living, the incumbent of which was very old and infirm. He studied his passions, and flattered them so effectually as to become his companion and counsellor, and at last obtained of him a promise of the presentation when the living should fall. Prankley, on his uncle's death, quitted Oxford, and made his first appearance in the fashionable world at London, from whence he came lately to Bath, where he has been exhibiting himself among the bucks and gamesters of the place. Eastgate followed him hither, but he should not have quitted him for a moment at his first emerging into life. He ought to have known he was a fantastic, foolish, fickle fellow, who would forget his college attachments the moment they ceased appealing to his senses. Tom met with a cold reception from his old friend, and was, moreover, informed that he had promised the living to another man, who had a vote in the county where he proposed to offer himself a candidate at the next general election. He now remembered nothing of Eastgate but the freedoms he had used to take with him, while Tom had quietly stood his butt, with an eye to the benefice, and those freedoms he began to repeat in commonplace sarcasms on his person and his cloth, which he uttered in the public coffee-house for the entertainment of the company. But he was egregiously mistaken in giving his own wit credit for that tameness of Eastgate, which had been entirely owing to prudential considerations. These being now removed, he retorted his repartee with interest, and found no great difficulty in turning the laugh upon the aggressor, who, losing his temper, called him names, and asked if he knew was so gracious as to forgive him, with a cordial shake of the hand, declaring that he did not like to be at variance with an old college companion. Next day, however, he left Bath abruptly, and then Eastgate told me all these particulars, not a little pleased with the effects of his own sagacity, by which he has secured a living worth £160 per annum. Of my uncle I have nothing at present to say, but that we set out to-morrow for London en famille, he and the ladies, with the maid and Chowder, in a coach, I and the manservant a horseback. The particulars of our journey you shall have in my next, provided no accident happens to prevent. Yours ever, J. Melford. Bath, May 17th. End of section 28.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 29. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Dick, I shall to-morrow set out for London, where I have bespoke lodgings at Mrs. Norton's in Golden Square. Although I am no admirer of Bath, I shall leave it with regret, because I must part with some old friends whom, in all probability, I shall never see again. In the course of coffee-house conversation, I had often heard very extraordinary encomiums passed on the performances of Mr. T, a gentleman residing in this place, who paints landscapes for his amusement. As I have no great confidence in the taste and judgment of coffee-house connoisseurs, and never received much pleasure from this branch of the art, Those general praises made no impression at all on my curiosity; but at the request of a particular friend, I went yesterday to see the pieces which had been so warmly commended. I must own I am no judge of painting, though very fond of pictures. I don't imagine that my senses would play me so false as to betray me into admiration of anything that was very bad; but true it is, I have often overlooked capital beauties in pieces of extraordinary merit. If I am not totally devoid of taste, however, this young gentleman of Bath is the best landscape painter now living. I was struck with his performances in such a manner as I had never been by painting before. His trees not only have a richness of foliage and warmth of colouring which delights the view, but also a certain magnificence in the disposition and spirit in the expression which I cannot describe. His management of the chiaro oscuro, or light and shadow, especially gleams of sunshine, is altogether wonderful, both in the contrivance and execution; and he is so happy in his perspective, and marking his distances at sea by a progressive series of ships, vessels, capes, and promontories, that I could not help thinking I had a distant view of 30 leagues upon the background of the picture. If there is any taste for ingenuity left in a degenerate age, fast sinking into barbarism, this artist, I apprehend, will make a capital figure as soon as his works are known. 2 days ago I was favoured with a visit by Mr. Fitzowen, who, with great formality, solicited my vote and interest at the general election. I ought not to have been shocked at the confidence of this man, though it was remarkable, considering what had passed between him and me on a former occasion. These visits are mere matter of form, which a candidate makes to every elector, even to those who, he knows, are engaged in the interest of his competitor, lest he should expose himself to the imputation of pride, at a time when it is expected he should appear humble. Indeed, I know nothing so abject as the behaviour of a man canvassing for a seat in Parliament. This mean prostration, to borough electors especially, has, I imagine, contributed in a great measure to raise that spirit of insolence among the vulgar, which, like the devil, will be found very difficult to lay. Be that as it may, I was in some confusion at the effrontery of Fitzowen, but I soon recollected myself, and told him I had not yet determined for whom I should give my vote, nor whether I should give it for any. The truth is, I look upon both candidates in the same light, and should think myself a traitor to the constitution of my country if I voted for either. If every elector would bring the same consideration home to his conscience, we should not have such reason to exclaim against the venality of P.T.S. But we all are a pack of venal and corrupted rascals, so lost to all sense of honesty and all tenderness of character, that, in a little time, I am fully persuaded, nothing will be infamous but virtue and public spirit. G.H., who is really an enthusiast in patriotism, and represented the capital in several successive parliaments, declared to me t'other day, with the tears in his eyes, that he had lived above 30 years in the city of London, and dealt in the way of commerce with all the citizens of note in their turns; but that, as he should answer to God, he had never, in the whole course of his life, found above 3 or 4 whom he could call thoroughly honest; a declaration which was rather mortifying than surprising to me, who have found so few men of worth in the course of my acquaintance, that they serve only as exceptions, which, in the grammarian's phrase, confirm and prove a general canon. I know you will say G.H. saw imperfectly through the mist of prejudice, and I am rankled by the spleen. Perhaps you are partly in the right, for I have perceived that my opinion of mankind, like mercury in the thermometer, rises and falls according to the variations of the weather. Pray settle accounts with Barnes, take what money of mine is in his hands, and give him a quittance. If you think Davis has stock or credit enough to do justice to the farm, give him a discharge for the rent that is due. This will animate his industry, for I know that nothing is so discouraging to a farmer as the thoughts of being in arrears with his landlord. He becomes dispirited and neglects his labour, and so the farm goes to wreck. Tabby has been clamouring for some days about the lamb's skin, which Williams the hind begged of me when he was last at Bath. Prithee take it back, paying the fellow the full value of it, that I may have some peace in my own house, and let him keep his own counsel, if he means to keep his place. Oh, I shall never presume to despise or censure any poor man for suffering himself to be henpecked, conscious how I myself am obliged to truckle to a domestic demon, even though, blessed be God, she is not yoked with me for life in the matrimonial waggon. She has quarrelled with the servants of the house about veils, and such intolerable scolding ensued on both sides, that I have been fain to appease the cook and chambermaid by stealth. Can't you find some poor gentleman of Wales to take this precious commodity off the hands of yours, Mat Bramble, Bath, May 19. End of section 29.
Smollett, section 30.
To Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewes, give me leave to tell you, methinks you mote employ your talents better than to encourage servants to pillage their masters. I find by Gwyllim that Villiams has got my skin, for which he is an impotent rascal. He has not only got my skin, but moreover my buttermilk to fatten his pigs. And I suppose the next thing he gets will be my pad to carry his daughter to church and fair. Roger gets this and Roger gets that. But I'd have you to know, I won't be Rogered at this rate by any ragmatical fellow in the kingdom. And I am surprised, Dr. Lewes, you would offer to put my affairs in composition with the refuge and skim of the hearth. I have toiled and moiled to a good purpose for the advantage of Mat's family, if I can't save as much owl as will make me an under petticoat. As for the buttermilk, ne'er a pig in the parish shall thrust his snout in it with my good will. There's a famous physician at the Hot Well that prescribes it to his patients when the case is consumptive. And the Scots and Irish have begun to drink it already, in such quantities that there is not a drop left for the hogs in the whole neighbourhood of Bristol. I'll have our buttermilk barrelled up and sent twice a week to Abergine, where it may be sold for a halfpenny the quart, and so Roger may carry his pigs to another market. I hope, Doctor, you will not go to put any more such fims in my brother's head, to the prejudice of my pocket, but rather give me some raisins, which hitherto you have not done, to subscribe myself your humble servant, Tab Bramble. Bath, May 19th.
End of section 30.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 31. To Sir Watkin Phillips of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Phillips, without waiting for your answer to my last, I proceed to give you an account of our journey to London, which has not been wholly barren of adventure. Tuesday last, the squire took his place in a hired coach and four, accompanied by his sister and mine, and Mistress Tabby's maid, Winifred Jenkins, whose province it was to support Chowder on a cushion in her lap. I could scarce refrain from laughing when I looked into the vehicle and saw that animal sitting opposite to my uncle, like any other passenger. The squire, ashamed of his situation, blushed to the eyes, and calling the postilions to drive on, pulled the glass up in my face. I and his servant John Thomas attended them on horseback. Nothing worth mentioning occurred till we arrived on the edge of Marlborough Downs. There one of the four horses fell in going downhill at a round trot, and the postilion behind, endeavouring to stop the carriage, pulled it on one side into a deep rut, where it was fairly overturned. I had rode on about 200 yards before, but hearing a loud scream, galloped back and dismounted, to give what assistance was in my power. When I looked into the coach, I could see nothing distinctly but the nether end of Jenkins, who was kicking her heels and squalling with great vociferation. All of a sudden my uncle thrust up his bare pate and bolted through the window as nimble as a grasshopper, having made use of poor Win's posteriors as a step to rise in his ascent. The man, who had likewise quitted his horse, dragged this forlorn damsel, more dead than alive, through the same opening. Then Mr Bramble, pulling the door off its hinges with a jerk, laid hold on Liddy's arm, and brought her to the light, very much frighted, but little hurt. It fell to my share to deliver our Aunt Tabitha, who had lost her cap in the struggle, and being rather more than half frantic with rage and terror, was no bad representation of one of the sister furies that guard the gates of hell. She expressed no sort of concern for her brother, who ran about in the cold without his periwig, and worked with the most astonishing agility in helping to disentangle the horses from the carriage. But she cried in a tone of distraction, "Chowder! Chowder! My dear Chowder! My poor Chowder is certainly killed." This was not the case. Chowder, after having tore my uncle's leg in the confusion of the fall, had retreated under the seat, and from thence the footman drew him by the neck, for which good office he bit his fingers to the bone. The fellow, who is naturally surly, was so provoked at this assault that he saluted his ribs with a hearty kick, exclaiming, "Damn the nasty son of a bitch, and them he belongs to," a benediction which was by no means lost upon the implacable virago his mistress. Her brother, however, prevailed upon her to retire into a peasant's house near the scene of the action, where his head and hers were covered, and poor Jenkins had a fit. Our next care was to apply some sticking plaster to the wound in his leg, which exhibited the impression of Chowder's teeth. But he never opened his lips against the delinquent. Mistress Tabby, alarmed at this scene, "You say nothing, Matt," cried she, "but I know your mind. I know the spite you have to that poor unfortunate animal. I know you intend to take his life away." "You are mistaken, upon my honour," replied the squire with a sarcastic smile. "I should be incapable of harbouring any such cruel design against an object so amiable and inoffensive, even if he had not the happiness to be your favourite." John Thomas was not so delicate. The fellow, whether really alarmed for his life, or instigated by the desire of revenge, came in and bluntly demanded that the dog should be put to death, on the supposition that if ever he should run mad hereafter, he, who had been bit by him, would be infected. My uncle calmly argued upon the absurdity of his opinion, observing that he himself was in the same predicament, and would certainly take the precaution he proposed, if he was not sure he ran no risk of infection. Nevertheless, Thomas continued obstinate, and at length declared that if the dog was not shot immediately, he himself would be his executioner. This declaration opened the floodgates of Tabby's eloquence, which would have shamed the first-rate oratress of Billingsgate. The footman retorted in the same style, and the squire dismissed him from his service, after having prevented me from giving him a good horsewhipping for his insolence. The coach being adjusted, another difficulty occurred. Mistress Tabitha absolutely refused to enter it again, unless another driver could be found to take the place of the postilion, who, she affirmed, had overturned the carriage from malice aforethought. After much dispute, the man resigned his place to a shabby country fellow, who undertook to go as far as Marlborough, where they could be better provided, and at that place we arrived about 1 o'clock without farther impediment. Mistress Bramble, however, found new matter of offence, which indeed she has a particular genius for extracting at will from almost every incident in life. We had scarce entered the room at Marlborough, where we stayed to dine, when she exhibited a formal complaint against the poor fellow who had superseded the postilion. She said he was such a beggarly rascal that he had ne'er a shirt to his back, and had the impudence to shock her sight by showing his bare posteriors, for which act of indelicacy he deserved to be set in the stocks. Mistress Winifred Jenkins confirmed the assertion with respect to his nakedness, observing at the same time that he had a skin as fair as alabaster. "This is a heinous offence indeed," cried my uncle. "Let us hear what the fellow has to say in his own vindication." He was accordingly summoned and made his appearance, which was equally queer and pathetic. He seemed to be about 20 years of age, of a middling size, with bandy legs, stooping shoulders, high forehead, sandy locks, pinking eyes, flat nose, and long chin; but his complexion was of a sickly yellow, his looks denoted famine, and the rags that he wore could hardly conceal what decency requires to be covered. My uncle, having surveyed him attentively, said with an ironical expression in his countenance, "Ain't you ashamed, fellow, to ride postilion without a shirt to cover your backside from the view of the ladies in the coach?" "Yes, I am, and please your noble honour," answered the man; "but necessity has no law, as the saying is. And more than that, it was an accident. My breeches cracked behind, after I had got into the saddle." "You're an impudent varlet," cried Mrs Tabby, "for presuming to ride before persons of fashion without a shirt." "I am so, and please your worthy ladyship," said he, "but I am a poor Wiltshire lad. I ha'n't a shirt in the world that I can call my own, nor a rag of clothes, and please your ladyship, but what you see. I have no friend nor relation upon earth to help me out. I have had the fever and ague these 6 months, and spent all I had in the world upon doctors, and to keep soul and body together; and, saving your ladyship's good presence, I ha'n't broke bread these 24 hours." Mrs Bramble, turning from him, said she had never seen such a filthy tatterdemalion, and bid him begone, observing that he would fill the room full of vermin. Her brother darted a significant glance at her as she retired with Liddy into another apartment, and then asked the man if he was known to any person in Marlborough. When he answered that the landlord of the inn had known him from his infancy, mine host was immediately called, and being interrogated on the subject, declared that the young fellow's name was Humphry Clinker, that he had been a love-begotten babe, brought up in the workhouse, and put out apprentice by the parish to a country blacksmith, who died before the boy's time was out; that he had for some time worked under his ostler as a helper and extra postilion, till he was taken ill of the ague, which disabled him from getting his bread; that having sold or pawned everything he had in the world for his cure and subsistence, he became so miserable and shabby that he disgraced the stable, and was dismissed; but that he never heard anything to the prejudice of his character in other respects. "So that the fellow being sick and destitute," said my uncle, "you turned him out to die in the streets." "I pay the poor's rate," replied the other, "and I have no right to maintain idle vagrants, either in sickness or health. Besides, such a miserable object would have brought a discredit upon my house." "You perceive," said the squire, turning to me, "our landlord is a Christian of bowels. Who shall presume to censure the morals of the age, when the very publicans exhibit such examples of humanity?" Harkee, Clinker, you are a most notorious offender. You stand convicted of sickness, hunger, wretchedness, and want. But as it does not belong to me to punish criminals, I will only take upon me the task of giving you a word of advice. Get a shirt with all convenient dispatch, that your nakedness may not henceforward give offence to travelling gentlewomen, especially maidens in years." So saying, he put a guinea into the hand of the poor fellow, who stood staring at him in silence, with his mouth wide open, till the landlord pushed him out of the room. In the afternoon, as our aunt stepped into the coach, she observed, with some marks of satisfaction, that the postilion who rode next to her was not a shabby wretch like the ragamuffin who had driven them into Marlborough. Indeed, the difference was very conspicuous. This was a smart fellow with a narrow-brimmed hat with gold cording, a cut bob, a decent blue jacket, leather breeches, and a clean linen shirt puffed above the waistband. When we arrived at the castle on Spin Hill, where we lay, this new postilion was remarkably assiduous in bringing in the loose parcels, and at length displayed the individual countenance of Humphry Clinker, who had metamorphosed himself in this manner by relieving from pawn part of his own clothes, with the money he had received from Mr Bramble. However pleased the rest of the company were with such a favourable change in the appearance of this poor creature, it soured on the stomach of Mistress Tabby, who had not yet digested the affront of his naked skin. She tossed her nose in disdain, saying she supposed her brother had taken him into favour, because he had insulted her with his obscenity, that a fool and his money were soon parted, and that if Matt intended to take the fellow with him to London, she would not go a foot further that way. My uncle said nothing with his tongue, though his looks were sufficiently expressive. And next morning Clinker did not appear, so that we proceeded without further altercation to Salt Hill, where we proposed to dine. There, the first person that came to the side of the coach and began to adjust the footboard was no other than Humphry Clinker. When I handed out Mistress Bramble, she eyed him with a furious look, and passed into the house. My uncle was embarrassed, and asked him peevishly what had brought him hither. The fellow said, his honour had been so good to him, that he had not the heart to part with him, that he would follow him to the world's end, and serve him all the days of his life, without fee or reward. Mr Bramble did not know whether to chide or laugh at this declaration. He foresaw much contradiction on the side of Tabby, and on the other hand, he could not but be pleased with the gratitude of Clinker, as well as with the simplicity of his character. "Suppose I was inclined to take you into my service," said he, "what are your qualifications? What are you good for?" "An please your honour," answered this original, "I can read and write, and do the business of the stable indifferent well. I can dress a horse and shoe him, and bleed and rowel him. And as for the practice of sow gelding, I won't turn my back on e'er a he in the county of Wilts. Then I can make hogs puddings and hobnails, mend kettles and tin saucepans." Here uncle burst out a laughing, and inquired what other accomplishments he was master of. "I know something of singlestick and psalmody," proceeded Clinker. "I can play upon the Jew's harp, sing Black-eyed Susan, Arthur O'Bradley, and divers other songs. I can dance a Welsh jig, and Nancy Dawson, wrestle a fall with any lad of my inches when I'm in heart, and under correction I can find a hare when your honour wants a bit of game." "Egad, thou art a complete fellow," cried my uncle, still laughing. "I have a good mind to take thee into my family. Prithee, go and try if thou canst make peace with my sister. Thou hast given her much offence by showing her thy naked tail." Clinker accordingly followed us into the room, cap in hand, where, addressing himself to Mistress Tabitha, "May it please your ladyship's worship," cried he, "to pardon and forgive my offences, and with God's assistance I shall take care that my tail shall never rise up in judgment against me, to offend your ladyship again. Do, pray, good, sweet, beautiful lady, take compassion on a poor sinner. God bless your noble countenance. I am sure you are..."
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett, Section 32. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Doctor, London is literally new to me, new in its streets, houses, and even in its situation. As the Irishman said, London is now gone out of town. What I left open fields producing hay and corn, I now find covered with streets and squares and palaces and churches. I am credibly informed, that in the space of 7 years 11,000 new houses have been built in one quarter of Westminster, exclusive of what is daily added to other parts of this unwieldy metropolis. Pimlico and Knightsbridge are now almost joined to Chelsea and Kensington, and if this infatuation continues for half a century, I suppose the whole county of Middlesex will be covered with brick. It must be allowed, indeed, for the credit of the present age, that London and Westminster are much better paved and lighted than they were formerly. The new streets are spacious, regular, and airy, and the houses generally convenient. The bridge at Blackfriars is a noble monument of taste and public spirit. I wonder how they stumbled upon a work of such magnificence and utility. But notwithstanding these improvements, the capital is become an overgrown monster, which, like a dropsical head, will in time leave the body and extremities without nourishment and support. The absurdity will appear in its full force when we consider that 1/6 part of the natives of this whole extensive kingdom is crowded within the bills of mortality. What wonder that our villages are depopulated, and our farms in want of day labourers? The abolition of small farms is but one cause of the decrease of population. Indeed, the incredible increase of horses and black cattle, to answer the purposes of luxury, requires a prodigious quantity of hay and grass, which are raised and managed without much labour, but a number of hands will always be wanted for the different branches of agriculture, whether the farms be large or small. The tide of luxury has swept all the inhabitants from the open country. The poorest squire, as well as the richest peer, must have his house in town, and make a figure with an extraordinary number of domestics. The ploughboys, cowherds, and lower hinds are debauched and seduced by the appearance and discourse of those coxcombs in livery, when they make their summer excursions. They desert their dirt and drudgery, and swarm up to London, in hopes of getting into service, where they can live luxuriously and wear fine clothes, without being obliged to work, for idleness is natural to man. Great numbers of these, being disappointed in their expectation, become thieves and sharpers; and London, being an immense wilderness, in which there is neither watch nor ward of any signification, nor any order or police, affords them lurking places as well as prey. There are many causes that contribute to the daily increase of this enormous mass, but they may be all resolved into the grand source of luxury and corruption. About 25 years ago, very few, even of the most opulent citizens of London, kept any equipage, or even any servants in livery. Their tables produced nothing but plain boiled and roasted, with a bottle of port and a tankard of beer. At present, every trader, in any degree of credit, every broker and attorney, maintains a couple of footmen, a coachman and postilion. He has his town house and his country house, his coach and his post chaise. His wife and daughters appear in the richest stuffs, bespangled with diamonds. They frequent the court, the opera, the theatre, and the masquerade. They hold assemblies at their own houses. They make sumptuous entertainments, and treat with the richest wines of Bordeaux, Burgundy, and Champagne. The substantial tradesman, who wont to pass his evenings at the alehouse for 4d. halfpenny, now spends 3 shillings at the tavern, while his wife keeps card tables at home. She must likewise have fine clothes, her chaise or pad, with country lodgings, and go 3 times a week to public diversions. Every clerk, apprentice, and even waiter of tavern or coffee house, maintains a gilding by himself or in partnership, and assumes the air and apparel of a petit maitre. The gayest places of public entertainment are filled with fashionable figures, which, upon inquiry, will be found to be journeymen tailors, serving men, and abigails, disguised like their betters. In short, there is no distinction or subordination left. The different departments of life are jumbled together. The hod carrier, the low mechanic, the tapster, the publican, the shopkeeper, the pettifogger, the citizen and courtier, all tread upon the kibes of one another, actuated by the demons of profligacy and licentiousness. They are seen everywhere, rambling, riding, rolling, rushing, justling, mixing, bouncing, cracking, and crashing in one vile ferment of stupidity and corruption. All is tumult and hurry. One would imagine they were impelled by some disorder of the brain that will not suffer them to be at rest. The foot passengers run along as if they were pursued by bailiffs. The porters and chairmen trot with their burthens. People who keep their own equipages drive through the streets at full speed. Even citizens, physicians, and apothecaries glide in their chariots like lightning. The hackney coachmen make their horses smoke, and the pavement shakes under them, and I have actually seen a waggon pass through Piccadilly at the hand gallop.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 33. To Miss Laetitia Willis, at Gloucester. My dear Letty, inexpressible was the pleasure I received from yours of the 25th, which was last night put into my hands by Mrs. Brentford, the milliner, from Gloucester. I rejoice to hear that my worthy governess is in good health, and, still more, that she no longer retains any displeasure towards her poor Liddy. I am sorry you have lost the society of the agreeable Miss Vaughan; but I hope you won't have cause much longer to regret the departure of your school companions, as I make no doubt but your parents will, in a little time, bring you into the world, where you are so well qualified to make a distinguished figure. When that is the case, I flatter myself you and I shall meet again, and be happy together, and even improve the friendship which we contracted in our tender years. This at least I can promise: it shall not be for the want of my utmost endeavours, if our intimacy does not continue for life. About 5 days ago we arrived in London, after an easy journey from Bath, during which, however, we were overturned, and met with some other little incidents, which had like to have occasioned a misunderstanding betwixt my uncle and aunt; but now, thank God, they are happily reconciled. They live in harmony together, and every day make parties to see the wonders of this vast metropolis, which, however, I cannot pretend to describe, for I have not, as yet, seen 1/100th part of its curiosities, and I am quite in a maze of admiration. The cities of London and Westminster are spread out into an incredible extent. The streets, squares, rows, lanes, and alleys are innumerable. Palaces, public buildings, and churches rise in every quarter, and among these last St. Paul's appears with the most astonishing pre-eminence. They say it is not so large as St. Peter's at Rome, but for my own part I can have no idea of any earthly temple more grand and magnificent. But even these superb objects are not so striking as the crowds of people that swarm in the streets. I at first imagined that some great assembly was just dismissed, and wanted to stand aside till the multitude should pass. But this human tide continues to flow, without interruption or abatement, from morn till night. Then there is such an infinity of gay equipages, coaches, chariots, chaises, and other carriages, continually rolling and shifting before your eyes, that one's head grows giddy looking at them, and the imagination is quite confounded with splendour and variety. Nor is the prospect by water less grand and astonishing than that by land. You see 3 stupendous bridges, joining the opposite banks of a broad, deep, and rapid river, so vast, so stately, so elegant, that they seem to be the work of the giants. Betwixt them, the whole surface of the Thames is covered with small vessels, barges, boats, and wherries, passing to and fro; and below the 3 bridges, with a prodigious forest of masts, for miles together, that you would think all the ships in the universe were here assembled. All that you read of wealth and grandeur in the Arabian Nights' Entertainment and the Persian tales concerning Baghdad Diyarbekir, Damascus, Ispahan, and Samarkand, is here realized. Ranelagh looks like the enchanted palace of a genie adorned with the most exquisite performances of painting, carving, and gilding, enlightened with 1,000 golden lamps that emulate the noonday sun. Crowded with the great, the rich, the gay, the happy, and the fair, glittering with cloth of gold and silver, lace, embroidery, and precious stones. While these exulting sons and daughters of felicity tread this round of pleasure, or regale in different parties and separate lodges with fine imperial tea and other delicious refreshments, their ears are entertained with the most ravishing delights of music, both instrumental and vocal. There I heard the famous Tenducci, a thing from Italy. It looks for all the world like a man, though they say it is not. The voice, to be sure, is neither man's nor woman's, but it is more melodious than either, and it warbled so divinely that, while I listened, I really thought myself in paradise. At 9 o'clock, in a charming moonlight evening, we embarked at Ranelagh for Vauxhall, in a wherry so light and slender that we looked like so many fairies sailing in a nutshell. My uncle, being apprehensive of catching cold upon the water, went round in the coach, and my aunt would have accompanied him, but he would not suffer me to go by water if she went by land, and therefore she favoured us with her company, as she perceived I had a curiosity to make this agreeable voyage. After all, the vessel was sufficiently loaded; for, besides the waterman, there was my brother Jerry, and a friend of his, one Mr. Barton, a country gentleman, of a good fortune, who had dined at our house. The pleasure of this little excursion was, however, damped by my being sadly frighted at our landing, where there was a terrible confusion of wherries, and a crowd of people bawling, and swearing, and quarrelling. Nay, a parcel of ugly looking fellows came running into the water, and laid hold of our boat with great violence to pull it ashore; nor would they quit their hold till my brother struck one of them over the head with his cane. But this flutter was fully recompensed by the pleasures of Vauxhall, which I no sooner entered than I was dazzled and confounded with the variety of beauties that rushed all at once upon my eye. Image to yourself, my dear Letty, a spacious garden, part laid out in delightful walks, bounded with high hedges and trees, and paved with gravel; part exhibiting a wonderful assemblage of the most picturesque and striking objects pavilions, lodges, groves, grottoes, lawns, temples, and cascades; porticos, colonnades, and rotundos, adorned with pillars, statues, and painting; the whole illuminated with an infinite number of lamps disposed in different figures of suns, stars, and constellations; the place crowded with the gayest company, ranging through those blissful shades, or supping in different lodges on cold collations enlivened with mirth, freedom, and good humour, and animated by an excellent band of music. Among the vocal performances, I had the happiness to hear the celebrated Mrs. , whose voice was loud and shrill, that it made my head ache through excess of pleasure. In about half an hour after we arrived we were joined by my uncle, who did not seem to relish the place. People of experience and infirmity, my dear Letty, see with very different eyes from those that such as you and I make use of. Our evening's entertainment was interrupted by an unlucky accident. In one of the remotest walks we were surprised with a sudden shower, that set the whole company a-running, and drove us in heaps, one upon another, into the rotunda; where my uncle, finding himself wet, began to be very peevish and urgent to be gone. My brother went to look for the coach, and found it with much difficulty; but as it could not hold us all, Mr. Barton stayed behind. It was some time before the carriage could be brought up to the gate. In the confusion, notwithstanding the utmost endeavours of our new footman, Humphry Clinker, who lost his scratch periwig and got a broken head in the scuffle. The moment we were seated, my aunt pulled off my uncle's shoes, and carefully wrapped his poor feet in her capuchin. Then she gave him a mouthful of cordial, which she always keeps in her pocket, and his clothes were shifted as soon as we arrived at lodgings; so that, blessed be God, he escaped a severe cold, of which he was in great terror. As for Mr. Barton, I must tell you in confidence, he was a little particular. but perhaps I mistake his complaisance, and I wish I may, for his sake. You know the condition of my poor heart, which in spite of hard usage, and yet I ought not to complain, nor will I, till further information. Besides Ranelagh and Vauxhall, I have been at Mrs. Cornely's assembly, which, for the rooms, the company, the dresses, and decorations, surpasses all description. But as I have no great turn for card playing, I have not yet entered thoroughly into the spirit of the place. Indeed, I am still such a country hoyden that I could hardly find patience to be put in a condition to appear, yet, as I was not above 6 hours under the hands of the hairdresser, who scuffed my head with as much black wool as would have made a quilted petticoat, and, after all, it was the smallest head in the assembly, except my aunt's. She, to be sure, was so particular with her romped gown and petticoat, her scanty curls, her lappet head, deep triple ruffles, and high stays, that everybody looked at her with surprise. Some whispered, and some tittered, and Lady Griskin, by whom we were introduced, flatly told her she was 20 good years behind the fashion. Lady Griskin is a person of fashion, to whom we have the honour to be related. She keeps a small rout at her own house, never exceeding 10 or a dozen card tables, but these are frequented by the best company in town. She has been so obliging as to introduce my aunt and me to some of her particular friends of quality, who treat us with the most familiar good humour. We have once dined with her, and she takes the trouble to direct us in all our motions. I am so happy as to have gained her goodwill to such a degree, that she sometimes adjusts my cap with her own hands, and she has given me a kind invitation to stay with her all the winter. This, however, has been cruelly declined by my uncle, who seems to be, I know not how, prejudiced against the good lady. For, whenever my aunt appears to speak in her commendation, I observe that he makes wry faces, though he says nothing. Perhaps, indeed, these grimaces may be the effect of pain arising from the gout and rheumatism, with which he is sadly distressed. To me, however, he is always good-natured and generous, even beyond my wish. Since we came hither, he has made me a present of a suit of clothes, with trimmings and laces, which cost more money than I shall mention. And Jerry, at his desire, has given me my mother's diamond crops, which are ordered to be set anew, so that it won't be his fault if I do not glitter among the stars of the 4th or 5th magnitude. I wish my weak head may not grow giddy in the midst of all this gallantry and dissipation; though, as yet, I can safely declare I would gladly give up all these tumultuous pleasures for country solitude and a happy retreat with those we love, among whom my dear Willis will always possess the first place in the breast of her ever affectionate Lydia Melford. London, May 31st. End of section 33.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 34. To Sir Watkin Phillips, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Phillips, I send you this letter franked by our old friend Barton, who is as much altered as it was possible for a man of his kidney to be. Instead of the careless, indolent sloven we knew at Oxford, I found him a busy, talkative politician, a petit maître in his dress, and a ceremonious courtier in his manners. He has not gall enough in his constitution to be inflamed with the rancour of party, so as to deal in scurrilous invectives, but since he obtained a place, he is become a warm partisan of the ministry, and sees everything through such an exaggerating medium as to me, who am happily of no party, is altogether incomprehensible. Without doubt, the fumes of faction not only disturb the faculty of reason, but also pervert the organs of sense, and I would lay 100 guineas to 10 that if Barton on one side, and the most conscientious patriot in the opposition on the other, were to draw upon honour the picture of the king or ministers, You and I, who are still uninfected and unbiased, would find both painters equally distant from the truth. One thing, however, must be allowed for the honour of Barton. He never breaks out into illiberal abuse, far less endeavours, by infamous calumnies, to blast the moral character of any individual on the other side. Ever since we came hither, he has been remarkably assiduous in his attention to our family, an attention which, in a man of his indolence and avocations, I should have thought altogether odd and even unnatural, had not I perceived that my sister Liddy had made some impression upon his heart. I cannot say that I have any objection to his trying his fortune in this pursuit. If an opulent estate and a great flock of good nature are sufficient qualifications in a husband to render the marriage state happy for life, she may be happy with Barton. But I imagine there is something else required to engage and secure the affection of a woman of sense and delicacy, something which nature has denied our friend. Liddy seems to be of the same opinion. When he addresses himself to her in discourse, she seems to listen with reluctance, and industriously avoids all particular communication. But in proportion to her coyness, our aunt is coming. Mistress Tabitha goes more than half-way to meet his advances. She mistakes, or affects to mistake, the meaning of his courtesy, which is rather formal and fulsome. She returns his compliments with hyperbolical interest. She persecutes him with her civilities at table. She appeals to him for ever in conversation. She sighs and flirts and ogles, and by her hideous affectation and impertinence drives the poor courtier to the very extremity of his complaisance. In short, she seems to have undertaken the siege of Barton's heart, and carries on her approaches in such a desperate manner that I don't know whether he will not be obliged to capitulate. In the meantime, his aversion to this inamorata, struggling with his acquired affability and his natural fear of giving offence, throws him into a kind of distress which is extremely ridiculous. 2 days ago, he persuaded my uncle and me to accompany him to St. James's, where he undertook to make us acquainted with the persons of all the great men in the kingdom. And indeed there was a great assemblage of distinguished characters, for it was a high festival at court. Our conductor performed his promise with great punctuality. He pointed out almost every individual of both sexes, and generally introduced them to our notice with a flourish of panegyric. Seeing the king approach, "There comes," said he, "the most amiable sovereign that ever swayed the sceptre of England, the deliciae humani generis, Augustus in patronizing merit, Titus Vespasian in generosity, Trajan in beneficence, and Marcus Aurelius in philosophy." "A very honest, kind-hearted gentleman," added my uncle. "He's too good for the times. A king of England should have a spice of the devil in his composition." Barton, then turning to the Duke of Cumberland, proceeded: "You know the Duke, that illustrious hero who trod rebellion under his feet and secured us in possession of everything we ought to hold dear as Englishmen and Christians. Mark what an eye, how penetrating, how pacific, what dignity in his mien, what humanity in his aspect. Even malice must own that he is one of the greatest officers in Christendom." "I think he is," said Mr. Bramble. "But who are these young gentlemen that stand beside him?" "Those," cried our friend, "those are his royal nephews, the princes of the blood, sweet young princes, The sacred pleasures of the Protestant line, so spirited, so sensible, so princely. Yes, very sensible, very spirited, said my uncle, interrupting him. But see the Queen. Ha! There's the Queen. There's the Queen. Let me see. Let me see. Where are my glasses? There's meaning in that eye. There's sentiment. There's expression. Well, Mr. Barton, what figure do you call next? The next person he pointed out was the favourite Yearl, who stood solitary by one of the windows. Behold yon northern star, said he, shorn of his beams. What, the Caledonian luminary that lately blazed so bright in our hemisphere? Methinks at present it glimmers through a fog, like Saturn without his ring, bleak and dim and distant. Ha! There's that other great phenomenon, the grand pensionary, that weathercock of patriotism that veers about in every point of the political compass, and still feels the wind of popularity in his tail. He too, like a portentous comet, has risen again above the court horizon. But how long will he continue to ascend, it is not easy to foretell, considering his great eccentricity. Who are those two satellites that attend his motions? When Barton told him their names, to their characters, said Mr. Bramble, I am no stranger. One of them, without a drop of red blood in his veins, has a cold, intoxicating vapour in his head, and rancour enough in his heart to inoculate and affect a whole nation. The other is, I hear, intended for a share in the administration, and the pensionary vouches for his being duly qualified. The only instance I ever heard of his sagacity was his deserting his former patron, when he found him declining in power, and in disgrace with the people. Without principle, talent, or intelligence, he is ungracious as a hog, greedy as a vulture, and thievish as a jackdaw. But it must be owned he is no hypocrite. He pretends to no virtue, and takes no pains to disguise his character. His ministry will be attended with one advantage: no man will be disappointed by his breach of promise, as no mortal ever trusted to his word. I wonder how Lord first discovered this happy genius, and for what purpose Lord has now adopted him. But one would think, as amber has a power to attract dirt and straws and chaff, a minister is endued with the same kind of faculty to lick up every knave and blockhead in his way. His eulogium was interrupted by the arrival of the old Duke of N., who, squeezing into the circle with a busy face of importance, thrust his head into every countenance, as if he had been in search of somebody to whom he wanted to impart something of great consequence. My uncle, who had been formerly known to him, bowed as he passed, and the Duke, seeing himself saluted so respectfully by a well-dressed person, was not slow in returning the courtesy. He even came up, and taking him cordially by the hand, "My dear friend, Mr. A," said he, "I am rejoiced to see you. How long have you been come from abroad? How did you leave our good friends the Dutch? The King of Prussia don't think of another war, huh? He's a great king, a great conqueror, a very great conqueror. Your Alexanders and Hannibals were nothing at all to him, sir. Corporals, drummers, dross, mere trash. Damned trash, eh?" His Grace being by this time out of breath, my uncle took the opportunity to tell him he had not been out of England, that his name was Bramble, and that he had the honour to sit in the last Parliament but one of the late King, as representative for the borough of Dim Cymraeg. "Odd so!" cried the Duke. "I remember you perfectly well, my dear Mr Bramble. You was always a good and loyal subject, a stanch friend to administration. I made your brother an Irish bishop." "Pardon me, my lord," said the squire, "I once had a brother, but he was a captain in the army." "Ha!" said his grace, "he was so, he was indeed. But who was the bishop then? Bishop Blackberry?" "Sure it was Bishop Blackberry, perhaps some relation of yours." "Very likely, my lord," replied my uncle. "The blackberry is the fruit of the bramble. But I believe the bishop is not a berry of our bush." "No more he is, no more he is, ha, 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 ha!" exclaimed the Duke. "There you gave me a scratch, good Mr Bramble, ha, 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 ha! Well, I shall be glad to see you at Lincoln's Inn Fields. You know the way. Times are altered. Though I have lost the power, I retain the inclination. Your very humble servant, good Mr Blackberry." So saying, he shoved to another corner of the room. "What a fine old gentleman!" cried Mr Barton. "What spirits! What a memory! He never forgets an old friend." "He does me too much honour," observed our squire, "to rank me among the number. Whilst I sat in Parliament, I never voted with the ministry but 3 times, when my conscience told me they were in the right. However, if he still keeps levee, I will carry my nephew thither, that he may see and learn to avoid the scene; for I think an English gentleman never appears to such disadvantage as at the levee of a minister. Of his grace I shall say nothing at present, but for 30 years he was the constant and common butt of ridicule and execration. He was generally laughed at as an ape in politics, whose office and influence served only to render his folly the more notorious; and the opposition cursed him as the indefatigable drudge of a first mover, who was justly styled and stigmatized as the father of corruption. But this ridiculous ape, this venal drudge, no sooner lost the places he was so ill qualified to fill, and unfurled the banners of faction, than he was metamorphosed into a pattern of public virtue. The very people who reviled him before now extolled him to the skies as a wise, experienced statesman, chief pillar of the Protestant succession, and cornerstone of English liberty. I should be glad to know how Mr Barton reconciles these contradictions, without obliging us to resign all title to the privilege of common sense." "My dear sir," answered Barton, "I don't pretend to justify the extravagations of the multitude, who, I suppose, were as wild in their former censure as in the present praise, but I shall be very glad to attend you on Thursday next to his Grace's levee, where I am afraid we shall not be crowded with company, for you know there's a wide difference between his present office of President of the Council and his former post of First Lord Commissioner of the Treasury." This communicative friend, having announced all the remarkable characters of both sexes that appeared at court, we resolved to adjourn, and retired. At the foot of the staircase there was a crowd of lackeys and chairmen, and in the midst of them stood Humphry Clinker, exalted upon a stool, with his hat in one hand and a paper in the other, in the act of holding forth to the people. Before we could inquire into the meaning of this exhibition, he perceived his master, thrust the paper into his pocket, descended from his elevation, bolted through the crowd, and brought up the carriage to the gate. My uncle said nothing till we were seated, when, after having looked at me earnestly for some time, he burst out a-laughing, and asked if I knew upon what subject Clinker was holding forth to the mob. If, said he, the fellow is turned mountebank, I must turn him out of my service, otherwise he'll make merry andrews of us all. I observed that in all probability he had studied medicine under his master, who was a farrier. At dinner the squire asked him if he had ever practised physic. Yes, an' please your honour, said he, among brute beasts, but I never meddle with rational creatures. I know not whether you rank in that class the audience you was haranguing in the court at St. James's, but I should be glad to know what kind of powders you was distributing, and whether you had a good sale. Sale, sir, cried Clinker. I hope I shall never be base enough to sell, for gold and silver, what freely comes of God's grace. I distributed nothing, unlike your honour, but a word of advice to my fellows in servitude and sin. Advice concerning what? Concerning profane swearing, an' please your honour, so horrid and shocking that it made my hair stand on end. Nay, if thou canst cure them of that disease, I shall think thee a wonderful doctor indeed. Why not cure them, my good master? The hearts of those poor people are not so stubborn as your honour seems to think. Make them first sensible that you have nothing in view but their good. Then they will listen with patience, and easily be convinced of the sin and folly of a practice that affords neither profit nor pleasure. At this remark our uncle changed colour, and looked round the company, conscious that his own withers were not altogether unwrung. But, Clinker, said he, if you should have eloquence enough to persuade the vulgar to resign those tropes and figures of rhetoric, there will be little or nothing left to distinguish their conversation from that of their betters. But then your honour knows their conversation will be void of offence, and at the day of judgment there will be no distinction of persons. Humphry going downstairs to fetch up a bottle of wine, my uncle congratulated his sister upon having such a reformer in the family, when Mistress Tabitha declared he was a sober, civilized fellow, very respectful and very industrious, and she believed a good Christian into the bargain. One would think Clinker must really have some very extraordinary talent to ingratiate himself in this manner with a virago of her character, so fortified against him with prejudice and resentment. But the truth is, since the adventure of Salt Hill, Mistress Tabby seems to be entirely changed. She has left off scolding the servants, an exercise which was grown so habitual, and even seemed necessary to her constitution, and is become so indifferent to Chowder as to part with him in a present to Lady Griskin, who proposes to bring the breed of him into fashion. Her ladyship is the widow of Sir Timothy Griskin, a distant relation of our family. She enjoys a jointure of £500 a year, and makes shift to spend 3 times that sum. Her character before marriage was a little equivocal, but at present she lives in the bon ton, keeps card tables, gives private suppers to select friends, and is visited by persons of the first fashion. She has been remarkably civil to us all, and cultivates my uncle with the most particular regard. But the more she strokes him, the more his bristles seem to rise. To her compliments he makes very laconic and dry returns. T'other day she sent us a pottle of fine strawberries, which he did not receive without signs of disgust, muttering from the Aeneid, Timeo Danaos et dona ferentes. She has twice called for Liddy of a forenoon to take an airing in the coach, but Mistress Tabby was always so alert, I suppose by his direction, that she never could have the niece without her aunt's company. I have endeavoured to sound Squaretoes on this subject, but he carefully avoids all explanation. I have now, dear Phillips, filled a whole sheet, and if you have read it to an end, I dare say you are as tired as your humble servant, J. Melford. London, June 2nd. End of section 34.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett, Section 35. To Dr. Lewis. Yes, Doctor, I have seen the British Museum, which is a noble collection, and even stupendous, if we consider it was made by a private man, a physician, who was obliged to make his own fortune at the same time. But great as the collection is, it would appear more striking if it was arranged in one spacious saloon, instead of being divided into different apartments, which it does not entirely fill. I could wish the series of medals was connected, and the whole of the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms completed, by adding to each, at the public expense, those articles that are wanting. It would likewise be a great improvement, with respect to the library, if the deficiencies were made up by purchasing all the books of character that are not to be found already in the collection. They might be classed in centuries, according to the dates of their publication, and catalogues printed of them in the manuscripts, for the information of those that want to consult or compile from such authorities. I could also wish, for the honour of the nation, that there was a complete apparatus for a course of mathematics, mechanics, and experimental philosophy, and a good salary settled upon an able professor, who should give regular lectures on these subjects. But this is all idle speculation, which will never be reduced to practice. Considering the temper of the times, it is a wonder to see any institution whatsoever established for the benefit of the public. The spirit of party is risen to a kind of frenzy unknown to former ages, or rather degenerated to a total extinction of honesty and candour. You know I have observed for some time that the public papers are become the infamous vehicles of the most cruel and perfidious defamation. Every rancorous knave, every desperate incendiary, that can afford to spend half a crown or 3 shillings, may skulk behind the press of a newsmonger, and have a stab at the first character in the kingdom, without running the least hazard of detection or punishment. I have made acquaintance with the Mr. Barton, whom Jerry knew at Oxford, a good sort of a man, though most ridiculously warped in his political principles; but his partiality is the less offensive, as it never appears in the style of scurrility and abuse. He is a member of Parliament, and a retainer to the court, and his whole conversation turns upon the virtues and perfections of the ministers who are his patrons. T'other day, when he was bedaubing one of those worthies with the most fulsome praise, I told him I had seen the same nobleman characterized very differently in one of the daily papers; indeed, so stigmatized, that if one half of what was said of him was true, he must be not only unfit to rule, but even unfit to live; that those impeachments had been repeated again and again, with the addition of fresh matter, and that, as he had taken no steps towards his own vindication, I began to think there was some foundation for the charge. "And pray, sir," said Mr. Barton, "what steps would you have him take? Suppose he should prosecute the publisher, who screens the anonymous accuser, and bring him to the pillory for a libel. This is so far from being counted a punishment in terrorem, that it will probably make his fortune. The multitude immediately take him into their protection as a martyr to the cause of defamation, which they have always espoused. They pay his fine, they contribute to the increase of his stock, his shop is crowded with customers, and the sale of his paper rises in proportion to the scandal it contains. All this time the prosecutor is inveighed against as a tyrant and oppressor, for having chosen to proceed by the way of information, which is deemed a grievance. But if he lays an action for damages, he must prove the damage, and I leave you to judge whether a gentleman's character may not be brought into contempt, and all his views in life blasted by calumny, without his being able to specify the particulars of the damage he has sustained. This spirit of defamation is a kind of heresy that thrives under persecution. The liberty of the press is a term of great efficacy, and, like that of the Protestant religion, has often served the purposes of sedition. A minister, therefore, must arm himself with patience, and bear those attacks without repining. Whatever mischief they may do in other respects, they certainly contribute in one particular to the advantages of government; for those defamatory articles have multiplied papers in such a manner, and augmented their sale to such a degree, that the duty upon stamps and advertisements has made a very considerable addition to the revenue. Certain it is, a gentleman's honour is a very delicate subject to be handled by a jury composed of men who cannot be supposed remarkable either for sentiment or impartiality. In such a case, indeed, the defendant is tried, not only by his peers, but also by his party; and I really think that of all patriots he is the most resolute who exposes himself to such detraction for the sake of his country. If, from the ignorance or partiality of juries, a gentleman can have no redress from law for being defamed in a pamphlet or newspaper, I know but one other method of proceeding against the publisher, which is attended with some risk, but has been practised successfully more than once in my remembrance. A regiment of horse was represented, in one of the newspapers, as having misbehaved at Dettingen. A captain of that regiment broke the publisher's bones, telling him, at the same time, if he went to law, he should certainly have the like salutation from every officer of the corps. Governor took the same satisfaction on the ribs of an author, who traduced him by name in a periodical paper. I know a low fellow of the same class, who, being turned out of Venice for his impudence and scurrility, retired to Lugano, a town of the Grisons, a free people, God wot, where he found a printing press, from whence he squirted his filth at some respectable characters in the Republic, which he had been obliged to abandon. Some of these, finding him out of the reach of legal chastisement, employed certain useful instruments, such as may be found in all countries, to give him the bastinado, which, being repeated more than once, effectually stopped the current of his abuse. As for the liberty of the press, like every other privilege, it must be restrained within certain bounds, for if it is carried to a branch of law, religion, and charity, it becomes one of the greatest evils that ever annoyed the community. If the lowest ruffian may stab your good name with impunity in England, will you be so uncandid as to exclaim against Italy for the practice of common assassination? To what purpose is our property secured, if our moral character is left defenceless? People thus baited grow desperate, and the despair of being able to preserve one's character, untainted by such vermin, produces a total neglect of fame, so that one of the chief incitements to the practice of virtue is effectually destroyed. Mr. Barton's last consideration respecting the stamp duty is equally wise and laudable with another maxim which has been long adopted by our financiers, namely, to connive at drunkenness, riot, and dissipation, because they enhance the receipt of the excise; not reflecting, that in providing this temporary convenience, they are destroying the morals, health, and industry of the people. Notwithstanding my contempt for those who flatter a minister, I think there is something still more despicable in flattering a mob. When I see a man of birth, education, and fortune, put himself on a level with the dregs of the people, mingle with low mechanics, feed with them at the same board, and drink with them in the same cup, flatter their prejudices, harangue in praise of their virtues, expose themselves to the belchings of their beer, the fumes of their tobacco, the grossness of their familiarity, and the impertinence of their conversation, I cannot help despising him as a man guilty of the vilest prostitution, in order to effect a purpose equally selfish and illiberal. I should renounce politics the more willingly, if I could find other topics of conversation discussed with more modesty and candour; but the demon of party seems to have usurped every department of life. Even the world of literature and taste is divided into the most virulent factions, which revile, decry, and traduce the works of one another. Yesterday I went to return an afternoon's visit to a gentleman of my acquaintance, at whose house I found one of the authors of the present age, who has written with some success. As I had read one or two of his performances, which gave me pleasure, I was glad of this opportunity to know his person; but his discourse and deportment destroyed all the impressions which his writings had made in his favour. He took upon him to decide dogmatically upon every subject, without deigning to shew the least cause for his differing from the general opinions of mankind, as if it had been our duty to acquiesce in the ipse dixit of this new Pythagoras. He rejudged the characters of all the principal authors, who had died within a century of the present time, and in this revision paid no sort of regard to the reputation they had acquired. Milton was harsh and prosaic, Dryden languid and verbose, Butler and Swift without humour, Congreve without wit, and Pope destitute of any sort of poetical merit. As for his contemporaries, he could not bear to hear one of them mentioned with any degree of applause. They were all dunces, pedants, plagiaries, quacks, and impostors, and you could not name a single performance but what was tame, stupid, and insipid. It must be owned that this writer had nothing to charge his conscience with on the side of flattery; for I understand he was never known to praise one line that was written, even by those with whom he lived on terms of good fellowship. This arrogance and presumption in depreciating authors, for whose reputation the company may be interested, is such an insult upon the understanding as I could not bear without wincing. I desired to know his reasons for decrying some works, which had afforded me uncommon pleasure; and as demonstration did not seem to be his talent, I dissented from his opinion with great freedom. Having been spoiled by the deference and humility of his hearers, he did not bear contradiction with much temper, and the dispute might have grown warm, had it not been interrupted by the entrance of a rival bard, at whose appearance he always quits the place. They are of different cabals, and have been at open war these 20 years. If the other was dogmatical, this genius was declamatory. He did not discourse, but harangue, and his orations were equally tedious and turgid. He too pronounces ex cathedra upon the characters of his contemporaries, and though he scruples not to deal out praise, even lavishly, to the lowest reptile in Grub Street, who will either flatter him in private, or mount the public rostrum as his panegyrist, he damns all the other writers of the age with the utmost insolence and rancour. One is a blunderbuss, as being a native of Ireland; another a half-starved louse of literature from the banks of the Tweed; a third an ass because he enjoys a pension from the government; a fourth the very angel of dulness, because he succeeded in a species of writing in which this Aristarchus had failed; a fifth, who presumed to make strictures upon one of his performances, he holds as a bug in criticism, whose stench is more offensive than his sting. In short, except himself and his myrmidons, there is not a man of genius or learning in the three kingdoms. As for the success of those who have written without the pale of this confederacy, he imputes it entirely to want of taste in the public, not considering, that to the approbation of that very tasteless public he himself owes all the consequences he has in life. Those originals are not fit for conversation. If they would maintain the advantage they have gained by their writing, they should never appear but upon paper. For my part, I am shocked to find a man have sublime ideas in his head, and nothing but illiberal sentiments in his heart. The human soul will be generally found most defective in the article of candour. I am inclined to think no mind was ever wholly exempt from envy, which, perhaps, may have been implanted as an instinct essential to our nature. I am afraid we sometimes palliate this vice under the spacious name of emulation. I have known a person remarkably generous, humane, moderate, and apparently self-denying, who could not hear even a friend commended without betraying marks of uneasiness, as if that commendation had implied an odious comparison to his prejudice, and every wreath of praise added to the other's character was a garland plucked from his own temples. This is a malignant species of jealousy, of which I stand acquitted in my own conscience. Whether it is a vice or an infirmity, I leave you to inquire. There is another point which I would much rather see determined, whether the world was always as contemptible as it appears to me at present. If the morals of mankind have not contracted an extraordinary degree of depravity within these 30 years, then must I be infected with the common vice of old men, difficilis, querulis, laudator temporis acti; or, which is more probable, the impetuous pursuits and avocations of youth have formerly hindered me from observing those rotten parts of human nature, which now appear so offensively to my observation. We have been at court, and 'change, and everywhere we find food for spleen and subject for ridicule. My new servant, Humphry Clinker, turns out a great original, and Tabby is a changed creature. She has parted with Chowder, and does nothing but smile, like Malvolio in the play. I'll be hanged if she is not acting a part which is not natural to her disposition, for some purpose which I have not yet discovered. With respect to the characters of mankind, my curiosity is quite satisfied. I have done with the science of men, and must now endeavour to amuse myself with the novelty of things. I am at present, by a violent effort of the mind, forced from my natural bias; but this power ceasing to act, I shall return to my solitude with redoubled velocity. Every thing I see, and hear, and feel, in this great reservoir of folly, knavery, and sophistication.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 36. To Mrs. Mary Jones, at Brambleton Hall. Dear Mary Jones, Lady Griskin's botler, Mr. Crumb, having got Squire Barton to frank me a kiver, I would not neglect to let you know how it is with me and the rest of the family. I could not write by John Thomas, for because he went away in a huff, at a minute's warning. He and Chowder could not agree, and so they fit upon the road, and Chowder bit his thumb, and he swore he would do him a mischief, and he spoke saucy to mistress, whereby the squire turned him off in a gudgeon; and by God's providence we picked up another footman, called Humphry Clinker, a good soul as ever broke bread; which shows that a scalded cat may prove a good mouser, and a hound be staunch, though he has got narrow hair on his buttocks. But the proudest nose may be brought to the grindstone by sickness and misfortunes. Oh, Molly, what shall I say of London? All the towns that ever I beheld in my born days are no more than Welsh barrows and crumlicks to this wonderful city. Even Bath itself is but a village, in the name of God. One would think there's no end of the streets but the Land's End. Then there's such power of people going hurry-scurry! Such a racket of coxes! Such a noise and hallaballoo! So many strange sights to be seen! Oh, gracious, my poor Welsh brain has been spinning like a top ever since I came hither. And I have seen the Park, and the Palace of St. Gimses, and the King's and the Queen's magisterial pursing, and the sweet young princes, and the Hillyfents, and Pi Baldas, and all the rest of the royal family. Last week I went with mistress to the Tower, to see the crowns and wild beastes; and there was a monstratious lion, with teeth half a quarter long, and a gentleman bid me not go near him if I wasn't a maid, being as how he would roar, and tear, and play the dickens. Now I had no mind to go near him, for I cannot abide such dangerous honey mills, not I; but mistress would go, and the beast kept such a roaring and bouncing, that I thought he would have broke his cage and devoured us all; and the gentleman tittered forsooth. But I'll go to death upon it, I will, that my lady is as good a furchin as the child unborn; and, therefore, either the gentleman told a fib, or the lion off to be set in the stocks for bearing false witness agin his neighbour; for the commandment saith, Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbour. I was afterwards of a party at Sadler's Wells, where I saw such tumbling and dancing upon ropes and wires, that I was frightened and ready to go into a fit. I thought it was all enchantment, and, believing myself bewitched, began for to cry. You knows as how the witches in Wales fly upon broomsticks; but here was flying without any broomstick, or thing in this varsal world, and firing of pistols in the air, and blowing of trumpets, and swinging, and rolling of wheelbarrows upon a wire, God bless us! no thicker than a sewing thread. That, to be sure, they must deal with the devil. A fine gentleman with a pig's tail, and a golden sword by his side, came to comfit me, and offered for to treat me with a pint of wine; but I would not stay; and so, in going through the dark passage, he began to show his cloven foot, and went for to be rude. My fellow servant, Humphry Clinker, bid him be civil; and he gave the young man a douse on the chops; but, I fackins, Mr. Clinker wa'n't long in his debt. With a good oaken sapling he dusted his doublet, for all his golden cheese toaster; and, fipping me under his arm, carried me home, I knows not how, being I was in such a flustration. But, thank God, I'm now vaned from all such vanities, for what are all those rarities and vagaries to the glory that shall be revealed hereafter? O Molly, let not your poor heart be puffed up with vanity. I had almost forgot to tell you, that I have had my hair cut and pippered, and singed, and bolstered, and buckled, in the newest fashion, by a French freezer. Parlez-vous Français? Oui, mademoiselle. I now carries my head higher than arrow private gentlewoman of Vales. Last night, coming home from the meeting, I was taken by lamplight for an eminent poulterer's daughter, a great beauty; but as I was saying, this is all vanity and vexation of spirit. The pleasures of London are no better than sour whey and stale cider, when compared to the joys of the New Jerusalem. Dear Mary Jones, and please God when I return, I'll bring you a new cap, with a turkey shell comb, and a pie house sermon that was preached in the tabernacle. and I pray of all, love, you will mind your writing and your spelling, for, craving your pardon, Molly, it made me sweat to decipher your last scrabble, which was delivered by the hind at Bath. O woman, woman, if thou hadst the least consumption of what pleasure we scullers have, when we can conster the crabbedst buck off hand, and spell the ethnich birds without looking at the primer. As for Mr Clinker, he is qualified to be a clerk to a parish. But I'll say no more. Remember me to Saul. Poor soul, it goes to my heart to think she don't yet know her letters. But in all God's good time. It shall go hard, but I will bring her the ABC and gingerbread, and that, you knows, will be learning to her taste. Mistress says we are going a long journey to the north, but go where we will, I shall ever be, dear Mary Jones, yours with true infection, Win. Jenkins, London, June 3. End of Section 36. Recording by Trisha G.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 37. To Sir Watkin Phillips of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Wat, I mentioned in my last my uncle's design of going to the Duke of N's levee, which design has been executed accordingly. His Grace has been so long accustomed to this kind of homage, that though the place he fills does not imply the 10th part of the influence which he exerted in his former office, he has given his friends to understand that they cannot oblige him in anything more than in contributing to support the shadow of that power which he no longer retains in substance, and therefore he has still public days on which they appear at his levee. My uncle and I went thither with Mr Barton, who, being one of the Duke's adherents, undertook to be our introducer. The room was pretty well filled with people in a great variety of dress, but there was no more than one gown and cassock, though I was told his Grace had, while he was minister, preferred almost every individual that now filled the bench of bishops in the House of Lords. But in all probability the gratitude of the clergy is like their charity, which shuns the light. Mr Barton was immediately accosted by a person well stricken in years, tall and raw-boned, with a hook nose, and an arch leer, that indicated at least as much cunning as sagacity. Our conductor saluted him by the name of Captain C, and afterwards informed us he was a man of shrewd parts, whom the government occasionally employed in secret services. But I have had the history of him more at large from another quarter. He had been many years ago concerned in fraudulent practices as a merchant in France, and being convicted of some of them, was sent to the galleys, from whence he was delivered by the interest of the late Duke of Ormond, to whom he had recommended himself in letter as his namesake and relation. He was in the sequel employed by our ministry as a spy, and in the war of 1740 traversed all Spain as well as France in the disguise of a Capuchin, at the extreme hazard of his life, inasmuch as the court of Madrid had actually got scent of him and given orders to apprehend him at St. Sebastian's, from whence he had fortunately retired but a few hours before the order arrived. This and other hairbreadth scapes he pleaded so effectually as a merit with the English ministry, that they allowed him a comfortable pension, which he now enjoys in his old age. He has still access to all the ministers, and is said to be consulted by them on many subjects, as a man of uncommon understanding and great experience. He is, in fact, a fellow of some parts and invincible assurance, and in his discourse he assumes such an air of self-sufficiency as may very well impose upon some of the shallow politicians who now labour at the helm of administration. But if he is not belied, This is not the only imposture of which he is guilty. They say he is at bottom not only a Roman Catholic, but really a priest, and while he pretends to disclose to our state pilots all the springs that move the cabinet of Versailles, he is actually picking up intelligence for the service of the French minister. Be that as it may, Captain C entered into conversation with us in the most familiar manner, and treated the Duke's character without any ceremony. "This wiseacre," said he, "is still abed, and I think the best thing he can do is to sleep on till Christmas, for when he gets up he does nothing but expose his own folly. Since Grenville was turned out, there has been no minister in this nation worth the meal that whitened his periwig. They are so ignorant, they scarce know a crab from a cauliflower, and then they are such dunces that there's no making them comprehend the plainest proposition. In the beginning of the war, this poor half-witted creature told me in a great fright that 30,000 French had marched from Acadie to Cape Breton. 'Where did they find transports?' said I. 'Transports!' cried he. 'I tell you they marched by land.' 'By land to the island of Cape Breton.' 'What, is Cape Breton an island?' 'Certainly.' 'Pah! Are you sure of that?' When I pointed it out in the map, he examined it earnestly with his spectacles, then taking me in his arms, 'My dear C,' cried he, 'you always bring us good news. Egad, I'll go directly and tell the king that Cape Breton is an island.' He seemed disposed to entertain us with more anecdotes of this nature, at the expense of his grace, when he was interrupted by the arrival of the Algerine ambassador, a venerable Turk with a long white beard, attended by his dragoman or interpreter, and another officer of his household, who had got no stockings to his legs. Captain C immediately spoke with an air of authority to a servant in waiting, bidding him go and tell the Duke to rise, as there was a great deal of company come, and among others the ambassador from Algiers. Then, turning to us, 'This poor Turk,' said he, 'notwithstanding his grey beard, is a greenhorn. He has been several years resident in London, and still is ignorant of our political revolutions. This visit is intended for the Prime Minister of England, but you'll see how this wise Duke will receive it as a mark of attachment to his own person.' Certain it is the Duke seemed eager to acknowledge the compliment. A door opened, he suddenly bolted out, with a shaving cloth under his chin, his face frothed up to the eyes with soap lather, and running up to the ambassador, grinned hideous in his face. 'My dear Mahomet,' said he, 'God love your long beard. I hope the day will make you a horsetail at the next promotion. Ha, ha, ha! Have but a moment's patience, and I'll send to you in a twinkling.' So saying, he retired into his den, leaving the Turk in some confusion. After a short pause, however, he said something to his interpreter, the meaning of which I had great curiosity to know, as he turned up his eyes while he spoke, expressing astonishment mixed with devotion. We were gratified by means of the communicative Captain C, who conversed with the dragoman as an old acquaintance. Ibrahim, the ambassador, who had mistaken his grace for the minister's fool, was no sooner undeceived by the interpreter than he exclaimed to this effect: 'Holy prophet, I don't wonder that this nation prospers, seeing it is governed by the council of idiots, a series of men whom all good Mussulmen revere as the organs of immediate inspiration.' Ibrahim was favoured with a particular audience of short duration, after which the Duke conducted him to the door, and then returned to diffuse his gracious looks among the crowd of his worshippers. As Mr. Barton advanced to present me to his Grace, it was my fortune to attract his notice before I was announced. He forthwith met me more than half-way, and seizing me by the hand, "My dear Sir Francis," cried he, "this is so kind. I vow to God I am so obliged. Such attention to a poor broken minister. Well, pray, when does your Excellency set sail? For God's sake have a care of your health, and eat stewed prunes in the passage. Next to your own precious health, pray, my dear Excellency, take care of the Five Nations. Our good friends, the Five Nations, the Tory-Rorys, the McColmacks, the Out-of-the-Ways, the Crickets, and the Kickshaws. Let 'em have plenty of blankets, and stincubus, and wampum, and your Excellency won't fail to scour the kettle, and boil the chain, and bury the tree, and plant the hatchet. Ha, ha, ha!" When he had uttered this rhapsody, with his usual precipitation, Mr. Barton gave him to understand that I was neither Sir Francis nor Saint Francis, but simply Mr. Melford, nephew to Mr. Bramble, who, stepping forward, made his bow at the same time. "Odd so! No more it is, Sir Francis," said this wise statesman. "Mr. Melford, I'm glad to see you. I sent you an engineer to fortify your dock. Mr. Bramble, your servant, Mr. Bramble. How do ye, good Mr. Bramble? Your nephew is a pretty young fellow. Faith and troth, a very pretty fellow. His father is my old friend. How does he hold it? Still troubled with that damned disorder, huh?" "No, my lord," replied my uncle, "all his troubles are over. He has been dead these 15 years. "Dead? Ha! Yes, faith, now I remember, he is dead, sure enough. Well, and how does the young gentleman stand for Haverfordwest? Or what d'ye? My dear Mr. Milford Haven, I'll do you all the service in my power. I hope I have some credit left." My uncle then gave him to understand that I was still a minor, and that we had no intention to trouble him at present for any favour whatsoever. "I came hither with my nephew," added he, "to pay our respects to your Grace, and I may venture to say that his views and mine are at least as disinterested as those of any individual in this assembly." "My dear Mr. Brambleberry, you do me infinite honour. I shall always rejoice to see you and your hopeful nephew, Mr. Milford Haven. My credit, such as it is, you may command. I wish we had more friends of your kidney." Then, turning to Captain C, "Ha, C," said he, "what news, C? How does the world wag, ha?" "The world wags much after the old fashion, my lord," answered the captain. "The politicians of London and Westminster have begun again to wag their tongues against your Grace, and your short-lived popularity wags like a feather which the next puff of anti-ministerial calumny will blow away." "A pack of rascals!" cried the Duke. "Tories, Jacobites, rebels! One half of them would wag their heels at Tyburn if they had their deserts." So saying, he wheeled about, and going round the levee, spoke to every individual with the most courteous familiarity. But he scarce ever opened his mouth without making some blunder, in relation to the person or business of the party with whom he conversed, so that he really looked like a comedian, hired to burlesque the character of a minister. At length, a person of very prepossessing appearance coming in, his Grace ran up, and hugging him in his arms with the appellation of "My dear led him forthwith into the inner apartment or sanctum sanctorum of this political temple. "That," said Captain C., "is my friend C.T., almost the only man of parts who has any concern in the present administration. Indeed, he would have no concern at all in the matter if the ministry did not find it absolutely necessary to make use of his talents upon some particular occasions. As for the common business of the nation, it is carried on in a constant routine by the clerks of the different offices, otherwise the wheels of government would be wholly stopped amidst the abrupt succession of ministers, every one more ignorant than his predecessor. I am thinking what a fine hovel we should be in if all the clerks of the Treasury, the secretaries of the War Office and the Admiralty should take it in their heads to throw up their places in imitation of the great pensioner. But to return to C.T., he certainly knows more than all the ministry and all the opposition if their heads were laid together, and talks like an angel on a vast variety of subjects. He would really be a great man if he had any consistency or stability of character. Then it must be owned he wants courage, otherwise he would never allow himself to be cowed by the great political bully, for whose understanding he has justly a very great contempt. I have seen him as much afraid of that overbearing Hector as ever schoolboy was of his pedagogue, and yet this Hector, I shrewdly suspect, is no more than a craven at bottom. Besides this defect, C has another, which he is at too little pains to hide. There's no faith to be given to his assertions, and no trust to be put in his promises. However, to give the devil his due, he's very good-natured, and even friendly when close urged in the way of solicitation. As for principle, that's out of the question. In a word, he is a wit and an orator, extremely entertaining, and he shines very often at the expense even of those ministers to whom he is a retainer. This is a mark of great imprudence, by which he has made them all his enemies, whatever face they may put upon the matter, and sooner or later he'll have cause to wish he had been able to keep his own counsel. I have several times cautioned him upon this subject, but 'tis all preaching to the desert. His vanity runs away with his discretion." I could not help thinking the captain himself might have been the better for some hints of the same nature. His panegyric, excluding principle and veracity, puts me in mind of a contest I once overheard, in the way of altercation, betwixt two apple women in Spring Garden. One of those viragos, having hinted something to the prejudice of the other's moral character, her antagonist, setting her hands in her sides, replied, "Speak out, hussy, I scorn your malice. I own I'm both a whore and a thief, and what more have you to say? Damn you, what more have you to say? Bating that which all the world knows, I challenge you to say black is the white of my eye." We did not wait for Mr. T.'s coming forth, but after Captain C. had characterized all the originals in waiting, we adjourned to a coffee-house, where we had buttered muffins and tea to breakfast, the said captain still favouring us with his company. Nay, my uncle was so diverted with his anecdotes that he asked him to dinner, and treated him with a fine turbot, to which he did ample justice. That same evening I spent at the tavern with some friends, one of whom let me into C.'s character, which Mr. Bramble no sooner understood than he expressed some concern for the connection he had made, and resolved to disengage himself from it without ceremony. We are become members of the Society for the Encouragement of the Arts, and have assisted at some of their deliberations, which were conducted with equal spirit and sagacity. My uncle is extremely fond of the institution, which will certainly be productive of great advantages to the public, if from its democratical form it does not degenerate into cabal and corruption. You are already acquainted with his aversion to the influence of the multitude, which he affirms is incompatible with excellence and subversive of order. Indeed, his detestation of the mob has been heightened by fear, ever since he fainted in the room at Bath, and this apprehension has prevented him from going to the little theatre in the Haymarket, and other places of entertainment, to which, however, I have had the honour to attend the ladies. It grates old Squaretoes to reflect that it is not in his power to enjoy even the most elegant diversions of the capital without the participation of the vulgar, for they now thrust themselves into all assemblies, from a ridotto at St. James's to a hop at Rotherhithe. I have lately seen our old acquaintance, Dick Ivy, who we imagined had died of dram drinking, but he has lately emerged from the Fleet by means of a pamphlet which he wrote and published against the government with some success. The sale of this performance enabled him to appear in clean linen, and he is now going about soliciting subscriptions for his poems, but his breeches are not yet in the most decent order. Dick certainly deserves some countenance for his intrepidity and perseverance. It is not in the power of disappointment, nor even of damnation, to drive him to despair. After some unsuccessful essays in the way of poetry, he commenced brandy merchant, and I believe his whole stock ran out through his own bowels, and then he consorted with a milkwoman who kept a cellar in petty France, but he could not make his quarters good. He was dislodged and driven upstairs into the kennel by a corporal in the 2nd Regiment of Foot Guards. He was afterwards the laureate of Blackfriars, from whence there was a natural transition to the Fleet. As he had formerly miscarried in panegyric, he now turned his thoughts to satire, and really seems to have some talent for abuse. If he can hold out till the meeting of the Parliament, and be prepared for another charge, in all probability Dick will mount the pillory, or obtain a pension, in either of which events his fortune will be made. Meanwhile he has acquired some degree of consideration with the respectable writers of the age, and as I have subscribed for his works, he did me the favour t'other night to introduce me to a society of those geniuses, but I found them exceedingly formal and reserved. They seemed afraid and jealous of one another, and sat in a state of mutual repulsion, like so many particles of vapour, each surrounded by its own electrified atmosphere. Dick, who has more vivacity than judgment, tried more than once to enliven the conversation, sometimes making an effort at wit, sometimes letting off a pun, and sometimes discharging a conundrum. Nay, at length he started a dispute upon the hackneyed comparison between blank verse and rhyme, and the professors opened with great clamour. But instead of keeping to the subject, they launched out into tedious dissertations on the poetry of the ancients, and one of them, who had been a schoolmaster, displayed his whole knowledge of prosody, gleaned from Disputer and Ruddiman. At last I ventured to say, I did not see how the subject in question could be at all elucidated by the practice of the ancients, who certainly had neither blank verse nor rhyme in their poems, which were measured by feet, whereas ours are reckoned by the number of syllables. This remark seemed to give umbrage to the pedant, who forthwith involved himself in a cloud of Greek and Latin quotations, which nobody attempted to dispel. A confused hum of insipid observations and comments ensued, and upon the whole I never passed a duller evening in my life. Yet without all doubt some of them were men of learning, wit, and ingenuity. As they are afraid of making free with one another, they should bring each his butt or whetstone along with him for the entertainment of the company. My uncle says he never desires to meet with more than one wit at a time. One wit, like a knuckle of ham in soup, gives a zest and flavour to the dish, but more than one serves only to spoil the pottage. And now I'm afraid I have given you an unconscionable mess, without any flavour at all, for which I suppose you will bestow your benedictions upon your friend and servant, J. Melford. London, June 5th. End of section 37.
By Tobias Smollett, section 38. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Lewis, your fable of the monkey and the pig is what the Italians call ben trovata, but I shall not repeat it to my apothecary, who is a proud Scotchman, very thin-skinned, and, for aught I know, may have his degree in his pocket. A right Scotchman has always 2 strings to his bow, and is in utrumque paratus. Certain it is, I have not scaped a scouring, but I believe by means of that scouring I have scaped something worse, perhaps a tedious fit of the gout or rheumatism, for my appetite began to flag, and I had certain croakings in the bowels which boded me no good. Nay, I am not yet quite free of these remembrances, which warn me to be gone from this centre of infection. What temptation can a man of my turn and temperament have to live in a place where every corner teems with fresh objects of detestation and disgust? What kind of taste and organs must those people have who really prefer the adulterate enjoyments of the town to the genuine pleasures of a country retreat? Most people, I know, are originally seduced by vanity, ambition, and childish curiosity, which cannot be gratified but in the busy haunts of men. But in the course of this gratification their very organs of sense are perverted, and they become habitually lost to every relish of what is genuine and excellent in its own nature. Shall I state the difference between my town grievances and my country comforts? At Brambleton Hall I have elbow room within doors, and breathe a clear, elastic, salutary air. I enjoy refreshing sleep, which is never disturbed by horrid noise, nor interrupted, but in a morning, by the sweet twitter of the martlet at my window. I drink the virgin lymph, pure and crystalline as it gushes from the rock, or the sparkling beverage home brewed from malt of my own making. Or I indulge with cider, which my own orchard affords, or with claret of the best growth, imported for my own use by a correspondent on whose integrity I can depend. My bread is sweet and nourishing, made from my own wheat, ground in my own mill, and baked in my own oven. My table is, in a great measure, furnished from my own ground. My 5-year-old mutton, fed on the fragrant herbage of the mountains, that might vie with venison in juice and flavour. My delicious veal, fattened with nothing but the mother's milk, that fills the dish with gravy. My poultry from the barn door, that never knew confinement, but when they were at roost. My rabbits panting from the warren, my game fresh from the moors, my trout and salmon struggling from the stream, oysters from their native banks, and herrings with other sea fish I can eat in 4 hours after they are taken. My salads, roots, and pot herbs, my own garden yields in plenty and perfection, the produce of the natural soil, prepared by moderate cultivation. The same soil affords all the different fruits which England may call her own, so that my dessert is every day fresh gathered from the tree. My dairy flows with nectareous tides of milk and cream, from whence we derive abundance of excellent butter, curds, and cheese, and the refuse fattens my pigs that are destined for hams and bacon. I go to bed betimes, and rise with the sun. I make shift to pass the hours without weariness or regret, and am not destitute of amusements within doors, when the weather will not permit me to go abroad. I read and chat, and play at billiards, cards, or backgammon. Without doors, I superintend my farm, and execute plans of improvements, the effects of which I enjoy with unspeakable delight. Nor do I take less pleasure in seeing my tenants thrive under my auspices, and the poor live comfortably by the employment which I provide. You know I have one or two sensible friends to whom I can open all my heart, a blessing which perhaps I might have sought in vain among the crowded scenes of life. There are a few others of more humble parts, whom I esteem for their integrity, and their conversation I find inoffensive, though not very entertaining. Finally, I live in the midst of honest men and trusty dependents, who, I flatter myself, have a disinterested attachment to my person. You yourself, my dear Doctor, can vouch for the truth of these assertions. Now mark the contrast at London. I am pent up in frowsy lodgings, where there is not room enough to swing a cat, and I breathe the steams of endless putrefaction, and these would undoubtedly produce a pestilence if they were not qualified by the gross acid of sea-coal, which is itself a pernicious nuisance to lungs of any delicacy of texture. But even this boasted corrector cannot prevent those languid sallow looks that distinguish the inhabitants of London from those ruddy swains that lead a country life. I go to bed after midnight, jaded and restless from the dissipations of the day. I start every hour from my sleep at the horrid noise of the watchmen bawling the hour through every street, and thundering at every door; a set of useless fellows who serve no other purpose but that of disturbing the repose of the inhabitants. And by 5 o'clock I start out of bed, in consequence of the still more dreadful alarm made by the country carts and noisy rustics bellowing green peas under my window. If I would drink water, I must quaff the mawkish contents of an open aqueduct, exposed to all manner of defilement, or swallow that which comes from the river Thames, impregnated with all the filth of London and Westminster. Human excrement is the least offensive part of the concrete, which is composed of all the drugs, minerals, and poisons used in mechanics and manufacture, enriched with the putrefying carcasses of beasts and men, and mixed with the scourings of all the wash-tubs, kennels, and common sewers within the bills of mortality. This is the agreeable potation extolled by the Londoners as the finest water in the universe. As to the intoxicating potion sold for wine, it is a vile, unpalatable, and pernicious sophistication, balderdashed with cider, corn spirit, and the juice of sloes. In an action at law, laid against a carman for having staved a cask of port, it appeared, from the evidence of the cooper, that there were not above 5 gallons of real wine in the whole pipe, which held above 100, and even that had been brewed and adulterated by the merchant at Oporto. The bread I eat in London is a deleterious paste mixed up with chalk, alum, and bone ashes, insipid to the taste, and destructive to the constitution. The good people are not ignorant of this adulteration, but they prefer it to wholesome bread, because it is whiter than the meal of corn. Thus they sacrifice their taste and their health, and the lives of their tender infants, to a most absurd gratification of a misjudging eye; and the miller or the baker is obliged to poison them and their families, in order to live by his profession. The same monstrous depravity appears in their veal, which is bleached by repeated bleedings and other villainous arts, till there is not a drop of juice left in the body, and the poor animal is paralytic before it dies, so void of all taste, nourishment, and savour, that a man might dine as comfortably on a white fricassee of kidskin gloves, or chip hats from Leghorn. As they have discharged the natural colour from their bread, their butcher's meat and poultry, their cutlets, ragouts, fricassees, and sauces of all kinds, so they insist upon having the complexion of their pot herbs mended, even at the hazard of their lives. Perhaps you will hardly believe they can be so mad as to boil their greens with brass halfpence, in order to improve their colour, and yet nothing is more true. Indeed, without this improvement in the colour, they have no personal merit. They are produced in an artificial soil, and taste of nothing but the dunghills from whence they spring. My cabbage, cauliflower, and asparagus in the country are as much superior in flavour to those that are sold in Covent Garden, as my heath mutton is to that of St. James's Market; which, in fact, is neither lamb nor mutton, but something betwixt the two, gorged in the rank fens of Lincoln and Essex, pale, coarse, and frowsy. As for the pork, it is an abominable carnivorous animal, fed with horseflesh and distiller's grains, and the poultry is all rotten in consequence of a fever occasioned by the infamous practice of sewing up the gut, that they may be the sooner fattened in coops, in consequence of this cruel retention. Of the fish, I need say nothing in this hot weather, but that it comes 60, 70, 80, and 100 miles by land carriage, a circumstance sufficient without any comment to turn a Dutchman's stomach, even if his nose was not saluted in every alley with the sweet flavour of fresh mackerel, selling by retail. This is not the season for oysters; nevertheless, it may not be amiss to mention that the right Colchester are kept in slime pits, occasionally overflowed by the sea, and that the green colour, so much admired by the voluptuaries of this metropolis, is occasioned by the vitriolic scum which rises on the surface of the stagnant and stinking water. Our rabbits are bred and fed in the poulterer's cellar, where they have neither air nor exercise; consequently they must be firm in flesh and delicious in flavour, and there is no game to be had for love or money. It must be owned, the Covent Garden affords some good fruit, which, however, is always engrossed by a few individuals of overgrown fortune, at an exorbitant price; so that little else than the refuse of the market falls to the share of the community, and that is distributed by such filthy hands as I cannot look at without loathing. It was but yesterday that I saw a dirty barrow bunter in the street, cleaning her dusty fruit with her own spittle; and who knows but some fine lady of St James's parish might admit into her delicate mouth those very cherries which had been rolled and moistened between the filthy and perhaps ulcerated chops of a St Giles's huckster. I need not dwell upon the pallid contaminated mash, which they call strawberries, soiled and tossed by greasy paws through 20 baskets crusted with dirt, and then presented with the worst milk, thickened with the worst flour, and to a bad likeness of cream. But the milk itself should not pass unanalyzed. The produce of faded cabbage leaves in sour draught, lowered with hot water, frothed with bruised snails, carried through the streets in open pails, exposed to foul rinsings, discharged from doors and windows, spittle, snot, and tobacco quids from foot passengers, overflowings from mud carts, spatterings from coach wheels, dirt and trash chucked into it by roguish boys for the joke's sake, the spewings of infants who have slabbered in the tin measure, which is thrown back in that condition among the milk for the benefit of the next customer, and finally the vermin that drops from the rags of the nasty drab that vends this precious mixture, under the respectable denomination of milkmaid. I shall conclude this catalogue of London dainties with that table beer, guiltless of hops and malt, vapid and nauseous, much fitter to facilitate the operation of a vomit than to quench thirst and promote digestion. The tallowy rancid mass, called butter, manufactured with candle grease and kitchen stuff, and their fresh eggs imported from France and Scotland. Now all these enormities might be remedied with a very little attention to the article of police or civil regulation; but the wise patriots of London have taken it into their heads that all regulation is inconsistent with liberty, and that every man ought to live in his own way without restraint. Nay, as there is not sense enough left among them to be discomposed by the nuisance I have mentioned, they may, for aught I care, wallow in the mire of their own pollution. A companionable man will, undoubtedly, put up with many inconveniences for the sake of enjoying agreeable society. A facetious friend of mine used to say, the wine could not be bad where the company was agreeable; a maxim which, however, ought to be taken cum grano salis. But what is the society of London, that I should be tempted, for its sake, to mortify my senses, and compound with such uncleanness as my soul abhors? All the people I see are too much engrossed by schemes of interest or ambition to have any room left for sentiment or friendship. Even in some of my old acquaintance, those schemes and pursuits have obliterated all traces of our former connection. Conversation is reduced to party disputes and illiberal altercation; social commerce to formal visits and card playing. If you pick up a diverting original by accident, it may be dangerous to amuse yourself with his oddities. He is generally a Tartar at bottom, a sharper, a spy, or a lunatic. Every person you deal with endeavours to overreach you in the way of business. You are preyed upon by idle mendicants, who beg in the phrase of borrowing, and live upon the spoils of the stranger. Your tradesmen are without conscience, your friends with...
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 39. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Phillips, in my last I mentioned having spent an evening with a society of authors, who seemed to be jealous and afraid of one another. My uncle was not at all surprised to hear me say I was disappointed in their conversation. "A man may be very entertaining and instructive upon paper," said he, "and exceedingly dull in common discourse. I have observed that those who shine most in private company are but secondary stars in the constellation of genius. A small stock of ideas is more easily managed and sooner displayed than a great quantity crowded together. There is very seldom anything extraordinary in the appearance and address of a good writer, whereas a dull author generally distinguishes himself by some oddity or extravagance. For this reason, I fancy that an assembly of grubs must be very diverting." My curiosity being excited by this hint, I consulted my friend Dick Ivy, who undertook to gratify it the very next day, which was Sunday last. He carried me to dine with S., whom you and I have long known by his writings. He lives in the skirts of the town, and every Sunday his house is open to all unfortunate brothers of the quill, whom he treats with beef pudding and potatoes, port, punch, and Calvert's entire butt beer. He has fixed upon the first day of the week for the exercise of his hospitality, because some of his guests could not enjoy it on any other, for reasons that I need not explain. I was civilly received in a plain yet decent habitation, which opened backwards into a very pleasant garden, kept in excellent order; and indeed I saw none of the outward signs of authorship, either in the house or the landlord, who is one of those few writers of the age that stand upon their own foundation, without patronage, and above dependence. If there was nothing characteristic in the entertainer, the company made ample amends for his want of singularity. At 2 in the afternoon I found myself one of 10 messmates seated at table, and I question if the whole kingdom could produce such another assemblage of originals. Among their peculiarities I do not mention those of dress, which may be purely accidental. What struck me were oddities originally produced by affectation, and afterwards confirmed by habit. One of them wore spectacles at dinner, and another his hat flapped, though, as Ivy told me, the first was noted for having a seaman's eye when a bailiff was in the wind, and the other was never known to labour under any weakness or defect of vision, except about 5 years ago, when he was complimented with a couple of black eyes by a player with whom he had quarrelled in his drink. A third wore a laced stocking and made use of crutches, because once in his life he had been laid up with a broken leg, though no man could leap over a stick with more agility. A fourth had contracted such an antipathy to the country that he insisted upon sitting with his back towards the window that looked into the garden, and when a dish of cauliflower was set upon the table, he snuffed up volatile salts to keep him from fainting. Yet this delicate person was the son of a cottager, born under a hedge, and had many years run wild among asses on a common. A fifth affected distraction. When spoke to, he always answered from the purpose. Sometimes he suddenly started up and rapped out a dreadful oath. Sometimes he burst out a-laughing. Then he folded his arms and sighed, and then he hissed like 50 serpents. At first I really thought he was mad, and as he sat near me, began to be under some apprehensions for my own safety, when our landlord, perceiving me alarmed, assured me aloud that I had nothing to fear. "The gentleman," said he, "is trying to act a part for which he is by no means qualified. If he had all the inclination in the world, it is not in his power to be mad. His spirits are too flat to be kindled into frenzy." "'Tis no bad puff, however," observed a person in a tarnished laced coat. "Affected in madness will pass for wit with 19 out of 20." "And affected stuttering for humour," replied our landlord, "though God knows there is an affinity betwixt them." It seems this wag, after having made some abortive attempts in plain speaking, had recourse to this defect, by means of which he frequently extorted the laugh of the company, without the least expense of genius; and that imperfection, which he had at first counterfeited, was now become so habitual that he could not lay it aside. A certain winking genius, who wore yellow gloves at dinner, had on his first introduction taken such offence at S, because he looked and talked and ate and drank like any other man, that he spoke contemptuously of his understanding ever after, and never would repeat his visit until he had exhibited the following proof of his caprice. Wat Wyville, the poet, having made some unsuccessful advances towards an intimacy with S, at last gave him to understand, by a third person, that he had written a poem in his praise, and a satire against his person; that if he would admit him to his house, the first should be immediately sent to press; but that if he persisted in declining his friendship, he would publish his satire without delay. S replied, that he looked upon Wyville's panegyric as in effect a species of infamy, and would resent it accordingly with a good cudgel; but if he published the satire, he might deserve his compassion, and had nothing to fear from his revenge. Wyville, having considered the alternative, resolved to mortify S by printing the panegyric, for which he received a sound drubbing. Then he swore the peace against the aggressor, who, in order to avoid a prosecution at law, admitted him to his good graces. It was the singularity in S.'s conduct on this occasion that reconciled him to the yellow-gloved philosopher, who owned he had some genius, and from that period cultivated his acquaintance. Curious to know upon what subjects the several talents of my fellow guests were employed, I applied to my communicative friend Dick Ivy, who gave me to understand that most of them were or had been understrappers or journeymen to more creditable authors, for whom they translated, collated, and compiled in the business of book-making, and that all of them had at different times laboured in the service of our landlord, though they had now set up for themselves in various departments of literature. Not only their talents, but also their nations and dialects were so various, that our conversation resembled the confusion of tongues at Babel. We had the Irish brogue, the Scotch accent, and foreign idiom twanged off by the most discordant vociferation; for as they all spoke together, no man had any chance to be heard, unless he could bawl louder than his fellows. It must be owned, however, there was nothing pedantic in their discourse. They carefully avoided all learned disquisitions, and endeavoured to be facetious; nor did their endeavours always miscarry. Some droll repartee passed, and much laughter was excited; and if any individual lost his temper so far as to transgress the bounds of decorum, he was effectually checked by the master of the feast, who exerted a sort of paternal authority over this irritable tribe. The most learned philosopher of the whole collection, who had been expelled the university for atheism, had made great progress in a refutation of Lord Bolingbroke's metaphysical works, which is said to be equally ingenious and orthodox. But in the meantime he has been presented to the grand jury as a public nuisance, for having blasphemed in an alehouse on the Lord's day. The Scotchman gave lectures on the pronunciation of the English language, which he is now publishing by subscription. The Irishman is a political writer, and goes by the name of My Lord Potato. He wrote a pamphlet in vindication of a minister, hoping his zeal would be rewarded with some place or pension. But finding himself neglected in that quarter, he whispered about that the pamphlet was written by the minister himself, and he published an answer to his own production. In this he addressed the author under the title of Your Lordship, with such solemnity that the public swallowed the deceit, and bought up the whole impression. The wise politicians of the metropolis declared they were both masterly performances, and chuckled over the flimsy reveries of an ignorant garreteer as the profound speculations of a veteran statesman acquainted with all the secrets of the cabinet. The imposture was detected in the sequel, and our Hibernian pamphleteer retains no part of his assumed importance but the bare title of My Lord, and the upper part of the table at the Potato Ordinary in Shoe Lane. Opposite to me sat a Piedmontese, who had obliged the public with a humorous satire entitled The Balance of the English Poets, a performance which evinced the great modesty and taste of the author, and in particular his intimacy with the elegancies of the English language. The sage who laboured under the agrophobia, or horror of green fields, had just finished a treatise on practical agriculture, though in fact he had never seen corn growing in his life, and was so ignorant of grain that our entertainer, in the face of the whole company, made him own that a plate of hominy was the best rice pudding he had ever ate. The stutterer had almost finished his travels through Europe and part of Asia without ever budging beyond the liberties of the King's Bench, except in term time with a tipstaff for his companion, and as for little Tim Cropdale, the most facetious member of the whole society, he had happily wound up the catastrophe of a virgin tragedy, from the exhibition of which he promised himself a large fund of profit and reputation. Tim had made shift to live many years by writing novels, at the rate of £5 a volume. But that branch of business is now engrossed by female authors, who publish merely for the propagation of virtue, with so much ease and spirit and delicacy and knowledge of the human heart, and in all the serene tranquillity of high life, that the reader is not only enchanted by their genius, but reformed by their morality. After dinner we adjourned into the garden, where I observed Mr. S. gave a short separate audience to every individual, in a small remote filbert walk, from whence many of them dropped off one after another without further ceremony. But they were replaced by fresh recruits of the same clan, who came to make an afternoon's visit, and among others a spruce bookseller called Birkin, who rode his own gelding, and made his appearance in a pair of new jemmy boots with massy spurs of plate. It was not without reason that this midwife of the Muses used exercise a horseback, for he was too fat to walk afoot, and he underwent some sarcasms from Tim Cropdale on his unwieldy size and inaptitude for motion. Birkin, who took umbrage at this poor author's petulance in presuming to joke upon a man so much richer than himself, told him he was not so unwieldy but that he could move the Marshalsea court for a writ, and even overtake him with it, if he did not very speedily come and settle accounts with him respecting the expense of publishing his last ode to the King of Prussia, of which he had sold but 3, and one of them was to Whitfield the Methodist. Tim affected to receive this intimation with good humour, saying, he expected in a post or two from Potsdam a poem of thanks from his Prussian Majesty, who knew very well how to pay poets in their own coin, But in the meantime he proposed that Mr Birkin and he should run 3 times round the garden for a bowl of punch, to be drank at Ashley's in the evening, and he would run boots against stockings. The bookseller, who valued himself upon his mettle, was persuaded to accept the challenge, and he forthwith resigned his boots to Cropdale, who, when he had put them on, was
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 40. But having the opportunity of Mrs. Brentwood's return, I seize it eagerly, to disburthen my poor heart, which is oppressed with fear and vexation. O Letty, what a miserable situation it is, to be without a friend to whom one can apply for counsel and consolation in distress! I hinted in my last that one Mr. Barton had been very particular in his civilities. I can no longer mistake his meaning. He has formerly professed himself my admirer, and, after 1,000 assiduities, perceiving I made but a cold return to his addresses, he had recourse to the mediation of Lady Griskin, who has acted the part of a very warm advocate in his behalf. But, my dear Willis, her ladyship overacts her part. She not only expatiates on the ample fortune, the great connections, and the unblemished character of Mr. Barton, but she takes the trouble to catechize me, and, 2 days ago, peremptorily told me that a girl of my age could not possibly resist so many considerations, if her heart was not pre-engaged. This insinuation threw me into such a flutter that she could not but observe my disorder, and, presuming upon the discovery, insisted upon my making her the confidant of my passion. But, although I had not such command of myself as to conceal the emotion of my heart, I am not such a child as to disclose its secret to a person who would certainly use them to its prejudice. I told her it was no wonder if I was out of countenance at her introducing a subject of conversation so unsuitable to my years and inexperience; that I believed Mr. Barton was a very worthy gentleman, and I was much obliged to him for his good opinion. But the affections were involuntary, and mine, in particular, had as yet made no concessions in his favour. She shook her head with an air of distrust that made me tremble, and observed that if my affections were free, they would submit to the decision of prudence, especially when enforced by the authority of those who had a right to direct my conduct. This remark implied a design to interest my uncle or my aunt, perhaps my brother, in behalf of Mr. Barton's passion, Tabernacle, where I heard a discourse that affected me deeply. I have prayed fervently to be enlightened, but as yet I am not sensible to these inward motions, those operations of grace which are the signs of a regenerated spirit, and therefore I begin to be in terrible apprehensions about the state of my poor soul. Some of our family have had very uncommon accessions, particularly my aunt and Mrs. Jenkins, who sometimes speak as if they were really inspired; so that I am not like to want for either exhortation or example to purify my thoughts and recall them from the vanities of this world, which, indeed, I would willingly resign, if it was in my power. But to make this sacrifice I must be enabled by such assistance from above as hath not yet been indulged to. Your unfortunate friend, Lydia Melford. June 10th. End of section 40.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 41. To Sir Watkin Phillips, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Phillips, the moment I received your letter, I began to execute your commission. With the assistance of mine host at the Bull and Gate, I discovered the place to which your fugitive valet had retreated, and taxed him with his dishonesty. The fellow was in manifest confusion at sight of me, but he denied the charge with great confidence, till I told him that if he would give up the watch, which was a family piece, he might the manor, which, you know, is all my own. Animated, therefore, by the approbation of a person whose nice taste and consummate judgment I can no longer doubt, I will cheerfully proceed with our memoirs. As it is determined we shall set out next week for Yorkshire, I went today in the forenoon with my uncle to see a carriage belonging to a coachmaker in our neighbourhood. Turning down a narrow lane behind Long Acre, we perceived a crowd of people standing at a door, which, it seems, opened into a kind of Methodist meeting, and were informed that a footman was then holding forth to the congregation within. Curious to see this phenomenon, we squeezed into the place with much difficulty. And who should this preacher be but the identical Humphry Clinker? He had finished his sermon and given out a psalm, the first stave of which he sung with peculiar graces. But if we were astonished to see Clinker in the pulpit, we were altogether confounded at finding all the females of our family among the audience. There was Lady Griskin, Mistress Tabitha Bramble, Mistress Winifred Jenkins, my sister Liddy, and Mr. Barton, and all of them joined in the psalmody with strong marks of devotion. I could hardly keep my gravity on this ludicrous occasion, but old Squaretoes was differently affected. The first thing that struck him was the presumption of his lackey, whom he commanded to come down, with such an air of authority as Humphry did not think proper to disregard. He descended immediately, and all the people were in commotion. Barton looked exceedingly sheepish. Lady Griskin flirted her fan. Mistress Tabby groaned in spirit. Liddy changed countenance, and Mistress Jenkins sobbed as if her heart was breaking. My uncle, with a sneer, asked pardon of the ladies for having interrupted their devotion, saying he had particular business with the preacher, whom he ordered to call a hackney coach. This being immediately brought up to the end of the lane, he handed Liddy into it, and my aunt and I following him, we drove home, without taking any further notice of the rest of the company, who still remained in silent astonishment. Mr. Bramble, perceiving Liddy in great trepidation, assumed a milder aspect, bidding her be under no concern, for he was not at all displeased at anything she had done. "I have no objection," said he, "to your being religiously inclined, but I don't think my servant is a proper ghostly director for a devotee of your sex and character. If, in fact, as I rather believe, your aunt is not the sole conductress of this machine." Mistress Tabitha made no answer, but threw up the whites of her eyes, as if in the act of ejaculation. Poor Liddy said she had no right to the title of a devotee, that she thought there was no harm in hearing a pious discourse, even if it came from a footman, especially as her aunt was present, but that if she had erred from ignorance, she hoped he would excuse it, as she could not bear the thoughts of living under his displeasure. The old gentleman, pressing her hand with a tender smile, said she was a good girl, and that he did not believe her capable of doing anything that could give him the least umbrage or disgust. When we arrived at our lodgings, he commanded Mr. Clinker to attend him upstairs, and spoke to him in these words: "Since you are called upon by the Spirit to preach and to teach, it is high time to lay aside the livery of an earthly master, and for my part I am unworthy to have an apostle in my service." "I hope," said Humphry, "I have not failed in my duty to your honour. I should be a vile wretch if I did, considering the misery from which your charity and compassion relieved me, but having an inward admonition of the Spirit—" "An admonition of the devil!" cried the squire in a passion. "What admonition, you blockhead? What right has such a fellow as you to set up for a reformer?" Begging your honour's pardon, replied Clinker, may not the new light of God's grace shine upon the poor and the ignorant in their humility, as well as upon the wealthy and the philosopher in all his pride of human learning? What you imagine to be the new light of grace, said his master, I take to be a deceitful vapour glimmering through a crack in your upper story. In a word, Mr. Clinker, I will have no light in my family but what pays the king's taxes, unless it be the light of reason, which you don't pretend to follow. Ah, sir, cried Humphry, the light of reason is no more in comparison to the light I mean than a farthing candle to the sun at noon. Very true, said uncle. The one will serve to show you your way, and the other to dazzle and confound your weak brain. Harkee, Clinker, you are either an hypocritical knave or a wrong-headed enthusiast, and in either case unfit for my service. If you are a quack in sanctity and devotion, you will find it an easy matter to impose upon silly women and others of crazed understanding who will contribute lavishly for your support. If you are really seduced by the reveries of a disturbed imagination, the sooner you lose your senses entirely, the better for yourself and the community. In that case, some charitable person might provide you with a dark room and clean straw in Bedlam, where it would not be in your power to infect others with your fanaticism. Whereas, if you have just reflection enough left to maintain the character of a chosen vessel in the meetings of the godly, you and your hearers will be misled by a will-o'-the-wisp from one error into another, till you are plunged into religious frenzy, and then perhaps you will hang yourself in despair. Which the Lord of his infinite mercy forbid, exclaimed the affrighted Clinker. It is very possible I may be under the temptation of the devil, who wants to wreck me on the rocks of spiritual pride. Your honour says I am either a knave or a madman. Now, as I'll assure your honour I am no knave, it follows that I must be mad. Therefore I beseech your honour upon my knees to take my case into consideration, that means may be used for my recovery. The squire could not help smiling at the poor fellow's simplicity, and promised to take care of him, provided he would mind the business of his place, without running after the new light of Methodism. But Mistress Tabitha took offence at his humility, which she interpreted into poorness of spirit and worldly mindedness. She upbraided him with the want of courage to suffer for conscience' sake. She observed that if he should lose his place for bearing testimony to the truth, Providence would not fail to find him another, perhaps more advantageous, and declaring that it could not be very agreeable to live in a family where an inquisition was established, retired to another room in great agitation. My uncle followed her with a significant look. Then, turning to the preacher, "You hear what my sister says. If you cannot live with me upon such terms as I have prescribed, the vineyard of Methodism lies before you, and she seems very well disposed to reward your labour." "I would not willingly give offence to any soul upon earth," answered Humphry. "Her ladyship has been very good to me ever since we came to London, and surely she has a heart turned for religious exercises, and both she and Lady Griskin sing psalms and hymns like two cherubims. But at the same time I'm bound to love and obey your honour. It becometh not such a poor ignorant fellow as me to hold dispute with a gentleman of rank and learning. As for the matter of knowledge, I am no more than a beast in comparison of your honour. Therefore I submit, and with God's grace I will follow you to the world's end, if you don't think me too far gone to be out of confinement." His master promised to keep him for some time longer on trial, then desired to know in what manner Lady Griskin and Mr Barton came to join their religious society. He told him that her ladyship was the person who first carried my aunt and sister to the tabernacle, whither he attended them, and had his devotion kindled by Mr W.'s preaching; that he was confirmed in this new way by the preacher's sermons, which he had bought and studied with great attention; that his discourse and prayers had brought over Mistress Jenkins and the housemaid to the same way of thinking. But as for Mr Barton, he had never seen him at service before this day, when he came in company with Lady Griskin. Humphry, moreover, owned that he had been encouraged to mount the rostrum by the example and success of a weaver, who was much followed as a powerful minister; that on his first trial he found himself under such strong impulsions as made him believe he was certainly moved by the Spirit, and that he had assisted in Lady Griskin's and several private houses at exercises of devotion. Mr Bramble was no sooner informed that her ladyship had acted as the primum mobile of this confederacy, than he concluded she had only made use of Clinker as a tool, subservient to the execution of some design, to the true secret of which he was an utter stranger. He observed that her ladyship's brain was a perfect mill for projects, and that she and Tabby had certainly engaged in some secret treaty, the nature of which he could not comprehend. I told him I thought it was no difficult matter to perceive the drift of Mistress Tabitha, which was to ensnare the heart of Barton, and that in all likelihood my Lady Griskin acted as her auxiliary; that this supposition would account for their endeavours to convert him to Methodism, an event which would occasion a connection of souls that might be easily improved into a matrimonial union. My uncle seemed to be much diverted by the thoughts of this scheme's succeeding; but I gave him to understand that Barton was pre-engaged, that he had the day before made a present of an etui to Liddy, which her aunt had obliged her to receive, with a view, no doubt, to countenance her own accepting of a snuff-box at the same time; that my sister having made me acquainted with this incident, I had desired an explanation of Mr Barton, who declared his intentions were honourable, and expressed his hope that I would have no objections to his alliance; that I had thanked him for the honour he intended our family, but told him it would be necessary to consult her uncle and aunt, who were her guardians; and their approbation being obtained, I could have no objection to his proposal, though I was persuaded that no violence would be offered to my sister's inclinations in a transaction that so nearly interested the happiness of her future life; that he had assured me he should never think of availing himself of a guardian's authority unless he could render his addresses agreeable to the young lady herself, and that he would immediately demand permission of Mr and Mistress Bramble to make Liddy a tender of his hand and fortune. The squire was not insensible to the advantages of such a match, and declared he would promote it with all his influence; but when I took notice that there seemed to be an aversion on the side of Liddy, he said he would sound her on the subject, and if her reluctance was such as would not be easily overcome, he would civilly decline the proposal of Mr Barton; for he thought that in the choice of a husband, a young woman ought not to sacrifice the feelings of her heart for any consideration upon earth. "Liddy is not so desperate," said he, "as to worship fortune at such an expense." I take it for granted this whole affair will end in smoke, though there seems to be a storm brewing in the quarter of Mistress Tabby, who sat with all the sullen dignity of silence at dinner, seemingly pregnant with complaint and expostulation. As she had certainly marked Barton for her own prey, she cannot possibly favour his suit to Liddy; and therefore I expect something extraordinary will attend his declaring himself my sister's admirer. This declaration will certainly be made in form, as soon as the lover can pick up resolution enough to stand the brunt of Mistress Tabby's disappointment; for he is without doubt aware of her designs upon his person. The particulars of the denouement you shall know in due season. Meanwhile, I am always yours, J. Melford. London, June 10th. End of Section 41.
Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 42. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Lewis, the deceitful calm was of short duration. I am plunged again in a sea of vexation, and the complaints in my stomach and bowels are returned, so that I suppose I shall be disabled from prosecuting the excursion I had planned. What the devil had I to do, to come a plague hunting with a leash of females in my train? Yesterday my precious sister, who, by the by, has been for some time a professed Methodist, came into my apartment, attended by Mr. Barton, and desired an audience with a very stately air. "Brother," said she, "this gentleman has something to propose, which I flatter myself will be the more acceptable, as it will rid you of a troublesome companion." Then Mr. Barton proceeded to this effect: "I am indeed extremely ambitious of being allied to your family, Mr. Bramble, and I hope you will see no cause to interpose your authority." "As for authority," said Tabby, interrupting him with some warmth, "I know of none that he has a right to use on this occasion. If I pay him the compliment of making him acquainted with the step I intend to take, it is all he can expect in reason. This is as much as I believe he would do by me if he intended to change his own situation in life. In a word, brother, I am so sensible of Mr. Barton's extraordinary merit, that I have been prevailed upon to alter my resolution of living a single life, and to put my happiness in his hands, by vesting him with a legal title to my person and fortune, such as they are. The business at present is to have the writings drawn, and I shall be obliged to you if you will recommend a lawyer to me for that purpose." You may guess what an effect this overture had upon me, who, from the information of my nephew, expected that Barton was to make a formal declaration of his passion for Liddy. I could not help gazing in silent astonishment, alternately at Tabby and her supposed admirer, who last hung his head in the most awkward confusion for a few minutes, and then retired on pretence of being suddenly seized with a vertigo. Mrs. Tabitha affected much concern, and would have had him make use of a bed in the house, but he insisted upon going home, that he might have recourse of some drops, which he kept for such emergencies, and his inamorata acquiesced. In the meantime I was exceedingly puzzled at this adventure, though I suspected the truth, and did not know in what manner to demean myself towards Mrs. Tabitha, when Jerry came in and told me he had just seen Mr. Barton alight from his chariot at Lady Griskin's door. This incident seemed to threaten a visit from her ladyship, with which we were honoured accordingly in less than half an hour. "I find," said she, "there has been a match of cross purposes among you good folks, and I'm come to set you to rights." So saying, she presented me with the following billet: "Dear Sir, I no sooner recollected myself from the extreme confusion I was thrown into by that unlucky mistake of your sister, than I thought it my duty to assure you, that my devoirs to Mrs Bramble never exceeded the bounds of ordinary civility, and that my heart is unalterably fixed upon Miss Liddy Melford, as I had the honour to declare to her brother when he questioned me upon that subject. Lady Griskin has been so good as to charge herself not only with the delivery of this note, but also with the task of undeceiving Mrs Bramble, for whom I have the most profound respect and veneration, though my affection being otherwise engaged is no longer in the power of, Sir, your very humble servant, Ralph Barton." Having cast my eyes over this billet, I told her ladyship that I would no longer retard the friendly office she had undertaken, and I and Jerry forthwith retired into another room. There we soon perceived the conversation grow very warm betwixt the two ladies, and at length could distinctly hear certain terms of altercation, which we could no longer delay interrupting, with any regard to decorum. When we entered the scene of contention, we found Liddy had joined the disputants, and stood trembling betwixt them, as if she had been afraid they would have proceeded to something more practical than words. Lady Griskin's face was like the full moon in a storm of wind, glaring, fiery, and portentous, while Tabby looked grim and ghastly, with an aspect breathing discord and dismay. Our appearance put a stop to their mutual revilings, but her ladyship turning to me, "Cousin," said she, "I can't help saying I have met with a very ungrateful return from this lady for the pains I have taken to serve her family." "My family is much obliged to your ladyship," cried Tabby, with a kind of hysterical giggle, "but we have no right to the good offices of such an honourable go-between." "But for all that, good Mrs Tabitha Bramble," resumed the other, "I shall be content with the reflection, that virtue is its own reward, and it shall not be my fault if you continue to make yourself ridiculous. Mr Bramble, who has no little interest of his own to serve, will, no doubt, contribute all in his power to promote a match betwixt Mr Barton and his niece, which will be equally honourable and advantageous; and I dare say Miss Liddy herself will have no objection to a measure so well calculated to make her happy in life." "I beg your ladyship's pardon," exclaimed Liddy, with great vivacity. "I have nothing but misery to expect from such a measure, and I hope my guardians will have too much compassion to barter my peace of mind for any consideration of interest or fortune." "Upon my word, Miss Liddy," said she, "you have profited by the example of your good aunt. I comprehend your meaning, and will explain it when I have a proper opportunity. In the meantime I shall take my leave. Madam, your most obedient and devoted humble servant," said she, advancing close up to my sister, and curtsying so low, that I thought she intended to squat herself down on the floor. This salutation Tabby returned with equal solemnity, and the expression of the two faces, while they continued in this attitude, would be no bad subject for a pencil like that of the incomparable Hogarth, if any such should ever appear again in these times of dulness and degeneracy. Jerry accompanied her ladyship to her house, that he might have an opportunity to restore the étui to Barton, and advise him to give up his suit, which was so disagreeable to his sister, against whom, however, he returned much irritated. Lady Griskin had assured him that Liddy's heart was preoccupied, and immediately the idea of Wilson recurring to his imagination, his family pride took the alarm. He denounced vengeance against the adventurer, and was disposed to be very peremptory with his sister; but I desired he would suppress his resentment until I should have talked with her in private. The poor girl, when I earnestly pressed her on this head, owned with a flood of tears that Wilson had actually come to the hot well at Bristol, and even introduced himself into our lodgings as a Jew pedlar, but that nothing had passed betwixt them, further than her begging him to withdraw immediately, if he had any regard for her peace of mind; that he had disappeared accordingly, after having attempted to prevail upon my sister's maid to deliver a letter, which, however, she refused to receive, though she had consented to carry a message, importing that he was a gentleman of a good family, and that in a very little time he would avow his passion in that character. She confessed, that although he had not kept his word in this particular, he was not yet altogether indifferent to her affection, but solemnly promised she would never carry on any correspondence with him, or any other admirer, for the future, without the privity and approbation of her brother and me. By this declaration she made her own peace with Jerry, but the hot-headed boy is more than ever incensed against Wilson, whom he now considers as an impostor, that harbours some infamous design upon the honour of his family. As for Barton, he was not a little mortified to find his present returned, and his addresses so unfavourably received; but he is not a man to be deeply affected by such disappointments, and I know not whether he is not as well pleased with being discarded by Liddy, as he would have been with a permission to prosecute his pretensions, at the risk of being every day exposed to the revenge or machinations of Tabby, who is not to be slighted with impunity. I had not much time to moralize on these occurrences, for the house was visited by a constable and his gang, with a warrant from Justice Buzzard to search the box of Humphry Clinker, my footman, who was just apprehended as a highwayman. This incident threw the whole family into confusion. My sister scolded the constable for presuming to enter the lodgings of a gentleman on such an errand, without having first asked and obtained permission. Her maid was frightened into fits, and Liddy shed tears of compassion for the unfortunate Clinker. in whose box, however, nothing was found to confirm the suspicion of robbery. For my own part, I made no doubt of the fellow's being mistaken for some other person, and I went directly to the justice, in order to procure his discharge. But there I found the matter much more serious than I expected. Poor Clinker stood trembling at the bar, surrounded by thief-takers, and at a little distance a thick squat fellow, a postillion, his accuser, who had seized him on the street, and swore positively to his person, that the said Clinker had, on the 15th day of March last, on Blackheath, robbed a gentleman in a post-chaise, which he, the postillion, drove. This deposition was sufficient to justify his commitment, and he was sent accordingly to Clerkenwell Prison, whither Jerry accompanied him in the coach, in order to recommend him properly to the keeper, that he may want for no convenience which the place affords. The spectators, who assembled to see this highwayman, were sagacious enough to discern something very villainous in his aspect, which, begging their pardon, is the very picture of simplicity, and the justice himself put a very unfavourable construction upon some of his answers, which, he said, savoured of the ambiguity and equivocation of an old offender. But in my opinion it would have been more just and humane to impute them to the confusion into which we may suppose a poor country lad to be thrown on such an occasion. I am still persuaded he is innocent, and in this persuasion I can do no less than use my utmost endeavours that he may not be oppressed. I shall to-morrow send my nephew to wait on the gentleman who was robbed, and beg he will have the humanity to go and see the prisoner, that in case he should find him quite different from the person of the highwayman, he may bear testimony in his behalf. Howsoever it may fare with Clinker, this cursed affair will be to me productive of intolerable chagrin. I have already caught a dreadful cold by rushing into the open air from the justice's parlour, where I had been stewing in the crowd; and though I should not be laid up with the gout, as I believe I shall, I must stay at London for some weeks till this poor devil comes to his trial at Rochester, so that, in all probability, my northern expedition is blown up. If you can find any thing in your philosophical budget to console me in the midst of these distresses and apprehensions, pray let it be communicated to your unfortunate friend, Mat Bramble, London, June 12. Section 42.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 43. To Sir Watkin Phillips, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Wat, the farce is finished, and another piece of a graver cast brought upon the stage. Our aunt made a desperate attack upon Barton, who had no other way of saving himself but by leaving her in possession of the field, and avowing his pretensions to Liddy, by whom he has been rejected in his turn. Lady Griskin acted as his advocate and agent on this occasion, with such zeal as embroiled her with Mistress Tabitha, and a high scene of altercation passed betwixt these two religionists, who might have come to action, had not my uncle interposed. They are, however, reconciled, in consequence of an event which hath involved us all in trouble and disquiet. You must know, the poor preacher, Humphry Clinker, is now exercising his ministry among the felons in Clerkenwell Prison. A postillion having sworn a robbery against him, no bail could be taken, and he was committed to jail, notwithstanding all the remonstrances and interest my uncle could make in his behalf. All things considered, the poor fellow cannot possibly be guilty, and yet I believe he runs some risk of being hanged. Upon his examination he answered with such hesitation and reserve as persuaded most of the people who crowded the place that he was really a knave, and the justice's remarks confirmed their opinion. Exclusive of my uncle and myself, there was only one person who seemed inclined to favour the culprit. He was a young man, well dressed, and from the manner in which he cross-examined the evidence, we took it for granted that he was a student in one of the Inns of Court. he freely checked the justice for some uncharitable inferences he made to the prejudice of the prisoner, and even ventured to dispute with his worship on certain points of law. My uncle, provoked at the unconnected and dubious answers of Clinker, who seemed in danger of falling a sacrifice to his own simplicity, exclaimed, "In the name of God, if you are innocent, say so." "No," cried he, "God forbid that I should call myself innocent, while my conscience is burthened with sin." "What then, you did commit this robbery?" resumed his master. "No, sure," said he, "blessed be the Lord, I'm free of that guilt." Here the justice interposed, observing that the man seemed inclined to make a discovery by turning king's evidence, and desired the clerk to take his confession; upon which Humphry declared that he looked upon confession to be a popish fraud invented by the whore of Babylon. The Templar affirmed that the poor fellow was non compos, and exhorted the justice to discharge him as a lunatic. "You know very well," added he, "that the robbery in question was not committed by the prisoner." The thief-takers grinned at one another, and Mr. Justice Buzzard replied with great emotion, "Mr. Martin, I desire you will mind your own business. I shall convince you one of these days that I understand mine." In short, there was no remedy. The mittimus was made out, and poor Clinker sent to prison in a hackney coach, guarded by the constable, and accompanied by your humble servant. By the way, I was not a little surprised to hear this retainer to justice bid the prisoner to keep up his spirits, for that he did not at all doubt that he would get off for a few weeks' confinement. He said his worship knew very well that Clinker was innocent of the fact, and that the real highwayman who robbed the chaise was no other than that very individual Mr. Martin, who had pleaded so strenuously for honest Humphry. Confounded at this information, I asked, why then is he suffered to go about at his liberty, and this poor innocent fellow treated as a malefactor? "We have exact intelligence of all Mr. Martin's transactions," said he, "but as yet there is not evidence sufficient for his conviction; and as for this young man, the justice could do no less than commit him, as the postilion swore point blank to his identity." "So if this rascally postilion should persist in the falsity to which he is sworn," said I, "this innocent lad may be brought to the gallows." The constable observed that he would have time enough to prepare for his trial, and might prove an alibi; or perhaps Martin might be apprehended and convicted for another fact, in which case he might be prevailed upon to take this affair upon himself; or finally, if these chances should fail, and the evidence stand good against Clinker, the jury might recommend him to mercy in consideration of his youth, especially if this should appear to be the first fact of which he had been guilty. Humphry owned he could not pretend to recollect where he had been on the day when the robbery was committed, much less prove a circumstance of that kind so far back as 6 months, though he knew he had been sick of the fever and ague, which however did not prevent him from going about. Then, turning up his eyes, he ejaculated, "The Lord's will be done. If it be my fate to suffer, I hope I shall not disgrace the faith of which, though unworthy, I make profession." When I expressed my surprise that the accuser should persist in charging Clinker, without taking the least notice of the real robber who stood before him, and to whom indeed Humphry bore not the smallest resemblance, the constable, who was himself a thief-taker, gave me to understand that Mr. Martin was the best qualified for business of all the gentlemen on the road he had ever known, that he had always acted on his own bottom, without partner or correspondent, and never went to work but when he was cool and sober, that his courage and presence of mind never failed him, that his address was genteel, and his behaviour void of all cruelty and insolence, that he never encumbered himself with watches or trinkets, nor even with banknotes, but always dealt for ready money, and that in the current coin of the kingdom, and that he could disguise himself and his horse in such a manner that after the action it was impossible to recognize either the one or the other. "This great man," said he, "has reigned paramount in all the roads within 50 miles of London above 15 months, and has done more business in that time than all the rest of the profession put together. For those who pass through his hands are so delicately dealt with, that they have no desire to give him the least disturbance. But for all that, his race is almost run. He is now fluttering about justice, like a moth about a candle. There are so many lime twigs laid in his way, that I'll bet a cool 100 he swings before Christmas." Shall I own to you that this portrait, drawn by a ruffian, heightened by what I myself had observed in his deportment, has interested me warmly in the fate of poor Martin, whom nature seems to have intended for a useful and honourable member of that community upon which he now preys for subsistence. It seems he lived some time as a clerk to a timber merchant, whose daughter Martin having privately married, was discarded, and his wife turned out of doors. She did not long survive her marriage, and Martin, turning fortune hunter, could not supply his occasions any other way than by taking to the road, in which he has travelled hitherto with uncommon success. He pays his respects regularly to Mr. Justice Buzzard, the thief-catcher general of this metropolis, and sometimes they smoke a pipe together very lovingly, when the conversation generally turns upon the nature of evidence. The justice has given him fair warning to take care of himself, and he has received his caution in good part. Hitherto he has baffled all the vigilance, art, and activity of Buzzard and his emissaries, with such conduct as would have done honour to the genius of a Caesar or a Turenne. But he has one weakness which has proved fatal to all the heroes of his tribe, namely an indiscreet devotion to the fair sex, and in all probability he will be attacked.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett, Section 44. To Dr. Lewis. Thank heaven, dear Lewis, the clouds are dispersed, and I have now the clearest prospect of my summer campaign, which, I hope, I shall be able to begin to-morrow. I took the advice of counsel with respect to the case of Clinker, in whose favour a lucky incident has intervened. The fellow who accused him has had his own battery turned upon himself. 2 days ago he was apprehended for a robbery on the highway, and committed on the evidence of an accomplice. Clinker, having moved for a writ of habeas corpus, was brought before the Lord Chief Justice, who, in consequence of an affidavit of the gentleman who had been robbed, importing that the said Clinker was not the person who stopped him on the highway, as well as in consideration of the postilion's character and present circumstances, was pleased to order that my servant should be admitted to bail, and he has been discharged accordingly, to the unspeakable satisfaction of our whole family, to which he has recommended himself in an extraordinary manner, not only by his obliging deportment, but by his talents of preaching, praying, and singing psalms, which he has exercised with such effect, that even Tabby respects him as a chosen vessel. If there was anything like affectation or hypocrisy in this excess of religion, I would not keep him in my service; but so far as I can observe, the fellow's character is downright simplicity, warmed with a kind of enthusiasm, which renders him very susceptible of gratitude and attachment to his benefactors. As he is an excellent horseman, and understands farriery, I have bought a stout gelding for his use, that he may attend us on the road, and have an eye to our cattle, in case the coachman should not mind his business. My nephew, who is to ride his own saddle horse, has taken upon trial a servant just come from abroad with his former master, Sir William Strollop, who vouch if you enjoy the same indulgence in Wales, I hope Barnes has got my hay made and safe cocked by this time. As we shall be in motion for some weeks, I cannot expect to hear from you as usual. But I shall continue to write from every place at which we make any halt, that you may know our track, in case it should be necessary to communicate anything to your assured friend, Mat Bramble, London, June 14. End of section 44.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 45. To my cousin Jenkins of Abergavenny, I send you, as a token, a turkey shell comb, a kipple of yards of green ribbon, and a sarment upon the nothingness of good works, which was preached in the tabernacle. And you will also receive a hornbuck for Saul, whereby she may learn her letters. For Finn much concerned about the state of her poor soul. And what are all the pursuits of this life to the consarns of that immortal part? What is life but a vale of affliction? O Mary, the whole family have been in such a constipation. Mr Clinker has been in trouble, but the gates of hell have not been able to prevail again him. His virtue is like poor gold, 7 times tried in the fire. He was tuck up for a rubbery, and had before Justice Bussard, who made his middamouse. And the poor youth was sent to prison upon the false oath of a willain, that wanted to swear his life away for the looker of Cain. The squire did all in his power, but could not prevent his being put in chains, and confined among common manufactors, where he stood like an innocent sheep in the midst of wolves and tigers. Lord knows what mought have happened to this pie-house young man, if master had not applied to Apius Corcus, who lives with the old bailiff, and is, they say, 500 years old, God bless us, and a conjurer. But, if he be, sure I am that he don't deal with the devil, otherwise he couldn't have fought out Mr Clinker as he did, in spite of stone walls, iron bolts, and double locks, that flew open at his command. For Old Scratch has not a greater enemy upon hearth than Mr Clinker, who is, indeed, a very powerful labourer in the Lord's vineyard. I do no more than use the words of my good lady, who has got the infectual calling; and I trust, that even myself, though unworthy, shall find grace to be accepted. Miss Liddy has been touched to the quick, but is a little timorsome. Howsomever, I make no doubt, that she, and all of us, will be brought, by the endeavours of Mr Clinker, to produce blessed fruit of generation and repentance. As for master and the young squire, they have as yet had narrow glimpse of the new light. I doubt as how their hearts are hardened by worldly wisdom, which, as the Bible saith, is foolishness in the sight of God. O Mary Jones, pray without ceasing for grease to prepare you for the operations of this wonderful instrument, which, I hope, will be exercised this winter upon you and others at Brambleton Hall. Tomorrow we are to set out in a cox and four for Yorkshire, and I believe we shall travel that way far and farther than I can tell, but I shan't go so far as to forget my friends, and Mary Jones will always be remembered as one of them, by her humble servant, Win. Jenkins, London, June 14. End of section 45. Recording by Trisha G.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 46.
To Mrs Gwyllim, housekeeper at Brambleton Hall. Mrs Gwyllim, I can't help thinking it very strange that I never had an answer to the letter I wrote you some weeks ago from Bath, concerning the sour beer, the gander, and the maids eating butter, which I won't allow to be wasted. We are now going upon a long journey to the north, whereby I desire you will redouble your care and circumflection, that the family may be well managed in our absence. For you know you must render account, not only to your earthly master, but also to him that is above. and if you are found a good and faithful servant, great will be your reward in heaven. I hope there will be 20 stun of cheese ready for market by the time I get home, and as much owl spun as will make 6 pair of blankets, and that the savings of the buttermilk will fetch me a good penny before Martinmas, as the 2 pigs are to be fed for baking with bitchmast and acrons. I wrote to Dr. Lewes for the same purpose, but he never had the good manners to take the least notice of my letter, for which reason I shall never favour him with another, though he beshits me on his bended knees. You will do well to keep a watchful eye over the hind Williams, who is one of his emissaries, and, I believe, no better than he should be at bottom. God forbid that I should lack Christian charity, but charity begins at home. And sure nothing can be a more charitable work than to rid the family of such vermin. I do suppose that the bindled cow has been had to the parson's bull, that old Moll has had another litter of pigs, and that Dick is become a mighty mouser. Pray order everything for the best, and be frugal, and keep the maids to their labour. If I had a private opportunity, I would send them some hymns to sing, instead of profane ballads. But as I can't, they and you must be contented with the prayers of your assured friend, T. Bramble, London, June 14th. End of section 46.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 47. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Phillips, the very day after I wrote my last, Clinker was set at liberty. As Martin had foretold, the accuser was himself committed for a robbery, upon unquestionable evidence. He had been for some time in the snares of the thief-taking society, who, resenting his presumption in attempting to encroach upon their monopoly of impeachment, had him taken up and committed to Newgate, on the deposition of an accomplice who has been admitted as evidence for the king. The postillion being upon record as an old offender, the Chief Justice made no scruple of admitting Clinker to bail, when he perused the affidavit of Mr. Mead, importing that the said Clinker was not the person that robbed him on Blackheath, and honest Humphry was discharged. When he came home, he expressed great eagerness to pay his respects to his master, and here his elocution failed him, but his silence was pathetic. He fell down at his feet and embraced his knees, shedding a flood of tears, which my uncle did not see without emotion. He took snuff in some confusion, and, putting his hand in his pocket, gave him his blessing in something more substantial than words. "Clinker," said he, "I am so well convinced, both of your honesty and courage, that I am resolved to make you my life-guardman on the highway." He was accordingly provided with a case of pistols and a carbine to be flung across his shoulders, and every other preparation being made, we set out last Thursday at 7 in the morning, my uncle with the 3 women in the coach, Humphry well mounted on a black gelding bought for his use, myself a horseback, attended by my new valet, Mr. Dutton, an exceeding coxcomb, fresh from his travels, whom I have taken upon trial. The fellow wears a solitaire, uses paint, and takes rappee with all the grimace of a French marquis. At present, however, he is in a riding dress, jack boots, leather breeches, a scarlet waistcoat, with gold binding, a laced hat, a hanger, a French posting whip in his hand, and his hair en queue. Before we had gone 9 miles, my horse lost one of his shoes, so that I was obliged to stop at Barnet to have another, while the coach proceeded at an easy pace over the common. About a mile short of Hatfield, the postilions, stopping the carriage, gave notice to Clinker that there were 2 suspicious fellows a horseback at the end of a lane, who seemed waiting to attack the coach. Humphry forthwith apprised my uncle, declaring he would stand by him to the last drop of his blood, and unflinging his carbine, prepared for action. The squire had pistols in the pockets of the coach, and resolved to make use of them directly; but he was effectually prevented by his female companions, who flung themselves about his neck and screamed in concert. At that instant, who should come up at a hand gallop but Martin, the highwayman, who, advancing to the coach, begged the ladies would compose themselves for a moment. Then, desiring Clinker to follow him to the charge, he pulled a pistol out of his bosom, and they rode up together to give battle to the rogues, who, having fired at a great distance, fled across the common. They were in pursuit of the fugitives when I came up, not a little alarmed at the shrieks in the coach, where I found my uncle in a violent rage, without his periwig, struggling to disentangle himself from Tabby and the other 2, and swearing with great vociferation. Before I had time to interpose, Martin and Clinker returned from the pursuit, and the former paid his compliments with great politeness, giving us to understand that the fellows had scampered off, and that he believed they were a couple of raw prentices from London. He commended Clinker for his courage, and said if we would give him leave, he would have the honour to accompany us as far as Stevenage, where he had some business. The squire, having recollected and adjusted himself, was the first to laugh at his own situation; but it was not without difficulty that Tabby's arms could be untwisted from his neck. Liddy's teeth chattered, and Jenkins was threatened with a fit as usual. I had commanded gallows, and make him a useful member of the commonwealth; and yet the proverb says, save a thief from the gallows, and he'll cut your throat. I told him I really believed Martin was capable of giving the proverb the lie, and that I should heartily concur in any step he might take in favour of his solicitation. We mutually resolved to deliberate upon the subject, and in the meantime proceeded on our journey. The roads, having been broken up by the heavy rains in the spring, were so rough, that although we travelled very slowly, the jolting occasioned such pain to my uncle, that he was become exceedingly peevish when we arrived at this place, which lies about 8 miles from the post road between Wetherby and Borough Bridge. Harrogate water, so celebrated for its efficacy in the scurvy and other distempers, is supplied from a copious spring, in the hollow of a wild common, round which a good many houses have been built for the convenience of the drinkers, though few of them are inhabited. Most of the company lodge at some distance, in 5 separate inns, situated in different parts of the commons, from whence they go every morning to the well in their own carriages. The lodgers of each inn form a distinct society, that eat together, and there is a commodious public room where they breakfast in dishabille, at separate tables, from 8 o'clock till 11, as they chance or choose to come in. Here also they drink tea in the afternoon, and play at cards or dance in the evening. One custom, however, prevails, which I looked upon as a solecism in politeness. The ladies treat with tea in their turns, and even girls of 16 are not exempted from this shameful imposition. There is a public ball by subscription every night at one of the houses, to which all the company from the others are admitted by tickets; and indeed Harrogate treads upon the heels of Bath in the articles of gaiety and dissipation, with this difference, however, that here we are more sociable and familiar. One of the inns is already full up to the very garrets, having no less than 50 lodgers, and as many servants. Our family does not exceed 36, and I should be sorry to see the number augmented, as our accommodations won't admit of much increase. At present the company is more agreeable than one could expect from an accidental assemblage of persons who are utter strangers to one another. There seems to be a general disposition among us to maintain good fellowship and promote the purposes of humanity in favour of those who come hither on the score of health. I see several faces which we left at Bath, although the majority are of the northern counties, and many come from Scotland for the benefit of these waters. In such a variety there must be some originals, among whom Mistress Tabitha Bramble is not the most inconsiderable. No place where there is such an intercourse between the sexes can be disagreeable to a lady of her views and temperament. She has had some warm disputes at table with a lame parson from Northumberland on the new birth and the insignificance of moral virtue, and her arguments have been reinforced by an old Scotch lawyer in a tie periwig, who, though he has lost his teeth and the use of his limbs, can still wag his tongue with great volubility. He has paid her such fulsome compliments upon her piety and learning as seem to have won her heart, and she, in her turn, treats him with such attention as indicates a design upon his person. But, by all accounts, he is too much of a fox to be inveigled into any snare that she can lay for his affection. We do not propose to stay long at Harrogate, though at present it is our headquarters, from whence we shall make some excursions, to visit 2 or 3 of our rich relations, who are settled in this country. Pray remember me to all our friends of Jesus, and allow me to be still yours affectionately, J. Melford. Harrogate, June 23rd. End of section 47.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett, section 48. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Doctor, considering the tax we pay for turnpikes, the roads of this county constitute a most intolerable grievance. Between Newark and Wetherby I have suffered more from jolting and swinging than ever I felt in the whole course of my life, although the carriage is remarkably commodious and well hung, and the postilions were very careful in driving. I am now safely housed at the new inn at Harrogate, whither I came to satisfy my curiosity, rather than with any view of advantage to my health, and truly, after having considered all the parts and particulars of the place, I cannot account for the concourse of people one finds here, upon any other principle but that of caprice, which seems to be the character of our nation. Harrogate is a wild common, bare and bleak, without tree or shrub or the least signs of cultivation, and the people who come to drink the water are crowded together in paltry inns, where the few tolerable rooms are monopolized by the friends and favourites of the house, and all the rest of the lodgers are obliged to put up with dirty holes, where there is neither space, air, nor convenience. My apartment is about 10 feet square, and when the folding bed is down, there is just room sufficient to pass between it and the fire. One might expect, indeed, that there would be no occasion for a fire at midsummer; but here the climate is so backward, that an ash tree, which our landlord has planted before my window, is just beginning to put forth its leaves, and I am fain to have my bed warmed every night. As for the water, which is said to have effected so many surprising cures, I have drank it once, and the first draught has cured me of all desire to repeat the medicine. Some people say it smells of rotten eggs, and others compare it to the scourings of a foul gun. It is generally supposed to be strongly impregnated with sulphur, and Dr. Shaw, in his book upon mineral water, says he has seen flakes of sulphur floating in the well, pes tanti viri. I, for my part, have never observed any thing like sulphur, either in or about the well, neither do I find that any brimstone has ever been extracted from the water. As for the smell, if I may be allowed to judge from my own organs, it is exactly that of bilge water, and the saline taste of it seems to declare that it is nothing else than salt water putrefied in the bowels of the earth. I was obliged to hold my nose with one hand, while I advanced the glass to my mouth with the other, and after I had made shift to swallow it, my stomach could hardly retain what it had received. The only effects it produced were sickness, griping, and insurmountable disgust. I can hardly mention it without puking. The world is strangely misled by the affectation of singularity. I cannot help suspecting that this water owes its reputation, in a great measure, to its being so strikingly offensive. On the same kind of analogy, a German doctor has introduced hemlock and other poisons as specifics into the materia medica. I am persuaded that all the cures ascribed to the Harrogate water would have been as efficaciously and infinitely more agreeably performed by the internal and external use of sea water. Sure I am, this last is much less nauseous to the taste and smell, and much more gentle in its operation as a purge, as well as more extensive in its medical qualities. 2 days ago we went across the country to visit Squire Burdock, who married a first cousin of my father, an heiress who brought him an estate of 1,000 a year. This gentleman is a declared opponent of the ministry and parliament, and having an opulent fortune, piques himself upon living in the country, and maintaining old English hospitality. By the by, this is a phrase very much used by the English themselves, both in words and writing, but I never heard of it out of the island, except by way of irony and sarcasm. What the hospitality of our forefathers has been, I should be glad to see recorded, rather in the memoirs of strangers who have visited our country, and were the proper objects and judges of such hospitality, than in the discourse and lucubrations of the modern English, who seem to describe it from theory and conjecture. Certain it is, we are generally looked upon by foreigners as a people totally destitute of this virtue, and I never was in any country abroad where I did not meet with persons of distinction, who complained of having been inhospitably used in Great Britain. A gentleman of France, Italy, or Germany, who has entertained and lodged an Englishman at his house, when he afterwards meets with his guest at London, is asked to dinner at the Saracen's Head, the Turk's Head, the Boar's Head, or the Bear; eats raw beef and butter, drinks execrable port, and is allowed to pay his share of the reckoning. But to return from this digression, which my feeling for the honour of my country obliged me to make, our Yorkshire cousin has been a mighty fox hunter before the Lord, but now he is too fat and unwieldy to leap ditches and 5-bar gates. Nevertheless, he still keeps a pack of hounds, which are well exercised, and his huntsman every night entertains him with the adventures of the day's chase, which he recites in a tone and terms that are extremely curious and significant. In the meantime, his broad brawn is scratched by one of his grooms. This fellow, it seems, having no inclination to curry any beast out of the stable, was at great pains to scollop his nails in such a manner that the blood followed at every stroke. He was in hopes that he would be dismissed from this disagreeable office, but the event turned out contrary to his expectation. His master declared he was the best scratcher in the family, and now he will not suffer any other servant to draw a nail upon his carcass. The squire's lady is very proud, without being stiff or inaccessible. She receives even her inferiors, in point of fortune, with a kind of arrogant civility; but then she thinks she has a right to treat them with the most ungracious freedoms of speech, and never fails to let them know she is sensible of her own superior affluence. In a word, she speaks well of no living soul, and has not one single friend in the world. Her husband hates her mortally; but although the brute is sometimes so very powerful in him that he will have his own way, he generally truckles to her dominion, and dreads like a schoolboy the lash of her tongue. On the other hand, she is afraid of provoking him too far, lest he should make some desperate effort to shake off her yoke. She therefore acquiesces in the proofs he daily gives of his attachment to the liberty of an English freeholder, by saying and doing at his own table whatever gratifies the brutality of his disposition, or contributes to the ease of his person. The house, though large, is neither elegant nor comfortable. It looks like a great inn crowded with travellers, who dine at the landlord's ordinary, where there is a great profusion of victuals and drink, but mine host seems to be misplaced, and I would rather dine upon filberts with a hermit, than feed upon venison with a hog. The footmen might be aptly compared to the waiters of a tavern, if they were more serviceable and less rapacious; but they are generally insolent and inattentive, and so greedy, that I think I can dine better and for less expense at the Star and Garter in Pall Mall, than at our cousin's castle in Yorkshire. The squire is not only accommodated with a wife, but he is also blessed with an only son, about 22, just returned from Italy, a complete fiddler and dilettante, and he slips no opportunity of manifesting the most perfect contempt for his own father. When we arrived, there was a family of foreigners at the house, on a visit to this virtuoso, with whom they had been acquainted at the Spa. It was the Count de Melville, with his lady, on their way to Scotland. Mr. Burdock had met with an accident, in consequence of which both the Count and I would have retired, but the young gentleman and his mother insisted upon our staying dinner; and their serenity seemed to be so little ruffled by what had happened, that we complied with their invitation. The squire had been brought home over night in his post chaise, so terribly belaboured about the pate, that he seemed to be in a state of stupefaction, and had ever since remained speechless. A country apothecary, called Grieve, who lived in a neighbouring village, having been called to his assistance, had let him blood, and applied a poultice to his head, declaring that he had no fever, nor any other bad symptom but the loss of speech, if he really had lost that faculty. But the young squire said this practitioner was an ignorantatio, that there was a fracture in the cranium, and that there was a necessity for having him trepanned without loss of time. His mother, espousing this opinion, had sent an express to York for a surgeon to perform the operation, and he was already come, with his prentice and instruments. Having examined the patient's head, he began to prepare his dressings, though Grieve still retained his first opinion that there was no fracture, and was the more confirmed in it, as the squire had passed the night in profound sleep, uninterrupted by any catching or convulsion. The York surgeon said he could not tell whether there was a fracture until he should take off the scalp, but at any rate the operation might be of service in giving vent to any blood that might be extravasated either above or below the dura mater. The lady and her son were clear for trying the experiment, and Grieve was dismissed with some marks of contempt, which perhaps he owed to the plainness of his appearance. He seemed to be about the middle age, wore his own black hair without any sort of dressing. By his garb one would have taken him for a Quaker, but he had none of the stiffness of that sect. On the contrary, he was very submissive, respectful, and remarkably taciturn. Leaving the ladies in an apartment by themselves, we adjourned to the patient's chamber, where the dressings and instruments were displayed in order upon a pewter dish. The operator, laying aside his coat and periwig, equipped himself with a nightcap, apron, and sleeves, while his prentice and footman, seizing the squire's head, began to place it in a proper posture. But mark what followed. The patient, bolting upright in the bed, collared each of these assistants with the grasp of Hercules, exclaiming in a bellowing tone, "I ha'n't lived so long in Yorkshire to be trepanned by such vermin as you," and leaping on the floor, put on his breeches quietly, to the astonishment of us all. The surgeon still insisted upon the operation, alleging it was now plain that the brain was injured, and desiring the servants put him into bed again; but nobody would venture to execute his orders, or even to interpose, when the squire turned him and his assistants out of doors, and threw his apparatus out at the window. Having thus asserted his prerogative, and put on his clothes with the help of a valet, the count, with my nephew and me, were introduced by his son, and received with his usual style of rustic civility. Then, turning to Signor Maccaroni, with a sarcastic grin, "I tell thee what, Dick," said he, "a man's skull is not to be bored every time his head is broken, and I'll convince thee and thy mother that I know as many tricks as e'er an old fox in the West Riding." We afterwards understood he had quarrelled at a public house with an exciseman, whom he challenged to a bout at single stick, in which he had been worsted, and that the shame of this defeat had tied up his tongue. As for Madam, she had shewn no concern for his disaster, and now heard of his recovery without emotion. She had taken some little notice of my sister and niece, though rather with a view to indulge her own petulance, than out of any sentiment of regard to our family. She said Liddy was a fright, and ordered her woman to adjust her head before dinner; but she would not meddle with Tabby, whose spirit, she soon perceived, was not to be irritated with impunity. At table she acknowledged me so far as to say she had heard of my father, though she hinted that he had disobliged her family by making a poor match in Wales. She was disagreeably familiar in her enquiries about our circumstances, and asked if I intended to bring up my nephew to the law. I told her that, as he had an independent fortune, he should follow no profession but that of a country gentleman, and that I was not without hopes of procuring for him a seat in Parliament. "Pray, cousin," said she, "what may his fortune be?" When I answered, that with what I should be able to give him, he would have better than 2000 a year, she replied, with a disdainful toss of her head, that it would be impossible for him to preserve his independence on such a paltry provision. Not a little nettled at this arrogant remark, I told her I had the honour to sit in Parliament with her father, when he had little more than half that income, and I believed there was not a more independent and incorruptible member in the House. "Ay, but times are changed," cried the squire. "Country gentlemen nowadays live after another fashion. My table alone stands me in a cool 1000 a quarter, though I raise my own stock, import my own liquors, and have every thing at the first hand. True it is, I keep open house, and receive all comers, for the honour of old England." "If that be the case," said I, "'tis a wonder you can maintain it at so small an expense. But every private gentleman is not expected to keep a caravanserai for the accommodation of travellers. Indeed, if every individual lived in the same style, you would not have such a number of guests at your table. Of consequence, your hospitality would not shine so bright for the glory of the West Riding." The young squire, tickled by this ironical observation, exclaimed, "O'Shea Burla." His mother eyed me in silence with a supercilious air, and the father of the feast, taking a bumper of October. "My service to you, cousin Bramble," said he. "I have always heard there was something keen and biting in the air of the Welch mountains." I was much pleased with the Count de Melville, who is sensible, easy, and polite, and the Countess is the most amiable woman I ever beheld. In the afternoon they took leave of their entertainers, and the young gentleman, mounting his horse, undertook to conduct their coach through the park, while one of their servants rode round to give notice to the rest, whom they had left at a public house on the road. The moment their backs were turned, the censorious demon took possession of our Yorkshire landlady and our sister Tabitha. The former observed that the Countess was a good sort of a body, but totally ignorant of good breeding, consequently awkward in her address. The squire said, he did not pretend to the breeding of any thing but colts, but that the jade would be very handsome if she was a little more in flesh. "Handsome!" cried Tabby. She has indeed a pair of black eyes, without any meaning. "But then there is not a good feature in her face." "I know not what you call good features in Wales," replied our landlord, "but they'll pass in Yorkshire." Then, turning to Liddy, he added, "What say you, my pretty Redstreak? What is your opinion of the Countess?" "I think," cried Liddy with great emotion, "she's an angel." Tabby chid her for talking with such freedom in company, and the lady of the house said, in a contemptuous tone, she supposed Miss had been brought up at some country boarding school. Our conversation was suddenly interrupted by the young gentleman, who galloped into the yard, all aghast, exclaiming that the coach was attacked by a great number of highwaymen. My nephew and I rushed out, found his own and his servant's horse ready saddled in the stable, with pistols in the caps. We mounted instantly, ordering Clinker and Dutton to follow with all possible expedition; but notwithstanding all the speed we could make, the action was over before we arrived, and the Count with his lady safe lodged at the house of Grieve, who had signalized himself in a very remarkable manner on this occasion. At the turning of a lane that led to the village where the Count's servants remained, a couple of robbers a horseback suddenly appeared, with their pistols advanced. One kept the coachman in awe, and the other demanded the Count's money, while the young squire went off at full speed, without ever casting a look behind. The Count, desiring the thief to withdraw his pistol, as the lady was in great terror, delivered his purse without making the least resistance; but not satisfied with this booty, which was pretty considerable, the rascal insisted upon rifling her of her ear rings and necklace, and the Countess screamed with affright. Her husband, exasperated at the violence with which she was threatened, wrested the pistol out of the fellow's hand, and turning it upon him, snapped it in his face. But the robber, knowing there was no charge in it, drew another from his bosom, and in all probability would have killed him on the spot, had not his life been saved by a wonderful interposition. Grieve the apothecary, chancing to pass that very instant, ran up to the coach, and with a crab stick, which was all the weapon he had, brought the fellow to the ground with the first blow. Then, seizing his pistol, presented it at his colleague, who fired his piece at random, and fled without further opposition. The other was secured by the assistance of the Count and the coachman, and his legs being tied under the belly of his own horse, Grieve conducted him to the village, whither also the carriage proceeded. It was with great difficulty the Countess could be kept from swooning, but at last she was happily conveyed to the house of the apothecary, who went into the shop to prepare some drops for her, while his wife and daughter administered to her in another apartment. I found the Count standing in the kitchen with the parson of the parish, and expressing much impatience to see his protector, whom as yet he had scarce found time to thank for the essential service he had done him and the Countess. The daughter passing at the same time with a glass of water, Monsieur de Melville could not help taking notice of her figure, which was strikingly engaging. Said the parson, she is the prettiest girl and the best girl in all my parish, and if I could give my son an estate of 10,000 a year, he should have my consent to lay it at her feet. If Mr. Grieve had been as solicitous about getting money as he has been in performing all the duties of a primitive Christian, he would not have hung so long upon his hands. What is her name? Said I. 16 years ago, answered the vicar, I christened her by the names of Seraphina Melvilia. Ha! What? How? cried the Count eagerly. Sure, you said Seraphina Melvilia. I did, said he. Mr. Grieve told me those were the names of two noble persons abroad, to whom he had been obliged for more than life. The Count, without speaking another syllable, rushed into the parlour, crying, This is your god-daughter, my dear. Mrs. Grieve, then seizing the Countess by the hand, exclaimed with great agitation, O madam! O sir! I am your poor Eleanor. This is my Seraphina Melvilia, O child. These are the Count and Countess of Melville, the generous, the glorious benefactors of thy once unhappy parents. The Countess, rising from her seat, threw her arms about the neck of the amiable Seraphina, and clasped her to her breast with great tenderness, while she herself was embraced by the weeping mother. This moving scene was completed by the entrance of Grieve himself, who, falling on his knees before the Count, Behold, said he, a penitent, who at length can look upon his patron without shrinking. Ah, Ferdinand, cried he, raising and folding him in his arms, the playfellow of my infancy, the companion of my youth! Is it to you, then, I am indebted for my life? Heaven has heard my prayer, said the other, and given me an opportunity to prove myself not altogether unworthy of your clemency and protection. He then kissed the hand of the Countess, while Monsieur de Melville saluted his wife and lovely daughter, and all of us were greatly affected by this pathetic recognition. In a word, Grieve was no other than Ferdinand Count Fathom, whose adventures were printed many years ago. Being a sincere convert to virtue, he had changed his name, that he might elude the enquiries of the Count, whose generous allowance he determined to forego, that he might have no dependence but upon his own industry and moderation. He had accordingly settled in this village as a practitioner in surgery and physic, and for some years wrestled with all the miseries of indigence, which, however, he and his wife had borne with the most exemplary resignation. At length, by dint of unwearied attention to the duties of his profession, which he exercised with equal humanity and success, he had acquired tolerable share of business among the farmers and common people, which enabled him to live in a decent manner. He had been scarce ever seen to smile, was unaffectedly pious, and all the time he could spare from the avocations of his employment he spent in educating his daughter and in studying for his own improvement. In short, the adventurer Fathom was, under the name of Grieve, universally respected among the commonalty of this district, as a prodigy of learning and virtue. These particulars I learned from the vicar when we quitted the room, that they might be under no restraint in their mutual effusions. I make no doubt that Grieve will be pressed to leave off business and reunite himself to the Count's family; and as the Countess seemed extremely fond of his daughter, She will in all probability insist upon Seraphina's accompanying her to Scotland. Having paid our compliments to these noble persons, we returned to the squire's, where we expected an invitation to pass the night, which was wet and raw. But it seems Squire Burdock's hospitality reached not so far for the honour of Yorkshire. We therefore departed in the evening, and lay at an inn, where I caught cold. In hope of riding it down before it could take fast hold on my constitution, I resolved to visit another relation, one Mr. Pimpernel, who lived about a dozen miles from the place where we lodged. Pimpernel, being the youngest of 4 sons, was bred an attorney at Furnival's Inn; but all his elder brothers dying, he got himself called to the bar for the honour of his family, and soon after this preferment succeeded to his father's estate, which was very considerable. He carried home with him all the knavish chicanery of the lowest pettifogger, together with a wife whom he had purchased of a drayman for 20 pounds, and he soon found means to obtain a dedimus as an acting justice of peace. He is not only a sordid miser in his disposition, but his avarice is mingled with a spirit of despotism which is truly diabolical. He is a brutal husband, an unnatural parent, a harsh master, an oppressive landlord, a litigious neighbour, and a partial magistrate. Friends he has none, and in point of hospitality and good breeding, our cousin Burdock is a prince in comparison of this ungracious miscreant, whose house is the lively representation of a jail. Our reception was suitable to the character I have sketched. Had it depended upon the wife, we should have been kindly treated. She is really a good sort of a woman, in spite of her low original, and well respected in the country; but she has not interest enough in her own house to command a draught of table beer, far less to bestow any kind of education on her children, who run about like tagged colts in a state of nature. Pox on him! He is such a dirty fellow that I have not patience to prosecute the subject. By that time we reached Harrogate, I began to be visited by certain rheumatic symptoms. The Scotch lawyer, Mr. Micklewhimmen, recommended a hot bath of these waters so earnestly, that I was over persuaded to try the experiment. He had used it often with success, and always stayed an hour in the bath, which was a tub filled with Harrogate water, heated for the purpose. If I could hardly bear the smell of a single tumbler when cold, you may guess how my nose was regaled by the streams arising from a hot bath of the same fluid. At night I was conducted into a dark hole on the ground floor, where the tub smoked and stunk like the pot of Acheron in one corner, and in another stood a dirty bed, provided with thick blankets, in which I was to sweat after coming out of the bath. My heart seemed to die within me when I entered this dismal bagnio, and found my brain assaulted by such insufferable effluvia. I cursed Micklewhimmen for not considering that my organs were formed on this side of the Tweed, but being ashamed to recoil upon the threshold, I submitted to the process. After having endured all but real suffocation for above a quarter of an hour in the tub, I was moved to the bed and wrapped in blankets. There I lay a full hour, panting with intolerable heat, but not the least moisture appearing on my skin. I was carried to my own chamber, and passed the night without closing an eye, in such a flutter of spirits as rendered me the most miserable wretch in being. I should certainly have run distracted, if the rarefaction of my blood, occasioned by that Stygian bath, had not burst the vessels, and produced a violent hemorrhage, which, though dreadful and alarming, removed the horrible disquiet. I lost 2 pounds of blood and more on this occasion, and find myself still weak and languid; but I believe a little exercise will forward my recovery, and therefore I am resolved to set out tomorrow for York, in my way to Scarborough, where I propose to brace up my fibres by sea bathing, which I know is one of your favourite specifics. There is, however, one disease for which you have found as yet no specific, and that is old age, of which this tedious, unconnected epistle is an infallible symptom. What, therefore, cannot be cured must be endured, by you as well as by yours, Matt Bramble, Harrogate, June 26. End of section 48.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 49. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Knight, The manner of living at Harrigate was so agreeable to my disposition that I left the place with some regret. Our Aunt Tabby would probably have made some objection to our departing so soon, had not an accident embroiled her with Mr. Mickle Whyman, the Scotch advocate, on whose heart she had been practising from the second day after our arrival. That original, though seemingly precluded from the use of his limbs, had turned his genius to good account. In short, by dint of groaning and whining, he had excited the compassion of the company so effectually, that an old lady, who occupied the very best apartment in the house, gave it up for his case and convenience. When his man led him into the long room, all the females were immediately in commotion. One set an elbow chair, another shook up the cushion, a third brought a stool, and a fourth a pillow, for the accommodation of his feet. Two ladies, of whom Tabby was always one, supported him into the dining room, and placed him properly at the table, and his taste was indulged with a succession of delicacies, culled by their fair hands. All this attention he repaid with a profusion of compliments and benedictions, which were not the less agreeable for being delivered in the Scottish dialect. As for Mistress Tabitha, his respects were particularly addressed to her, and he did not fail to mingle them with religious reflections touching free grace, knowing her bias to Methodism, which he also professed upon a Calvinistical model. For my part, I could not help thinking this lawyer was not such an invalid as he pretended to be. I observed he ate very heartily 3 times a day, and though his bottle was marked stomachic tincture, he had recourse to it so often, and seemed to swallow it with such peculiar relish, that I suspected it was not compounded in the apothecary's shop or the chemist's laboratory. One day, while he was earnest in discourse with Mistress Tabitha, and his servant had gone out on some occasion or other, I dexterously exchanged the labels and situation of his bottle and mine, and having tasted his tincture, found it was excellent claret. I forthwith handed it about me to some of my neighbours, and it was quite emptied before Mr. Mickle Whyman had occasion to repeat his draught. At length, turning about, he took hold of my bottle instead of his own, and filling a large glass, drank to the health of Mistress Tabitha. It had scarce touched his lips, when he perceived the change which had been put upon him, and was at first a little out of countenance. He seemed to retire within himself, in order to deliberate, and in half a minute his resolution was taken. Addressing himself to our quarter, "I give the gentleman credit for his wit," said he. "It was a good practical joke, but sometimes he joci in seria ducunt mala. I hope for his own sake he hasna drank all the liquor, for it was a very powerful infusion of jalap in Bordeaux wine. At it's possible he may attain sic a dose as will produce a terrible catastrophe in his ain bowels." By far the greater part of the contents had fallen to the share of a young clothier from Leeds, who had come to make a figure at Harrigate, and was in effect a great coxcomb in his way. It was with a view to laugh at his fellow guests, as well as to mortify the lawyer, that he had emptied the bottle when it came to his turn, and he had laughed accordingly. But now his mirth gave way to his apprehension. He began to spit, to make wry faces, and writhe himself into various contortions. "Damn the stuff!" cried he, "I thought it had a villainous twang. Pah! He that would cozen a Scot mun get up betimes, and take old Scratch for his counsellor." "In troth, Mester, what you come," replied the lawyer, "your wit has run you into a filthy puddle. I'm truly concerned for your waeful case. The best advice I can give ye, in sic a dilemma, is to send an express to Ripon for Dr. Waugh, without delay, and in the meantime swallow all the oil and butter you can find in the house, to defend your poor stomach and intestines from the vilification of the particles of the jalap, which is very violent, even when taken in moderation." The poor clothier's torments had already begun. He retired roaring with pain to his own chamber. The oil was swallowed, and the doctor sent for, but before he arrived, the miserable patient had made such discharges upwards and downwards, that nothing remained to give him further offence, and this double evacuation was produced by imagination alone, for what he had drank was genuine wine of Bordeaux, which the lawyer had brought from Scotland for his own private use. The clothier, finding the joke turn out so expensive and disagreeable, quitted the house next morning, leaving the triumph to Mickle Women, who enjoyed it internally without any outward signs of exultation. On the contrary, he affected to pity the young man for what he had suffered, and acquired fresh credit from this show of moderation. It was about the middle of the night which succeeded this adventure, that the vent of the kitchen chimney being foul, the soot took fire, and the alarm was given in a dreadful manner. Everybody leapt naked out of bed, and in a minute the whole house was filled with cries and confusion. There was 2 stairs in the house, and to these we naturally ran, but they were both so blocked up by the people pressing upon one another, that it seemed impossible to pass without throwing down and trampling upon the women. In the midst of this anarchy, Mr. Mickle Women, with a leathern portmanteau on his back, came running as nimble as a buck along the passage, and Tabby, in her under petticoat, endeavouring to hook him under the arm, that she might escape through his protection, he very fairly pushed her down, crying, Na, good faith, charity begins at hame," without paying the least respect to the shrieks and entreaties of his female friends. He charged through the midst of the crowd, overturning everything that opposed him, and actually fought his way to the bottom of the staircase. By this time Clinker had found a ladder, by which he entered the window of my uncle's chamber, where our family was assembled, and proposed that we should make our exit successively by that conveyance. The squire exhorted his sister to begin the descent, but before she could resolve, her woman, Mistress Winifred Jenkins, in a transport of terror, threw herself out at the window upon the ladder, while Humphry dropped upon the ground, that he might receive her in her descent. This maiden was just as she had started out of bed. The moon shone very bright, and a fresh breeze of wind blowing, none of Mistress Winifred's beauties could possibly escape the view of the fortunate Clinker, whose heart was not able to withstand the united force of so many charms. At least I am much mistaken if he has not been her humble slave from that moment. He received her in his arms, and giving her his coat to protect her from the weather, ascended again with admirable dexterity. At that instant the landlord of the house called out with an audible voice that the fire was extinguished, and the ladies had nothing further to fear. This was a welcome note to the audience, and produced an immediate effect. The shrieking ceased, and a confused sound of expostulation ensued. I conducted Mistress Tabitha and my sister to their own chamber, where Liddy fainted away, but was soon brought to herself. Then I went to offer my services to the other ladies who might want assistance. They were all scudding through the passage to their several apartments, and as the thoroughfare was lighted by 2 lamps, I had a pretty good observation of them in their transit, but as most of them were naked to the smock, and all their heads shrouded in huge nightcaps, I could not distinguish one face from another, though I recognized some of their voices. These were generally plaintive. Some wept, some scolded, and some prayed. I lifted up one poor old gentlewoman who had been overturned and sore bruised by a multitude of feet, and this was also the case with the lame person from Northumberland, whom Micklewhimmen had in his passage overthrown, though not with impunity, for the cripple, in falling, gave him such a good pelt on the head with his crutch that the blood followed. As for this lawyer, he waited below till the hurly-burly was over, and then stole softly to his own chamber, from whence he did not venture to make a second sally till 11 in the forenoon, when he was led into the public room by his own servant and another assistant, groaning most woefully, with a bloody napkin round his head. But things were greatly altered. The selfish brutality of his behaviour on the stairs had steeled their hearts against all his arts and address. Not a soul offered to accommodate him with a chair, cushion, or footstool, so that he was obliged to sit down on a hard bench. In that position he looked around with a rueful aspect, and bowing very low, said in a whining tone, "Your most humble servant, ladies. Fire is a dreadful calamity." "Fire purifies gold, and it tries friendship," cried Mistress Tabitha, bridling. "Yea, madam," replied Micklewhimmen, "and it trieth discretion also." "If discretion consists in forsaking a friend in adversity, you are eminently possessed of that virtue," resumed our aunt. "Now, madam," rejoined the advocate, "well I wot, I cannot claim any merit from the mode of my retreat. You'll please to observe, ladies, there are 2 independent principles that actuate our nature. One is instinct, which we have in common with the brute creation, and the other is reason. Now, in certain great emergencies, when the faculty of reason is suspended, instinct takes the lead, and when this predominates, having no affinity with reason, it pays no sort of regard to its connections. It only operates for the preservation of the individual, and that by the most expeditious and effectual means. Therefore, begging your pardon, ladies, I'm no accountable in foro conscientiae for what I did while under the influence of this irresistible poor." Here my uncle interposing, "I should be glad to know," said he, "whether it was instinct that prompted you to retreat with bag and baggage, for I think you had a portmanteau on your shoulder." The lawyer answered without hesitation, "If I might tell you my mind freely, without incurring the suspicion of presumption, I should think it was something superior to either reason or instinct which suggested that measure, and this on a 2-fold account. In the first place, the portmanteau contained the writings of a worthy nobleman's estate, and their being burnt would have occasioned a loss that could not be repaired. Secondly, my good angel seems to have laid the portmanteau on my shoulders, by way of defence, to sustain the violence of a most inhuman blow from the crutch of a reverend clergyman, which, even in spite of that medium, hath wounded me sorely, even unto the pericrinium. By your own doctrine, cried the parson, who chanced to be present, I am not accountable for the blow, which was the effect of instinct. I crave your pardon, reverend sir, said the other. Instinct never acts but for the preservation of the individual. But your preservation was out of the case. You had already received the damage, and therefore the blow must be imputed to revenge, which is a sinful passion that ill becomes any Christian, especially a Protestant divine. And let me tell ye, most reverend doctor, in I had a mind to plea, the law would hold my libel relevant. Why, the damage is pretty equal on both sides, cried the parson. Your head is broke, and my crutch is snapped in the middle. Now, if you will repair the one, I will be at the expense of curing the other. This sally raised the laugh against Mickle Whyman, who began to look grave, when my uncle, in order to change the discourse, observed that instinct had been very kind to him in another respect, for it had restored to him the use of his limbs, which in his exit he had moved with surprising agility. He replied that it was the nature of fear to brace up the nerves, and mentioned some surprising feats of strength and activity performed by persons under the impulse of terror. But he complained that in his own particular the effects had ceased when the cause was taken away. The squire said he would lay a tea-drinking on his head that he should dance a Scotch measure without making a full step, and the advocate, grinning, called for the piper. A fiddler being at hand, this original started up, with his bloody napkin over his black tie periwig, and acquitted himself in such a manner as excited the mirth of the whole company. But he could not regain the good graces of Mistress Tabby, who did not understand the principle of instinct, and the lawyer did not think it worth his while to proceed to further demonstration. From Harrigate we came hither by the way of York, and here we shall tarry some days.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett, Section 50. To Dr. Lewis. I have not found all the benefit I expected at Scarborough, where I have been these 8 days. From Harrigate we came hither by the way of York, where we stayed only 1 day to visit the castle, the minster, and the assembly room. The first, which was heretofore a fortress, is now converted to a prison, and is the best in all respects I ever saw, at home or abroad. It stands in a high situation, extremely well ventilated, and has a spacious area within the walls for the health and convenience of all the prisoners, except those whom it is necessary to secure in close confinement. Even these last have all the comforts that the nature of their situation can admit. Here the assizes are held, in a range of buildings erected for that purpose. As for the minster, I know not how to distinguish it, except by its great size and the height of its spire, from those other ancient churches in different parts of the kingdom, which used to be called monuments of Gothic architecture. But it is now agreed that this style is Saracen rather than Gothic, and I suppose it was first imported into England from Spain, great part of which was under the dominion of the Moors. Those British architects who adopted this style don't seem to have considered the propriety of their adoption. The climate of the country possessed by the Moors or Saracens, both in Africa and Spain, was so exceedingly hot and dry, that those who built places of worship for the multitude employed their talents in contriving edifices that should be cool, and for this purpose nothing could be better adopted than those buildings, vast, narrow, dark, and lofty, impervious to the sunbeams, and having little communication with the scorched external atmosphere, but ever affording a refreshing coolness, like subterranean cellars in the heats of summer, or natural caverns in the bowels of huge mountains. But nothing could be more preposterous than to imitate such a mode of architecture in a country like England, where the climate is cold and the air eternally loaded with vapours. and where, of consequence, the builder's intentions should be to keep the people dry and warm. For my part, I never entered the Abbey Church at Bath but once, and the moment I stepped over the threshold I found myself chilled to the very marrow of my bones. When we consider that in our churches in general we breathe a gross stagnated air, surcharged with damps from vaults, tombs, and charnel houses, may we not term them so many magazines of rooms created for the benefit of the medical faculty, and safely aver that more bodies are lost and souls saved by going to church, in the winter especially, which may be said to engross 8 months in the year? I should be glad to know what offence it would give to tender consciences if the house of God was made more comfortable or less dangerous to the health of valetudinarians, and whether it would not be an encouragement to piety, as well as the salvation of many lives, if the place of worship was well floored, wainscoted, warmed, and ventilated, and its area kept sacred from the pollution of the dead. The practice of burying in churches was the effect of ignorant superstition, influenced by knavish priests who pretended that the devil could have no power over the defunct, if he was interred in conversation, did he deviate one tittle from the manner in which he had been brought up. About 12 years ago he began a gyro, or circuit, which he thus performed. At Naples, where he fixed his headquarters, he embarked for Marseilles, from whence he travelled with the Voiturin to Antibes. There he took his passage to Genoa and Lerici, from which last place he proceeded, by the way of Cambretina, to Pisa and Florence. After having halted some time in this metropolis, he set out with the Vetturino for Rome, where he reposed himself a few weeks, and then continued his route for Naples, in order to wait for the next opportunity of embarkation. After having 12 times described this circle, he lately flew off at a tangent to visit some trees at his country house in England, which he had planted above 20 years ago, after the plan of the double colonnade in the piazza of St. Peter's at Rome. He came hither to Scarborough to pay his respects to his noble friend and former pupil, the M. of G., and forgetting that he is now turned of 70, sacrificed so liberally to Bacchus, that next day he was seized with a fit of the apoplexy, which has a little impaired his memory. But he retains all the oddity of his character in perfection, and is going back to Italy by the way of Geneva, that he may have a conference with his friend Voltaire about giving the last blow to the Christian superstition. He intends to take shipping here for Holland or Hamburg, for it is a matter of great indifference to him at what part of the continent he first lands. When he was going abroad the last time, he took his passage in a ship bound for Leghorn, and his baggage was actually embarked. In going down the river by water, he was by mistake put on board of another vessel under sail, and upon inquiry understood she was bound to Petersburg. "Petersburg, Petersburg," said he, "I don't care if I go along with you." He forthwith struck a bargain with the captain, bought a couple of shirts of the mate, and was safe conveyed to the court of Muscovy, from whence he travelled by land to receive his baggage at Leghorn. He is now more likely than ever to execute a whim of the same nature, and I will hold any wager that as he cannot be supposed to live much longer, according to the course of nature, his exit will be as odd as his life has been extravagant. This gentleman crossed the sea to France, visited and conferred with Mr. de Voltaire at Ferney, resumed his old circuit at Genoa, and died in 1767 at the house of Vanini in Florence. Being taken with a suppression of urine, he resolved, in imitation of Pomponius Atticus, to take himself off by abstinence, and this resolution he executed like an ancient Roman. He saw company to the last, cracked his jokes, conversed freely, and entertained his guests with music. On the 3rd day of his fast he found himself entirely freed of his complaint, but refused taking sustenance. He said the most disagreeable part of the voyage was past, and he should be a cursed fool indeed to put about ship when he was just entering the harbour. In these sentiments he persisted, without any marks of affectation, and thus finished his course with such ease and serenity as would have done honour to the firmest stoic of antiquity. But to return from one humorist to another, you must know I have received benefit both from the chalybeate and the sea, and would have used them longer, had not a most ridiculous adventure, by making me the town talk, obliged me to leave the place, for I can't bear the thoughts of affording a spectacle to the multitude. Yesterday morning at 6 o'clock I went down to the bathing place, attended by my servant Clinker, who waited on the beach as usual. The wind blowing from the north, and the weather being hazy, the water proved so chill, that when I rose from my first plunge I could not help sobbing and bawling out from the effects of the cold. Clinker, who heard me cry and saw me indistinctly a good way without the guide, buffeting the waves, took it for granted I was drowning, and rushing into the sea, clothes and all, overturned the guide in his hurry to save his master. I had swam out a few strokes, when hearing a noise, I turned about and saw Clinker, already up to his neck, advancing towards me with all the wildness of terror in his aspect. Afraid he would get out of his depth, I made haste to meet him, when all of a sudden he seized me by one ear, dragged me, bellowing with pain, upon the dry beach, to the astonishment of all the people, men and women and children, there assembled. I was so exasperated by the pain of my ear, and the disgrace of being exposed in such an attitude, that in the first transport I struck him down; then, running back into the sea, took shelter in the machine where my clothes had been deposited. I soon recollected myself so far as to do justice to the poor fellow, who, in great simplicity of heart, had acted from motives of fidelity and affection. Opening the door of the machine, which was immediately drawn on shore, I saw him standing by the wheel, dropping like a waterwork, and trembling from head to foot, partly from cold, and partly from the dread of having offended his master. I made my acknowledgments for the blow he had received, assured him I was not angry, and insisted upon his going home immediately to shift his clothes, a command which he could hardly find in his heart to execute, so well disposed was he to furnish the mob with further entertainment at my expense. Clinker's intention was laudable, without all doubt, but nevertheless I am a sufferer by his simplicity. I have had a burning heat and a strange buzzing noise in that ear ever since it was so roughly treated, and I cannot walk the street without being pointed at, as the monster that was hauled naked ashore upon the beach. Well, I affirm that folly is often more provoking than knavery, ay, and more mischievous too, and whether a man had not better choose a sensible rogue than an honest simpleton for his servant is no matter of doubt, with yours, Matt Bramble, Scarborough, July 4. Section 50.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 51. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Wat, we made a precipitate retreat from Scarborough, owing to the excessive delicacy of our squire, who cannot bear the thoughts of being praetere untium digito monstratus. One morning, while he was bathing in the sea, his man Clinker took it into his head that his master was in danger of drowning, and in this conceit, plunging into the water, he lugged him out naked on the beach, and almost pulled off his ear in the operation. You may guess how this achievement was relished by Mr Bramble, who is impatient, irascible, and has the most extravagant ideas of decency and decorum in the economy of his own person. In the first ebullition of his choler, he knocked Clinker down with his fist, but he afterwards made him amends for his outrage, and in order to avoid further notice of the people, among whom this incident had made him remarkable, he resolved to leave Scarborough next day. We set out accordingly over the moors by way of Whitby, and began our journey betimes, in hopes of reaching Stockton that night, but in this hope we were disappointed. In the afternoon, crossing a deep gutter made by a torrent, the coach was so hard strained that one of the irons which connect the frame snapped, and the leather sling on the same side cracked in the middle. The shock was so great that my sister Liddy struck her head against Mistress Tabitha's nose with such violence that the blood flowed, and Win Jenkins was darted through a small window in that part of the carriage next the horses, where she stuck like a board in the pillory, till she was released by the hand of Mr Bramble. We were 8 miles distant from any place where we could be supplied with chaises, and it was impossible to proceed with the coach until the damage should be repaired. In this dilemma, we discovered a blacksmith's forge on the edge of a small common, about half a mile from the scene of our disaster, and thither the postilions made shift to draw the carriage slowly, while the company walked afoot. But we found the blacksmith had been dead some days, and his wife, who had been lately delivered, was deprived of her senses, under the care of a nurse hired by the parish. We were exceedingly mortified at this disappointment, which, however, was surmounted by the help of Humphry Clinker, who is a surprising compound of genius and simplicity. Finding the tools of the defunct, together with some coals in the smithy, he unscrewed the damaged iron in a twinkling, and, kindling a fire, united the broken pieces with equal dexterity and dispatch. While he was at work upon this operation, the poor woman in the straw, struck with the well-known sound of the hammer and anvil, started up, and, notwithstanding all the nurse's efforts, came running into the smithy, where, throwing her arms about Clinker's neck, "Ah, Jacob," cried she, "how could you leave me in such a condition?" This incident was too pathetic to occasion mirth. It brought tears into the eyes of all present. The poor widow was put to bed again, and we did not leave the village without doing something for her benefit. Even Tabitha's charity was awakened on this occasion. As for the tender-hearted Humphry Clinker, he hammered the iron and wept at the same time. But his ingenuity was not confined to his own province of farrier and blacksmith. It was necessary to join the leather sling which had been broke, and this service he likewise performed, by means of a broken awl, which he new-pointed and ground, a little hemp, which he spun into lingles, and a few tacks which he made for the purpose. Upon the whole, we were in a condition to proceed in little more than an hour. But even this delay obliged us to pass the night at Guysborough. Next day we crossed the Tees at Stockton, which is a neat, agreeable town, and there we resolved to dine, with purpose to lie at Durham. Whom should we meet in the yard when we alighted but Martin the adventurer? Having handed out the ladies, and conducted them into an apartment, where he paid his compliments to Mistress Tabby, with his usual address, he begged leave to speak to my uncle in another room, and there, in some confusion, he made an apology for having taken the liberty to trouble him with a letter at Stevenage. He expressed his hope that Mr Bramble had bestowed some consideration on his unhappy case, and repeated his desire of being taken into his service. My uncle, calling me into the room, told him that we were both very well inclined to rescue him from a way of life that was equally dangerous and dishonourable, and that he should have no scruples in trusting to his gratitude and fidelity, if he had any employment for him, which he thought would suit his qualifications and his circumstances, but that all the departments he had mentioned in his letter were filled up by persons of whose conduct he had no reason to complain. Of consequence, he could not, without injustice, deprive any one of them of his bread. Nevertheless, he declared himself ready to assist him in any feasible project, either with his purse or credit. Martin seemed deeply touched at this declaration. The tear started in his eye, while he said in a faltering accent, "Worthy sir, your generosity oppresses me. I never dreamed of troubling you for any pecuniary assistance. Indeed, I have no occasion. I have been so lucky at billiards and betting in different places, at Buxton, Harrogate, Scarborough, and Newcastle races, that my stock in ready money amounts to £300, which I would willingly employ in prosecuting some honest scheme of life. but my friend Justice Buzzard has set so many springs for my life that I am under the necessity of either retiring immediately to a remote part of the country, where I can enjoy the protection of some generous patron, or of quitting the kingdom altogether. It is upon this alternative that I now beg leave to ask your advice. I have had information of all your route since I had the honour to see you at Stevenage, and supposing you would come this way from Scarborough, I came hither last night from Darlington to pay you my respects. It would be no difficult matter to provide you with an asylum in the country, replied my uncle, but a life of indolence and obscurity would not suit with your active and enterprising disposition. I would therefore advise you to try your fortune in the East Indies. I will give you a letter to a friend in London, who will recommend you to the direction for a commission in the company's service, and if that cannot be obtained, you will at least be received as a volunteer, in which case you may pay for your passage, and I shall undertake to procure you such credentials that you will not be long without a commission. Martin embraced the proposal with great eagerness. It was therefore resolved that he should sell his horse and take a passage by sea for London to execute the project without delay. In the meantime he accompanied us to Durham, where we took up our quarters for the night. Here, being furnished with letters from my uncle, he took his leave of us, with strong symptoms of gratitude and attachment, and set out for Sunderland, in order to embark in the first collier bound for the river Thames. He had not been gone half an hour, when we were joined by another character, which promised something extraordinary. A tall, meagre figure, answering with his horse the description of Don Quixote, mounted on Rosinante, appeared in the twilight at the inn door, while my aunt and Liddy stood at a window in the dining-room. He wore a coat, the cloth of which had once been scarlet, trimmed with Brandenburgs, now totally deprived of their metal, and he had holster caps and housing of the same stuff and same antiquity. Perceiving ladies at the window above, he endeavoured to dismount with the most graceful air he could assume, but the ostler neglecting to hold the stirrup when he wheeled off his right foot and stood with his whole weight on the other, the girth unfortunately gave way, the saddle turned, down came the cavalier to the ground, and his hat and periwig falling off, displayed a headpiece of various colours, patched and plastered in a woeful condition. The ladies at the window above shrieked with affright, on the supposition that the stranger had received some notable damages in his fall; but the greatest injury he had sustained arose from the dishonour of his descent, aggravated by the disgrace of exposing the condition of his cranium; for certain plebeians that were about the door laughed aloud, in the belief that the captain had either got a scald head or a broken head, both equally opprobrious. He forthwith leapt up in a fury, and snatching one of his pistols, threatened to put the ostler to death, when another squall from the women checked his resentment. He then bowed to the window, while he kissed the butt end of his pistol, which he replaced, adjusted his wig in great confusion, and led his horse into the stable. By this time I had come to the door, and could not help gazing at the strange figure that presented itself to my view. He would have measured above 6 feet in height, had he stood upright, but he stooped very much, was very narrow in the shoulders, and very thick in the calves of his legs, which were cased in black spatterdashes. As for his thighs, they were long and slender, like those of a grasshopper, His face was at least half a yard in length, brown and shrivelled, with projecting cheekbones, little grey eyes on the greenish hue, a large hook nose, a pointed chin, a mouth from ear to ear, very ill furnished with teeth, and a high narrow forehead, well furrowed with wrinkles. His horse was exactly in the style of its rider, a resurrection of dry bones, which, as we afterwards learned, he valued exceedingly, as the only present he had ever received in his life. Having seen this favourite steed properly accommodated in the stable, he sent up his compliments to the ladies, begging permission to thank them in person for the marks of concern they had shown at his disaster in the courtyard. As the squire said they could not decently decline his visit, he was shown upstairs, and paid his respects in the Scotch dialect, with much formality. "Ladies," said he, "perhaps ye may be scandalized at the appearance of my head maid when it was uncovered by accident, but I can assure you the condition you saw it in is neither the effects of diseases nor of drunkenness, but an honest scar received in the service of my country." He then gave us to understand that, having been wounded at Ticonderoga in America, a party of Indians rifled him, scalped him, broke his skull with the blow of a tomahawk, and left him for dead on the field of battle; but that, being afterwards found with signs of life, he had been cured in the French hospital, though the loss of substance could not be repaired, so that the skull was left naked in several places, and these he covered with patches. There is no hold by which an Englishman is sooner taken than that of compassion. We were immediately interested in behalf of this veteran. Even Tabby's heart was melted, but our pity was warmed with indignation when we learned that in the course of 2 sanguinary wars he had been wounded, maimed, mutilated, taken and enslaved, without ever having attained a higher rank than that of lieutenant. My uncle's eyes gleamed, and his nether lip quivered, while he exclaimed, "I vow to God, sir, your case is a reproach to the service. The injustice you have met with is so flagrant." "I must crave your pardon, sir," cried the other, interrupting him. "I complain of no injustice. I purchased an ensigncy 30 years ago, and in the course of service rose to a lieutenant, according to my seniority." "But in such a length of time," resumed the squire, "you must have seen a great many young officers put over your head." "Nevertheless," said he, "I have no cause to murmur. They bought their preferment with their money. I had no money to carry to market. That was my misfortune, but nobody was to blame." "What, no friend to advance a sum of money?" said Mr Bramble. "Perhaps I might have borrowed money for the purchase of a company," answered the other, "but that loan must have been refunded, and I did not choose to encumber myself with a debt of £1,000 to be paid from an income of 10 shillings a day." "So you have spent the best part of your life," cried Mr Bramble, "your youth, your blood, and your constitution, amidst the dangers, the difficulties, the horrors and hardships of a war, for the consideration of 3 or 4 shillings a day. A consideration, sir," replied the Scot with great warmth. "You are the man that does me injustice, if you see or think I have been actuated by any such paltry consideration. I am a gentleman, and entered the service as other gentlemen do, with such hopes and sentiments as honourable ambition inspires. If I have not been lucky in the lottery of life, so neither do I think myself unfortunate. I owe to no man a farthing. I can always command a clean shirt, a mutton chop, and a truss of straw, and when I die, I shall leave effects sufficient to defray the expense of my burial." My uncle assured him he had no intention to give him the least offence by the observations he had made, but on the contrary spoke from a sentiment of friendly regard to his interest. The lieutenant thanked him with a stiffness of civility, which nettled our old gentleman, who perceived that his moderation was all affected, for whatever his tongue might declare, his whole appearance denoted dissatisfaction. In short, without pretending to judge of his military merit, I think I may affirm that this Caledonian is a self-conceited pedant, awkward, rude, and disputatious. He has had the benefit of a school education, seems to have read a good number of books, his memory is tenacious, and he pretends to speak several different languages, but he is so addicted to wrangling that he will cavil at the clearest truths, and in the pride of argumentation attempt to reconcile contradictions. Whether his address and qualifications are really of that stamp which is agreeable to the taste of our aunt, Mistress Tabitha, or that indefatigable maiden is determined to shoot at every sort of game, certain it is she has begun to practise upon the heart of the lieutenant, who favoured us with his company to supper. I have many other things to say of this man of war, which I shall communicate in a post or two. Meanwhile it is but reasonable that you should be indulged with some respite from those weary lucubrations of yours, J. Melford. Newcastle upon Tyne, July 10th. End of section 51. The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 52. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Phillips, in my last I treated you with a high-flavoured dish, in the character of the Scotch lieutenant, and I must present him once more for your entertainment. It was our fortune to feed upon him the best part of 3 days, and I do not doubt that he will start again in our way before we shall have finished our northern excursion. The day after our meeting with him at Durham proved so tempestuous that we did not choose to proceed on our journey, and my uncle persuaded him to stay till the weather should clear up, giving him at the same time a general invitation to our mess. The man has certainly gathered a whole budget of shrewd observations, but he brings them forth in such an ungracious manner as would be extremely disgusting, if it was not marked by that characteristic oddity which never fails to attract the attention. He and Mr. Bramble discoursed, and even disputed, on different subjects in war, policy, the belles lettres, law, and metaphysics, and sometimes they were warmed into such altercation as seemed to threaten an abrupt dissolution of their society. But Mr. Bramble set a guard over his own irascibility the more vigilantly as the officer was his guest, and when, in spite of all his efforts, he began to wax warm, the other prudently cooled in the same proportion. Mistress Tabitha, chancing to accost her brother by the familiar diminutive of Matt, "Pray, sir," said the lieutenant, "is your name Matthias?" You must know that it is one of our uncle's foibles to be ashamed of his name, Matthew, because it is puritanical, and this question chagrined him so much that he answered, "No, by God," in a very abrupt tone of displeasure. The Scot took umbrage at the manner of his reply, and bristling up, "If I had known," said he, "that you did not care to tell your name, I should not have asked the question. The lady called you Matt, and I naturally thought it was Matthias. Perhaps it may be Methuselah, or Metrodorus, or Metellus, or Mathurinus, or Malthinus, or Matamorus, or—" "No," cried my uncle, laughing, "it is neither of those, Captain. My name is Matthew Bramble, at your service. The truth is, I have a foolish pique at the name of Matthew, because it favours of those canting hypocrites, who in Cromwell's time christened all their children by names taken from the Scripture." "A foolish pique indeed," cried Mrs. Tabby, "and even sinful, to fall out with your name because it is taken from Holy Writ. I would have you to know, you was called after great uncle Matthew ap Maddock ap Meredith, Esquire, of Llanwystyn in Montgomeryshire, justice of the quorum and crusty Rattleorum, a gentleman of great worth and property, descended in a straight line by the female side from Llywelyn, Prince of Wales." This genealogical anecdote seemed to make some impression upon the North Briton, who bowed very low to the descendant of Llywelyn, and observed that he himself had the honour of a scriptural nomination. The lady expressing a desire of knowing his address, he said, he designed himself Lieutenant Obadiah Lismahago, and in order to assist her memory, he presented her with a slip of paper inscribed with these 3 words, which she repeated with great emphasis, declaring it was one of the most noble and sonorous names she had ever heard. He observed that Obadiah was an adventitious appellation, derived from his great-grandfather, who had been one of the original Covenanters; but Lismahago was the family surname, taken from a place in Scotland so called. He likewise dropped some hints about the antiquity of his pedigree, adding with a smile of self-denial, "Sed genus et proavus, et quae non fecimus ipsi, vix ea nostra voco," which quotation he explained in deference to the ladies; and Mrs. Tabitha did not fail to compliment him on his modesty in waiving the merit of his ancestry, adding, that it was the less necessary to him as he had such a considerable fund of his own. She now began to glue herself to his favour with the grossest adulation. She expatiated upon the antiquity and virtues of the Scottish nation, upon their valour, probity, learning, and politeness. She even descended to encomiums on his own personal address, his gallantry, good sense, and erudition. She appealed to her brother whether the captain was not the very image of our cousin Governor Griffith. She discovered a surprising eagerness to know the particulars of his life, and asked 1,000 questions concerning his achievements in war, all which Mr. Lismahago answered with a sort of jesuitical reserve, affecting a reluctance to satisfy her curiosity on a subject that concerned his own exploits. By dint of her interrogations, however, we learned that he and Ensign Murphy had made their escape from the French hospital at Montreal, and taken to the woods, in hope of reaching some English settlement; but mistaking their route, they fell in with a party of Miamis, who carried them away in captivity. The intention of these Indians was to give one of them as an adopted son to a venerable sachem, who had lost his own in the course of the war, and to sacrifice the other according to the custom of the country. Murphy, as being the younger and handsomer of the two, was designed to fill the place of the deceased, not only as the son of the sachem, but as the spouse of a beautiful squaw, to whom his predecessor had been betrothed. But in passing through the different wigwams or villages of the Miamis, poor Murphy was so mangled by the women and children who have the privilege of torturing all prisoners in their passage, that by the time they arrived at the place of the sachem's residence, he was rendered altogether unfit for the purposes of marriage. It was determined, therefore, in the assembly of the warriors, that Ensign Murphy should be brought to the stake, and that the lady should be given to Lieutenant Lismahago, who had likewise received his share of torments, though they had not produced emasculation. A joint of one finger had been cut, or rather sawed off with a rusty knife. One of his great toes was crushed into a mash betwixt two stones. Some of his teeth were drawn, or dug out with a crooked nail. Splintered reeds had been thrust up his nostrils and other tender parts, and the calves of his legs had been blown up with mines of gunpowder dug in the flesh with the sharp point of the tomahawk. The Indians themselves allowed that Murphy died with great heroism, singing as his death song the Drimmandoo, in concert with Mr. Lismahago, who was present at the solemnity. After the warriors and the matrons had made a hearty meal upon the muscular flesh which they pared from the victim, and had applied a great variety of tortures, which he bore without flinching, an old lady with a sharp knife scooped out one of his eyes, and put a burning coal in the socket. The pain of this operation was so exquisite that he could not help bellowing, upon which the audience raised a shout of exultation, and one of the warriors stealing behind him gave him the coup de grace with a hatchet. Lismahago's bride, the squaw Squinkinacusta, distinguished herself on this occasion. She showed a great superiority of genius in the tortures which she contrived and executed with her own hands. She vied with the stoutest warrior in eating the flesh of the sacrifice, and after all the other females were fuddled with dram drinking, she was not so intoxicated but that she was able to play the game of the platter with the conjuring sachem, and afterwards go through the ceremony of her own wedding, which was consummated that same evening. The captain had lived very happily with this accomplished squaw for 2 years, during which she bore him a son, who is now the representative of his mother's tribe, but at length, to his unspeakable grief, she had died of a fever, occasioned by eating too much raw bear, which they had killed in a hunting excursion. By this time Mr. Lismahago was elected sachem, acknowledged first warrior of the Badger tribe, and dignified with the name or epithet of Okakanasta Ogarora, which signifies nimble as a weasel. But all these advantages and honours he was obliged to resign, in consequence of being exchanged for the orator of the community, who had been taken prisoner by the Indians that were in alliance with the English. At the peace he had sold out upon half pay, and was returned to Britain, with a view to pass the rest of his life in his own country, where he hoped to find some retreat where his slender finances would afford him a decent subsistence. Such are the outlines of Mr. Lismahago's history, to which Tabitha did seriously incline her ear. Indeed, she seemed to be taken with the same charms that captivated the heart of Desdemona, who loved the Moor for the dangers he had passed. The description of poor Murphy's sufferings, which threw my sister Liddy into a swoon, extracted some sighs from the breast of Mistress Tabby. When she understood that he had been rendered unfit for marriage, she began to spit, and ejaculated, "Jesus, what cruel barbarians!" and she made wry faces at the lady's nuptial repast. But she was eagerly curious to know the particulars of her marriage dress, whether she wore high-breasted stays or bodice, a robe of silk or velvet, and laces of Mechlin or mignonette. She supposed, as they were connected with the French, she used rouge, and had her hair dressed in the Parisian fashion. The captain would have declined giving a categorical explanation of all these particulars, observing in general that the Indians were too tenacious of their own customs to adopt the modes of any nation whatsoever. He said, moreover, that neither the simplicity of their manners nor the commerce of their country would admit of these articles of luxury which are deemed magnificence in Europe, and that they were too virtuous and sensible to encourage the introduction of any fashion which might help to render them corrupt and effeminate. These observations served only to inflame her desire of knowing the particulars about which she had inquired, and with all his evasion he could not help discovering the following circumstances: that his princess had neither shoes, stockings, shift, nor any kind of linen; that her bridal dress consisted of a petticoat of red baize, and a fringed blanket fastened about her shoulders with a copper skewer. But of ornaments she had great plenty. Her hair was curiously plaited, and interwoven with bobbins of human bone. One eyelid was painted green, and the other yellow. Her cheeks were blue, the lips white, the teeth red, and there was a black list drawn down the middle of the forehead as far as the tip of the nose. A couple of gaudy parrot's feathers were stuck through the division of the nostrils. There was a blue stone set in the chin. Her earrings consisted of 2 pieces of hickory of the size and shape of drumsticks. Her arms and legs were adorned with bracelets of wampum. Her breast glittered with numerous strings of glass beads. She wore a curious pouch, a pocket of woven grass, elegantly painted with various colours. About her neck was hung the fresh scalp of a Mohawk warrior, whom her deceased lover had lately slain in battle. And finally, she was anointed from head to foot with bear's grease, which sent forth a most agreeable odour. One would imagine that these paraphernalia would not have been much admired by a modern fine lady, but Mistress Tabitha was resolved to approve of all of the captain's connections. She wished, indeed, the squaw had been better provided with linen, but she owned there was much taste and fancy in her ornaments. She made no doubt, therefore, that Madam Squinkinacusta was a young lady of good sense and rare accomplishments, and a good Christian at bottom. Then she asked whether his consort had been high church or low church, Presbyterian or Anabaptist, or had been favoured with any glimmering of the new light of the gospel. When he confessed that she and her whole nation were utter strangers to the Christian faith, she gazed at him with signs of astonishment, and Humphry Clinker, who chanced to be in the room, uttered a hollow groan. After some pause, "In the name of God, Captain Lismahago," cried she, "what religion do they profess?" "As to religion, madam," answered the lieutenant, "it is among those Indians a matter of great simplicity. They never heard of any alliance between church and state. They, in general, worship 2 contending principles, one the fountain of all good, the other the source of all evil. The common people there, as in other countries, run into the absurdities of superstition, but sensible men pay adoration to a supreme being, who created and sustains the universe." "Oh, what pity," exclaimed the pious Tabby, "that some holy man has not been inspired to go and convert these poor heathens!" The lieutenant told her that while he resided among them, 2 French missionaries arrived in order to convert them to the Catholic religion. But when they talked of mysteries and revelations which they could neither explain nor authenticate, and called in the evidence of miracles which they believed upon hearsay, when they taught that the supreme creator of heaven and earth had allowed his only son, his own equal in power and glory, to enter the bowels of a woman, to be born as a human creature, to be insulted, flagellated, and even executed as a malefactor, when they pretended to create God himself to swallow, digest, revive, and multiply him ad infinitum by the help of a little flour and water, the Indians were shocked at the impiety of their presumption. They were examined by the assembly of the sachems, who desired them to prove the divinity of their mission by some miracle. They answered that it was not in their power. "If you were really sent by heaven for our conversion," said one of the sachems, "you would certainly have some supernatural endowments. At least you would have the gift of tongues, in order to explain your doctrine to the different nations among which you are employed. But you are so ignorant of our language that you cannot express yourself even on the most trifling subjects." In a word, the assembly were convinced of their being cheats, and even suspected them of being spies. They ordered them a bag of Indian corn apiece, and appointed a guide to conduct them to the frontiers. But the missionaries, having more zeal than discretion, refused to quit the vineyard. They persisted in saying mass, in preaching, baptizing, and squabbling with the conjurers or priests of the country, till they had thrown the whole community into confusion. Then the assembly proceeded to try them as impious impostors, who represented the Almighty as a trifling, weak, capricious being, and pretended to make, unmake, and reproduce him at pleasure. They were therefore convicted of blasphemy and sedition, and condemned to the stake, where they died, singing Salve Regina, in a rapture of joy for the crown of martyrdom which they had thus obtained. In the course of this conversation, Lieutenant Lismahago dropped some hints by which it appeared he himself was a free thinker. Our aunt seemed to be startled at certain sarcasms he threw out against the creed of St. Athanasius. He dwelt much upon the words reason, philosophy, and contradiction in terms. He bid defiance to the eternity of hell fire, and even threw such squibs at the immortality of the soul as singed a little the whiskers of Mistress Tabitha's faith. For by this time she began to look upon Lismahago as a prodigy of learning and sagacity. In short, he could be no longer insensible to the advances she made towards his affection, and although there was something repulsive in his nature, he overcame it so far as to make some return to her civilities. Perhaps he thought it would be no bad scheme in a superannuated lieutenant on half pay to effect a conjunction with an old maid, who in all probability had fortune enough to keep him easy and comfortable in the fag end of his days. An ogling correspondence forthwith commenced between this amiable pair of originals. He began to sweeten the natural acidity of his discourse with the treacle of compliment and commendation. He from time to time offered her snuff, of which he himself took great quantities, and even made her a present of a purse of silk grass, woven by the hands of the amiable Squinkinacusta, who had used it as a shot-pouch in her hunting expeditions. From Doncaster northwards, all the windows of all the inns are scrawled with doggerel rhymes, in abuse of the Scotch nation, and what surprised me very much, I did not perceive one line written in the way of recrimination. Curious to hear what Lismahago would say on this subject, I pointed out to him a very scurrilous epigram against his countrymen, which was engraved on one of the windows of the parlour where we sat. He read it with the most starched composure, and when I asked his opinion of the poetry, "It is very terse and very poignant," said he, "but with the help of a wet dishclout it might be rendered more clear and perspicuous. I marvel much that some modern wit has not published a collection of these essays under the title of the Glazier's Triumph over Sawney the Scot. I'm persuaded it would be a very agreeable offering to the patriots of London and Westminster." When I expressed some surprise that the natives of Scotland, who travel this way, had not broke all the windows upon the road, "With submission," replied the lieutenant, "that were but shallow policy. It would only serve to make the satire more cutting and severe. I think it is much better to let it stand in the window than have it presented in the reckoning." My uncle's jaws began to quiver with indignation. He said the scribblers of such infamous stuff deserved to be scourged at the cart's tail for disgracing their country with such monuments of malice and stupidity. "These vermin," said he, "do not consider that they are affording their fellow subjects, whom they abuse, continual matter of self-gratulation, as well as the means of executing the most manly vengeance that can be taken for such low illiberal attacks. For my part, I admire the philosophic forbearance of the Scots, as much as I despise the insolence of those wretched libellers, which is akin to the arrogance of the village cock, who never crows but upon his own dunghill." The captain, with an affectation of candour, observed, that men of illiberal minds were produced in every soil, and that in supposing those were the sentiments of the English in general, he should pay too great a compliment to his own country, which was not of consequence enough to attract the envy of such a flourishing and powerful people. Mrs. Tabby broke forth again in praise of his moderation, and declared that Scotland was the soil which produced every virtue under heaven. When Lismahago took his leave for the night, she asked her brother if the captain were not the prettiest gentleman he had ever seen, and whether there was not something wonderfully engaging in his aspect. Mr. Bramble, having eyed her some time in silence, "Sister," said he, "the lieutenant is, for aught I know, an honest man and a good officer. He has a considerable share of understanding and a title to more encouragement than he seems to have met with in life."
Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 53. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Doctor, I have now reached the northern extremity of England, and see, close to my chamber window, the Tweed gliding through the arches of that bridge which connects this suburb to the town of Berwick. Yorkshire you have seen, and therefore I shall say nothing of that opulent province. The city of Durham appears like a confused heap of stones and brick, accumulated so as to cover a mountain, round which a river winds its brawling course. The streets are generally narrow, dark, and unpleasant, and many of them almost impassable in consequence of their declivity. The cathedral is a huge gloomy pile, but the clergy are well lodged. The bishop lives in a princely manner, the golden prebends keep plentiful tables, and I am told there is some good sociable company in the place, but the country, when viewed from the top of Gateshead Fell, which extends to Newcastle, exhibits the highest scene of cultivation that ever I beheld. As for Newcastle, it lies mostly in a bottom on the banks of the Tyne, and makes an appearance still more disagreeable than that of Durham. But it is rendered populous and rich by industry and commerce, and the country lying on both sides of the river above the town yields a delightful prospect of agriculture and plantation. Morpeth and Alnwick are neat, pretty towns, and this last is famous for the castle, which has belonged so many ages to the noble house of Piercy, Earls of Northumberland. It is doubtless a large edifice, containing a great number of apartments, and stands in a commanding situation, but the strength of it seems to have consisted not so much in its site, or the manner in which it is fortified, as in the valour of its defendants. Our adventures since we left Scarborough are scarce worth reciting, and yet I must make you acquainted with my sister Tabby's progress in husband hunting, after her disappointments at Bath and London. She had actually begun to practice upon a certain adventurer, who was in fact a highwayman by profession, but he had been used to snares much more dangerous than any she could lay, and escaped accordingly. Then she opened her batteries upon an old weather-beaten Scotch lieutenant called Lismahago, who joined us at Durham, and is, I think, one of the most singular personages I ever encountered. His manner is as harsh as his countenance, but his peculiar turn of thinking, and his pack of knowledge, made up of the remnants of rarities, rendered his conversation desirable, in spite of his pedantry and ungracious address. I have often met with a crab apple in a hedge, which I have been tempted to eat for its flavour, even while I was disgusted by its austerity. The spirit of contradiction is naturally so strong in Lismahago, that I believe in my conscience he has rummaged and read and studied with indefatigable attention, in order to qualify himself to refute established maxims, and thus raise trophies for the gratification of polemical pride. Such is the asperity of his self-conceit, that he will not even acquiesce in a transient compliment made to his own individual in particular, or to his country in general. When I observed that he must have read a vast number of books to be able to discourse on such a variety of subjects, he declared he had read little or nothing, and asked how he should find books among the woods of America, where he had spent the greatest part of his life. My nephew remarking that the Scots in general were famous for their learning, he denied the imputation, and defied him to prove it from their works. A total pravity of manners would ensue, and this must be attended with bankruptcy and ruin. He observed of the Parliament, that the practice of buying boroughs and canvassing for votes was an avowed system of venality, already established on the ruins of principle, integrity, faith, and good order, in consequence of which the elected and the elector, and in short the whole body of the people, were equally and universally contaminated and corrupted. He affirmed that of a Parliament thus constituted, the Crown would always have influence enough to secure a great majority in its dependence, from the great number of posts, places, and pensions it had to bestow; that such a Parliament would, as it had already done, lengthen the term of its sitting and authority, whenever the Prince should think it for his interest to continue the representatives, for without doubt they had the same right to protect their authority ad infinitum, as they had to extend it from 3 to 7 years. With a Parliament therefore dependent upon the Crown, devoted to the Prince, and supported by a standing army, garbled and modelled for the purpose, any King of England may, and probably some ambitious sovereign will, totally overthrow all the bulwarks of the Constitution; for it is not to be supposed that a prince of high spirit will tamely submit to be thwarted in all his measures, abused and insulted by a populace of unbridled ferocity, when he has it in his power to crush all opposition under his feet with the concurrence of the legislature. He said he should always consider the liberty of the press as a national evil, while it enabled the vilest reptile to soil the lustre of the most shining merit, and furnished the most infamous incendiary with the means of disturbing the peace and destroying the good order of the community. He owned, however, that under due restrictions it would be a valuable privilege, but affirmed that at present there was no law in England sufficient to restrain it within proper bounds. With respect to juries, he expressed himself to this effect: juries are generally composed of illiterate plebeians, apt to be mistaken, easily misled, and open to sinister influence; for if either of the parties to be tried can gain over one of the 12 jurors, he has secured the verdict in his favour. The juryman thus brought over will, in despite of all evidence and conviction, generally hold out till his fellows are fatigued and harassed and starved into concurrence; in which case the verdict is unjust, and the jurors are all perjured. But cases will often occur when the jurors are really divided in opinion, and each side is convinced in opposition to the other; but no verdict will be received unless they are unanimous, and they are all bound, not only in conscience, but by oath, to judge and declare according to their conviction. What then will be the consequence? They must either starve in company, or one side must sacrifice their conscience to their convenience, and join in a verdict which they believe to be false. This absurdity is avoided in Sweden, where a bare majority is sufficient, and in Scotland, where 2/3 of the jury are required to concur in the verdict. You must not imagine that all these deductions were made on his part without contradictions on mine. No, the truth is, I found myself piqued, in point of honour, at his pretending to be so much wiser than his neighbours. I questioned all his assertions, started innumerable objections, argued and wrangled with uncommon perseverance, and grew very warm and even violent in the debate. Sometimes he was puzzled, and once or twice, I think, fairly refuted; but from those falls he rose again like Antaeus with redoubled vigour, till at length I was tired, exhausted, and really did not know how to proceed, when, luckily, he dropped a hint, by which he discovered he had been bred to the law; a confession which enabled me to retire from the dispute with a good grace, as it could not be supposed that a man like me, who had been bred to nothing, should be able to cope with a veteran in his own profession. I believe, however, that I shall for some time continue to chew the cud of reflection upon many observations which this original discharged. Whether our sister Tabby was really struck with this conversation, or is resolved to throw at every thing she meets in the shape of a man, till she can fasten the matrimonial noose, certain it is, she has taken desperate strides toward the affection of Lismahago, who cannot be said to have met her half way, though he does not seem altogether insensible to her civilities. She insinuated more than once how happy we should be to have his company through that part of Scotland which we proposed to visit, till at length he plainly told us that his road was totally different from that which we intended to take; that for his part his company would be of very little service to us in our progress, as he was utterly unacquainted with the country, which he had left in his early youth; consequently he could neither direct us in our enquiries, nor introduce us to any family of distinction. He said he was stimulated by an irresistible impulse to revisit the Paternus Lar, or Patria Domus, though he expected little satisfaction, inasmuch as he understood that his nephew, the present possessor, was but ill qualified to support the honour of the family. He assured us, however, as we designed to return by the west road, that he will watch our motions, and endeavour to pay his respects to us at Dumfries. Accordingly he took his leave of us at a place half way betwixt Morpeth and Alnwick, and pranced away in great state, mounted on a tall, meagre, raw-boned, shambling, grey gelding, without e'er a tooth in his head, the very counterpart of the rider; and indeed the appearance of the two was so picturesque, that I would give 20 guineas to have them tolerably presented on canvas. Northumberland is a fine county, extending to the Tweed, which is a pleasant pastoral stream; but you will be surprised when I tell you that the English side of the river is neither so well cultivated, nor so populous as the other. The farms are thinly scattered, the lands unenclosed, and scarce a gentleman's seat is to be seen in some miles from the Tweed; whereas the Scots are advanced in crowds to the very brink of the river, so that you may reckon above 30 good houses in the compass of a few miles, belonging to proprietors whose ancestors had fortified castles in the same situations; a circumstance that shews what dangerous neighbours the Scots must have formerly been to the northern counties of England. Our domestic economy continues on the old footing. My sister Tabby still adheres to Methodism, and had the benefit of a sermon at Wesley's meeting in Newcastle; but I believe the passion of love has in some measure abated the fervour of devotion, both in her and her woman, Mrs Jenkins, about whose good graces there has been a violent contest betwixt my nephew's valet, Mr Dutton, and my man, Humphry Clinker. Jerry has been obliged to interpose his authority to keep the peace, and to him I have left the discussion of that important affair, which had like to have kindled the flames of discord in the family of yours always, Matt Bramble, Tweedmouth, July 15. End of section 53.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 54. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, at Oxford. Dear Wat, in my two last You had so much of Lismahago that I suppose you are glad he is gone off the stage for the present. I must now descend to domestic occurrences. Love, it seems, is resolved to assert his dominion over all the females of our family. After having practised upon poor Liddy's heart, and played strange vagaries with our aunt Mistress Tabitha, he began to run riot in the affections of her woman, Mistress Winifred Jenkins, whom I have had occasion to mention more than once in the course of our memoirs. Nature intended Jenkins for something very different from the character of her mistress, yet custom and habit have effected a wonderful resemblance betwixt them in many particulars. Win, to be sure, is much younger and more agreeable in her person. She is likewise tender-hearted and benevolent, qualities for which her mistress is by no means remarkable, no more than she is for being of a timorous disposition, and much subject to fits of the mother, which are the infirmities of Win's constitution. But then she seems to have adopted Mistress Tabby's manner with her cast clothes. She dresses and endeavours to look like her mistress, although her own looks are much more engaging. She enters into her scheme of economy, learns her phrases, repeats her remarks, imitates her style in scolding the inferior servants, and finally subscribes implicitly to her system of devotion. This indeed she found the more agreeable, as it was in a great measure introduced and confirmed by the ministry of Clinker, with whose personal merit she seems to have been struck ever since he exhibited the pattern of his naked skin at Marlborough. Nevertheless, though Humphry has this double hank upon her inclinations, and exerted all his power to maintain the conquest he had made, he found it impossible to guard it on the side of vanity, where poor Win was as frail as any female in the kingdom. In short, my rascal Dutton professed himself her admirer, and by dint of his outlandish qualifications threw his rival Clinker out of the saddle of her heart. Humphry may be compared to an English pudding, composed of good wholesome flour and suet, and Dutton to a syllabub or iced froth, which, though agreeable to the taste, has nothing solid or substantial. The traitor not only dazzled her with his second-hand finery, but he fawned and flattered and cringed. He taught her to take rappee, and presented her with a snuff-box of papier-mâché. He supplied her with a powder for her teeth. He mended her complexion, and he dressed her hair in the Paris fashion. He undertook to be her French master and her dancing master, as well as friseur, and thus imperceptibly wound himself into her good graces. Clinker led her thus far in quest of a clergyman to unite them in marriage without the formalities required by the law of England. I knew not how the lover had behaved on the road so as to decline in the favour of his inamorata, but in all probability Dutton perceived a coldness on her side, which encouraged him to whisper it was a pity she should have cast affections upon a tailor, which he affirmed the Irishman to be. This discovery completed her disgust, of which my man, taking the advantage, began to recommend himself to her good graces, and the smooth-tongued rascal found no difficulty to insinuate himself into the place of her heart, from which the other had been discarded. Their resolution was immediately taken. In the morning, before day, while poor Teague lay snoring abed, his indefatigable rival ordered a post-chaise and set out with the lady for Coldstream, a few miles up the Tweed, where there was a parson who dealt in this branch of commerce, and there they were noosed before the Irishman ever dreamt of the matter. but when he got up at 6 o'clock and found the bird was flown, he made such a noise as alarmed the whole house. One of the first persons he encountered was the postilion returned from Coldstream, where he had been witness to the marriage, and over and above an handsome gratuity had received a bride's favour, which he now wore in his cap. When the forsaken lover understood they were actually married, and set out for London, and that Dutton had discovered to the lady that he, the Hibernian, was a tailor, he had like to have run distracted. He tore the ribbon from the fellow's cap and beat it about his ears. He swore he would pursue him to the gates of hell, and ordered a post-chaise and 4 to be got ready as soon as possible. But recollecting that his finances would not admit of this way of travelling, he was obliged to countermand this order. For my part, I knew nothing at all of what had happened, till the postilion brought me the keys of my trunk and portmanteau, which he had received from Dutton, who sent me his respects, hoping I would excuse him for his abrupt departure, as it was a step upon which his fortune depended. Before I had time to make my uncle acquainted with this event, the Irishman burst into my chamber, without any introduction, exclaiming, "By my soul, your servant has robbed me of £5,000, and I'll have satisfaction if I should be hanged tomorrow." When I asked him who he was, "My name," said he, "is Master Maclaughlan, but it should be Lechlin O'Neill, for I am come from Tyrone the Great, and so I am as good a gentleman as any in Ireland. And that rogue, your servant, said I was a tailor, which is as big a lie as if he had called me the Pope. I'm a man of fortune, and have spent all I had, and so, being in distress, Mr. Coshgrave, the fashioner in Suffolk Street, took me out, and made me his own private secretary. By the same token, I was the last he bailed, for his friends obliged him to tie himself up, that he would bail no more above £10. For why? Because as how he could not refuse anybody that asked, and therefore in time would have robbed himself of his whole fortune, and if he had lived long at that rate, must have died bankrupt very soon. And so I made my addresses to Miss Skinner, a young lady of £5,000 fortune, who agreed to take me for better nor worse, and to be sure this day would have put me in possession, if it had not been for that rogue your servant, who came like a thief, and stole away my property, and made her believe I was a tailor, and that she was going to marry the 9th part of a man. But the devil burn my soul, if ever I catch him on the mountains of Tullachobegley, if I don't show him that I'm 9 times as good a man as he, or e'er a bug of his country." When he had rung out his first alarm, I told him I was sorry he had allowed himself to be so jockeyed, but it was no business of mine, and that the fellow who robbed him of his bride had likewise robbed me of my servant. "Didn't I tell you then," cried he, "that rogue was his true Christian name? Oh, if I had but one fair trust with him upon the sod, I'd give him leave to brag all the rest of his life." My uncle, hearing the noise, came in, and being informed of this adventure, began to comfort Mr. O'Neill for the lady's elopement, observing that he seemed to have had a lucky escape, that it was better she should elope before than after marriage. The Hibernian was of a very different opinion. He said, if he had been once married, she might have eloped as soon as she pleased. He would have taken care that she should not have carried her fortune along with her. "Ah," said he, "she's a Judas Iscariot, and has betrayed me with a kiss, and like Judas, she carried the bag, and has not left me money enough to bear my expenses back to London, and so I'm come to this pass, and the rogue that was the occasion of it has left you without a servant, and you may put me in his place, and by Jesus, it is the best thing you can do." I begged to be excused, declaring I could put up with any inconvenience, rather than treat as a footman the descendant of Tyrone the Great. I advised him to return to his friend Mr. Cosgrave, and take his passage from Newcastle by sea, towards which I made him a small present, and he retired, seemingly resigned to his evil fortune. I have taken upon trial a Scotchman called Archie M'Alpin, an old soldier, whose last master, a colonel, lately died at Berwick. The fellow is old and withered, but he has been recommended to me for his fidelity by Mrs. Humphreys, a very good sort of a woman, who keeps the inn at Tweedmouth, and is much respected by all the travellers on this road. Clinker, without doubt, thinks himself happy in the removal of a dangerous rival, and he is too good a Christian to repine at Dutton's success. Even Mistress Jenkins will have reason to congratulate herself upon this event, when she coolly reflects upon the matter. For howsoever she was forced from her poise for a season by snares laid for her vanity, Humphry is certainly the north star to which the needle of her affection would have pointed at the long run. At present the same vanity is exceedingly mortified upon finding herself abandoned by her new admirer in favour of another inamorata. She received the news with a violent burst of laughter, which soon brought on a fit of crying, and this gave the finishing blow to the patience of her mistress, which had held out beyond all expectation. She now opened all those floodgates of reprehension which had been shut so long. She not only reproached her with her levity and indiscretion, but attacked her on the score of religion, declaring roundly that she was in a state of apostasy and reprobation, and finally threatened to send her a-packing at this extremity of the kingdom. All the family interceded for poor Winifred, not even excepting her slighted swain, Mr. Clinker, who on his knees implored and obtained her pardon. There was, however, another consideration that gave Mistress Tabitha some disturbance. At Newcastle, the servants had been informed by some wag that there was nothing to eat in Scotland but oatmeal and sheep's heads; and Lieutenant Lismahago being consulted, what he said served rather to confirm than to refute the report. Our aunt, being apprised of this circumstance, very gravely advised her brother to provide a sumpter horse with store of hams, tongues, bread, biscuit, and other articles for our subsistence in the course of our peregrination; and Mr. Bramble as gravely replied that he would take the hint into consideration. But finding no such provision was made, she now revived the proposal, observing that there was a tolerable market at Berwick where we might be supplied, and that my man's horse would serve as a beast of burthen. The squire, shrugging his shoulders, eyed her askance with a look of ineffable contempt, and after some pause, "Sister," said he, "I can hardly persuade myself you are serious." She was so little acquainted with the geography of the island, that she imagined we could not go to Scotland but by sea; and after we had passed through the town of Berwick, when we told her we were upon Scottish ground, she could hardly believe the assertion. If the truth must be told, the South Britons in general are woefully ignorant in this particular. What between want of curiosity and traditional sarcasms, the effect of ancient animosity, The people at the other end of the island know as little of Scotland as of Japan. If I had never been in Wales, I should have been more struck with the manifest difference in appearance betwixt the peasants and commonalty on different sides of the Tweed. The boors of Northumberland are lusty fellows, fresh complexioned, cleanly, and well clothed; but the labourers in Scotland are generally lank, lean, hard featured, sallow, soiled, and shabby, and their little pinched blue caps have a beggarly effect. The cattle are much in the same style with their drivers, meagre, stunted, and ill-equipped. When I talked to my uncle on this subject, he said, though all the Scottish hinds would not bear to be compared with those of the rich counties of South Britain, they would stand very well in competition with the peasants of France, Italy, and Savoy, not to mention the mountaineers of Wales and the Redshanks of Ireland. We entered Scotland by a frightful moor of 16 miles, which promises very little for the interior parts of the kingdom; but the prospect mended as we advanced. Passing through Dunbar, which is a neat little town situated on the seaside, we lay at a country inn, where our entertainment far exceeded our expectation; but for this we cannot give the Scots credit, as the landlord is a native of England. Yesterday we dined at Haddington, which has been a place of some consideration, but is now gone to decay; and in the evening arrived at this metropolis, of which I can say very little. It is very romantic, from its situation on the declivity of a hill, having a fortified castle at the top and a royal palace at the bottom. The first thing that strikes the nose of a stranger shall be nameless, but what first strikes the eye is the unconscionable height of the houses, which generally rise to 5, 6, 7, and 8 stories, and in some places, as I am assured, to 12. This manner of building, attended with numberless inconveniences, must have been originally owing to want of room. Certain it is, the town seems to be full of people, but their looks, their language, and their customs are so different from ours, that I can hardly believe myself in Great Britain. The inn at which we put up, if it may be so called, was so filthy and disagreeable in all respects, that my uncle began to fret, and his gouty symptoms to recur. Recollecting, however, that he had a letter of recommendation to one Mr. Mitchelson, a lawyer, he sent it by his servant, with a compliment, importing that we would wait upon him next day in person. But that gentleman visited us immediately, and insisted upon our going to his own house until he could provide lodgings for our accommodation. We gladly accepted of his invitation, and repaired to his house, where we were treated with equal elegance and hospitality, to the utter confusion of our aunt, whose prejudices, though beginning to give way, were not yet entirely removed. Today, by the assistance of our friend, we are settled in convenient lodgings. Up 4 pair of stairs in the High Street, the 4th story being, in this city, reckoned more genteel than the first. The air is, in all probability, the better, but it requires good lungs to breathe it at this distance above the surface of the earth. While I do remain above it, whether higher or lower, provided I breathe at all, I shall ever be, dear Phillips, yours, J. Melford. July 18th. End of section 54.
Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 55. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Lewis, that part of Scotland contiguous to Berwick, nature seems to have intended as a barrier between 2 hostile nations. It is a brown desert of considerable extent, that produces nothing but heath and fern, and what rendered it the more dreary when we passed, there was a thick fog that hindered us from seeing above 20 yards from the carriage. My sister began to make wry faces and use her smelling bottle. Liddy looked blank, and Mrs. Jenkins dejected. But in a few hours these clouds were dissipated, the sea appeared upon our right, and on the left the mountains retired a little, leaving an agreeable plain betwixt them and the beach. But what surprised us all, this plain, to the extent of several miles, was covered with as fine wheat as ever I saw in the most fertile parts of South Britain. This plentiful crop is raised in the open field without any enclosure or other manure than the alga marina or seaweed, which abounds on this coast, a circumstance which shews that the soil and climate are favourable, but that agriculture in this country is not yet brought to that perfection which it has attained in England. Enclosures would not only keep the grounds warm and the several fields distinct, but would also protect the crop from the high winds which are so frequent in this part of the island. Dunbar is well situated for trade, and has a curious basin, where ships of small burthen may be perfectly secure, but there is little appearance of business in the place. From thence all the way to Edinburgh there is a continual succession of fine seats belonging to noblemen and gentlemen, and as each is surrounded by its own parks and plantation, they produce a very pleasing effect in a country which lies otherwise open and exposed. At Dunbar there is a noble park with a lodge belonging to the Duke of Roxburgh, where Oliver Cromwell had his headquarters, when Leslie, at the head of a Scotch army, took possession of the mountains in the neighbourhood, and hampered him in such a manner that he would have been obliged to embark and get away by sea, had not the fanaticism of the enemy forfeited the advantage which they had obtained by their general's conduct. Their ministers, by exhortation, prayer, assurance, and prophecy, instigated them to go down and slay the Philistines in Gilgal, and they quitted their ground accordingly, notwithstanding all that Leslie could do to restrain the madness of their enthusiasm. When Oliver saw them in motion, he exclaimed, "Praised be the Lord, he hath delivered them into the hands of his servant," and ordered his troops to sing a psalm of thanksgiving, while they advanced in order to the plain where the Scots were routed with great slaughter. In the neighbourhood of Haddington there is a gentleman's house, in the building of which, and the improvements about it, he is said to have expended 40,000 pounds, but I cannot say I was much pleased with either the architecture or the situation, though it has in front a pastoral stream, the banks of which are laid out in a very agreeable manner. I intended to pay my respects to Lord Elibank, whom I had the honour to know at London many years ago. He lives in this part of Lothian, but was gone to the north on a visit. You have often heard me mention this nobleman, whom I have long revered for his humanity and universal intelligence, over and above the entertainment arising from originality of his character. At Musselburgh, however, I had the good fortune to drink tea with my old friend Mr. Cardinal, and at his house I met with Dr. C., the parson of the parish, whose humour and conversation inflamed me with a desire of being better acquainted with his person. I am not at all surprised that these Scots make their way in every quarter of the globe. This place is but 4 miles from Edinburgh, towards which we proceeded along the sea shore, upon a firm bottom of smooth sand, which the tide had left uncovered in its retreat. Edinburgh from this avenue is not seen to much advantage. We had only an imperfect view of the castle and upper parts of the town, which varied incessantly according to the inflections of the road, and exhibited the appearance of detached spires and turrets belonging to some magnificent edifice in ruins. The palace of Holyrood House stands on the left as you enter the Cannon Gate. This is a street continued from hence to the gate called Nether Bow, which is now taken away, so that there is no interruption for a long mile, from the bottom to the top of the hill on which the castle stands in a most imperial situation. Considering its fine pavement, its width, and the lofty houses on each side, this would be undoubtedly one of the noblest streets in Europe, if an ugly mass of mean buildings, called the Lucken Booths, had not thrust itself, by what accident I know not, into the middle of the way, like Middle Row in Holborn. The city stands upon 2 hills, and the bottom between them, and with all its defects may very well pass for the capital of a moderate kingdom. It is full of people, and continually resounds with the noise of coaches and other carriages, for luxury as well as commerce. As far as I can perceive, here is no want of provisions. The beef and mutton are as delicate here as in Wales. The sea affords plenty of good fish. The bread is remarkably fine, and the water is excellent, though I am afraid not in sufficient quantity to answer all the purposes of cleanliness and convenience; articles in which, it must be allowed, our fellow subjects are a little defective. The water is brought in leaden pipes from a mountain in the neighbourhood, to a cistern on the Castle hill, from whence it is distributed to public conduits in different parts of the city. From these it is carried in barrels, on the backs of male and female porters, up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 pairs of stairs, for the use of particular families. Every story is a complete house, occupied by a separate family, and the stair, being common to them all, is generally left in a very filthy condition. A man must tread with great circumspection to get safe housed with unpolluted shoes. Nothing can form a stronger contrast than the difference betwixt the outside and inside of the door; for the good women of this metropolis are remarkably nice in the ornaments and propriety of their apartments, as if they were resolved to transfer the imputation from the individual to the public. You are no stranger to their method of discharging all their impurities from their windows at a certain hour of the night, as the custom is in Spain, Portugal, and some parts of France and Italy; a practice to which I can by no means be reconciled; for notwithstanding all the care that is taken by their scavengers to remove this nuisance every morning by break of day, enough still remains to offend the eyes, as well as other organs of those whom use has not hardened against all delicacy of sensation. The inhabitants seem insensible to these impressions, and are apt to imagine the disgust that we avow is little better than affectation; but they ought to have some compassion for strangers who have not been used to this kind of sufferance, and consider whether it may not be worth while to take some pains to vindicate themselves from the reproach that on this account they bear among their neighbours. As to the surprising height of their houses, it is absurd in many respects; but in one particular light I cannot view it without horror; that is, the dreadful situation of all the families above, in case the common staircase should be rendered impassable by a fire in the lower stories. In order to prevent the shocking consequences that must attend such an accident, it would be a right measure to open doors of communication from one house to another on every story, by which the people might fly from such a terrible visitation. In all parts of the world we see the force of habit prevailing over all the dictates of convenience and sagacity. All the people of business at Edinburgh, and even the genteel company, may be seen standing in crowds every day from 1 to 2 in the afternoon, in the open street, at a place where formerly stood a market cross, which, by the by, was a curious piece of Gothic architecture, still to be seen in Lord Somerville's garden in this neighbourhood. I say the people stand in the open street from the force of custom, rather than move a few yards to an exchange that stands empty on one side, or to the Parliament Close on the other, which is a noble square adorned with a fine equestrian statue of King Charles II. The company thus assembled are entertained with a variety of tunes, played upon a set of bells, fixed in a steeple hard by. As these bells are well toned, and the musician, who has a salary from the city for playing upon them with keys, is no bad performer, the entertainment is really agreeable, and very striking to the ears of a stranger. The public inns of Edinburgh are still worse than those of London; but by means of a worthy gentleman, to whom I was recommended, we have got decent lodgings in the house of a widow gentlewoman of the name of Lockhart; and here I shall stay until I have seen every thing that is remarkable in and about this capital. I now begin to feel the good effects of exercise. I eat like a farmer, sleep from midnight till 8 in the morning without interruption, and enjoy a constant tide of spirits, equally distant from inanition and excess. But whatever ebbs or flows my constitution may undergo, my heart will still declare that I am, dear Lewis, your affectionate friend and servant, Mat Bramble, EDR, July 18. End of Section 55.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 56. To Mrs. Mary Jones, at Brambleton Hall. Dear Mary, the squire has been so kind as to wrap my bit of nonsense under the kiver of his own sheet. O Mary Jones, I have had trials and trembulation. God help me! I have been a vixen and a griffin these many days. Satan has had power to tempt me, in the shape of Van Didden, the young squire's Wally de Shamble, but by God's grease he did not prevail. I thoft as how there was no arm in going to a play at Newcastle, with my hair dressed in the parish fashion; and as for the trifle of paint, he said as how my complexion wanted touch, and so I let him put it on with a little Spanish owl. But a mischievous mob of colliers, and such promiscuous ribble rabble that could bear no smut but their own, attacked us in the street, and called me a whore, and painted Isabel, and splashed my clothes, and spoiled me a complete set of blonde lace triple ruffles, not a pin the worse for the wear. They cost me good 7 shillings to Lady Griskin's woman at London. When I asked Mr Clinker what they meant by calling me Isabel, he put the Bible into my hand, and I read of Van Isabel a painted harlot, that was thrown out of a vindor, and the dogs came and licked her blood. But I am no harlot, and, with God's blessing, no dog shall have my poor blood to lick. Marry, heaven forbid, amen. As for Ditton, after all his courting, and his compliment, he stole away an Irishman's bride, and took a French leave of me and his master. But I vally not his going a farting, but I have had hanger on his account. Mistress scolded like mad, though I have the comfit that all the family took my part, and even Mr Clinker pleaded for me on his bended knee; though, God he knows, he had raisons enough to complain. But he's a good soul, abounding with Christian meekness, and one day will meet with his reward. And now, dear Mary, we have got to Haddingborough, among the Scots, who are civil enough for our money, though I don't speak their lingo. But they should not go for to impose upon foreigners; for the bills in their houses say, they have different easements to let. And behold there is neuro geeks in the whole kingdom, nor anything for poor sarvants, but a barrel with a pair of tongs thrown across. And all the chairs in the family are emptied into this here barrel once a day, and at 10 o'clock at night the whole cargo is flung out of a back windor, that looks into some street or lane, and the maids calls Gardy Lou to the passengers, which signifies Lord have mercy upon you. And this is done every night in every house in Haddingborough. So you may guess, Mary Jones, what a sweet savour comes from such a number of profuming pans. But they say it is wholesome, and, truly, I believe it is; for being in the vapours, and thinking of Isabel and Mr Clinker, I was going into a fit of asterix, when this Pfiff, saving your presence, took me by the nose so powerfully, that I sneezed 3 times, and found myself wonderfully refreshed. And this, to be sure, is the reason why there are no fits in Haddingborough. I was likewise made believe, that there was nothing to be had but oatmeal and seeps' heads. But if I hadn't been a fool, I mought have known there could be no heads without carcasses. This very blessed day I dined upon a delicate leg of Velsh mutton and cauliflower. And as for the oatmeal, I leave that to the sarvants of the country, which are poor drudges, many of them without shoes or stockings. Mr Clinker tells me here is a great call of the gospel, but I wish some of our family be not fallen off from the right way. Oh, if I was given to tale-bearing, I have my own secrets to discover. There has been a deal of huggling and flirtation betwixt mistress and an old Scotch officer, called Kiss-my-cago. He looks for all the world like a scarecrow that our gardener has set up to fright away the sparrows, and what will come of it, the Lord knows. But come what will, it shall never be said that I mentioned a syllabub of the matter. Remember me kindly to Saul and the kitten. I hope they got the hornbuck, and will put it to good use, which is the constant prayer of, dear Molly, your loving friend, Win. Jenkins, Addingborough, July 18. End of Section 56. Recording by Tricia G.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 57. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Phillips, if I stay much longer at Edinburgh, I shall be changed into a downright Caledonian. My uncle observes that I have already acquired something of the country accent. The people here are so social and attentive in their civilities to strangers, that I am insensibly sucked into the channel of their manners and customs, although they are in fact much more different from ours than you can imagine. That difference, however, which struck me very much at my first arrival, I now hardly perceive, and my ear is perfectly reconciled to the Scotch accent, which I find even agreeable in the mouth of a pretty woman. It is a sort of Doric dialect, which gives an idea of amiable simplicity. You cannot imagine how we have been caressed and feasted in the good town of Edinburgh, of which we are become free denizens and guild brothers, by the special favour of the magistracy. I had a whimsical commission from Bath to a citizen of this metropolis. Quin, understanding our intention to visit Edinburgh, pulled out a guinea and desired the favour I would drink it at a tavern with a particular friend and bottle companion of his, Mr. R.C., a lawyer of this city. I charged myself with the commission, and taking the guinea, "You see," said I have pocketed your bounty." "Yes," replied Quin, laughing, "and a headache into the bargain if you drink fair." I made use of this introduction to Mr. C., who received me with open arms, and gave me the rendezvous according to the cartel. He had provided a company of jolly fellows, among whom I found myself extremely happy, and did Mr. C. and Quin all the justice in my power. But, alas, I was no more than a tyro among a troop of veterans, who had compassion upon my youth, and conveyed me home in the morning, by what means I know not. Quin was mistaken, however, as to the headache. The claret was too good to treat me so roughly. While Mr. Bramble holds conferences with the graver literati of the place, and our females are entertained at visits by the Scotch ladies, who are the best and kindest creatures upon earth, I pass my time among the bucks of Edinburgh, who, with a great share of spirit and vivacity, have a certain shrewdness and self-command that is not often found among their neighbours in the high day of youth and exultation. Not a hint escapes a Scotchman that can be interpreted into offence by any individual in the company, and national reflections are never heard. In this particular, I must own, we are both unjust and ungrateful to the Scots, for, as far as I am able to judge, they have a real esteem for the natives of South Britain, and never mention our country but with expressions of regard. Nevertheless, they are far from being servile imitators of our modes and fashionable vices. All their customs and regulations of public and private economy, of business and diversion, are in their own style. This remarkably predominates in their looks, their dress and manner, their music, and even their cookery. Our squire declares that he knows not another people upon earth so strongly marked with a national character. Now we are upon the article of cookery, I must mention, every man you meet plays on the flute, the violin, or violoncello, and there is one nobleman whose compositions are universally admired. Our company of actors is very tolerable, and a subscription is now on foot for building a new theatre, but their assemblies please me above all other public exhibitions. We have been at the Hunters' Ball, where I was really astonished to see such a number of fine women. The English who have never crossed the Tweed imagine erroneously that the Scotch ladies are not remarkable for personal attractions, but I can declare with a safe conscience I never saw so many handsome females together as were assembled on this occasion. At the Leith races, the best company comes hither from the remoter provinces, so that I suppose we had all the beauty of the kingdom concentrated as it were into one focus, which was indeed so vehement that my heart could hardly resist its power. Between friends, it has sustained some damage from the bright eyes of the charming Miss Renton, whom I had the honour to dance with at the ball. The Countess of Melville attracted all eyes and the admiration of all present. She was accompanied by the agreeable Miss Grieve, who made many conquests, nor did my sister Liddy pass unnoticed in the assembly. She has become a toast at Edinburgh by the name of the Fair Cambrian, and has already been the occasion of much wine shed. But the poor girl met with an accident at the ball, which has given us great disturbance. A young gentleman, the express image of that rascal Wilson, went up to ask her to dance a minuet, and his sudden appearance shocked her so much that she fainted away. I call Wilson a rascal, because if he had been really a gentleman with honourable intentions, he would have ere now appeared in his own character. I must own, my blood boils with indignation when I think of that fellow's presumption, and heaven confound me if I don't. But I won't be so womanish as to rail. Time will perhaps furnish occasion. Thank God, the cause of Liddy's disorder remains a secret. The lady directress of the ball, thinking she was overcome by the heat of the place, had her conveyed to another room, where she soon recovered so well as to return and join in the country dances, in which the Scotch lasses acquit themselves with such spirit and agility as put their partners to the height of their mettle. I believe our aunt, Mistress Tabitha, had entertained hopes of being able to do some execution among the cavaliers at this assembly. She had been several days in consultation with milliners and mantua makers, preparing for the occasion, at which she made her appearance in a full suit of damask, so thick and heavy that the sight of it alone at this season of the year was sufficient to draw drops of sweat from any man of ordinary imagination. She danced one minuet with our friend Mr. Mitchelson, who favoured her so far in the spirit of hospitality and politeness, and she was called out a second time by the young laird of Ballymore-Hopple, who, coming in by accident, could not readily find any other partner. But as the first was a married man, and the second paid no particular homage to her charms, which were also overlooked by the rest of the company, she became dissatisfied and censorious. At supper she observed that the Scotch gentlemen made a very good figure when they were a little improved by travelling, and therefore it was pity they did not all take the benefit of going abroad. She said the women were awkward, masculine creatures, that in dancing they lifted their legs like so many colts, that they had no idea of graceful motion, and put on their clothes in a frightful manner. But if the truth must be told, Tabby herself was the most ridiculous figure, and the worst dressed of the whole assembly. The neglect of the male sex rendered her malcontent and peevish. She now found fault with everything at Edinburgh, and teased her brother to leave the place, when she was suddenly reconciled to it on a religious consideration. There is a sect of fanatics who have separated themselves from the established kirk under the name of seceders. They acknowledge no earthly head of the church, reject lay patronage, and maintain the Methodist doctrines of the new birth, the new light, the efficacy of grace, the insufficiency of works, and the operations of the Spirit. Mistress Tabitha, attended by Humphry Clinker, was introduced to one of their conventicles, where they both received much edification, and she has had the good fortune to come acquainted with a pious Christian called Mr. Moffat, who is very powerful in prayer, and often assists her in private exercises of devotion. I never saw such a concourse of genteel company at any races in England as appeared on the course of Leith. Hard by, in the fields called the Links, the citizens of Edinburgh divert themselves at a game called Gowf, in which they use a curious kind of bats, tipped with horn, and small elastic balls of leather stuffed with feathers, rather less than tennis balls, but of a much harder consistence. This they strike with such force and dexterity from one hole to another, that they will fly to an incredible distance. Of this diversion the Scots are so fond, that when the weather will permit, you may see a multitude of all ranks, from the senator of justice to the lowest tradesman, mingled together in their shirts, and following the balls with the utmost eagerness. Among others, I was shown one particular set of gophers, the youngest of whom was turned of 80. They were all gentlemen of independent fortunes, who had amused themselves with this pastime for the best part of a century, without ever having felt the least alarm from sickness or disgust, and they never went to bed without having each the best part of a gallon of claret in his belly. Such uninterrupted exercise, co-operating with the keen air from the sea, must, without all doubt, keep the appetite always on edge, and steel the constitution against all the common attacks of distemper. The Leith races gave occasion to another entertainment of a very singular nature. There is at Edinburgh a society or corporation of errand boys, called coddies, who ply in the streets at night with paper lanthorns, and are very serviceable in carrying messages. These fellows, though shabby in their appearance, and rudely familiar in their address, are wonderfully acute, and so noted for fidelity, that there is no instance of a coddy's having betrayed his trust. Such is their intelligence, that they know not only every individual of the place, but also every stranger by that time he has been 24 hours in Edinburgh, and no transaction, even the most private, can escape their notice. They are particularly famous for their dexterity in executing one of the functions of Mercury, though for my own part I never employed them in this department of business. Had I occasion for any service of this nature, my own man, Archie M'Alpin, is as well qualified as e'er a coddy in Edinburgh, and I am much mistaken if he has not been heretofore of their fraternity. Be that as it may, they resolved to give a dinner and a ball at Leith, to which they formally invited all the young noblemen and gentlemen that were at the races; and this invitation was reinforced by an assurance that all the celebrated ladies of pleasure would grace the entertainment with their company. I received a card on this occasion, and went thither with 6 of my acquaintance. In a large hall, the cloth was laid on a long range of tables joined together, and here the company seated themselves, to the number of about 80, lords and lairds and other gentlemen, courtesans and coddies, mingled together, as the slaves and their masters were in the time of the Saturnalia in ancient Rome. The toastmaster, who sat at the upper end, was one Coddy Fraser, a veteran pimp, distinguished for his humour and sagacity, well known and much respected in his profession by all the guests, male and female, that were here assembled. He had bespoke the dinner and the wine. He had taken care that all his brethren should appear in decent apparel and clean linen, and he himself wore a periwig with 3 tails in honour of the festival. I assure you the banquet was both elegant and plentiful, and seasoned with 1,000 sallies, that promoted a general spirit of mirth and good humour. After the dessert, Mr. Fraser proposed the following toasts, which I don't pretend to explain. "The best in Christendom." "Gibbs's Contract." "The Beggar's Benison." "King and Kirk." "Great Britain and Ireland." Then, filling a bumper, and turning to me, "Mr. Mulford," said he, "may a' unkindness cease betwixt John Bull and his sister Moggy." The next person he singled out was a nobleman who had been long abroad. "My lord," cried Fraser, "here is a bumper to all those noblemen who have virtue enough to spend their rents in their ain country." He afterwards addressed himself to a member of Parliament in these words: "Mester, I'm sure you'll ha' nae objection to my drinking disgrace and dool to ilka Scot that sells his conscience and his vote." He discharged a third sarcasm at a person very gaily dressed, who had risen from small beginnings and made a considerable fortune at play. Filling his glass, and calling him by name, "Lang life," said he, "to the wily loon that gangs afield with a toom pook at his lunsey, and comes hame with a sackful of siller." All these toasts being received with loud bursts of applause, Mr. Fraser called for pint glasses, and filled his own to the brim. Then standing up, and all his brethren following his example, "My lords and gentlemen," cried he, "here is a cup of thanks for the great and undeserved honour you have done your poor errand boys this day." So saying, he and they drank off their glasses in a trice, and quitting their seats, took their station each behind one of the other guests, exclaiming, "Now we're your honour's cawdies again." The nobleman who had bore the first brunt of Mr. Fraser's satire objected to his abdication. He said, as the company was assembled by invitation from the cawdies, he expected they were to be entertained at their expense. "By no means, my lord," cried Fraser. "I wouldna be guilty of such presumption for the wide world. I never affronted a gentleman since I was born, and sure at this age I wunnot offer an indignity to such an honourable convention." "Well," said his lordship, "as you have expended some wit, you have a right to save your money. You have given me good counsel, and I take it in good part. As you have voluntarily quitted your seat, I will take your place with the leave of the good company, and think myself happy to be hailed father of the feast." He was forthwith elected into the chair, and complimented in a bumper in his new character. The claret continued to circulate without interruption, till the glasses seemed to dance upon the table, and this perhaps was a hint to the ladies to call for music. At 8 in the evening the ball began in another apartment. At midnight we went to supper, but it was broad day before I found the way to my lodgings, and no doubt his lordship had a swinging bill to discharge. In short, I have lived so riotously for some weeks, that my uncle begins to be alarmed on the score of my constitution, and very seriously observed, that all his own infirmities are owing to such excesses indulged in his youth. Mistress Tabitha says it would be more to the advantage of my soul as well as my body, if instead of frequenting these scenes of debauchery, I would accompany Mr. Moffat and her to hear a sermon of the Reverend Mr. M'Corkindale. Clinker often exhorts me with a groan to take care of my precious health, and even Archie M'Alpin, when he happens to be overtaken, which is oftener the case than I could wish, reads me a long lecture upon temperance and sobriety, and is so very wise and sententious, that if I could provide him with a professor's chair, I would willingly give up the benefit of his admonitions and service together, for I was tutor sick at Alma Mater. I am not, however, so much engrossed by the gaieties of Edinburgh, but that I find time to make parties in the family way. We have not only seen all the villas and villages within 10 miles of the capital, but we have also crossed the Firth, which is an arm of the sea 7 miles broad, that divides Lothian from the shire, or, as the Scots call it, the kingdom of Fife. There is a number of large open sea boats that ply on this passage from Leith to Kinghorn, which is a borough on the other side. In one of these our whole family embarked 3 days ago, excepting my sister, who, being exceedingly fearful of the water, was left to the care of Mrs. Mitchelson. We had an easy and quick passage into Fife, where we visited a number of poor towns on the seaside, including St. Andrews, which is the skeleton of a venerable city. But we were much better pleased with some noble and elegant seats and castles, of which there is a great number in that part of Scotland. Yesterday we took boat again on our return to Leith, with fair wind and agreeable weather. But we had not advanced half way, when the sky was suddenly overcast, and the wind changing blew directly in our teeth, so that we were obliged to turn or tack the rest of the way. In a word, the gale increased to a storm of wind and rain, attended with such a fog that we could not see the town of Leith, to which we were bound, nor even the castle of Edinburgh, notwithstanding its high situation. It is not to be doubted but that we were all alarmed on this occasion, and at the same time most of the passengers were seized with a nausea that produced violent retchings. My aunt desired her brother to order the boatman to put back to Kinghorn, and this expedient he actually proposed, but they assured him there was no danger. Mrs. Tabitha, finding them obstinate, began to scold, and insisted upon my uncle's exerting his authority as a justice of the peace. Sick and peevish as he was, he could not help laughing at this wise proposal, telling her that his commission did not extend so far, and if it did, he should let the people take their own way, for he thought it would be great presumption in him to direct them in the exercise of their own profession. Mistress Winifred Jenkins made a general clearance with the assistance of Mr. Humphry Clinker, who joined her both in prayer and ejaculation. As he took it for granted that we should not be long in this world, he offered some spiritual consolation to Mistress Tabitha, who rejected it with great disgust, bidding him keep his sermons for those who had leisure to hear such nonsense. My uncle sat collected in himself, without speaking. My man Archie had recourse to a brandy bottle, with which he made so free that I imagine he had sworn to die of drinking anything rather than sea water. But the brandy had no more effect upon him in the way of intoxication than if it had been sea water in good earnest. As for myself, I was too much engrossed by the sickness at my stomach to think of anything else. Meanwhile the sea swelled mountains high, the boat pitched with such violence as if it had been going to pieces, the cordage rattled, the wind roared, the lightning flashed, the thunder bellowed, and the rain descended in a deluge. Every time the vessel was put about, we shipped a sea that drenched us all to the skin. When, by dint of turning, we thought to have cleared the pier head, we were driven to leeward, and then the boatmen themselves began to fear that the tide would fail before we should fetch up our leeway. The next trip, however, brought us into smooth water, and we were safely landed on the quay about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "To be sure," cried Tabby, when she found herself on terra firma. "We must all have perished if we had not been the particular care of Providence." "Yes," replied my uncle, "but I am much of the honest Highlander's mind, after he had made such a passage as this. His friend told him he was much indebted to Providence." "Certainly," said Donald, "but by my soul, man, I'se ne'er trouble Providence again, so long as the brig of Stirling stands." You must know the brig or bridge of Stirling stands above 20 miles up the river Forth, of which this is the outlet. I don't find that our squire has suffered in his health from this adventure, but poor Liddy is in a peaking way. I'm afraid this unfortunate girl is uneasy in her mind, and this apprehension distracts me, for she is really an amiable creature. We shall set out tomorrow or next day for Stirling and Glasgow, and we propose to penetrate a little way into the Highlands before we turn our course to the southward. In the meantime, commend me to all our friends round Carfax, and believe me to be ever yours, J. Melford. Edinburgh, August 8th. End of chapter 57.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett, Section 58. To Dr. Lewis. I should be very ungrateful, dear Lewis, if I did not find myself disposed to think and speak favourably of this people, among whom I have met with more kindness, hospitality, and rational entertainment in a few weeks than ever I received in any other country during the whole course of my life. Perhaps the gratitude excited by these benefits may interfere with the impartiality of my remarks, for a man is as apt to be prepossessed by particular favours as to be prejudiced by private motives of disgust. If I am partial, there is at least some merit in my conversion from illiberal prejudices which had grown up with my constitution. The first impressions which an Englishman receives in this country will not contribute to the removal of his prejudices, because he refers everything he sees to a comparison with the same articles in his own country, and this comparison is unfavourable to Scotland in all its exteriors, such as the face of the country in respect to cultivation, the appearance of the bulk of the people, and the language of conversation in general. I am not so far convinced by Mr. Lismahago's arguments, but that I think the Scots would do well, for their own sakes, to adopt the English idioms and pronunciation, those of them especially who are resolved to push their fortunes in South Britain. I know by experience how easily an Englishman is influenced by the ear, and how apt he is to laugh when he hears his own language spoken with a foreign or provincial accent. I have known a member of the House of Commons speak with great energy and precision, without being able to engage attention, because his observations were made in the Scotch dialect, which, no offence to Lieutenant Lismahago, certainly gives a clownish air even to sentiments of the greatest dignity and decorum. I have declared my opinion on this head to some of the most sensible men of this country, observing at the same time that if they would employ a few natives of England to teach the pronunciation of our vernacular tongue, in 20 years there would be no difference, in point of dialect, between the youth of Edinburgh and of London. The civil regulations of this kingdom and metropolis are taken from very different models from those of England, except in a few particular establishments, the necessary consequences of the Union. Their College of Justice is a bench of great dignity, filled with judges of character and ability. I have heard some causes tried before this venerable tribunal, and was very much pleased with the pleadings of their advocates, who are by no means deficient either in argument or elocution. The Scottish legislation is founded in a great measure on the civil law. Consequently their proceedings vary from those of the English tribunals, but I think they have the advantage of us in their method of examining witnesses apart, and in the constitution of their jury, by which they certainly avoid the evil which I mentioned in my last from Lismahago's observation. The University of Edinburgh is supplied with excellent professors in all the sciences, and the medical school in particular is famous all over Europe. The students of this art have the best opportunity of learning it to perfection in all its branches, as there are different courses for the theory of medicine and the practice of medicine, for anatomy, chemistry, botany, and the materia medica, over and above those of mathematics and experimental philosophy, and all these are given by men of distinguished talents. What renders this part of education still more complete is the advantage of attending the infirmary, which is the best instituted charitable foundation that I ever knew. Now we are talking of charities, here are several hospitals exceedingly well endowed, and maintained under admirable regulations, and these are not only useful, but ornamental to the city. Among these I shall only mention the general workhouse, in which all the poor, not otherwise provided for, are employed, according to their different abilities, with such judgment and effect, that they nearly maintain themselves by their labour, and there is not a beggar to be seen within the precincts of this metropolis. It was Glasgow that set the example of this establishment about 30 years ago. Even the Kirk of Scotland, so long reproached with fanaticism and canting, abounds at present with ministers celebrated for their learning and respectable for their moderation. I have heard their sermons with equal astonishment and pleasure. The good people of Edinburgh no longer think dirt and cobwebs essential to the house of God. Some of their churches have admitted such ornaments as would have excited sedition even in England a little more than a century ago, and psalmody is here practised and taught by a professor from the Cathedral of Durham. I should not be surprised in a few years to hear it accompanied with an organ. Edinburgh is a hotbed of genius. I have had the good fortune to be made acquainted with many authors of the first distinction, such as the two Humes, Robertson, Smith, Wallace, Blair, Ferguson, Wilkie, &c., and I have found them all as agreeable in conversation as they are instructive and entertaining in their writings. These acquaintances I owe to the friendship of Dr. Carlyle, who wants nothing but inclination to figure with the rest upon paper. The magistracy of Edinburgh is changed every year by election, and seems to be very well adapted both for state and authority. The Lord Provost is equal in dignity to the Lord Mayor of London, and the 4 bailies are equivalent to the rank of aldermen. There is a Dean of Guild, who takes cognizance of mercantile affairs, a treasurer, a town clerk, and the council is composed of deacons, one of whom is returned every year in rotation as representative of every company of artificers or handicraftsmen. Though this city, from the nature of its situation, can never be made either very convenient or very cleanly, it has nevertheless an air of magnificence that commands respect. The castle is an instance of the sublime in skite and architecture. Its fortifications are kept in good order, and there is always in it a garrison of regular soldiers, which is relieved every year. But it is incapable of sustaining a siege carried on according to the modern operations of war. The castle hill, which extends from the outward gate to the upper end of the High Street, is used as a public walk for the citizens, and commands a prospect, equally extensive and delightful, over the county of Fife on the other side of the Frith, and all along the sea coast, which is covered with a succession of towns that would seem to indicate a considerable share of commerce. But if the truth must be told, these towns have been falling to decay ever since the Union, by which the Scots were in a great measure deprived of their trade with France. The palace of Holyrood House is a jewel in architecture, thrust into a hollow where it cannot be seen, a situation which was certainly not chosen by the ingenious architect, who must have been confined to the site of the old palace, which was a convent. Edinburgh is considerably extended on the south side, where there are divers little elegant squares built in the English manner, and the citizens have planned some improvements on the north, which, when put in execution, will add greatly to the beauty and convenience of this capital. The seaport is Leith, a flourishing town about a mile from the city, in the harbour of which I have seen above 100 ships lying all together. You must know I had the curiosity to cross the Frith in a passage boat, and stayed 2 days in Fife, which is remarkably fruitful in corn, and exhibits a surprising number of fine seats, elegantly built and magnificently furnished. There is an incredible number of noble houses in every part of Scotland that I have seen. Dalkeith, Pinkie, Yester, and Lord Hopton's, all of them within 4 or 5 miles of Edinburgh, are princely palaces, in every one of which a sovereign might reside at his ease. I suppose the Scots affect these monuments of grandeur. If I may be allowed to mingle censure with my remarks upon a people I revere, I must observe that their weak side seems to be vanity. I am afraid that even their hospitality is not quite free of ostentation. I think I have discovered among them uncommon pains taken to display their fine linen, of which indeed they have great plenty, their furniture, plate, housekeeping, and variety of wines, in which article it must be owned they are profuse, if not prodigal. A burgher of Edinburgh, not content to vie with a citizen of London, who has 10 times his fortune, must excel him in the expense as well as elegance of his entertainments. Though the villas of the Scotch nobility and gentry have generally an air of grandeur and state, I think their gardens and parks are not comparable to those of England, a circumstance the more remarkable, as I was told by the ingenious Mr. Philip Miller of Chelsea, that almost all the gardeners of South Britain were natives of Scotland. The verdure of this country is not equal to that of England. The pleasure grounds are, in my opinion, not so well laid out according to the genius loci, nor are the lawns and walks and hedges kept in such delicate order. The trees are planted in prudish rows, which have not such an agreeable natural effect as when they are thrown into irregular groups with intervening glades, and firs, which they generally raise around their houses, look dull and funereal in the summer season. I must confess, indeed, that they yield serviceable timber and good shelter against the northern blasts, that they grow and thrive in the most barren soil, and continually perspire a fine balsam of turpentine, which must render the air very salutary and sanative to lungs of a tender texture. Tabby and I have been both frightened in our return by sea from the coast of Fife. She was afraid of drowning, and I of catching cold, in consequence of being drenched with sea water. But my fears, as well as hers, have been happily disappointed. She is now in perfect health. I wish I could say the same of Liddy. Something uncommon is the matter with that poor girl. Her colour fades, her appetite fails, and her spirits flag. She has become moping and melancholy, and is often found in tears. Her brother suspects internal uneasiness on account of Wilson, and denounces vengeance against that adventurer. She was, it seems, strongly affected at the ball by the sudden appearance of one Mr. Gordon, who strongly resembles the said Wilson; but I am rather suspicious that she caught cold by being overheated with dancing. I have consulted Dr. Gregory, an eminent physician of an amiable character, who advises the Highland air and the use of goat milk whey, which surely cannot have a bad effect upon a patient who was born and bred among the mountains of Wales. The doctor's opinion is the more agreeable, as we shall find those remedies in the very place which I proposed as the utmost extent of our expedition. I mean the borders of Argyle. Mr. Smollett, one of the judges of the commissary court, which is now sitting, has very kindly insisted upon our lodging at his country house, on the banks of Lough Lomond, about 14 miles beyond Glasgow. For this last city we shall set out in 2 days, and take Stirling in our way, well provided with recommendations from our friends at Edinburgh, whom, I protest, I shall leave with much regret. I am so far from thinking it any hardship to live in this country, that, if I was obliged to lead a town life, Edinburgh would certainly be the headquarters of yours always, Matt Bramble. Eden, August 8. End of section 58.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 59. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Knight, I am now little short of the Ultima Thule, if this appellation properly belongs to the Orkneys or Hebrides. These last are now lying before me, to the amount of some hundreds, scattered up and down the Dew Caledonian Sea, affording the most picturesque and romantic prospect I ever beheld. I write this letter in a gentleman's house near the town of Inverary, which may be deemed the capital of the West Highlands, famous for nothing so much as for the stately castle, begun and actually covered in by the late Duke of Argyle, at a prodigious expense, Whether it will ever be completely finished is a question. But to take things in order, we left Edinburgh 10 days ago, and the further north we proceed, we find Mistress Tabitha the less manageable, so that her inclinations are not of the nature of the lodestone. They point not towards the pole. What made her leave Edinburgh with reluctance at last, if we may believe her own assertions, was a dispute which she left unfinished with Mr. Moffat, touching the eternity of hell torments. That gentleman, as he advanced in years, began to be sceptical on this head, till at length he declared open war against the common acceptation of the word eternal. He is now persuaded that eternal signifies no more than an indefinite number of years, and that the most enormous sinner may be quit for 9,900,999 years of hell fire, which term or period, as he very well observes, forms but an inconsiderable drop, as it were, in the ocean of eternity. For this mitigation he contends, as a system agreeable to the ideas of goodness and mercy which we annex to the Supreme Being. Our aunt seemed willing to adopt this doctrine in favour of the wicked, but he hinted that no person whatever was so righteous as to be exempted entirely from punishment in a future state, and that the most pious Christian upon earth might think himself very happy to get off for a fast of 7,000 or 8,000 years in the midst of fire and brimstone. Mistress Tabitha revolted at this dogma, which filled her at once with horror and indignation. She had recourse to the opinion of Humphry Clinker, who roundly declared it was the popish doctrine of purgatory, and quoted Scripture in defence of the fire everlasting prepared for the devil and his angels. The Reverend Master M'Corkindale and all the theologists and saints of that persuasion were consulted, and some of them had doubts about the matter, which doubts and scruples had begun to infect our aunt when we took our departure from Edinburgh. We passed through Linlithgow, where there was an elegant royal palace, which is now gone to decay, as well as the town itself. This too is pretty much the case with Stirling, though it still boasts of a fine old castle, in which the king is not quite so strong as the table beer of England. This is brought in a pewter stoup, shaped like a skittle, from whence it is emptied into a quaff, that is, a curious cup made of different pieces of wood, such as box and ebony, cut into little staves, joined alternately, and secured with delicate hoops, having 2 ears or handles. It holds about a gill, is sometimes tipped round the mouth with silver, and has a plate of the same metal at bottom, with the landlord's cipher engraved. The Highlanders, on the contrary, despise this liquor, and regale themselves with whisky, a malt spirit as strong as Geneva, which they swallow in great quantities without any signs of inebriation. They are used to it from the cradle, and find it an excellent preservative against the winter cold, which must be extreme on these mountains. I am told that it is given with great success to infants as a cordial in the confluent smallpox, when the eruption seems to flag and the symptoms grow unfavourable. The Highlanders are used to eat much more animal food than falls to the share of their neighbours in the low country. They delight in hunting, have plenty of deer and other game, with a great number of sheep, goats, and black cattle running wild, which they scruple not to kill as venison, without being much at pains to ascertain the property. Inverary is but a poor town, though it stands immediately under the protection of the Duke of Argyll, who is a mighty prince in this part of Scotland. The peasants live in wretched cabins, and seem very poor, but the gentlemen are tolerably well lodged, and so loving to strangers, that a man runs some risk of his life from their hospitality. It must be observed that the poor Highlanders are now seen to disadvantage. They have been not only disarmed by Act of Parliament, but also deprived of their ancient garb, which was both graceful and convenient, and what is a greater hardship still, they are compelled to wear breeches, a restraint which they cannot bear with any degree of patience. Indeed, the majority wear them, not in the proper place, but on poles or long staves over their shoulders. They are even debarred the use of their striped stuff called tartan, which was their own manufacture, prized by them above all the velvets, brocades, and tissues of Europe and Asia. They now lounge along in loose greatcoats of coarse russet, equally mean and cumbersome, and betray manifest marks of dejection. Certain it is the government could not have taken a more effectual method to break their national spirit. We have had princely sport in hunting the stag on these mountains. These are the lonely hills of Morven, where Fingal and his heroes enjoyed the same pastime. I feel an enthusiastic pleasure when I survey the brown heath that Ossian wont to tread, and hear the wind whistle through the bending grass. When I enter our landlord's hall, I look for the suspended harp of that divine bard, and listen in hopes of hearing the aerial sound of his respected spirit. The poems of Ossian are in every mouth. A famous antiquarian of this country, the Laird of Macfarlane, at whose house we dined a few days ago, can repeat them all in the original Gallic, which has a great affinity to the Welsh, not only in the general sound, but also in a great number of radical words, and I make no doubt that they are both sprung from the same origin. I was not a little surprised when, asking a Highlander one day if he knew where we should find any game, he replied, "Chanil Sassenach," which signifies no English. The very same answer I should have received from a Welshman, and almost in the same words. The Highlanders have no other name for the people of the Low Country but Sassenach, or Saxons, a strong presumption that the Lowland Scots and the English are derived from the same stock. The peasants of these hills strongly resemble those of Wales in their looks, their manners, and habitations. Everything I see and hear and feel seems Welsh. The mountains, vales, and streams, the air and climate, the beef, mutton, and game are all Welsh. It must be owned, however, that this people are better provided than we in some articles. They have plenty of red deer and roebuck, which are fat and delicious at this season of the year. Their sea teems with amazing quantities of the finest fish in the world, and they find means to procure very good claret at a very small expense. Our landlord is a man of consequence in this part of the country, a cadet from the family of Argyll, and hereditary captain of one of his castles. His name in plain English is Dougal Campbell, but as there is a great number of the same appellation, they are distinguished, like the Welsh, by patronymics. And as I have known an ancient Briton called Madoc ap Morgan ap Jenkin ap Jones, our Highland chief designs himself Dol Macemish Macul Ichian, signifying Dougal, the son of James, the son of Dougal, the son of John. He has travelled in the course of his education, and is disposed to make certain alterations in his domestic economy, but he finds it impossible to abolish the ancient customs of the family, some of which are ludicrous enough. His piper, for example, who is an hereditary officer of the household, will not part with the least particle of his privileges. He has a right to wear the kilt, or ancient Highland dress, with the purse, pistol, and dirk. A broad yellow ribbon fixed to the chanter pipe is thrown over his shoulder and trails along the ground while he performs the function of his minstrelsy. And this, I suppose, is analogous to the pennon or flag which was formerly carried before every knight in battle. He plays before the laird every Sunday in his way to the kirk, which he circles 3 times, performing the family march, which implies defiance to all the enemies of the clan. And every morning he plays a full hour by the clock in the great hall, marching backwards and forwards all the time with a solemn pace, attended by the laird's kinsmen, who seem much delighted with the music. In this exercise he indulges them with a variety of pibrochs or airs, suited to the different passions which he would either excite or assuage. Mr. Campbell himself, who performs very well on the violin, has an invincible antipathy to the sound of the Highland bagpipe, which sings in the nose with a most alarming twang, and indeed is quite intolerable to ears of common sensibility, when aggravated by the echo of a vaulted hall. He therefore begged the piper would have some mercy upon him, and dispense with this part of the morning service. A consultation of the clan being held on this occasion, it was unanimously agreed that the laird's request could not be granted without a dangerous encroachment upon the customs of the family. The piper declared he could not give up for a moment the privilege he derived from his ancestors, nor would the laird's relations forego an entertainment which they valued above all others. There was no remedy. Mr. Campbell, being obliged to acquiesce, is fain to stop his ears with cotton, to fortify his head with 3 or 4 nightcaps, and every morning retire into the penetralia of his habitation, in order to avoid this diurnal annoyance. When the music ceases, he produces himself at an open window that looks into the courtyard, which is by this time filled with a crowd of his vassals and dependents, who worship his first appearance by uncovering their heads and bowing to the earth with the most humble prostration. As all these people have something to communicate in the way of proposal, complaint, or petition, they wait patiently till the laird comes forth, and following him in his walks are favoured each with a short audience in his turn. 2 days ago he dispatched above 100 different solicitors in walking with us to the house of a neighbouring gentleman, where we dined by invitation. Our landlord's housekeeping is equally rough and hospitable, and savours much of the simplicity of ancient times. The great hall, paved with flat stones, is about 45 feet by 22, and serves not only for a dining room, but also for a bedchamber to gentlemen dependents and hangers-on of the family. At night, 6 occasional beds are ranged on each side of the wall. These are made of fresh heath, pulled up by the roots, and disposed in such a manner as to make a very agreeable couch, where they lie without any other covering than the plaid. My uncle and I were indulged with separate chambers and down beds, which we begged to exchange for a layer of heath, and indeed I never slept so much to my satisfaction. It was not only soft and elastic, but the plant being in flower, diffused an agreeable fragrance, which is wonderfully refreshing and restorative. Yesterday we were invited to the funeral of an old lady, the grandmother of a gentleman in this neighbourhood, and found ourselves in the midst of 50 people, who were regaled with a sumptuous feast, accompanied by the music of a dozen pipers. In short, this meeting had all the air of a grand festival, and the guests did such honour to the entertainment that many of them could not stand when we were reminded of the business on which we had met. The company, forthwith taking horse, rode in a very irregular cavalcade to the place of interment, a church, at the distance of 2 long miles from the castle. On our arrival, however, we found we had committed a small oversight in leaving the corpse behind. So we were obliged to wheel about and met the old gentlewoman half way, being carried upon poles by the nearest relations of her family, and attended by the coronach, composed of a multitude of old hags, who tore their hair, beat their breasts, and howled most hideously. At the grave, the orator, or senachi, pronounced the panegyric of the defunct, every period being confirmed by a yell of the coronach. The body was committed to the earth, the pipers playing a pibroch all the time, and the company standing uncovered. The ceremony was closed with the discharge of pistols. Then we returned to the castle, resumed the bottle, and by midnight there was not a sober person in the family, the females excepted. The squire and I were with some difficulty permitted to retire with our landlord in the evening, but our entertainer was a little chagrined at our retreat, and afterwards seemed to think it a disparagement to his family that not above 100 gallons of whisky had been drunk upon such a solemn occasion. This morning we got up by 4 to hunt the roebuck, and in half an hour found breakfast ready served in the hall. The hunters consisted of Sir George Colquhoun and me, as strangers, my uncle not choosing to be of the party, of the laird in person, the laird's brother, the laird's brother's son, the laird's sister's son, the laird's father's brother's son, and all their foster brothers, who are counted parcel of the family. But we were attended by an infinite number of geles, or ragged Highlanders without shoes or stockings. The following articles formed our morning's repast: 1 kit of boiled eggs, a second full of butter, a third full of cream, an entire cheese made of goat's milk, a large earthen pot full of honey, the best part of a ham, a cold venison pasty, a bushel of oatmeal made in thin cakes and bannocks, with a small wheaten loaf in the middle for the strangers, a large stone bottle full of whisky, another of brandy, and a kilderkin of ale. There was a ladle chained to the cream kit, with curious wooden bickers to be filled from this reservoir. The spirits were drank out of a silver quaff, and the ale out of horns. Great justice was done to the collation by the guests in general. One of them in particular ate above 2 dozen of hard eggs, with a proportionable quantity of bread, butter, and honey, nor was 1 drop of liquor left upon the board. Finally, a large roll of tobacco was presented by way of dessert, and every individual took a comfortable quid to prevent the bad effects of the morning air. We had a fine chase over the mountains after a roebuck, which we killed, and I got home time enough to drink tea with Mrs. Campbell and our squire. Tomorrow we shall set out on our return for Cameron. We propose to cross the Frith of Clyde, and take the towns of Greenock and Port Glasgow in our way. This circuit being finished, we shall turn our faces to the south, and follow the sun with augmented velocity, in order to enjoy the rest of the autumn in England, where Boreas is not quite so biting as he begins already to be on the tops of these northern hills. But our progress from place to place shall continue to be specified in these detached journals of yours always, J. Melford. Argyllshire, September 3rd. End of section 59.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett, Section 60. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Dick, about a fortnight is now elapsed since we left the capital of Scotland, directing our course towards Stirling, where we lay. The castle of this place is such another as that of Edinburgh, and affords a surprising prospect of the windings of the river Forth, which are so extraordinary, that the distance from hence to Alloa by land is but 40 miles, and by water it is 24. Alloa is a neat thriving town that depends in a great measure on the commerce of Glasgow, the merchants of which send hither tobacco and other articles to be deposited in warehouses for exportation from the Frith of Forth. In our way hither we visited a flourishing ironwork, where, instead of burning wood, they use coal, which they have the art of clearing in such a manner as frees it from the sulphur that would otherwise render the metal too brittle for working. Excellent coal is found in almost every part of Scotland. The soil of this district produces scarce any other grain but oats, lid barley, perhaps because it is poorly cultivated, and almost altogether unenclosed. The few enclosures they have consist of paltry walls of loose stones gathered from the fields, which indeed chalk or marl, of which last, it seems, there are many pits in this kingdom. As for the warmth, it would be much more equally obtained by enclosures. The cultivation would require less labour, and the ploughs, harrows, and horses would not suffer half the damage which they now sustain. These northwestern parts are by no means fertile in corn. The ground is naturally barren and moorish. The peasants are poorly lodged, meagre in their looks, mean in their apparel, and remarkably dirty. This last reproach they might easily wash off, by means of those lakes, rivers, and rivulets of pure water, with which they are so liberally supplied by nature. Agriculture cannot be expected to flourish where the farms are small, the leases short, and the husbandman begins upon a rack rent, without a sufficient stock to answer the purposes of improvement. The granaries of Scotland are the banks of the Tweed, the counties of East and Mid Lothian, the Carse of Gowrie in Perthshire, equal in fertility to any part of England, and some tracts in Aberdeenshire and Murray, where I am told the harvest is more early than in Northumberland, although they lie above 2 degrees farther north. I have a strong curiosity to visit many places beyond the Forth and the Tay, such as Perth, Dundee, Montrose, and Aberdeen, which are towns equally elegant and thriving, but the season is too far advanced to admit of this addition to my original plan. I am so far happy as to have seen Glasgow, which, to the best of my recollection and judgment, is one of the prettiest towns in Europe, and without all doubt it is one of the most flourishing in Great Britain. In short, it is a perfect beehive in point of industry. It stands partly on a gentle declivity, but the greatest part of it is in a plain watered by the river Clyde. The streets are straight, open, airy, and well paved, and the houses lofty and well built of hewn stone. At the upper end of the town there is a venerable cathedral that may be compared with York Minster or Westminster, and about the middle of the descent from this to the cross is the college, a respectable pile of building, with all manner of accommodation for the professors and students, including an elegant library and an observatory well provided with astronomical instruments. The number of inhabitants is said to amount to 30,000, and marks of opulence and independency appear in every quarter of this commercial city, which, however, is not without its inconveniences and defects. The water of their public pumps is generally hard and brackish, an imperfection the less excusable as the river Clyde runs by their doors in the lower part of the town, and there are rivulets and springs above the cathedral sufficient to fill a large reservoir with excellent water, which might be thence distributed to all the different parts of the city. It is of more consequence to consult the health of the inhabitants in this article than to employ so much attention in beautifying their town with new streets, squares, and churches. Another defect, not so easily remedied, is the shallowness of the river, which will not float vessels of any burthen within 10 or 12 miles of the city, so that the merchants are obliged to load and unload their ships at Greenock and Port Glasgow, situated about 14 miles nearer the mouth of the Frith, where it is about 2 miles broad. The people of Glasgow have a noble spirit of enterprise. Mr. Moore, a surgeon to whom I was recommended from Edinburgh, introduced me to all the principal merchants of the place. Here I became acquainted with Mr. Cochrane, who may be styled one of the sages of this kingdom. He was first magistrate at the time of the last rebellion. I sat as member when he was examined in the House of Commons, upon which occasion Mr. P. observed he had never heard such a sensible evidence given at that bar. I was also introduced to Dr. John Gordon, a patriot of a truly Roman spirit, who is the father of the linen manufacture in this place, and was the great promoter of the city workhouse, infirmary, and other works of public utility. Had he lived in ancient Rome, he would have been honoured with a statue at the public expense. I moreover conversed with one Mr. G. Blake, SSF D., whom I take to be one of the greatest merchants in Europe. In the last war, he is said to have had at one time 25 ships with their cargoes his own property, and to have traded for above £500,000 sterling a year. The last war was a fortunate period for the commerce of Glasgow. The merchants, considering that their ships bound for America, launching out at once into the Atlantic by the north of Ireland, pursued a track very little frequented by privateers, resolved to insure one another, and saved a very considerable sum by this resolution, as few or none of their ships were taken. You must know I have a sort of national attachment to this part of Scotland. The great church dedicated to St. Munga, the river Clyde, and other particulars that smack of our Welsh language and customs, contribute to flatter me with the notion that these people are the descendants of the Britons who once possessed this country. Without all question, this was a Cumbrian kingdom. Its capital was Dumbarton, a corruption of Dunbritton, which still exists as a royal borough at the influx of the Clyde and Leven, 10 miles below Glasgow. The same neighbourhood gave birth to St. Patrick, the apostle of Ireland, at a place where there is still a church and village, which retain his name. Hard by are some vestiges of the famous Roman wall, built in the reign of Antonine, from the Clyde to the Forth, and fortified with castles to restrain the incursions of the Scots or Caledonians, who inhabited the West Highlands. In a line parallel to this wall, the merchants of Glasgow have determined to make a navigable canal betwixt the two firths, which will be of incredible advantage to their commerce in transporting merchandise from one side of the island to the other. From Glasgow we travelled along the Clyde, which is a delightful stream, adorned on both sides with villas, towns, and villages. Here is no want of groves and meadows and cornfields interspersed, but on this side of Glasgow there is little other grain than oats and barley. The first are much better, the last much worse than those of the same species in England. I wonder there is so little rye, which is a grain that will thrive in almost any soil, and it is still more surprising that the cultivation of potatoes should be so much neglected in the Highlands, where the poor people have not meal enough to supply them with bread through the winter. On the other side of the river are the towns of Paisley and Renfrew. The first, from an inconsiderable village, is become one of the most flourishing places of the kingdom, enriched by the linen, cambric, flowered lawn, and silk manufactures. It was formerly noted for a rich monastery of the monks of Clugny, who wrote the famous Scotty Chronicon called the Black Book of Paisley. The old abbey still remains, converted into a dwelling house belonging to the Earl of Dundonald. Renfrew is a pretty town on the banks of Clyde, capital of the shire, which was heretofore the patrimony of the Stuart family, and gave the title of Baron to the king's eldest son, which is still assumed by the Prince of Wales. The Clyde we left a little on our left hand at Dunbritton, where it widens into an estuary or frith, being augmented by the influx of the Leven. On this spot stands the castle, formerly called a Clwyd, washed by these two rivers on all sides, except a narrow isthmus, which at every springtide is overflowed. The whole is a great curiosity, from the quality and form of the rock, as well as from the nature of its situation. We now crossed the water of Leven, which, though nothing near so considerable as the Clyde, is much more transparent, pastoral, and delightful. This charming stream is the outlet of Lough Lomond, and through a tract of 4 miles pursues its winding course, murmuring over a bed of pebbles, till it joins the Frith at Dunbritton. A very little above its source, on the lake, stands the house of Cameron, belonging to Mr. Smollett, so embosomed in an oak wood that we did not see it till we were within 50 yards of the door. I have seen the Lago di Garda, Albano, de Vico, Bolsena, and Geneva, and, upon my honour, I prefer Lough Lomond to them all, a preference which is certainly owing to the verdant islands that seem to float upon its surface, affording them. The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett, Section 61. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Doctor, if I was disposed to be critical, I should say this house of Cameron is too near the lake, which approaches on one side to within 6 or 7 yards of the window. It might have been placed in a higher site, which would have afforded a more extensive prospect and a drier atmosphere. But this imperfection is not chargeable on the present proprietor, who purchased it ready built, rather than be at the trouble of repairing his own family house of Bonhill, which stands 2 miles from hence on the Leven, so surrounded with plantation that it used to be known by the name of the Mavis, or Thrush Nest. Above that house is a romantic glen, or clift of a mountain, covered with hanging woods, having at bottom a stream of fine water that forms a number of cascades in its descent to join the Leven, so that the scene is quite enchanting. A captain of a man of war, who had made the circuit of the globe with Mr. Anson, being conducted to this glen, exclaimed, "Juan Fernandez, by God!" Indeed, this country would be a perfect paradise, if it was not, like Wales, cursed with a weeping climate, owing to the same cause in both, the neighbourhood of high mountains, and a westerly situation, exposed to the vapours of the Atlantic Ocean. This air, however, notwithstanding its humidity, is so healthy, that the natives are scarce ever visited by any other disease than the small pox, and certain cutaneous evils, which are the effects of dirty living, the great and general reproach of the commonalty of this kingdom. Here are a great many living monuments of longevity, and among the rest a person, whom I treat with singular respect as a venerable Druid, who has lived near 90 years, without pain or sickness, among oaks of his own planting. He was once proprietor of these lands, but being of a projecting spirit, some of his schemes miscarried, and he was obliged to part with his possession, which hath shifted hands 2 or 3 times since that period, but every succeeding proprietor hath done every thing in his power to make his old age easy and comfortable. He has a sufficiency to procure the necessaries of life, and he and his old woman reside in a small convenient farmhouse, having a little garden, which he cultivates with his own hands. This ancient couple live in great health, peace, and harmony, and knowing no wants, enjoy the perfection of content. Mr. Smollett calls him the Admiral, because he insists upon steering his pleasure boat upon the lake, and he spends most of his time in ranging through the woods, which he declares he enjoys as much as if they were still his own property. I asked him the other day if he was never sick, and he answered, "Yes, he had a slight fever the year before the Union." If he was not deaf, I should take much pleasure in his conversation, for he is very intelligent, and his memory is surprisingly retentive. These are the happy effects of temperance, exercise, and good nature. Notwithstanding all his innocence, however, he was the cause of great perturbation to my man Clinker, whose natural superstition has been much injured by the histories of witches, fairies, ghosts, and goblins, which he has heard in this country. On the evening after our arrival, Humphry strolled into the wood, in the course of his meditation, and all at once the Admiral stood before him under the shadow of a spreading oak. Though the fellow is far from being timorous in cases that are not supposed preternatural, he could not stand the sight of this apparition, but ran into the kitchen with his hair standing on end, staring wildly, and deprived of utterance. Mrs. Jenkins, seeing him in this condition, screamed aloud, "Lord have mercy upon us, he has seen something." Mrs. Tabitha was alarmed, and the whole house in confusion. When he was reasonable, even among persons of family and education. The Lowlanders are generally cool and circumspect, the Highlanders fiery and ferocious. But this violence of their passions serves only to inflame the zeal of their devotion to strangers, which is truly enthusiastic. We proceeded about 20 miles beyond Inverary to the house of a gentleman, a friend of our conductor, where we stayed a few days, and were feasted in such a manner that I began to dread the consequence to my constitution. Notwithstanding the solitude that prevails among these mountains, there is no want of people in the Highlands. I am credibly informed that the Duke of Argyle can assemble 5,000 men in arms of his own clan and surname, which is Campbell, and there is besides a tribe of the same appellation, whose chief is the Earl of Breadalbane. The Macdonalds are as numerous and remarkably warlike. The Camerons, M'Leods, Frasers, Grants, Mackenzies, Mackays, Macphersons, M'Intoshes are powerful clans, so that if all the Highlanders, including the inhabitants of the Isles, were united, they could bring into the field an army of 40,000 fighting men capable of undertaking the most dangerous enterprise. We have lived to see 4,000 of them, without discipline, throw the whole kingdom of Great Britain into confusion. They attacked and defeated 2 armies of regular troops accustomed to service. They penetrated into the centre of England, and afterwards marched back with deliberation in the face of 2 other armies through an enemy's country, where every precaution was taken to cut off their retreat. I know not any other people in Europe who, without the use or knowledge of arms, will attack regular forces sword in hand, if their chief will head them in battle. When disciplined, they cannot fail of being excellent soldiers. They do not walk like the generality of mankind, but trot and bounce like deer, as if they moved upon springs. They greatly excel the Lowlanders in all the exercises that require agility. They are incredibly abstemious, and patient of hunger and fatigue, so steeled against the weather, that in travelling, even when the ground is covered with snow, they never look for a house or any other shelter but their plaid, in which they wrap themselves up and go to sleep under the cope of heaven. Such people, in quality of soldiers, must be invincible, when the business is to perform quick marches in a difficult country, to strike sudden strokes, beat up the enemy's quarters, harass their cavalry, and perform expeditions without the formality of magazines, baggage, forage, and artillery. The chieftainship of the Highlanders is a very dangerous influence, operating at the extremity of the island, where the eyes and hands of government cannot be supposed to see and act with precision and vigour. In order to break the force of clanship, administration has always practised the political maxim, divide et impera. The legislature hath not only disarmed these mountaineers, but also deprived them of their ancient garb, which contributed in a great measure to keep up their military spirit, and their slavish tenures are all dissolved by act of Parliament, so that they are at present as free and independent of their chiefs as the law can make them. But the original attachment still remains, and is founded on something prior to the feudal system, about which the writers of this age have made such a pother, as if it was a new discovery, like the Copernican system. Every peculiarity of policy, custom, and even temperament is affectedly traced to this origin, as if the feudal constitution had not been common to almost all the natives of Europe. For my part, I expect to see the use of trunk hose and buttered ale ascribed to the influence of the feudal system. The connection between the clans and their chiefs is, without all doubt, patriarchal. It is founded on hereditary regard and affection, cherished through a long succession of ages. The clan consider the chief as their father. They bear his name, they believe themselves descended from his family, and they obey him as their lord with all the ardour of filial love and veneration, while he, on his part, exerts a paternal authority, commanding, chastising, rewarding, protecting, and maintaining them as his own children. If the legislature would entirely destroy this connection, it must compel the Highlanders to change their habitation and their names. Even this experiment has been formerly tried without success. In the reign of James VI, the battle was fought within a few short miles of this place, between 2 clans, the MacGregors and the Colquhouns, in which the latter were defeated. The Laird of MacGregor made such a barbarous use of his victory, that he was forfeited and outlawed by act of Parliament. His lands were given to the family of Montrose, and his clan were obliged to change their name. They obeyed so far as to call themselves severally Campbell, Graham, or Drummond, the surnames of the families of Argyle, Montrose, and Perth, that they might enjoy the protection of those houses. but they still added MacGregor to their new appellation, and as their chief was deprived of his estate, they robbed and plundered for his subsistence. Mr. Cameron of Lochiel, the chief of that clan, whose father was attainted for having been concerned in the last rebellion, returning from France in obedience to a proclamation and act of Parliament, passed at the beginning of the late war, paid a visit to his own country, and hired a farm in the neighbourhood of his father's house, which had been burnt to the ground. The clan, though ruined and scattered, no sooner heard of his arrival than they flocked to him from all quarters to welcome his return, and in a few days stocked his farm with 700 black cattle, which they had saved in the general wreck of their affairs. But their beloved chief, who was a promising youth, did not live to enjoy the fruits of their fidelity and attachment. The most effectual method I know to weaken and at length destroy this influence is to employ the commonalty in such a manner as to give them a taste of property and independence. In vain the government grants them advantageous leases on the forfeited estates, if they have no property to prosecute the means of improvement. The sea is an inexhaustible fund of riches, but the fishery cannot be carried on without vessels, casks, salt, lines, nets, and other tackle. I conversed with a sensible man of this country, who, from a real spirit of patriotism, had set up a fishery on the coast, and a manufacture of coarse linen for the employment of the poor Highlanders. Cod is here in such plenty, that he told me he had seen several hundred taken on one line at one haul. It must be observed, however, that the line was of immense length, and had 2,000 hooks baited with mussels; but the fish was so superior to the cod caught on the banks of Newfoundland, that his correspondent at Lisbon sold them immediately at his own price, although Lent was just over when they arrived, and the people might be supposed quite cloyed with this kind of diet. His linen manufacture was likewise in a prosperous way, when the late war intervening, all his best hands were pressed into the service. It cannot be expected that the gentlemen of this country should execute commercial schemes to render their vassals independent; nor indeed are such schemes suited to their way of life and inclination. But a company of merchants might, with proper management, turn to good account a fishery established in this part of Scotland. Our people have a strange itch to colonize America, when the uncultivated parts of our own island might be settled to greater advantage. After having rambled through the mountains and glens of Argyle, we visited the adjacent islands of Islay, Jura, Mull, and Icolmkill. In the first we saw the remains of a castle, built in a lake, where MacDonald, Lord or King of the Isles, formerly resided. Jura is famous for having given birth to one Macrane, who lived 180 years in one house, and died in the reign of Charles II. Mull affords several bays, where there is safe anchorage; in one of which, the Florida, a ship of the Spanish Armada, was blown up by one of Mr. Smollett's ancestors. About 40 years ago, John, Duke of Argyle, is said to have consulted the Spanish registers, by which it appeared that this ship had the military chest on board. He employed experienced divers to examine the wreck, and they found the hull of the vessel still entire, but so covered with sand that they could not make their way between decks. However, they picked up several pieces of plate that were scattered about in the bay, and a couple of fine brass cannon. Icolmkill, or Iona, is a small island which St. Columba chose for his habitation. It was respected for its sanctity, and college or seminary of ecclesiastics. Part of its church is still standing, with the tombs of several Scottish, Irish, and Danish sovereigns who were here interred. These islanders are very bold and dexterous watermen, consequently the better adapted to the fishery.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 62. To Miss Laetitia Willis, at Gloucester. My dearest Letty, never did poor prisoner long for deliverance more than I have longed for an opportunity to disburthen my cares into your friendly bosom, and the occasion which now presents itself is little less than miraculous. Honest Saunders Macaulay, the travelling Scotchman, who goes every year to Wales, is now at Glasgow, buying goods, and coming to pay his respects to our family, has undertaken to deliver this letter into your own hand. We have been 6 weeks in Scotland, and seen the principal towns of the kingdom, where we have been treated with great civility. The people are very courteous, and the country being exceedingly romantic, suits my turn and inclinations. I contracted some friendships at Edinburgh, which is a large and lofty city, full of gay company, and, in particular, commenced an intimate correspondence with one Miss R—T—N, an amiable young lady of my own age, whose charms seemed to soften, and even to subdue the stubborn heart of my brother Jerry. But he no sooner left the place than he relapsed into his former insensibility. I feel, however, that this indifference is not the family constitution. I never admitted but one idea of love, and that has taken such root in my heart as to be equally proof against all the pulls of discretion and the frosts of neglect. Dear Letty, I had an alarming adventure at the hunters' ball in Edinburgh. While I sat discoursing with a friend in a corner, all at once the very image of Wilson stood before me, dressed exactly as he was in the character of Amewell. It was one Mr. Gordon, whom I had not seen before. Shocked at the sudden apparition, I fainted away, and threw the whole assembly in confusion. However, the cause of my disorder remained a secret to everybody but my brother, who was likewise struck with the resemblance, and scolded after we came home. I am very sensible of Jerry's affection, and know he spoke as well with a view to my own interest and happiness, as in regard to the honour of the family. But I cannot bear to have my wounds probed severely. I was not so much affected by the censure he passed upon my own indiscretion, as with the reflection he made on the conduct of Wilson. He observed, that if he was really the gentleman he pretended to be, and harboured nothing but honourable designs, he would have vindicated his pretensions in the face of day. This remark made a deep impression upon my mind. I endeavoured to conceal my thoughts, and this endeavour had a bad effect upon my health and spirits, so it was thought necessary that I should go to the Highlands, and drink the goat milk whey. We went accordingly to Low Lomond, one of the most enchanting spots in the whole world, and what with this remedy, which I had every morning fresh from the mountains, and the pure air and cheerful company, I have recovered my flesh and appetite; though there is something still at bottom, which it is not in the power of air, exercise, company, or medicine to remove. These incidents would not touch me so nearly if I had a sensible confidant to sympathize with my affliction, and comfort me with wholesome advice. I have nothing of this kind, except Win Jenkins, who is really a good body in the main, but very ill qualified for such an office. The poor creature is weak in her nerves, as well as in her understanding. Otherwise I might have known the true name and character of that unfortunate youth. But why do I call him unfortunate? Perhaps the epithet is more applicable to me for having listened to the false professions of... But hold! I have as yet no right, and sure I have no inclination to believe anything to the prejudice of his honour. In that reflection I shall still exert my patience. As for Mrs. Jenkins, she herself is really an object of compassion. Between vanity, methodism, and love, her head is almost turned. I should have more regard for her, however, if she had been more constant in the object of her affection. But truly she aimed at conquest, and flirted at the same time with my uncle's footman, Humphry Clinker, who is really a deserving young man, and one Dutton, my brother's valet de chambre, a debauched fellow, who, leaving Win in the lurch, ran away with another man's bride at Berwick. My dear Willis, I am truly ashamed of my own sex. We complain of advantages which the men take of our youth, inexperience, insensibility, and all that, but I have seen enough to believe that our sex in general make it their business to ensnare the other, and for this purpose employ arts which are by no means to be justified. In point of constancy, they certainly have nothing to reproach the male part of the creation. My poor aunt, without any regard to her years and imperfections, has gone to market with her charms in every place where she thought she had the least chance to dispose of her person, which, however, hangs still heavy on her hands. I am afraid she has used even religion as a decoy, though it has not answered her expectation. She has been praying, preaching, and catechizing among the Methodists, with whom this country abounds, and pretends to have such manifestations and revelations as even Clinker himself can hardly believe, though the poor fellow is half crazy with enthusiasm. As for Jenkins, she affects to take all her mistress's reveries for gospel. She has also her heart heavings and motions of the spirit, and God forgive me if I think uncharitably But all this seems to me to be downright hypocrisy and deceit. Perhaps, indeed, the poor girl imposes on herself. She is generally in a flutter, and is much subject to vapours. Since we came to Scotland, she has seen apparitions, and pretends to prophesy. If I could put faith in all these supernatural visitations, I should think myself abandoned of grace. For I have neither seen, heard, nor felt anything of this nature. Although I endeavour to discharge the duties of religion with all the sincerity, zeal, and devotion that is in the power of, dear Letty, your affectionate Lydia Melford. Glasgow, September 7th. We are so far on our return to Brambleton Hall, and I should fain hope we shall make Gloucester in our way, in which case I shall have the inexpressible pleasure of embracing my dear Willis. Pray remember me to my worthy governess. End of section 62.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 63. To Mrs. Mary Jones at Brambleton Hall. Dear Mary, Saunders Macaulay, the Scotchman, who pushes directly for Vales, has promised to give it to you into your own hand, and therefore I would not miss the opportunity to let you know, as I am still in the land of the living; and yet I have been on the brink of the other world since I sent you my last letter. We went by sea to another kingdom called Fife, and coming back, had like to have gone to pot in a storm. What between the fright and sickness, I thought I should have brought my heart up. Even Mr Clinker was not his own man for 48 hours after we got ashore. It was well for some folks that we scaped drownding, for mistress was very fractious, and seemed but indifferently prepared for a change. But, thank God, she was soon put in a better frame by the private exaltations of the Reverend Mr Macrocodile. We afterwards turned to Starling and Grasco, which are a kipple of handsome towns, and then we went to a gentleman's house at Loch Loming, which is a wonderful sea of fresh water, with a power of highlands in the midst on't. They say as how it has ne'er a bottom, and was made by a musician, and truly I believe it, for it is not in the course of nature. It has got waves without wind, fish without fins, and a floating highland. And one of them is a crutchyard where the dead are buried, and always before the person dies, a bell rings of itself to give warning. Oh, Mary, this is the land of conjuration. The bell knolled when we were there. I saw lights and heard lamentations. The gentleman, our landlord, has got another house, which he was fain to quit, on account of a mischievous ghost, that would not suffer people to lie in their beds. The fairies dwell in a hole of Caermon, a mounting hard by, and they steal away the good women that are in the straw, if so be as how there arn't a horseshoe nailed to the door. And I was shewn an old vitch, called Elspeth Ringavey, with a red petticoat, bleared eyes, and a mould of grey bristles on her sin. That she mought do me no harm, I crossed her hand with a taster, and bid her tell my fortune. And she told me such things describing Mr Clinker to a hair. But it shall ne'er be said, that I mentioned a word of the matter. As I was troubled with fits, she advised me to bathe in the Lough, which was holy water. And so I went in the morning to a private place along with the housemaid, and we bathed in our birthday suit, after the fashion of the country. And behold, whilst we dabbled in the Lough, Sir George Coon started up with a gun. But we clapped our hands to our faces, and passed by him to the place where we had left our smocks. A civil gentleman would have turned his head another way. My comfort is, he knew not which was which, and, as the saying is, all cats in the dark are grey. Whilst we stayed at Lochlaming, he and our 2 squires went 3 or 4 days churning among the wild men of the mountings. A parcel of selvages that lie in caves among the rocks, devour young children, speak Welch, but the words are different. Our ladies would not part with Mr Clinker, because he is so stout and so piehouse, that he fears neither man nor devils, if so be as they don't take him by surprise. Indeed, he was once so flurried by an apparition, that he had like to have sounded. He made believe as if it had been the old Admiral, but the old Admiral could not have made his hair to stand on end, and his teeth to shatter. but he said so in prudence, that the ladies might not be afeard. Miss Liddy has been puny, and like to go into a decline. I doubt her poor art is too tinder. But the goat's fay has set her on her legs again. You knows goat's fay is mother's milk to a Velch woman. As for mistress, blessed be God, she ails nothing. Her stomach is good, and she improves in grease and godliness, but for all that, she may have infections like other people, and, I believe, she wouldn't be sorry to be called your ladyship, whenever Sir George thinks proper to ax the question. But, for my part, whatever I may see or hear, not a particle shall ever pass the lips of Dear Molly, your loving friend, Win. Jenkins, Glasgow, September 7. Remember me as usual to Sol. We are now coming home, though not the nearest road. I do suppose I shall find the kitten a fine bore at my return. End of Section 63. Recording by Trisha G.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 64. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, at Oxford. Dear Knight, once more I tread upon English ground, which I like not the worse for the 6 weeks' ramble I have made among the woods and mountains of Caledonia. No offence to the land of cakes, where bannocks grow upon straw. I never saw my uncle in such health and spirits as he now enjoys. Liddy is perfectly recovered, and Mistress Tabitha has no reason to complain. Nevertheless, I believe she was, till yesterday, inclined to give the whole Scotch nation to the devil, as a pack of insensible brutes, upon whom her accomplishments had been displayed in vain. At every place where we halted, did she mount the stage, and flourished her rusty arms, without being able to make one conquest. One of her last essays was against the heart of Sir George Colquhoun, with whom she fought all the weapons more than twice over. She was grave and gay by turns. She moralized and methodized. She laughed and romped and danced and sung and sighed and ogled and lisped and fluttered and flattered, but all was preaching to the desert. The baronet, being a well-bred man, carried his civilities as far as she could in conscience expect, and if evil tongues are to be believed, some degrees farther. But he was too much a veteran in gallantry as well as in war to fall into any ambuscade that she could lay for his affection. While we were absent in the Highlands, she practised also upon the Laird of Ladrish-More, and even gave him the rendezvous in the wood of Drumskillach. But the Laird had such a reverend care of his own reputation, that he came attended with the parson of the parish, and nothing passed but spiritual communication. After all these miscarriages, our aunt suddenly recollected Lieutenant Lismahago, whom, ever since our first arrival at Edinburgh, she seemed to have utterly forgot. But now she expressed her hopes of seeing him at Dumfries, according to his promise. We set out from Glasgow by the way of Lanark, the county town of Clydesdale, in the neighbourhood of which the whole river Clyde, rushing down a steep rock, forms a very noble and stupendous cascade. Next day we were obliged to halt in a small borough until the carriage, which had received some damage, should be repaired, and here we met with an incident which warmly interested the benevolent spirit of Mr Bramble. As we stood at the window of an inn that fronted the public prison, a person arrived on horseback, genteelly though plainly dressed in a blue frock, with his own hair cut short, and a gold-laced hat upon his head. Alighting, and giving his horse to the landlord, he advanced to an old man who was at work in paving the street, and accosted him in these words: "This is hard work for such an old man as you." So saying, he took the instrument out of his hand and began to thump the pavement. After a few strokes, "Have you never a son," said he, "to ease you of this labour?" "Yes, and please your honour," replied the senior, "I have 3 hopeful lads, but at present they are out of the way." "Honour not me," cried the stranger, "but the more becomes me to honour your grey hairs. Where are those sons you talk of?" The ancient pavior said, his eldest son was a captain in the East Indies, and the youngest had lately enlisted as a soldier, in hopes of prospering like his brother. The gentleman, desiring to know what was become of the second, he wiped his eyes, and owned he had taken upon him his old father's debts, for which he was now in the prison hard by. The traveller made 3 quick steps towards the jail, then, turning short, "Tell me," said he, "has that unnatural captain sent you nothing to relieve your distress?" "Call him not unnatural," replied the other. "God's blessing be upon him. He sent me a great deal of money, but I made a bad use of it. I lost it by being security for a gentleman that was my landlord, and was stripped of all I had in the world besides." At that instant a young man, thrusting out his head and neck between 2 iron bars in the prison window, exclaimed, "Father, father, if my brother William is in life, that's he." "I am," cried the stranger, clasping the old man in his arms, and shedding a flood of tears. "I am your son Willie, sure enough." Before the father, who was quite confounded, could make any return to this tenderness, a decent old woman, bolting out from the door of a poor habitation, cried, "Where is my bairn? Where is my dear Willie?" The captain no sooner beheld her than he quitted his father and ran into her embrace. I can assure you, my uncle, who saw and heard everything that passed, was as much moved as any one of the parties concerned in this pathetic recognition. He sobbed and wept, and clapped his hands and hallooed, and finally ran down into the street. By this time the captain had retired with his parents, and all the inhabitants of the place were assembled at the door. Mr Bramble nevertheless pressed through the crowd, and entering the house, "Captain," said he, "I beg the favour of your acquaintance. I would have travelled 100 miles to see this affecting scene, and I shall think myself happy if you and your parents will dine with me at the public house." The captain thanked him for his kind invitation, which he said he would accept with pleasure, but in the meantime he could not think of eating or drinking while his poor brother was in trouble. He forthwith deposited a sum equal to the debt in the hands of the magistrate, who ventured to set his brother at liberty without farther process, and then the whole family repaired to the inn with my uncle, attended by the crowd, the individuals of which shook their townsman by the hand, while he returned their caresses without the least sign of pride or affectation. This honest favourite of fortune, whose name was Brown, told my uncle that he had been bred a weaver, and about 18 years ago had, from a spirit of idleness and dissipation, enlisted as a soldier in the service of the East India Company. That in the course of duty he had the good fortune to attract the notice and approbation of Lord Clive, who preferred him from one step to another till he attained the rank of captain and paymaster to the regiment, in which capacities he had honestly amassed above £12,000, and at the peace resigned his commission. He had sent several remittances to his father, who received the first only, consisting of £100. The second had fallen into the hands of a bankrupt, and the third had been consigned to a gentleman of Scotland who died before it arrived, so that it still remained to be accounted for by his executors. He now presented the old man with £50 for his present occasions, over and above banknotes for 100, which he had deposited for his brother's release. He brought along with him a deed ready executed, by which he settled a perpetuity of £80 upon his parents, to be inherited by their other 2 sons after their decease. He promised to purchase a commission for his youngest brother, to take the other as his own partner in a manufacture which he intended to set up, to give employment and bread to the industrious, and to give £500 by way of dower to his sister, who had married a farmer in low circumstances. Finally, he gave £50 to the poor of the town where he was born, and feasted all the inhabitants without exception. My uncle was so charmed with the character of Captain Brown that he drank his health 3 times successively at dinner. He said he was proud of his acquaintance, that he was an honour to his country, and had in some measure redeemed human nature from the reproach of pride, selfishness, and ingratitude. For my part, I was as much pleased with the modesty as with the filial virtue of this honest soldier, who assumed no merit from his success, and said very little of his own transactions, though the answers he made to our inquiries were equally sensible and laconic. Mistress Tabitha behaved very graciously to him until she understood that he was going to make a tender of his hand to a person of low estate, who had been his sweetheart while he worked as a journeyman weaver. Our aunt was no sooner made acquainted with this design than she starched up her behaviour with a double proportion of reserve, and when the company broke up, she observed with a toss of her nose that Brown was a civil fellow enough, considering the lowness of his original, but that fortune, though she had mended his circumstances, was incapable to raise his ideas, which were still humble and plebeian. On the day that succeeded this adventure, we went some miles out of our road to see Drumlanrig, a seat belonging to the Duke of Queensberry, which appears like a magnificent palace erected by magic in the midst of a wilderness. It is indeed a princely mansion, with suitable parks and plantations, rendered still more striking by the nakedness of the surrounding country, which is one of the wildest tracts in all Scotland. This wildness, however, is different from that of the Highlands, for here the mountains, instead of heath, are covered with a fine green swarth, affording pasture to innumerable flocks of sheep. But the fleeces of this country, called Nithsdale, are not comparable to the wool of Galloway, which is said to equal that of Salisbury Plain. Having passed the night at the castle of Drumlanrig, by invitation from the Duke himself, who is one of the best men that ever breathed, we prosecuted our journey to Dumfries, a very elegant trading town near the borders of England, where we found plenty of good provision and excellent wine at very reasonable prices, and the accommodation as good in all respects as in any part of South Britain. If I was confined to Scotland for life, I would choose Dumfries as the place of my residence. Here we made inquiries about Captain Lismahago, of whom, hearing no tidings, we proceeded by the Solway Firth to Carlisle. You must know that the Solway sands, upon which travellers pass at low water, are exceedingly dangerous, because, as the tide makes, they become quick in different places, and the flood rushes in so impetuously that the passengers are often overtaken by the sea and perish. In crossing these treacherous Syrtes with a guide, we perceived a drowned horse, which Humphry Clinker, after due inspection, declared to be the very identical beast which Mr. Lismahago rode when he parted with us at Felton Bridge in Northumberland. This information, which seemed to intimate that our friend the lieutenant had shared the fate of his horse, affected us all, and above all our Aunt Tabitha, who shed salt tears, and obliged Clinker to pull a few hairs out of the dead horse's tail, to be worn in a ring as a remembrance of his master. But her grief and ours was not of long duration, for one of the first persons we saw in Carlisle was the lieutenant in propria persona, bargaining with a horse dealer for another steed, in the yard of the inn where we alighted. Mistress Bramble was the first that perceived him, and screamed as if she had seen a ghost; and truly, at a proper time and place, he might very well have passed for an inhabitant of another world, for he was more meagre and grim than before. We received him the more cordially for having supposed he had been drowned, and he was not deficient in expressions of satisfaction at this meeting. He told us he had inquired for us at Dumfries, and been informed by a travelling merchant from Glasgow that we had resolved to return by the way of Coldstream. He said that in passing the sands without a guide, his horse had knocked up, and he himself must have perished, if he had not been providentially relieved by a return post-chaise. He moreover gave us to understand that his scheme of settling in his own country having miscarried, he was so far on his way to London with a view to embark for North America, where he intended to pass the rest of his days among his old friends the Miamis, and amuse himself in finishing the education of the son he had, by his beloved Squinkinacusta. This project was by no means agreeable to our good aunt, who expatiated upon the fatigues and dangers that would attend such a long voyage by sea, and afterwards such a tedious journey by land. She enlarged particularly on the risk he would run with respect to the concerns of his precious soul, among savages who had not yet received the glad tidings of salvation; and she hinted that his abandoning Great Britain might perhaps prove fatal to the inclinations of some deserving person, whom he was qualified to make happy for life. My uncle, who is really a Don Quixote in generosity, understanding that Lismahago's real reason for leaving Scotland was the impossibility of subsisting in it with any decency upon the wretched provision of a subaltern's half-pay, began to be warmly interested on the side of compassion. He thought it very hard that a gentleman who had served his country with honour should be driven by necessity to spend his old age among the refuse of mankind in such a remote part of the world. He discoursed with me upon the subject, observing that he would willingly offer the lieutenant an asylum at Brambleton Hall, if he did not foresee that his singularities and humour of contradiction would render him an intolerable housemate, though his conversation at some times might be both instructive and entertaining. But as there seemed to be something particular in his attention to Mistress Tabitha, he and I agreed in opinion that this intercourse should be encouraged and improved, if possible, into a matrimonial union, in which case there would be a comfortable provision for both, and they might be settled in a house of their own, so that Mr. Bramble should have no more of their company than he desired. In pursuance of this design, Lismahago had been invited to pass the winter at Brambleton Hall, as it will be time enough to execute his American project in the spring. He has taken time to consider of this proposal. Meanwhile, he will keep us company as far as we travel in the road to Bristol, where he has hopes of getting a passage for America. I make no doubt but that he will postpone his voyage, and prosecute his addresses to a happy consummation; and sure, if it produces any fruit, it must be of a very peculiar flavour. As the weather continues favourable, I believe we shall take the Peak of Derbyshire and Buxton Wells in our way. At any rate, from the first place where we make any stay, you shall hear again from yours always, J. Melford. Carlisle, September 12th. End of section 64.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 65. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Doctor, the peasantry of Scotland are certainly on a poor footing all over the kingdom, and yet they look better and are better clothed than those of the same rank in Burgundy and many other places of France and Italy. Nay, I will venture to say they are better fed, notwithstanding the boasted wine of these foreign countries. The country people of North Britain live chiefly on oatmeal and milk, cheese, butter, and some garden stuff, with now and then a pickled herring by way of delicacy. But flesh meat they seldom or never taste, nor any kind of strong liquor except twopenny, at times of uncommon festivity. Their breakfast is a kind of hasty pudding of oatmeal or pease meal, eaten with milk. They have commonly pottage for dinner, composed of kale or cole, leeks, barley or big, and butter, and this is reinforced with bread and cheese, made of skimmed milk. At night they sup on sowens or flummery of oatmeal. In a scarcity of oats, they use the meal of barley and peas, which is both nourishing and palatable. Some of them have potatoes, and you find parsnips in every peasant's garden. They are clothed with the coarse kind of russet of their own making, which is both decent and warm. They dwell in poor huts, built of loose stones and turf, without any mortar, having a fireplace or hearth in the middle, generally made of an old millstone, and a hole at top to let out the smoke. These people, however, are content, and wonderfully sagacious. All of them read the Bible, and are even qualified to dispute upon the articles of their faith, which in those parts I have seen is entirely Presbyterian. I am told that the inhabitants of Aberdeenshire are still more acute. I once knew a Scotch gentleman at London, who had declared war against this part of his countrymen, and swore that the impudence and knavery of the Scots in that quarter had brought a reproach upon the whole nation. The river Clyde above Glasgow is quite pastoral, and the banks of it are everywhere adorned with fine villas. From the sea to its source we may reckon the seats of many families of the first rank, such as the Duke of Argyle at Roseneath, the Earl of Bute in the isle of that name, the Earl of Glencairn at Finlayston, Lord Blantyre at Oreskin, the Duchess of Douglas at Bothwell, Duke Hamilton at Hamilton, the Duke of Douglas at Douglas, and the Earl of Hindford at Carmichael. Hamilton is a noble palace, magnificently furnished, and hard by is the village of that name, one of the neatest little towns I have seen in any country. The old castle of Douglas being burned to the ground by accident, the late Duke resolved, as head of the first family of Scotland, to have the largest house in the kingdom, in order to plan for this purpose; but there was only one wing of it finished when he died. It is to be hoped that his nephew, who is now in possession of his great fortune, will complete the design of his predecessor. Clydesdale is in general populous and rich, containing a great number of gentlemen who are independent in their fortune, but it produces more cattle than corn. This is also the case with Tweedale, through part of which we passed, and Nithsdale, which is generally rough, wild, and mountainous. These hills are covered with sheep, and this is the small delicious mutton, so much preferable to that of the London market. As their feeding costs so little, the sheep are not killed till 5 years old, when their flesh, juices, and flavour are in perfection, but their fleeces are much damaged by the tar with which they are smeared to preserve them from the rot in winter, during which they run wild night and day, and thousands are lost under huge wreaths of snow. 'Tis pity the farmers cannot contrive some means to shelter this useful animal from the inclemencies of a rigorous climate, especially from the perpetual rains, which are more prejudicial than the greatest extremity of cold weather. On the little river Nid is situated the castle of Drumlanrig, one of the noblest seats in Great Britain, belonging to the Duke of Queensberry, one of those few noblemen whose goodness of heart does honour to human nature. I shall not pretend to enter into a description of this palace, which is really an instance of the sublime in magnificence, as well as in situation, and puts one in mind of the beautiful city of Palmyra, rising like a vision in the midst of the wilderness. His Grace keeps open house, and lives with great splendour. He did us the honour to receive us with great courtesy, and detained us all night, together with above 20 other guests, with all their servants and horses, to a very considerable number. The Duchess was equally gracious, and took our ladies under her immediate protection. The longer I live, I see more reason to believe that prejudices of education are never wholly eradicated, even when they are discovered to be erroneous and absurd. Such habits of thinking as interest the grand passions cleave to the human heart in such a manner, that though an effort of reason may force them from their hold for a moment, this violence no sooner ceases than they resume their grasp with an increased elasticity and adhesion. I am led into this reflection by what passed at the Duke's table after supper. The conversation turned upon the vulgar notions of spirits and omens that prevail among the commonalty of North Britain, and all the company agreed that nothing could be more ridiculous. One gentleman, however, told a remarkable story of himself, by way of speculation. Being on a party of hunting in the north, said he, I resolved to visit an old friend whom I had not seen for 20 years. So long he had been retired and sequestered from all his acquaintance, and lived in a moping, melancholy way, much afflicted with lowness of spirits, occasioned by the death of his wife, whom he had loved with uncommon affection. As he resided in a remote part of the country, and we were 5 gentlemen with as many servants, we carried some provision with us from the next market town, lest we should find him unprepared for our reception. The roads being bad, we did not arrive at the house till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and were agreeably surprised to find a very good dinner already in the kitchen, and the cloth laid with 6 covers. My friend himself appeared in his best apparel at the gate, and received us with open arms, telling me he had been expecting us these 2 hours. Astonished at this declaration, I asked who had given him intelligence of our coming, and he smiled without making any other reply. However, presuming upon our former intimacy, I afterwards insisted upon knowing, and he told me very gravely he had seen me in a vision of the second night. Nay, he called in the evidence of his steward, who solemnly declared that his master had the day before apprized him of my coming with 4 other strangers, and ordered him to provide accordingly; in consequence of which intimation he had prepared the dinner which we were now eating, and laid the covers according to the number foretold. The incident we all owned to be remarkable, and I endeavoured to account for it by natural means. I observed, that as the gentleman was of a visionary turn, the casual idea or remembrance of his old friend might suggest those circumstances which accident had for once realized, but that in all probability he had seen many visions of the same kind which were never verified. None of the company directly dissented from my opinion, but from the objections that were hinted I could plainly perceive that the majority were persuaded there was something more extraordinary in the case. Another gentleman of the company, addressing himself to me, "Without all doubt," said he, "a diseased imagination is very apt to produce visions, but we must find some other method to account for something of this kind that happened within these 8 days in my neighbourhood. A gentleman of a good family, who cannot be deemed a visionary in any sense of the word, was near his own gate, in the twilight, visited by his grandfather, who has been dead these 15 years. The spectre was mounted seemingly on the very horse he used to ride, with an angry and terrible countenance, and said something which his grandson, in the confusion of fear, could not understand. But this was not all. He lifted up a huge horsewhip, and applied it with great violence to his back and shoulders, on which I saw the impression with my own eyes. The apparition was afterwards seen by the sexton of the parish, hovering about the tomb where his body lies interred, as the man declared to several persons in the village before he knew what had happened to the gentleman. Nay, he actually came to me as a justice of the peace, in order to make oath of these particulars, which, however, I declined administering. As for the grandson of the defunct, he is a sober, sensible, worldly-minded fellow, too intent upon schemes of interest to give in to reveries. He would have willingly concealed the affair, but he bawled out in the first transport of his fear, and running into the house, exposed his back and his sconce to the whole family, so that there was no denying it in the sequel. It is now the common discourse of the country that this appearance and behaviour of the old man's spirit portends some great calamity to the family, and the good woman has actually taken to her bed in this apprehension. Though I did not pretend to explain this mystery, I said, I did not at all doubt but it would one day appear to be a deception, and in all probability a scheme executed by some enemy of the person who had sustained the assault. But still the gentleman insisted upon the clearness of the evidence and the concurrence of testimony, by which two creditable witnesses, without any communication one with another, affirmed the appearance of the same man with whose person they were both well acquainted. From Drumlanrig we pursued the course of the Nid to Dumfries, which stands 7 miles above the place where the river falls into the sea, and is, after Glasgow, the handsomest town I have seen in Scotland. The inhabitants, indeed, seem to have proposed that city as their model, not only in beautifying their town and regulating its police, but also in prosecuting their schemes of commerce and manufacture, by which they are grown rich and opulent. We re-entered England by the way of Carlisle, where we accidentally met with our friend Lismahago, whom we had in vain inquired after at Dumfries and other places. It would seem that the captain, like the prophets of old, is but little honoured in his own country, which he has now renounced for ever. He gave me the following particulars of his visit to his native soil. In his way to the place of his nativity, he learned that his nephew had married the daughter of a bourgeois, who directed a weaving manufacture, and had gone into partnership with his father-in-law. Chagrined with this information, he had arrived at the gate in the twilight, where he heard the sound of treadles in the great hall, which had exasperated him to such a degree that he had like to have lost his senses. While he was thus transported with indignation, his nephew chanced to come forth, when, being no longer master of his passion, he cried, "Degenerate rascal! You have made my father's house a den of thieves," and at the same time chastised him with his horsewhip. Then, riding round the adjoining village, he had visited the burying ground of his ancestors by moonlight, and having paid his respects to their manes, travelled all night to another part of the country. Finding the head of the family in such a disgraceful situation, and all his own friends dead or removed from the places of their former residence, and the expense of living increased to double of what it had been when he first left his native country, he had bid an eternal adieu, and was determined to seek for repose among the forests of America. I was no longer at a loss to account for the apparition, which had been described at Drumlanrig, and when I repeated the story to the lieutenant, he was much pleased to think his resentment had been so much more effectual than he intended, and he owned he might at such an hour, and in such an equipage, very well pass for the ghost of his father, whom he was said greatly to resemble. Between friends, I fancy Lismahago will find a retreat without going so far as the wigwams of the Miamis.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 66.
To Mrs. Gwyllim, housekeeper at Brambleton Hall. Mrs. Gwyllim, it has pleased Providence to bring us safe back to England, and partake us in many pearls by land and water, in particular the Devil's Hearse, a pike, and Hoyden's Hole, which hath got no bottom. And as we are drawing homewards, it may be proper to apprise you that Brambleton Hall may be in condition to receive us after this long journey to the islands of Scotland. By the 1st of next month you may begin to make constant fires in my brother's chamber and mine, and burn a faggot every day in the yellow damask room. Have the tester and curtains dusted, and the feather bed and mattresses well haired, because, perhaps, with the blessing of Heaven, they may be used on some occasion. Let the old hogsheads be well skewered and seasoned for beer, as Matt is resolved to have his cellar choke full. If the house was mine, I would turn over a new leaf. I don't see why the servants of Wales shouldn't drink fair water, and eat hot cakes and barley kale, as they do in Scotland, without troubling the botcher above once a quarter. I hope you keep account of Roger's proceeding in reference to the buttermilk. I expect my due when I come home, without baiting an ass, I'll assure you. As you must have laid a great many more eggs than would be eaten, I do suppose there is a power of Turks, chickings, and guzzling about the house, and a brave cargo of cheese ready for market, and that the owl has been sent to Crickhowl, saving what the maids spun in the family. Pray let the whole house and furniture have a thorough cleaning from top to bottom for the honour of Wales, and let Roger search into and make a general clearance of the slit holes which the maids have in secret, for I know they are much given to sloth and uncleanness. I hope you have worked a reformation among them, as I exhorted you in my last, and set their hearts upon better things than they can find in junketing and caterwauling with the fellows of the country. As for Win Jenkins, she has undergone a perfect metamorphosis, and is become a new creature from the ammunition of Humphry Clinker, our new footman, a pious young man, who has laboured exceedingly that she may bring forth fruits of repentance. I make no doubt but he will take the same pains with that pert hussy Mary Jones, and all of you, and that he may have power given to penetrate and instil his goodness even into your most inward parts, is the fervent prayer of your friend in the spirit, Tab Bramble, September 18th. End of section 66.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 67. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Lewis, this Mahago is more paradoxical than ever. The late gulp he had of his native air seems to have blown fresh spirit into all his polemical faculties. I congratulated him the other day on the present flourishing state of his country, observing that the Scots were now in a fair way to wipe off the national reproach of poverty, and expressing my satisfaction at the happy effects of the Union, so conspicuous in the improvement of their agriculture, commerce, manufactures, and manners. The lieutenant, screwing up his features into a look of dissent and disgust, commented on my remarks to this effect: those who reproach a nation for its poverty, when it is not owing to the profligacy or vice of the people, deserve no answer. The Lacedaemonians were poorer than the Scots when they took the lead among all the free states of Greece, and were esteemed above them all for their valour and their virtue. The most respectable heroes of ancient Rome, such as Fabricius, Cincinnatus, and Regulus, were poorer than the poorest freeholder in Scotland, and there are at this day individuals in North Britain, one of whom can produce more gold and silver than the whole Republic of Rome could raise at those times when her public virtue shone with unrivalled lustre. And poverty was so far from being a reproach, that it added fresh laurels to her fame, because it indicated a noble contempt of wealth, which was proof against all the arts of corruption. If poverty be a subject for reproach, it follows that wealth is the object of esteem and veneration. In that case, there are Jews and others in Amsterdam and London, enriched by usury, peculation, and different species of fraud and extortion, who are more estimable than the most virtuous and illustrious members of the community. An absurdity which no man in his senses will offer to maintain. Riches are certainly no proof of merit, Nay, they are often, if not most commonly, acquired by persons of sordid minds and mean talents, nor do they give any intrinsic worth to the possessor, but on the contrary tend to pervert his understanding, and render his morals more depraved. But granting that poverty were really matter of reproach, it cannot be justly imputed to Scotland. No country is poor that can supply its inhabitants with the necessaries of life, and even afford articles for exportation. Scotland is rich in natural advantages. It produces every species of provision in abundance, vast herds of cattle and flocks of sheep, with a great number of horses, prodigious quantities of wool and flax, with plenty of copse wood, and in some parts large forests of timber. The earth is still more rich below than above the surface. It yields inexhaustible stores of coal, free stone, marble, lead, iron, copper, and silver, with some gold. The sea abounds with excellent fish, and salt to cure them for exportation, and there are creeks and harbours round the whole kingdom for the convenience and security of navigation. The face of the country displays a surprising number of cities, towns, villas, and villages, swarming with people, and there seems to be no want of art, industry, government, and police. Such a kingdom can never be called poor in any sense of the word, though there may be many others more powerful and opulent. But the proper use of those advantages, and the present prosperity of the Scots, you seem to derive from the union of the two kingdoms. I said I supposed he would not deny that the appearance of the country was much mended, that the people lived better, had more trade, and a greater quantity of money circulating since the union than before. I may safely admit these premises, answered the lieutenant, without subscribing to your inference. The difference you mention I should take to be the natural progress of improvement. Since that period, other nations, such as the Swedes, the Danes, and in particular the French, have greatly increased in commerce without any such cause assigned. Before the Union there was a remarkable spirit of trade among the Scots, as appeared in the case of their Darien company, in which they had embarked no less than 400,000 sterling, and in the flourishing state of the maritime towns in Fife, and on the eastern coast, enriched by their trade with France, which failed in consequence of the Union. The only solid commercial advantage reaped from that measure was the privilege of trading to the English plantations. Yet, excepting Glasgow and Dumfries, I don't know any other Scotch towns concerned in that traffic. In other respects, I conceive the Scots were losers by the Union. They lost the independency of their state, the greatest prop of national spirit. They lost their parliament, and their courts of justice were subjected to the revision and supremacy of an English tribunal. Softly, captain, cried I, you cannot be said to have lost your own parliament, while you are represented in that of Great Britain. True, said he with a sarcastic grin, in debates of national competition, the 16 peers and 45 commoners of Scotland must make a formidable figure in the scale against the whole English legislature. Be that as it may, I observed, while I had the honour to sit in the lower house, the Scotch members had always the majority on their side. I understand you, sir, said he. They generally side with the majority, so much the worse for their constituents. But even this evil is not the worst they have sustained by the Union. Their trade has been saddled with grievous impositions, and every article of living severely taxed, to pay the interest of enormous debts contracted by the English, in support of measures and connections in which the Scots had no interest nor concern. I begged he would at least allow that by the Union the Scots were admitted to all the privileges and immunities of English subjects, by which means multitudes of them were provided for in the army and navy, and got fortunes in different parts of England and its dominions. All these, said he, become English subjects to all intents and purposes, and are in a great measure lost to their mother country. The spirit of rambling and adventure has been always peculiar to the natives of Scotland. If they had not met with encouragement in England, they would have served and settled as formerly in other countries, such as Muscovy, Sweden, Denmark, Poland, Germany, France, Piedmont, and Italy, in all which nations their descendants continue to flourish even at this day. By this time my patience began to fail, and I exclaimed, for God's sake, what has England got by this union, which, you say, has been so productive of misfortune to the Scots? Great and manifold are the advantages which England derives from the union, said Lismahago in a solemn tone. First and foremost, the settlement of the Protestant succession, a point which the English ministry drove with such eagerness that no stone was left unturned to cajole and bribe a few leading men to cram the Union down the throats of the Scottish nation, who were surprisingly averse to the expedient. They gained by it a considerable addition of territory, extending their dominion to the sea on all sides of the island, thereby shutting up all back doors against the enterprises of their enemies. They got an accession of above 1,000,000 of useful subjects, constituting a never-failing nursery of seamen, soldiers, labourers, and mechanics, a most valuable acquisition to a trading country, exposed to foreign wars, and obliged to maintain a number of settlements in all the 4 quarters of the globe. In the course of 7 years, during the last war, Scotland furnished the English army and navy with 70,000 men, over and above those who migrated to their colonies, or mingled with them at home in the civil departments of life. This was a very considerable and seasonable supply to a nation whose people had been for many years decreasing in number, and whose lands and manufactures were actually suffering for want of hands. I need not remind you of the hackneyed maxim, that to a nation in such circumstances a supply of industrious people is a supply of wealth, nor repeat an observation which is now received as an eternal truth, even among the English themselves, that the Scots who settle in South Britain are remarkably sober, orderly, and industrious. I allowed the truth of this remark, adding, that by their industry, economy, and circumspection, many of them in England, as well as in her colonies, amassed large fortunes, with which they returned to their own country, and this was so much lost to South Britain. Give me leave, sir, said he, to assure you, that in your fact you are mistaken, and in your deduction erroneous. Not 1 in 200 that leave Scotland ever returns to settle in his own country, and the few that do return carry thither nothing that can possibly diminish the stock of South Britain. For none of their treasure stagnates in Scotland. There is a continual circulation, like that of the blood in the human body, and England is the heart, to which all the streams which it distributes are refunded and returned. Nay, in consequence of that luxury which our connection with England hath greatly encouraged, if not introduced, all the produce of our lands, and all the profits of our trade, are engrossed by the natives of South Britain. For you will find that the exchange between the 2 kingdoms is always against Scotland, and that she retains neither gold nor silver sufficient for her own circulation. The Scots, not content with their own manufactures and produce, which would very well answer all necessary occasions, seem to vie with each other in purchasing superfluities from England, such as broadcloth, velvets, stuffs, silks, lace, furs, jewels, furniture of all sorts, sugar, rum, tea, chocolate, and coffee. In a word, not only every mode of the most extravagant luxury, but even many articles of convenience, which they might find as good and much cheaper in their own country. For all these particulars, I conceive, England may touch about 1,000,000 sterling a year. I don't pretend to make an exact calculation. Perhaps it may be something less, and perhaps a great deal more. The annual revenue arising from all the private estates of Scotland cannot fall short of 1,000,000 sterling, and I should imagine their trade will amount to as much more. I know the linen manufacture alone returns near 500,000, exclusive of the home consumption of that article. If, therefore, North Britain pays a balance of 1,000,000 annually to England, I insist upon it that country is more valuable to her in the way of commerce than any colony in her possession, over and above the other advantages which I have specified. Therefore they are no friends either to England or to truth who affect to depreciate the northern part of the United Kingdom. I must own I was at first a little nettled to find myself schooled in so many particulars. Though I did not receive all his assertions as gospel, I was not prepared to refute them, and I cannot help now acquiescing in his remarks so far as to think that the contempt for Scotland, which prevails too much on this side the Tweed, is founded on prejudice and error. After some recollection, "Well, captain," said I, "you have argued stoutly for the importance of your own country. For my part, I have such a regard for our fellow subjects of North Britain, that I shall be glad to see the day when your peasants can afford to give all their oats to their cattle, hogs, and poultry, and indulge themselves with good wheaten loaves, instead of such poor, unpalatable, and inflammatory diet." Here again I brought myself into a premunire with the disputative Caledonian. He said he hoped he should never see the common people lifted out of that sphere for which they were intended by nature and the course of things. that they might have some reason to complain of their bread if it were mixed, like that of Norway, with sawdust and fish bones, but that oatmeal was, he apprehended, as nourishing and salutary as wheat flour, and the Scots in general thought it at least as savoury. He affirmed that a mouse, which in the article of self-preservation might be supposed to act from infallible instinct, would always prefer oats to wheat, as appeared from experience; for in a place where there was a parcel of each, that animal has never begun to feed upon the latter till all the oats were consumed. For their nutritive quality he appealed to the hale, robust constitutions of the people who lived chiefly upon oatmeal; and instead of being inflammatory, he asserted that it was a cooling subacid, balsamic and mucilaginous; insomuch that in all inflammatory distempers recourse was had to water gruel and flummery made of oatmeal. At least, said I, give me leave to wish them such a degree of commerce as may enable them to follow their own inclinations. Heaven forbid, cried this philosopher. Woe be to that nation where the multitude is at liberty to follow their own inclinations. Commerce is undoubtedly a blessing while restrained within its proper channels, but a glut of wealth brings along with it a glut of evils. It brings false taste, false appetite, false wants, profusion, venality, contempt of order, engendering a spirit of licentiousness, insolence, and faction, that keeps the community in continual ferment, and in time destroys all the distinctions of civil society, so that universal anarchy and uproar must ensue. Will any sensible man affirm that the national advantages of opulence are to be sought on these terms? No, sure, but I am one of those who think that by proper regulations commerce may produce every national benefit without the allay of such concomitant evils. So much for the dogmata of my friend Lismahago, whom I describe the more circumstantially, as I firmly believe he will set up his rest in Monmouthshire. Yesterday, while I was alone with him, he asked, in some confusion, if I should have any objection to the success of a gentleman and a soldier, provided he should be so fortunate as to engage my sister's affection. I answered without hesitation, that my sister was old enough to judge for herself, and that I should be very far from disapproving any resolution she might take in his favour. His eyes sparkled at this declaration. He declared he should think himself the happiest man on earth to be connected with my family, and that he should never be weary of giving me proofs of his gratitude and attachment. I suppose Tabby and he are already agreed, in which case we shall have a wedding at Brambleton Hall, and you shall give away the bride. It is the least thing you can do, by way of atonement for your former cruelty to that poor love-sick maiden, who has been so long a thorn in the side of yours, Mat Bramble, September 20. We have been at Buxton, but as I did not much relish either the company or the accommodations, and had no occasion for the water, we stayed but 2 nights in the place. End of Section 67.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 68. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Wat, adventures begin to thicken as we advance to the southward. Lismahago has now professed himself the admirer of our aunt, and carries on his addresses under the sanction of her brother's approbation, so that we shall certainly have a wedding by Christmas. I should be glad you was present at the nuptials, to help me throw the stocking, and perform other ceremonies peculiar to that occasion. I am sure it will be productive of some diversion, and truly it would be worth your while to come across the country on purpose to see 2 such original figures in bed together, with their laced nightcaps, he the emblem of good cheer, and she the picture of good nature. All this agreeable prospect was clouded, and had well nigh vanished entirely, in consequence of a late misunderstanding between the future brothers-in-law, which, however, is now happily removed. A few days ago, my uncle and I, going to visit a relation, met with Lord Oxmington at his house, who asked us to dine with him next day, and we accepted the invitation. Accordingly, leaving our women under the care of Captain Lismahago, at the inn where we had lodged the preceding night, in a little town about a mile from his lordship's dwelling, we went at the hour appointed, and had a fashionable meal served up with much ostentation to a company of about a dozen persons, none of whom he had ever seen before. His lordship is much more remarkable for his pride and caprice than for his hospitality and understanding, and indeed it appeared that he considered his guests merely as objects to shine upon, so as to reflect the lustre of his own magnificence. There was much state, but no courtesy, and a great deal of compliment without any conversation. Before the dessert was removed, our noble entertainer proposed 3 general toasts, then calling for a glass of wine, and bowing all round, wished us a good afternoon. This was the signal for the company to break up, and they obeyed it immediately, all except our squire, who was greatly shocked at the manner of this dismission. He changed countenance, bit his lip in silence, but still kept his seat, so that his lordship found himself obliged to give us another hint, by saying he should be glad to see us another time. "There is no time like the present," cried Mr Bramble. "Your lordship has not yet drank a bumper to the best in Christendom." "I'll drink no more bumpers to-day," answered our landlord, "and I'm sorry to see you have drank too many. Order the gentleman's carriage to the gate." So saying, he rose and retired abruptly, our squire starting up at the same time, laying his hand upon his sword, and eyeing him with a most ferocious aspect. The master having vanished in this manner, our uncle bade one of the servants to see what was to pay, and the fellow answering, "This is no inn." "I cry you mercy," cried the other, "I perceive it is not. If it were, the landlord would be more civil. There's a guinea, however, take it, and tell your lord, that I shall not leave the country till I have had the opportunity to thank him in person for his politeness and hospitality." We then walked downstairs through a double range of lackeys, and getting into the chaise, proceeded homewards. Perceiving the squire much ruffled, I ventured to disapprove of his resentment, observing that as Lord Oxmington was well known to have his brain very ill timbered, a sensible man should rather laugh than be angry at his ridiculous want of breeding. Mr Bramble took umbrage at my presuming to be wiser than he upon this occasion, and told me that as he had always thought for himself in every occurrence in life, he would still use the same privilege, with my good leave. When we returned to our inn, he closeted Lismahago, and having explained his grievance, desired that gentleman to go and demand satisfaction of Lord Oxmington in his name. The lieutenant charged himself with this commission, and immediately set out a horseback for his lordship's house, attended at his own request by my man Archy M'Alpin, who had been used to military service. And truly, if M'Alpin had been mounted upon an ass, this couple might have passed for the Knight of La Mancha and his squire Panza. It was not till after some demur that Lismahago obtained a private audience, at which he formally defied his lordship to single combat in the name of Mr Bramble, and desired him to appoint the time and place. Lord Oxmington was so confounded at this unexpected message, that he could not for some time make any articulate reply, but stood staring at the lieutenant with manifest marks of perturbation. At length, ringing a bell with great vehemence, he exclaimed, "What! a commoner send a challenge to a peer of the realm? Privilege, privilege! Here's a person brings me a challenge from the Welshman that dined at my table. An impudent fellow! My wine is not yet out of his head." The whole house was immediately in commotion. M'Alpin made a soldierly retreat with 2 horses, but the captain was suddenly surrounded and disarmed by the footman, whom a French valet de chambre headed in this exploit. His sword was passed through a close stool, and his person through the horse pond. In this plight he returned to the inn half mad with his disgrace. So violent was the rage of his indignation that he mistook its object. He wanted to quarrel with Mr Bramble. He said he had been dishonoured on his account, and he looked for reparation at his hands. My uncle's back was up in a moment, and he desired him to explain his pretensions. "Either compel Lord Oxmington to give me satisfaction," cried he, "or give it me in your own person." "The latter part of the alternative is the most easy and expeditious," replied the squire, starting up. "If you are disposed for a walk, I'll attend you this moment." Here they were interrupted by Mrs Tabby, who had overheard all that passed. She now burst into the room, and running betwixt them in great agitation, "Is this your regard for me," said she to the lieutenant, "to seek the life of my brother?" Lismahago, who seemed to grow cool as my uncle grew hot, assured her he had a very great respect for Mr Bramble, but he had still more for his own honour, which had suffered pollution. But if that could be once purified, he should have no further cause of dissatisfaction. The squire said, he should have thought it incumbent upon him to vindicate the lieutenant's honour, but as he had now carved for himself, he might swallow and digest it as well as he could. In a word, what betwixt the mediation of Mrs Tabitha, the recollection of the captain, who perceived he had gone too far, and the remonstrances of your humble servant, who joined them at this juncture, those 2 originals were perfectly reconciled. And then we proceeded to deliberate upon the means of taking vengeance for the insults they had received from the petulant peer. For, until that aim should be accomplished, Mr Bramble swore with great emphasis that he would not leave the inn where we now lodged, even if he should pass his Christmas on the spot. In consequence of our deliberations, we next day in the forenoon proceeded in a body to his lordship's house, all of us, with our servants, including the coachman, mounted a horseback, with our pistols loaded and ready primed. Thus prepared for action, we paraded solemnly and slowly before his lordship's gate, which we passed 3 times in such a manner that he could not but see us and suspect the cause of our appearance. After dinner we returned, and performed the same cavalcade, which was again repeated the following morning; but we had no occasion to persist in these manoeuvres. About noon we were visited by the gentleman at whose house we had first seen Lord Oxmington. He now came to make apologies in the name of his lordship, who declared he had no intention to give offence to my uncle in practising what had always been the custom of his house, and that as for the indignities which had been put upon the officer, they were offered without his lordship's knowledge, at the instigation of his valet de chambre. "If that be the case," said my uncle in a peremptory tone, "I shall be contented with Lord Oxmington's personal excuses, and I hope my friend will be satisfied with his lordship's turning that insolent rascal out of his service." "Sir," cried Lismahago, "I must insist upon taking personal vengeance for the personal injuries I have sustained." After some debate the affair was adjusted in this manner. His lordship, meeting us at our friend's house, declared he was sorry for what had happened, and that he had no intention to give umbrage. The valet de chambre asked pardon of the lieutenant upon his knees, when Lismahago, to the astonishment of all present, gave him a violent kick on the face, which laid him on his back, exclaiming in a furious tone, "Oui, je te pardonne, Jean Foutre." Such was the fortunate issue of this perilous adventure, which threatened abundance of vexation to our family, for the squire is one of those who will sacrifice both life and fortune rather than leave what they conceive to be the least speck or blemish upon their honour and reputation. His lordship had no sooner pronounced his apology, with a very bad grace, than he went away in some disorder, and I dare say he will never invite another Welshman to his table. We forthwith quitted the field of this achievement, in order to prosecute our journey; but we follow no determinate course. We make small deviations to see the remarkable towns, villas, and curiosities on each side of our route, so that we advance by slow steps towards the borders of Monmouthshire. But in the midst of these irregular motions, there is no aberration nor eccentricity in that affection with which I am, dear Wat, yours always, J. Melford. September 28th. End of Section 68.
To Dr. Lewis. Dear Dick, at what time of life may a man think himself exempted from the necessity of sacrificing his repose to the punctilios of a contemptible world? I have been engaged in a ridiculous adventure, which I shall recount at meeting, and this, I hope, will not be much longer delayed, as we have now performed almost all our visits, and seen every thing that I think has any right to retard us in our journey homewards. A few days ago, understanding by accident that my old friend Baynard was in the country, I would not pass so near his habitation without paying him a visit, though our correspondence had been interrupted for a long course of years. I felt myself very sensibly affected by the idea of our past intimacy, as we approached the place where we had spent so many happy days together. But when we arrived at the house, I could not recognize any one of those objects which had been so deeply impressed upon my remembrance. The tall oaks that shaded the avenue had been cut down, and the iron gates at the end of it removed, together with the high wall that surrounded the court-yard. The house itself, which was formerly a convent of Cistercian monks, had a venerable appearance, and along the front that looked into the garden was a stone gallery, which afforded me many an agreeable walk, when I was disposed to be contemplative. Now the old front is covered with a screen of modern architecture, so that all without is Grecian, and all within Gothic. As for the garden, which was well stocked with the best fruit which England could produce, there is not now the least vestige remaining of trees, walls, or hedges. Nothing appears but a naked circus of loose sand, with a dry basin and a leaden triton in the middle. You must know that Baynard, at his father's death, had a clear estate of £1,500 a year, and was in other respects extremely well qualified to make a respectable figure in the commonwealth. But, what with some excesses of youth and the expense of a contested election, he in a few years found himself encumbered with a debt of £10,000, which he resolved to discharge by means of a prudent marriage. He accordingly married a Miss Thompson, whose fortune amounted to double the sum that he owed. She was the daughter of a citizen who had failed in trade, but her fortune came by an uncle, who died in the East Indies. Her own parents being dead, she lived with a maiden aunt, who had superintended her education, and in all appearance was well enough qualified for the usual purposes of the married state. Her virtues, however, stood rather upon a negative than a positive foundation. She was neither proud, insolent, nor capricious, nor given to scandal, nor addicted to gaming, nor inclined to gallantry. She could read and write, and dance and sing, and play upon the harpsichord, and smatter French, and take a hand at whist and ombre, but even these accomplishments she possessed by halves. She excelled in nothing. Her conversation was flat, her style mean, and her expression embarrassed. In a word, her character was totally insipid. Her person was not disagreeable, but there was nothing graceful in her address, nor engaging in her manners; and she was so ill qualified to do the honours of the house, that when she sat at the head of the table one was always looking for the mistress of the family in some other place. Baynard had flattered himself that it would be no difficult matter to mould such a subject after his own fashion, and that she would cheerfully enter into his views, which were wholly turned to domestic happiness. He proposed to reside always in the country, of which he was fond to a degree of enthusiasm; to cultivate his estate, which was very improvable; to enjoy the exercise of rural diversions; to maintain an intimacy of correspondence with some friends that were settled in his neighbourhood; to keep a comfortable house without suffering his expense to exceed the limits of his income; and to find pleasure and employ merit for his wife in the management and avocations of her own family. This, however, was a visionary scheme, which he never was able to realize. His wife was as ignorant as a new-born babe of every thing that related to the conduct of a family, and she had no idea of a country life. Her understanding did not reach so far as to comprehend the first principles of discretion; and, indeed, if her capacity had been better than it was, her natural indolence would not have permitted her to abandon a certain routine to which she had been habituated. She had not taste enough to relish any rational enjoyment, but her ruling passion was vanity, not that species which arises from self-conceit of superior accomplishments, but that which is of a bastard and idiot nature, excited by shew and ostentation, which implies not even the least consciousness of any personal merit. The nuptial peal of noise and nonsense being rung out in all the usual changes, Mr. Baynard thought it high time to make her acquainted with the particulars of the plan which he had projected. He told her that his fortune, though sufficient to afford all the comforts of life, was not ample enough to command all the superfluities of pomp and pageantry, which indeed were equally absurd and intolerable. He therefore hoped she would have no objection to their leaving London in the spring, when he would take the opportunity to dismiss some unnecessary domestics whom he had hired for the occasion of their marriage. She heard him in silence, and after some pause, "So," said she, "I am to be buried in the country." He was so confounded at this reply, that he could not speak for some minutes. At length he told her he was much mortified to find he had proposed any thing that was disagreeable to her ideas. "I am sure," added he, "I meant nothing more than to lay down a comfortable plan of living within the bounds of our fortune, which is but moderate." "Sir," said she, "you are the best judge of your own affairs. My fortune, I know, does not exceed 20,000 pounds; yet, even with that pittance, I might have had a husband who would not have begrudged me a house in London." "Good God, my dear!" cried poor Baynard, in the utmost agitation, "you don't think me so sordid? I only hinted what I thought, but I don't pretend to impose." "Yes, sir," resumed the lady, "it is your prerogative to command, and my duty to obey." So saying, she burst into tears, and retired to her chamber, where she was joined by her aunt. He endeavoured to recollect himself, and act with vigour of mind on this occasion, but was betrayed by the tenderness of his nature, which was the greatest defect of his constitution. He found the aunt in tears, and the niece in a fit, which held her the best part of 8 hours, at the expiration of which she began to talk incoherently about death and her dear husband, who had sat by her all this time, and now pressed her hand to his lips in a transport of grief and penitence for the offence she had given. From thenceforward he carefully avoided mentioning the country, and they continued to be sucked deeper and deeper into the vortex of extravagance and dissipation, leading what is called a fashionable life in town. About the latter end of July, however, Mrs. Baynard, in order to exhibit a proof of conjugal obedience, desired of her own accord that they might pay a visit to his country house, as there was no company left in London. He would have excused himself from this excursion, which was no part of the economical plan he had proposed, but she insisted upon making this sacrifice to his taste and prejudices, and away they went with such an equipage as astonished the whole country. All that remained of the season was engrossed by receiving and returning visits in the neighbourhood; and in this intercourse it was discovered that Sir John Chickwell had a house steward and one footman in livery more than the complement of Mr Baynard's household. This remark was made by the aunt at table, and assented to by the husband, who observed that Sir John Chickwell might very well afford to keep more servants than were found in the family of a man who had not half his fortune. Mrs Baynard ate no supper that evening, but was seized with a violent fit, which completed her triumph over the spirit of her consort. The 2 supernumerary servants were added, the family plate was sold for old silver, and a new service procured; fashionable furniture was provided, and the whole house turned topsy-turvy. At their return to London in the beginning of winter, he with a heavy heart communicated these particulars to me in confidence. Before his marriage he had introduced me to the lady as his particular friend, and I now offered in that character to lay before her the necessity of reforming her economy, if she had any regard to the interest of her own family, or complaisance for the inclinations of her husband. But Baynard declined my offer on the supposition that his wife's nerves were too delicate to bear expostulation, and that it would only serve to overwhelm her with such distress as would make himself miserable. Baynard is a man of spirit, and had she proved a termagant, he would have known how to deal with her; but either by accident or instinct, she fastened upon the weak side of his soul, and held it so fast, that he has been in subjection ever since. I afterwards advised him to carry her abroad, to France or Italy, where he might gratify her vanity for half the expense it cost him in England, and this advice he followed accordingly. She was agreeably flattered with the idea of seeing and knowing foreign parts and foreign fashions, of being presented to sovereigns, and living familiarly with princes. She forthwith seized the hint which I had thrown out on purpose, and even pressed Mr Baynard to hasten his departure; so that in a few weeks they crossed the sea to France with a moderate train, still including the aunt, who was her bosom counsellor, and abetted her in all her oppositions to her husband's will. Since that period I have had little or no opportunity to renew our former correspondence. All that I knew of his transactions amounted to no more than that, after an absence of 2 years, they returned so little improved in economy, that they launched out into new oceans of extravagance, which at length obliged him to mortgage his estate. By this time she had bore him 3 children, of which the last only survives, a puny boy of 12 or 13, who will be ruined in his education by the indulgence of his mother. As for Baynard, neither his own good sense, nor the dread of indigence, nor the consideration of his children, has been of force sufficient to stimulate him into the resolution of breaking at once the shameful spell by which he seems enchanted. With a taste capable of the most refined enjoyment, a heart glowing with all the warmth of friendship and humanity, and a disposition strongly turned to the more rational pleasures of a retired and country life, he is hurried about, in a perpetual tumult, amidst a mob of beings pleased with rattles, baubles, and gewgaws, so void of sense and distinction, that even the most acute philosopher would find it a very hard task to discover for what wise purpose of Providence they were created. Friendship is not to be found, nor can the amusements for which he sighs be enjoyed within the rotation of absurdity to which he is doomed for life. He has long resigned all views of improving his fortune by management and attention to the exercise of husbandry, in which he delighted; and as to domestic happiness, not the least glimpse of hope remains to amuse his imagination. Thus, blasted in all his prospects, he could not fail to be overwhelmed with melancholy and chagrin, which have preyed upon his health and spirits in such a manner, that he is now threatened with the consumption. I have given you a sketch of the man whom the other day I went to visit. At the gate we found a great number of powdered lacqueys, but no civility. After we had sat a considerable time in the coach, we were told that Mr Baynard had rode out, and that his lady was dressing; but we were introduced to a parlour so very fine and delicate, that in all appearance it was designed to be seen only, not inhabited. The chairs and couches were carved, gilt, and covered with rich damask, so smooth and slick, that they looked as if they had never been sat upon. There was no carpet upon the floor, but the boards were rubbed and waxed in such a manner that we could not walk, but were obliged to slide along them; and as for the stove, it was too bright and polished to be polluted with sea coal, or stained by the smoke of any gross material fire. When we had remained above half an hour, sacrificing to the inhospitable powers in the temple of cold reception, my friend Baynard arrived, and understanding we were in the house, made his appearance, so meagre, yellow, and dejected, that I really should not have known him, had I met with him in any other place. Running up to me with great eagerness, he strained me in his embrace, and his heart was so full, that for some minutes he could not speak. Having saluted us all round, he perceived our uncomfortable situation, and conducting us into another apartment, which had fire in the chimney, called for chocolate. Then withdrawing, he returned with a compliment from his wife, and in the mean time presented his son Harry, a shambling, blear-eyed boy, in the habit of a hussar, very rude, forward, and impertinent. His father would have sent him to a boarding school, but his mamma and aunt would not hear of his lying out of the house, so that there was a clergyman engaged as his tutor in the family. As it was but just turned of 12, and the whole house was in commotion to prepare a formal entertainment, I foresaw it would be late before we dined, and proposed a walk to Mr. Baynard, that we might converse together freely. In the course of this perambulation, when I expressed some surprise that he had returned so soon from Italy, he gave me to understand that his going abroad had not at all answered the purpose for which he left England; that although the expense of living was not so great in Italy as at home, respect being had to the same rank of life in both countries, it had been found necessary for him to lift himself above his usual style, that he might be on some footing with the counts, marquises, and cavaliers with whom he kept company. He was obliged to hire a great number of servants, to take off a great variety of rich clothes, and to keep a sumptuous table for the fashionable scorsoni of the country, who, without a consideration of this kind, would not have paid any attention to an untitled foreigner, let his family or fortune be ever so respectable. Besides, Mrs. Baynard was continually surrounded by a train of expensive loungers, under the denominations of language masters, musicians, painters, and ciceroni, and had actually fallen into the disease of buying pictures and antiques upon her own judgment, which was far from being infallible. At length she met with an affront, which gave her disgust to Italy, and drove her back to England with some precipitation. By means of frequenting the Duchess of Bedford's conversation while her Grace was at Rome, Mrs. Baynard became acquainted with all the fashionable people of that city, and was admitted to their assemblies without scruple. Thus favoured, she conceived too great an idea of her own importance, and when the Duchess left Rome, resolved to have a conversation that should leave the Romans no room to regret her Grace's departure. She provided hands for a musical entertainment, and sent biglietti of invitation to every person of distinction, but not one Roman of the female sex appeared at her assembly. She was that night seized with a violent fit, and kept her bed 3 days, at the expiration of which she declared that the air of Italy would be the ruin of her constitution. In order to prevent this catastrophe, she was speedily removed to Geneva, from whence they returned to England, by the way of Lyons and Paris. By the time they arrived at Calais, she had purchased such a quantity of silks, stuffs, and laces, that it was necessary to hire a vessel to smuggle them over, and this vessel was taken by a custom-house cutter, so that they lost the whole cargo, which had cost them above £800. It now appears that her travels had produced no effect upon her, but that of making her more expensive and fantastic than ever. She affected to lead the fashion, not only in point of female dress, but in every article of taste and connoisseurship. She made a drawing of the new façade to the house in the country. She pulled up the trees, and pulled down the walls of the garden, so as to let in the easterly wind, which Mr. Baynard's ancestors had been at great pains to exclude. To shew her taste in laying out ground, she seized into her own hand a farm of 200 acres, about a mile from the house, which she parcelled out into walks and shrubberies, having a great basin in the middle, into which she poured a whole stream that turned 2 mills, and afforded the best trout in the country. The bottom of the basin, however, was so ill secured, that it would not hold the water which strained through the earth, and made a bog of the whole plantation.